start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. Your old grandpa is so beautiful, and now he is mine. Su Ruian looked at Lu Changsheng's handsome face and listened to his gentle voice like the sun in winter. She felt like she was bathed in spring breeze. Her panicked heart calmed down involuntarily. She felt that Lu Changsheng in front of her did not blame her at all. She just did something wrong, and a close elder taught her earnestly. She knew it was an illusion, and Lu Changsheng was using some means on her, but she still replied softly, "Yes." Seeing this, Lu Changsheng and Ling Xiao both smiled a little. Knowing that Su Ruian was letting go, things would be easier. Before, at the Zhang family in Centipede Ridge, Miss Su frequently observed Lu. Was it because of the spirit beast? Lu Changsheng continued to speak, his voice as gentle as jade, persuading her. Yes, with Miss Su's family background and status, she should not be short of spirit beasts, right? Did Patriarch Su prepare the Earth-level bloodline spirit beasts Fire Python Tiger and Sky Fire Marten for you before? Lu Changsheng showed a gentle smile, smoothed the messy fiery red hair on Su Ruian's forehead, and smoothed it behind her ears. Her hair was crystal clear and soft, and it was very smooth to touch. Su Ruian bit her lips a little wide, and there was a struggle in her eyes. She said, "Because I need a heaven-level monster beast." Heaven-level monster beasts are rare, but the black tortoise spirit beast in Lu's family is only at the early stage of the first level. Even if Miss Su takes it away, it will take decades or even hundreds of years to cultivate it. During this period, it should not be of any help to Miss Su, right? So, why does Miss Su spend so much effort on this kind of thing? Lu Changsheng continued to ask. This is the point he is most puzzled about. Heaven-level bloodline monster beasts are indeed rare and precious. But it is also very difficult to cultivate them. Especially his own cold blue black tortoise, which belongs to the turtle monster, is notoriously slow to grow. Su Ruian stole it, and it would take at least several decades to cultivate it to the second level, with a certain combat power, and become a helper. The other party is currently at the peak of key training, and instead of staying at home to break through the foundation building, he ran to his house to steal, which made him suspect that there are other reasons. Hearing this, Su Ruian's heart trembled, bit her lips tightly, and then her beautiful eyes slowly closed. The heaven-level monster beast is related to her practice beast secret, which is her real secret, and she is unwilling to tell it. Miss Su, don't you want to say it? Lu Changsheng chuckled, and his palm gently stroked Su Ruian's white face, and then slid down to her slender neck, saying, "It seems that this heaven-level spirit beast should be related to other important secrets. Could it be related to the soul in Miss Su's body?" Lu Changsheng said so. Su Ruian felt soft and numb under Lu Changsheng's gentle caress, and bit her lips tightly. But after hearing this, her pupils suddenly shrank, and a bit of horror appeared in her beautiful eyes. I didn't expect Lu Changsheng to know the existence of Senior Honglian. Compared with the beast art, Senior Honglian is her biggest secret. This secret, no one else knows except herself. But now, it was actually revealed by Lu Changsheng. The soul in the body. Ling Xiao, who was next to him, heard this and looked at Su Ruian's appearance, and was also surprised and thoughtful. She had been thinking, how could Su Ruian, a key refining cultivator, suddenly improve her mana and aura to be comparable to the core formation? Even if there are any rare treasures, it is impossible to be so exaggerated. Now after hearing Lu Changsheng's words, she suddenly understood. To be able to temporarily improve the cultivation of key refining cultivators to core formation, this must be at least a Yuanying's engine. Ling Xiao was surprised and scared. If it weren't for the Zumi Tree King sitting at home, the consequences of encountering such an existence would be unimaginable. It seems that I guessed it right. Lu Changsheng, wearing a green brocade robe, smiled with a handsome face, which made people feel like spring breeze and heart-wrenching. No, I did it for myself. The technique I practice requires a contract with a heaven-level monster beast. Su Ruian opened her eyes and panted slightly. Now that Lu Changsheng has discovered what happened to Senior Honglian, she knows that there is no need to hide it. She can only hope that after she tells the story, Lu Changsheng will let her go as he said before. Oh? The technique you practice requires a contract with a heaven-level monster beast. Lu Changsheng frowned when he heard it. He didn't expect that there would be such a technique. But he didn't doubt it. Because he has several side or inauthentic techniques. He knows that there are many kinds of techniques, all kinds of strange. Su Ruan should be practicing some kind of beast controlling technique, which is related to spirit beasts. Does it have to be contracted with a heavenly class demon beast to break through the realm? If so, it's too harsh. It should be that the higher the potential of the contracted spirit beast's bloodline, the better the condensed foundation of Taoism and the stronger the foundation. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He roughly guessed why Su Ruan didn't break through the foundation building and was eager to steal the spirit beast from home. It is very likely that the spirit beast is related to her breakthrough of the foundation building. Because for cultivators, it is very important to condense the foundation of Taoism when refining key to break through the foundation building. Once the foundation of Taoism is condensed, unless the foundation of Taoism is broken, the power is dispersed and rebuilt. Otherwise, even if you change the practice method afterwards, you can't condense the foundation of Taoism again and improve the quality of the foundation of Taoism. At this time, your foundation of Taoism is inferior to others, so your combat power and potential are inferior to others. Even if you obtain the top-level practice method later, your foundation will still be affected by the foundation of Taoism. It doesn't matter to ordinary cultivators. After all, for ordinary cultivators, it is a blessing to be able to break through the foundation. But Su Ruan is gifted and has a powerful spirit in her body. She must have attached great importance to the step of building the foundation and wanted to do her best. I see. Lu Changsheng nodded and smiled. Let me guess. It should be the blood grade of the spirit beast. It is related to the quality of the foundation and future potential of Miss Su when she breaks through the foundation. After all, with Miss Su's talent in chance encounters, she will have the hope of forming a pill in the future, not to mention the nascent soul. How can she be willing to use the earth-level blood spirit beast to condense the foundation of the Tao? So Miss Su sensed that Lu had a heaven-level blood spirit beast, so she wanted to get a heaven-level spirit beast through Lu for breakthrough, so she did this kind of stealing. Lu Changsheng smiled and said slowly. Su Ruan was surprised when she heard this. Unexpectedly, when she just said that the practice method needed to contract a heaven-level monster beast, Lu Changsheng guessed the general situation of his beast formula. She pursed her lips and said coldly, yes, so what? No, I think it's reasonable and normal. Lu Changsheng chuckled and said, in the world of immortal cultivation, you can't miss the opportunity. You have to fight for it yourself. Only in this way can you go far in the way of immortal cultivation. There is nothing wrong with Miss Su's behavior. It's just that she met Lu, so she ended up in such a situation. Su Ruan was stunned when she heard Lu Changsheng's words. She didn't expect Lu Changsheng to approve of her behavior. An indescribable emotion surged in her heart for a while. If it were me, facing such an opportunity, I would want to find a way to snatch it. Why should Miss Su feel embarrassed? Lu Changsheng pinched Su Ruan's exquisite and beautiful face and chuckled. Is that so? Su Ruan's beautiful eyes showed a little confusion when she heard this. Although the world of immortal cultivation is indeed like this, the strong prey on the weak and are unreasonable. But she still knew in her heart that this behavior was inappropriate. But after listening to Lu Changsheng's words, she felt less guilty. And she felt that Lu Changsheng was not that bad, and was very considerate and would not do anything to her. Maybe if she cooperated and obeyed, the other party would really let her go. That's the truth, but before doing such a thing, Miss Su should be prepared to bear the consequences, right? Lu Changsheng's palm slid from the wide and smooth face to the slender neck, the delicate collarbone, and the plump and proud breasts in the golden phoenix underwear. Then he held the snow child who was difficult to grasp with one hand, and let the plump and greasy white jade flow at his fingertips. Bang! The sensitive part of the woman was attacked by the warm big hand, and Su Ruan's mind went blank, and her eyes were a little scattered. Although she was mature, she had never experienced sex between men and women. Just now, Ling Zixiao's palm wandered on her body, but as a woman, she could barely bear it. But at this time, a strange man's palm tightly grasped her plump and proud breasts, which really made her mind blank and a little at a loss. Although her delicate body was imprisoned and unable to move, at this moment, it was tense as if it had been electrocuted. Her long and beautiful legs were straight as jade, and her lotus feet were straight. You said that as long as I was obedient, you would let me go. Su Ruan lowered her beautiful eyes slightly, and said in a trembling voice while holding back her shame. The last moment, she had a little more closeness and recognition of Lu Changsheng in her heart. But her behavior at this time completely disrupted her mind, and she could no longer calmly talk to Lu Changsheng. Yes, Lu did say that as long as you are obedient, I will let you go, and even give you a heavenly monster beast to help you get justice for your father. But it depends on Miss Su, whether you are obedient enough. Lu Changsheng played with the greasy and full breasts in his palm, and leaned close to Su Rui's ears and whispered. Ling Zixio, who was next to him, saw Lu Changsheng's behavior and gave him a glare. Although she knew that Lu Changsheng was lustful, he would not be too obscene. But such frivolous behavior was really smooth and unpretentious in her eyes. Lu Changsheng, are you going to kill me? Su Rui's body was numb, and a strong sense of shame surged from her heart. She said loudly. She felt that she was simply out of her mind. She actually thought that Lu Changsheng in front of her was considerate and trustworthy. Alice, Miss Su, why do you have to be like this? Lu Changsheng sighed slightly and said, but since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Puff. The next moment, Su Ruin saw that Lu Changsheng in front of her suddenly had a cold face, and a flying sword was sacrificed, chopping off her head. Blood splattered, and the head rolled to the ground. Her eyes reflected the shock of disbelief, and she seemed to die with eyes open. Her consciousness began to blur, and the surroundings fell into darkness. Ruian. Xiaoyan. In the darkness, she seemed to hear shouts. Scenes appeared in front of her. Grandpa, father, mother. Su Xiandu. Su Ruian looked at the scenes in front of her. Thinking of when she was young, she was tested to have a 4th grade spiritual root, and she was friendly with pets, and vowed to become the pride of the family. Thinking of when he was young, he saw his father being beaten and disabled in the clan competition, and vowed to seek justice for his father. Thinking of picking up an ancient beast talisman after his cultivation, he received guidance from the Yuanying Senior, and had the hope of becoming a Yuanying, and vowed to become the #1 cultivator in Jiang State. But now, all this has turned into a dream bubble. At this moment, Su Ruin had a strong desire to survive in her heart. She wanted to break free from the abyss of death, wanted to live well, and become the pride of her parents, grandfather, and family. She wanted to seek justice for her father, to become a Yuanying Zhenjin, and to fulfill the agreement with Senior Honglian. However, at this moment, the ancient beast talisman in his mind glowed with a bit of color, and a burst of cool air rushed into his brain. Crash! The surrounding picture shattered like bubbles. Su Ruin suddenly opened her eyes and saw Lu Changsheng, who was as handsome as jade and gentle in front of her. A chill filled her heart, and she instantly knew that the picture just now was an illusion. Well, you woke up so soon. Lu Changsheng looked at Su Ruin in front of him and raised his eyebrows. He had just used a 3rd-level illusion heart talisman on Su Ruin. Thinking about the other party sinking in the illusion, experiencing life and death, and all kinds of scenes. When the other party's mind, weaknesses, and flaws are broken one by one in the illusion, and the mind is fragile, he will slowly train her at that time. But he didn't expect Su Ruin to struggle out of the illusion heart talisman so quickly. He realized that it should be the soul in the other party's body that was playing tricks. Otherwise, with Su Ruin's cultivation at the peak of key refining, spiritual consciousness, and mind lost, it would be absolutely impossible to break free from the 3rd-level illusion heart talisman. Miss Su, let the senior in your body come out. Lu Changsheng's smile was restrained and he said seriously. Knowing that the other party has a powerful soul in his body, it is useless for him to play tricks on Su Ruin. It is better to let this powerful soul come out and see. I don't know what you are talking about. Su Ruin said while biting her lips. Seeing that Senior Honglian had not spoken, she realized that Honglian had no way to deal with this situation. So I didn't want to expose Senior Honglian. Senior, are you just going to watch quietly like this, hiding your head and showing your tail? This doesn't look like a senior at all. Lu Changsheng looked at Su Ruin and said indifferently. Girl. A faint sigh sounded in Su Ruin's mind. She knew that she had to come out to see Lu Changsheng at this time. Senior Honglian. Su Ruin bit her lips tightly. Then she said to Lu Changsheng weakly, I am imprisoned all over, and Senior Honglian can't show up. So that's it. Lu Changsheng didn't expect that Zumi's imprisonment seal would directly prevent the grandfather in the other party's body from showing up. He immediately asked Zumi to let Su Ruin go a little. Then, an ancient symbol the size of 2 fingers, like jade but not jade, like stone but not stone, with a strange beast pattern engraved on it flew out from Su Ruang's eyebrows. But the ancient symbol was surging with colorful light, and countless tiny red light spots emerged. In the void, she transformed into a figure wearing a gorgeous red palace dress with gold embroidery, a pearl crown on her head, a delicate face, and perfect facial features. Although her figure and face were vague and not very real, just standing in front of him, her words and deeds gave people a sacred and noble attitude. Senior actually looks like this. Lu Changsheng looked at the red lotus in front of him, with a bit of doubt and surprise in his eyes, and said without moving his expression. He thought that there was an old grandfather in Su Ruang's body. Unexpectedly, it was a fairy goddess. He couldn't help but ask in his heart. Is he lucky in love? He caught a small one and gave a big one. Your grandfather is so beautiful, but he will be mine soon. This senior soul is actually a woman. Ling Zixiao's beautiful eyes also showed some doubt and surprise. Unexpectedly, the soul in Su Ruang's body was actually a woman. Although the figure is illusory, it does not conceal her peerless charm at all. Eyebrows and eyes are like paintings, skin is whiter than snow, body is slender, and elegant and agile. Her pupils were red, and her lips were very red as fireworks. Her temperament made her look sacred, noble and majestic, making people feel ashamed and dare not blaspheme. Ling Zixiao knew that this was the attitude of a superior who had been pampered for a long time. The senior in front of her was not only a great man, but also had an extraordinary status. However, she didn't know if it was because she had been with Lu Changsheng for a long time, but she didn't feel any awe when she saw this senior at this time. She even thought of Nanguang Mili and Meng Xiaochan, whom she met when she and Lu Changsheng returned to Qingzhu Mountain from Jixiao Xiancheng. At that time, they were also one big and one small, but after meeting her husband, I wonder what Mr. Lu wants. Honglian asked softly. Her voice was cold and moving, like the sound of nature. She knew that it was useless for her to hide any longer. Lu Changsheng obviously confirmed her existence and was not deceiving her. If she didn't show up, Lu Changsheng would have other means to force her to show up, so it was better to show up. Nothing, I just know that there is a senior master in Miss Su's body, so I'm curious and want to meet him. Lu Changsheng said calmly. If you were in other places, he would have to keep his distance and take some defensive measures when he saw a powerful soul like Honglian. But in Zumi Cave Heaven, with Zumi there, he was not afraid. And Zumi said that the soul in front of him was imprisoned and bound, and it was difficult to burst out combat power. In front of Mr. Lu, I am not a senior master. Honglian couldn't figure out Lu Changsheng's situation and intentions, so she lowered her posture and said in a soft and elegant voice. I wonder what Mr. Lu will do to let me and Miss Su go. She continued to ask with a calm and natural look. Senior, you should know that if you enter here, I will never let you go. Lu Changsheng chuckled and said, but it is very simple for you to leave here. There is a saying that good birds choose trees to live in, and good ministers choose masters to serve. Why do you stay with Miss Su? What Miss Su can give you, I think I can give you as well. What Miss Su can't give, I can also give. So, as long as you are willing to follow me, it will be easy to leave here. Lu Changsheng smiled and showed some sincerity on his face. Although he didn't know why the old man in front of him followed Su Ruyan. But after thinking about it, it was nothing more than resurrection by taking over the body, or there was something he wanted to do. Since Su Ruyan can do it, he can do it too. Why not take her for himself in this way? After all, the woman in the red skirt in front of him is at least a Yuanying Zhenjin. With a Yuanying Zhenjin grandfather, I am afraid that I can take fewer detours on my own path of cultivation. Besides, being able to become a Yuanying Zhenjin, her talent is beyond doubt. If she becomes the mother of a child, the baby she gives birth to should be very good, right? Although the other party only has a soul, Lu Changsheng thought of the soul fusion and life restoration pill in his system space. This pill is a 4th level pill. As long as the cultivator's soul is not dispersed, the bones can be regenerated and the soul can be restored. He might be able to use this pill as a trap to subdue this woman. Lu Changsheng, you. Su Ruyan heard Lu Changsheng say good birds choose trees to roost, and good ministers choose masters to serve, and she immediately showed annoyance. Although this was not a curse, it was obviously saying that she was not good enough. And poaching in front of her like this really made her angry and flustered. Huh? Honglian didn't expect that Lu Changsheng wanted to subdue her as soon as he opened his mouth. Although Su Ruian is not mature enough now and still has a long way to go. But in terms of character, Taoism, and perseverance, she is very good. Besides, the beast-taming talisman chose Su Ruian, and she had the grace to awaken her, so she couldn't just abandon her and leave. But if she didn't agree, both she and Su Ruian would be trapped here. If I agree, will Master Lu let Su go? Honglian's voice was ethereal and soft, very pleasant to the ear. Senior Honglian. Su Ruian's eyes immediately turned red when she heard this, and she cursed at Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng, you are despicable and shameless, actually. But before she finished her words, she was imprisoned by Zumi and could not speak. Miss Su, there is a saying that people go to high places and water flows to low places. Senior Honglian is willing to choose to follow me in order to let me let you go. Why can't you give her a better choice? Don't you think that if Senior Honglian follows me, it is obviously better than you? Think about it, if you hadn't stolen Lu's spirit beast, how could you have ended up like this, and Senior Honglian should have ended up like this with you? Lu Changsheng said to Su Ruian with a calm and indifferent expression. Su Ruian listened to Lu Changsheng's words, her face was ugly and angry. But she couldn't say anything now. And she didn't know what to say except cursing. Just as Lu Changsheng said, if Senior Honglian followed Lu Changsheng, it would obviously be better than himself. If it weren't for himself, Senior Honglian wouldn't have ended up in such a dangerous situation. At this moment, she was deeply hurt by Lu Changsheng. Girl. Honglian looked at Su Ruian and comforted her softly. Then she sighed to Lu Changsheng, Mr. Lu, there is no need to say more. I also know about the theft of spirit beasts and did not stop it. Now Honglian has no other request, I just hope that Mr. Lu can let Ruian go. Honglian said in a cold and moving voice. It is naturally impossible to let her go now. But for the sake of Senior, as long as she is obedient, what I said before will naturally count. Not only can I let her go in the future, but I can also give her a heavenly bloodline monster beast to help her revenge. Lu Changsheng smiled and said with a sincere attitude. The Honglian in front of him is a powerful soul, at least a Yuanying's in his lifetime. This status is enough for him to give a certain respect. Besides, he had no intention of killing Su Ruian. The other party not only has a 4th grade spiritual root, but also has great opportunities and great luck. If such a person can be trained and subdued and become the mother of a child, it will also be a great help to the family. As for subduing people, there are many means in this regard in the world of immortal cultivation, such as his Lock Love Gu. However, he doesn't want to use the Lock Love Gu for Su Ruian. One is that this Gu has already reached a limit for Meng Xiaochen and Nangguang Mi Li. If there is one more, it may cause instability. Another is that men will always be soft-hearted for women who love them deeply. Even if this deep love comes from some means. I, Lu, never force others, nor will I threaten the senior with Miss Su's life. So the senior can think about it carefully and put forward any conditions. As long as the senior is willing to follow me sincerely, I will not only help you revive and restore your physical body in the future, but maybe I can also make you return to the peak. Lu Changsheng looked at Honglian and continued in a calm voice. Honglian didn't speak. To be honest, Lu Changsheng's words seemed very sincere to her. Even in her opinion, following Lu Changsheng is still a good choice. One is that Lu Changsheng's various amazing performances, the heavenly monsters and true spirit monsters in his home really made her think too much. She thought that Lu Changsheng was the reincarnation of a great man. Another reason is that she had a good impression of Lu Changsheng. It's not just his appearance. And this matter was originally her and Su Ruian's fault. But Lu Changsheng did not force them or do anything too much when facing the two of them. Senior, don't rush to reply, you can think about it slowly. By the way, what Lu said about resurrecting the senior is not a lie. This pill is called soul melting and life returning pill. I think the senior should know it. Lu Changsheng took out the soul melting and life returning pill in the system space. This pill is the size of a longan, black and red, with a crystal clear and full surface, and black and white two flows flowing, which looks particularly magical. Soul melting and life restoring pill. Honglian saw the pill in Lu Changsheng's hand, her soul trembled, and she couldn't help but exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes showed an unconcealable look of horror. As a Yuanying's engine, she had naturally heard of the name of the soul melting and life restoring pill. This pill is expensive at the 4th level. Even if the Yuanying is disintegrated and there is no vitality, as long as the body and soul are not scattered, after taking the pill, The bones can be regenerated and revived. Although in her current state, only the residual soul is left, and there is no Yuanying body. But as long as a body can be found, she can take this pill to revive and quickly restore her cultivation. Soul melting and life restoring pill. Ling Zixiao and Su Ruian were also surprised when they saw the pill in Lu Changsheng's hand. Although they had never heard of the name of this pill. But seeing Honglian's attitude, they roughly guessed the effect of the pill, which would help Honglian's resurrection. The two were shocked. They didn't expect Lu Changsheng to be able to take out such a rare pill. Especially Su Ruian. The agreement between her and Honglian was that he would reshape her body in the future. But this kind of thing seemed so far away to her. At least she had to wait until she broke through the Jinden stage before she was qualified to start considering it. But now, Lu Changsheng casually took out a pill that could help Senior Honglian to revive. This hit her hard. She felt that what Lu Changsheng said made sense. People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. If Senior Honglian followed Lu Changsheng, it would be 100 times better than herself. Even if she chose to be obedient and submit to Lu Changsheng, it might be a good choice. At this moment, not only Honglian, but also Su Ruian's heart was caught in a choice. Chapter 277 The Choice of Two Women. Heaven-level monsters, true spirit-level monsters, soul-melting life-restoring pills, fountain of the spirit eyes. This is definitely not something a foundation establishment cultivator could possibly obtain. Even a core formation cultivator would not have such a peerless opportunity, and according to what Girl Su said, this person's growth experience is extremely legendary. He was just a son-in-law of a family with inferior spiritual roots at the beginning, but in more than 20 years, he broke through the foundation establishment stage from immortal, a son-in-law of a family, and established a family. If it were just that, it would be understandable. After all, there is never a shortage of small figures who have risen up due to opportunities in the world of immortal cultivation, but this person's various deeds, combined with this peerless opportunity, cannot be explained by a small figure who has risen up due to opportunities, especially when this person faces me with neither arrogance nor servility, and his words are full of confidence. This kind of demeanor is definitely not that of an ordinary cultivator. Honglian looked at Lu Changsheng, who had a handsome face, a slender figure, and was as graceful as a jade tree in front of him, and remained silent, thinking in his heart. At the Zhang family in Centipede Ridge, she observed and understood Lu Changsheng through Su Ruian, and concluded that Lu Changsheng had a great opportunity and a great secret. But after seeing the Zumi Tree Queen, she deeply suspected that Lu Changsheng was the reincarnation of a great power. Because Lu Changsheng's situation was not something that could be explained by chance or adventure. Now, seeing the 4th level elixir soul melting and life returning pill, she was almost certain that Lu Changsheng was the reincarnation of a great power. Because apart from this reason, she really couldn't think of any other reason. This person is definitely the reincarnation of a great power. I also sensed a terrifying breath in his body. This breath may be the backup left by his previous life. The cultivation and magic power sealed in the body will be released once he encounters danger. Honglian thought of the vague and terrifying breath she sensed from Lu Changsheng's body. She didn't know how to describe this breath. She just felt it was extremely mysterious and terrifying. But this person's growth experience, giving birth to more than 100 children in more than 20 years, and also establishing a family of immortal cultivation, could it be that he is really the legendary Dragon Emperor Dao body, and wants to follow the path of the original Hongzhou Saint King? It is rumored that this Hongzhou Saint King gave birth to countless descendants, and in the world of immortal cultivation, he set up a set of secular emperors and hierarchies, concentrated power in one family, and made the world's destiny gather in one person and one family. But I have never heard of anyone who can reincarnate and cultivate again, and also decide his own physique? Or this legendary Dao body? Could it be that he seized his soul and cultivated again? But if he seized his soul and cultivated again, why did he waste so much time in his early years? Honglian murmured in her heart, constantly thinking, trying to explain Lu Changsheng's situation. But the more she thought about it, the more she felt that Lu Changsheng in front of her was extremely mysterious, unfathomable, and full of fog. But if he is really the Dragon Emperor Dao body? Honglian paused in her heart, thinking about the effect of the Dragon Emperor Dao body. If Lu Changsheng is the legendary Dragon Emperor Dao body as she guessed, then following him would probably be equivalent to becoming his wife or concubine and giving birth to his offspring. After all, for the legendary Dragon Emperor Dao body, Such things are natural and in line with its great way. In fact, it is for this reason that he proposed to recruit me. Honglian paused again, thinking that Lu Changsheng was just as she guessed, and showed his sincerity. I want to reshape my body, return to the peak, solve the doubts of the past, and take revenge. Relying on Su Girl has little hope. Besides, Su Girl and I are now in this person's hands, and we can't escape. If I follow him, I can live my life again and solve all the things of the past, even if I become his wife or concubine. As a Yuanying's engine, Honglian did not worry too much about whether Lu Changsheng recruited her because he was attracted by her beauty. Instead, she immediately weighed the pros and cons. After all, she didn't have many choices in her current situation. Besides, following Lu Changsheng was a very good choice. Because through all these judgments, Lu Changsheng is not an ordinary great man who has been reincarnated and rebuilt. At least he is a true master of the transformation of the spirit. Even the realm above the transformation of the spirit. If she follows Lu Changsheng, she may not only be able to revive in the future, return to the peak, and avenge her hatred, but also have the hope of going further. Moreover, if it is really as she guessed, Lu Changsheng will establish a family empire like the Saint King of Zhongzhou in the future. She chooses to follow now to seize the opportunity. Not to mention becoming a Saint Queen, she will at least be ranked as a heavenly concubine. Not only Honglian, Su Ruian is also struggling at this moment. Although the illusion heart talisman just now only lasted for a moment, it also had a great impact on her mind. Knowing that deep in her heart, she is still unwilling to die like this, and she is unwilling to die like this. Moreover, she is now in the hands of Lu Changsheng, and I am afraid that I can't even ask for death. If it weren't for the face of Senior Honglian, Lu Changsheng in front of her probably didn't know how to humiliate herself. So she was also entangled, whether to be obedient, choose to surrender, and be a slave. After all, only by living can there be a future. Submitting to Lu Changsheng, not only can you survive, but you can also leave here in the future. You may even have the hope of obtaining a heavenly monster, seeking justice for your father, and becoming the pride of the family. As for the price, it is just to be humiliated by him and give birth to 10 or 8 children. Su Ruian naturally finds it difficult to accept such a thing, and she cannot accept it. But she clearly knows that such a thing is beyond her choice. Even if she does not accept it, with Lu Changsheng's means, if he really wants to do this, she is afraid that she has no choice but to accept it passively. In this case, it is better to turn passivity into initiative and humiliation into enjoyment. However, this is the truth. Even though Su Ruian comforts herself in this way, her self-esteem and pride in her heart prevent her from doing such a thing. After all, not long ago, she was the legitimate daughter of the Su family in Yushu, the apple of her eye, with great opportunities, and the hope of becoming a Yuanying in the future. But at this moment, she has to be a slave to others, and the gap is too big. At this moment, Su Ruian felt a strong regret in her heart. She regretted why she did such a thing and came to Qingzhu Mountain to steal spirit beasts. If she had listened to her grandfather's arrangement, she could have safely broken through the foundation building at home. After breaking through the foundation building, she could go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for training. Or she could return to the clan. Now the lifespan of the beast-controlling Su family's ancestor is less than 100 years, and the clan is vigorously cultivating the seeds of the dam formation. If she is willing to return to the clan, she can definitely stand out and make the road to the dam formation smooth. But all of this was turned into a dream bubble because of her pride and stubbornness. Senior, please think about it slowly. After you have thought about it, you can let Zumi notify me at will. Lu Changsheng did not wait for Honglian to make a decision slowly, nor did he let her make a decision immediately. He put away the soul-melting life-returning pill and spoke. Then he and Ling Zixia walked towards the Hall of Longevity. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Honglian looked at Lu Changsheng and bowed slightly. Although she had made a decision in her heart and planned to follow Lu Changsheng, she still had something to say to Su Ruian. After all, after so many years of getting along, she knew Su Ruian's character very well. She knew that the other party was stubborn and arrogant, and it was impossible for her to obey and submit to Lu Changsheng. But she didn't want to see Su Ruian being humiliated, or even die like this. Senior Honglian, I'm sorry. Su Ruian looked at Senior Honglian in front of her and bit her lip. Girl. Honglian sighed slightly. Then the faint figure dissipated, turned into countless tiny red light spots, and returned to the beast-taming talisman. In her current state, She couldn't stay out for a long time, and had to rely on the beast-taming talisman to maintain her soul. Moreover, now in Zumi Cave Heaven, it was not easy for her to communicate with Suruian in this state. Entering the beast-taming talisman could also conceal her words. After Honglian entered the beast-taming talisman, the talisman returned to Suruian's sea of consciousness. "Girl, what are you going to do?" Honglian's voice sounded ethereal and soft. "Senior Honglian, I don't know." Suruian spoke, and the whole person seemed very confused. Although she was precocious, she had never experienced any major setbacks since she was a child. Now that she encountered such a thing, she really didn't know how to deal with it. "Girl, tell me everything you know about Lu Changsheng." Honglian said so. Although she planned to follow Lu Changsheng, she had basically no understanding of Lu Changsheng at present. The general information she knew was still told by Suruian before. "Senior Honglian, I don't know much about him either," Suruian said softly. Then she told Honglian all her understanding of Lu Changsheng and all the related things she knew. In the Changsheng Palace. "With Zumi here, Zixio, you can just say whatever you want to say." Lu Changsheng saw that Ling Zixio was hesitant to speak, and knew that she was worried that what she said would be heard by Honglian. "It's nothing, I just want to ask, what arrangements do you have for that Miss Su and Senior Honglian?" "I think Senior Honglian should have a lot of feelings for Miss Su. If you want to win over this senior, I'm afraid it will be difficult to arrange for Miss Su." Ling Zixio smiled and said so. Just now, she was beside him the whole time, so she naturally saw that Lu Changsheng wanted to subdue Honglian and Suruian. Or to say, he mainly wanted to subdue Honglian. But to subdue Honglian, Suruian couldn't be released now, which seemed difficult to arrange. "Haha, now we are at the mercy of others, and the initiative is naturally in our hands." Lu Changsheng chuckled and continued, "This Senior Honglian is at least a Yuanying's If he can be subdued, it will be a good thing for us and the family." As for Suruian, as Zixio said before, she came to this cave and knew about Zumi, so it is impossible to let her go. It just so happens that this cave really needs a maid. If Suruian is willing to be obedient, what I said before will naturally count. If she is unwilling to be obedient, there is naturally no need to follow her. The same goes for Senior Honglian. Lu Changsheng said calmly. Although he has a casual personality, he does not force people. But since the two of them came to his Qingzhu Mountain to steal, he was willing to give them a chance, which was already good enough. If the two of them didn't appreciate his kindness, he wouldn't be polite. In my opinion, this Senior Honglian is probably already moved and willing to follow you. It's just because of that Miss Su that she is not willing to make a decision immediately and leave easily. After all, in the world of cultivating immortals, grudges and karma are very important. This senior is in Suruian's body and is willing to help her. I think there is also a cause and effect entanglement. So for the sake of Senior Honglian, you can treat Miss Su a little better. Ling Zixio analyzed aloud. Although she is only a foundation-building cultivator with limited knowledge. But she also knows clearly that even if he has formed a pill, even a Yuanying will be surprised to see all kinds of situations of Lu Changsheng. Especially the soul-melting and life-returning pill, which is helpful for resurrecting others. In the world of cultivating immortals, everyone strives to practice cultivation just to live a long and happy life. For a Yuanying's engine who only has his soul left, there is probably nothing more tempting than resurrection. And just as Lu Changsheng said, people go to higher places, water flows to lower places. Following Lu Changsheng is obviously better than Suruian 100 times. Gratitude and grudges? Okay, I understand. The next step is to see the choice of Miss Su. Lu Changsheng nodded and smiled, understanding the truth, and then chatted with Ling Zixio for a while. He said that he still had elixirs in his furnace, and that Xiao Wangshu would wake up in a while, so he had to go over to watch. Okay, my dear, go ahead, I'll watch over here. Hearing this, Ling Zixio thought that Lu Changsheng really loved Lu Wangshu. Although Lu Changsheng was not bad for the children in his family. But she could see that he obviously favored some of the children more. This made her think of herself. After spending so many years with Lu Changsheng day and night, her relationship with Lu Changsheng was no longer the initial exchange of interests. Lu Changsheng treated her, and she, as Lu Changsheng's Taoist partner, helped him build his family. They had already fallen in love with each other over time. Therefore, after seeing that Lu Changsheng really liked children, she also considered whether to have children with Lu Changsheng. After all, With the construction of Qingzhu Mountain over the years, she also regarded Qingzhu Mountain as her home, had a sense of belonging, and had thought about having a child. It was just because of physical reasons that it was not convenient for her to get pregnant and give birth to children. But now, under the treatment of Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, she estimated that after another 3 to 5 years of recuperation, her body would be almost recovered. At that time, she could consider having children with Lu Changsheng. But seeing so many children, she sometimes wondered whether Lu Changsheng would love and favor her children in the future as much as Lu Wangshu did. Although with her mother around, her future children would definitely not suffer. But she also hoped that Lu Changsheng, as a father, would be more partial to his children. Lu Changsheng walked out of the Changsheng palace. Su Ruian, who was imprisoned in the air, saw Lu Changsheng, and her beautiful eyes revealed indescribable complex emotions. Then she pursed her lips and called to Lu Changsheng, "Senior Lu." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng looked at Su Ruian and raised his eyebrows. Did she think that the other party had figured it out? The next moment, swoosh! An ancient symbol flew out from Su Ruian's eyebrows, and then the ancient symbol was filled with colorful light, and countless red dots emerged and turned into the appearance of Honglian. Has Senior Honglian thought about it? Lu Changsheng saw Honglian, who was in a faint figure and graceful, and smiled like a spring breeze on his face. Mr. Lu, if you don't mind, Honglian is willing to follow you. Honglian came to Lu Changsheng with a slender figure, elegant and agile. She bowed and said, although Lu Changsheng only had the foundation building cultivation, since she had made the decision to follow, she would put her mindset in the right place. After all, Lu Changsheng was the reincarnation of a great man. If she still had a condescending attitude, she might make him unhappy. Senior Honglian. Su Ruian bit her lower lip tightly when she saw Honglian like this. In her opinion, half of the reason why Honglian acted like this was for her. Senior Honglian is too polite. Since you are willing to follow me, I am naturally very welcome and honored. Lu Changsheng said with a smile on his face, like a gentle gentleman, giving people a spring breeze. If you don't mind, you can call me Honglian in the future. Senior is really inappropriate. Honglian continued to speak. Although she is several times older than Lu Changsheng now, she naturally dare not be arrogant in front of Lu Changsheng. Huh? Lu Changsheng was surprised. I didn't expect that this powerful soul, the Yuanying Senior, in front of him, would be so easy to talk to. His attitude is simply too good. But since Honglian said this, he naturally wouldn't be polite. After all, it's really weird for the mother of the future child to call her senior all the time. Hey, but it's also quite interesting. Okay, in that case, I will call you Honglian from now on. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded, saying, since Honglian is willing to follow me, you can put forward any conditions and requests. He has always been a person who respects me 1 foot, and I respect others 10 feet. Since Honglian is so easy to talk to, he will naturally be easy to talk to. Thank you, sir. Honglian was a little touched when she heard Lu Changsheng being so direct. After all, she chose to follow Lu Changsheng for the benefits. But she didn't want to make demands immediately, which would seem too utilitarian. Chapter 278 Honglian's Past, the Effect of Ancient Talismans. Honglian only hopes that the young master can give Ruian a chance. Honglian sighed slightly. She knew that Lu Changsheng would not let Su Ruian go at the moment. After chatting with Su Ruian just now, she had a detailed understanding of Lu Changsheng's various behaviors and deeds, and made some judgments in her heart. She believed that Lu Changsheng should not be a reincarnation of an old monster of the evil way, and his character was relatively good. Therefore, she also did some ideological work for Su Ruian to make her mentally prepared. After all, although she is in trouble now, life is like this. As long as you can seize the opportunity, you can turn the predicament into an opportunity. And Su Ruian took the initiative to call Lu Changsheng, and it was obvious that she had made a choice in her heart. Haha. Lu Changsheng laughed when he heard it. Then he looked at Su Ruian with a smile and said, now I just need a maid in my cave. For your sake, Honglian, as long as she is obedient and behaves well, all my previous words will count and I will not treat her unfairly. Thank you, sir. Honglian bowed and said, without saying anything more. Don't you have any other requirements? Seeing this, Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and felt that Honglian in front of him was too easy to talk to. Or rather, the other party's attitude was too good, and the process of conquering was too smooth. Logically speaking, as a powerful soul and Yuan Ying's engine, shouldn't the other party be arrogant? But Honglian in front of him was not only not arrogant, but even seemed a little humble, which made him a little uncomfortable. Honglian has not made any contribution to the young master yet, so I dare not ask for too much. And I believe that the young master will not treat me unfairly in the future, just as the young master promised before to recover my body and return to the peak. Honglian said in an elegant and gentle voice. She was dressed in a gorgeous palace dress, wearing a pearl crown, with a delicate and perfect face, giving people a sacred and noble look. But at this time, in front of Lu Changsheng, she was like a maid, which made people feel full of accomplishment. Okay, Honglian, don't worry. When the time is right, I will restore your body for you. Lu Changsheng nodded and smiled. He secretly thought that she was worthy of being a powerful soul. This attitude, with a sense of advance and retreat, really made him feel very comfortable and his favorability soared. By the way, Honglian, why did you reach the peak of cultivation before? Where did you come from, and why did you fall into such a situation? Lu Changsheng asked. He subdued Honglian, although his main purpose was to become his child's mother. But now the other party is still in the state of soul and has no physical body, so there are still other uses. Apart from anything else, it is very good for Honglian to teach his children with her vision and strength. At present, the cultivation of the children in the family is mainly done by Lu Mian and Ling Zixio. Although the two can do it, to be honest, it is not very good. My lord, I was at the 7th level of nascent soul at my peak. I came from the Northern Plains Immortal cultivation realm, the Suzaku Palace. Honglian said softly, as for how I ended up in such a situation. At the beginning, my disciples discovered a mysterious cave, which is suspected to be the ruins of the Yuhe Ice Palace in ancient times. I led the disciples of the sect to explore and crack the ruins, but the Ice God Palace came to attack. In this battle, we accidentally broke the ban on the ruins. As soon as the ruins were broken, countless precious lights shot up into the sky, which made both sides completely crazy, fighting. Looking back now, there was a mysterious force that affected our minds and consciousness. So in this battle, I was seriously injured. For some reason, I didn't think about stopping the battle and letting my nascent soul escape into the void. Instead, I chose to self-destruct my nascent soul and perish together. But at the moment when I self-destructed my nascent soul, a mysterious force captured my soul. When I woke up, I appeared in this ancient beast-controlling talisman and was awakened by Su Girl. Honglian did not hide anything and slowly spoke out why she fell to this point. She still couldn't figure out what happened to her at that time. Not only her, but everyone on the scene was seriously affected, which led to such a fierce and tragic battle. Otherwise, let alone the nascent soul True Lord. Even the giant and True Lord would not fight to the death if they were evenly matched. After all, everyone cultivates immortality for immortality. When you reach the giant and True Lord, you can live for 500 years. Why fight to the death with others? Therefore, she also wanted to see if Lu Changsheng, the great senior, knew what was going on with her. The 7th level of nascent soul. Being in Xiuxin realm? Suzaku Palace, Yuhe Ice Palace, Bingshan Palace? Self-destruction of nascent soul? Wake up in the ancient talisman. Lu Changsheng was surprised and astonished when he heard Honglian's words. He had never heard of being in Xiuxin realm or the 3 sects. However, through the names, he roughly guessed that this being Xiuxin realm was a large Xiuxin realm similar to the Nanohuang Xiuxin realm. As for Honglian's cultivation, the 7th level of nascent soul also surprised him a little. You know, Li Duangxuan, the #1 cultivator in Jiang State, is estimated to be only in the early stage of nascent soul, or the middle stage of nascent soul. But the Honglian in front of him is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. This is amazing. However, Honglian's experience also made him sigh. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator actually self-destructed his nascent soul in a battle because of the competition for a relic secret realm. This is simply outrageous. So Senior Honglian has fallen into this situation for this reason. Su Ruian, who was standing by, only then knew about these things. Honglian did not tell her why she fell into this situation. Honglian, is this being in Xiuxin realm similar to the Nanohuang Xiuxin realm? Lu Changsheng asked curiously. Huh? Honglian was immediately surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect Lu Changsheng to not know about the being in Xiuxin realm. Young master is the reincarnation of a great man, How could he not know about the 5 major Xiuxin realms? Could it be that he is not from the 5 major Xiuxin realms, but from outside the 5 realms? But I have never heard that there are other Xiuxin continents outside the 5 realms. But looking at his appearance, it seems that he really doesn't understand this aspect, and is even very surprised by this information. Could it be? Honglian saw Lu Changsheng like this, and her mind kept turning. She did not think about it anymore, and explained to Lu Changsheng, yes, the Northern Plains Xiuxin realm and the Southern Wasteland Xiuxin realm are both one of the 4 major Xiuxin realms. In addition to the Southern Wasteland Xiuxin realm and the Northern Plains Xiuxin realm, there are also the East Sea Xiuxin realm, the West Desert Xiuxin realm, and the Zhongzhou continent. Honglian said. East Sea, West Desert, Southern Wasteland, Northern Plains, and Zhongzhou. Lu Changsheng nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. He did not know that the Xiuxin realm was so big. As far as he knew, there were hundreds of Xiuxin countries in the Southern Wasteland Xiuxin realm. Jiangguo was just a corner of the entire Southern Wasteland Xiuxin realm. And in addition to the Southern Wasteland, there were actually 4 such large Xiuxin realms. He did not continue to ask more. After all, he was only in the foundation building stage now, and he had not even left the Jiangguo Xiuxin realm. Outside of the Southern Wasteland, it was too far away from him. Honglian, don't worry, if there is a chance in the future, I will solve your doubts and avenge you. Lu Changsheng said. Although he was only a small foundation building, the system provided him with the confidence to speak to Yuanying. Thank you, sir. Honglian was slightly startled by Lu Changsheng's calm and confident demeanor, and was still thinking about Lu Changsheng's situation. Yes, it must be like this. It is said that there are ancient great powers who, in order to break through the realm, transform into the mortal world, reincarnate, and rebuild their own way. The young master must be like this. He wants to walk a similar path as the ancient Zhongzhou Saint King. All his memories are sealed, and only the body of the Dragon King and the way of the Zhongzhou Saint King are turned into instincts, the goal of this life. Although the memory is sealed, just like an ordinary cultivator, this temperament and bearing are obviously not something that ordinary people can possess. This also explains why he wasted so many years in the secular world before. It must be that as the true spirit gradually awakens, he can take out the means prepared in advance in the previous life, and then gradually rise. Honglian thought to herself, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. She had roughly guessed Lu Changsheng's situation. This made her feel a little happy. After all, accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger. Facing an old monster who is the reincarnation of a great power, she was really a little uneasy. She was afraid that she would annoy the other party in some way and make Lu Changsheng unhappy. But if the other party has become immortal, reincarnated, and has no memory of the previous life, it will be much easier for her to get along with him. During this period, she can also try to cultivate more feelings with Lu Changsheng. Honglian, do you know any skills? What are you good at? Lu Changsheng asked. In addition to the vision of the Yuanying's engine, which can help the children at home avoid detours in cultivation, he also wants to see what else Honglian knows and what he can teach. Young master, I know a little about beast control, formation, alchemy, weapon refining, and talisman making. Honglian said softly. Know a little. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and asked for details. 3rd level top beast control master, 3rd level upper grade alchemist, 3rd level middle grade formation master, 3rd level middle grade weapon refiner, 3rd level lower grade talisman master. Honglian said. As a Yuanying cultivator, she has lived for thousands of years. In addition to cultivation on weekdays, she will naturally study some skills. Moreover, many skills are difficult for key refining and foundation building cultivators. But for Yuanying cultivators, the threshold is much simpler. Lu Changsheng. Good fellow, I was fooled by you. You call this knowing a little? At this moment, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart, worthy of being a Yuanying's engine. He knows so much. 5 skills have been upgraded to the 3rd level. All the 4 mainstream arts of cultivation are included. This made him want to ask, in Honglian's current state of soul and body, whether he can set up formations, refine pills, and refine weapons. But he planned to ask this later, and said, Honglian, you should know something about my situation, right? Know a thing or two. Honglian nodded in response. Now there are so many children in the family, I don't have much time to teach them in terms of cultivation and skills, so I want to leave this matter to you." Lu Changsheng pondered slightly. Honglian will definitely live up to the mission and teach the young masters and young ladies in the family for the young master. Honglian didn't expect Lu Changsheng to trust her so much and give her such an important matter at the beginning. After all, Lu Changsheng wanted to follow the path of the Saint King of Zhongzhou and establish a family empire, and these children were the foundation. The cultivation and education of these children are extremely important. If I can teach and train these children well, it will be a great achievement. Before, she was still thinking about how she should behave in order to be valuable to Lu Changsheng. Now seeing Lu Changsheng handing such an important matter to her, she was relieved. "Okay, in this case, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the cultivation of the children in the future," Lu Changsheng said. He planned to tidy up the sutra pavilion at home and let Honglian take charge. Or let Lu Maiyuan bring the ancient talisman to teach the children. "Yes, young master." Honglian bowed. Then she said, "Young master, the ancient talisman where my soul resides is called the beast-taming ancient talisman. It is helpful for cultivating monster beasts. If your pet beast needs to be cultivated, you can give it to me to cultivate. But this beast-taming ancient talisman is very suitable for Ruyan. If possible, I hope you can continue to use it on Ruyan." Honglian said so. Su Ruyan, who was standing next to him, was moved when she heard that Senior Honglian was still caring for her, and felt even more guilty towards Honglian. Ancient beast talisman? Cultivate monster beasts. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng paused in his heart and showed a look of joy. He just wanted to ask, as a third-level top beast tamer, whether Honglian knew how to cultivate the cold blue turtle, the 9-nether mastiff, and the 6-winged golden silkworm. Unexpectedly, Honglian took the initiative to tell him an ancient beast talisman that would help cultivate pet beasts. "It's up to you, Honglian, about the matter of the ancient beast talisman. I don't know what specific effects this ancient talisman has." Lu Changsheng said so. Although he could see that this ancient talisman was a treasure, he really didn't want to carry it with him. Because he had many secrets. If he carried the ancient talisman, wouldn't it be equivalent to Honglian seeing everything, and there would be no privacy or secrets? After all, Honglian surrendered, but he didn't have much trust at present, and he still needed Zumi to pay attention to him all the time. "Thank you, young master." Honglian was a little moved when she saw Lu Changsheng agreed so readily. She made this request, on the one hand, hoping to save Su Ruyan through the ancient talisman. On the other hand, it was also because the ancient talisman chose Su Ruyan, which made her guess that there was some reason in the dark. She said, "At present, the ancient talisman only has 2 effects, taming monsters and cultivating monsters. That's why I call it the beast-controlling ancient talisman. The ancient talisman should have other secrets. For example, the beast tactics that Su Girl practices is what I got from this ancient talisman." Honglian said without hiding anything. Taming monsters, cultivating monsters, and beast tactics. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Although the 2 effects of the ancient talisman sound simple, they are very powerful in his opinion. Because most Taoist soldiers are monsters. This ancient talisman can tame monsters and cultivate monsters. It is simply a treasure for cultivating Taoist soldiers. He wanted his own black water dragon Taoist soldier, and asked, "Honglian, this ancient talisman should be able to cultivate Taoist soldiers, right? As long as the Taoist soldiers are monsters, they can be cultivated, but the ancient talisman also needs to consume energy. If too many Taoist soldiers are cultivated, I may need to trouble you to provide spiritual stones and natural treasures for the ancient talisman to restore energy." Honglian said in a pleasant voice. "That's not a problem, as long as it can be cultivated." Lu Changsheng didn't care about consuming spirit stones and natural treasures. He laughed and said, "At present, my family is cultivating a kind of Taoist soldier. I'll trouble you, Honglian, when the time comes. By the way, can I take a look at that beast secret?" Through Su Ruyan, he guessed that this technique is cultivated through monster beasts. He currently has 4 pets. Like the cold blue turtle and the 9-nether mastiff, they seem useless because they grow too slowly. If this technique can help people improve their talents through monster beasts, he can let his children practice it. Let his children use the pets he won in the system lottery to practice this technique. "Of course, please, young master," Honglian said softly. Then the ancient beast talisman came to Lu Changsheng's forehead, blooming with colorful rays of light, and a technique emerged in Lu Changsheng's mind. After a long time. Beast secret. This technique is really mysterious. Lu Changsheng took a general look at this technique, and couldn't help but sigh that this technique is really mysterious. It is completely different from the several techniques he has obtained so far. If this technique is practiced normally, it is just an ordinary technique. But this technique can evolve. By contracting a spirit beast, the technique can evolve and upgrade its grade. And the technique will be tailored to the type of pet, which is very suitable for you, thus helping you break through the bottleneck. The stronger the blood potential of the spirit beast, the greater the improvement of the technique. For example, if you contract a spirit beast with earth-level blood, this technique is almost a tailor-made side door technique. If you can contract a spirit beast with heaven-level blood, the technique can be promoted to the authentic level. If you can contract a true spirit, the technique can be further improved. This made Lu Changsheng realize that the upper limit of this technique may even exceed the authentic level. If you practice it yourself, contracting and refining the Zumi Tree King may make the technique surpass the authentic level. However, Lu Changsheng did not think of practicing this technique. First, this technique is difficult to practice. Not only do you have to comprehend the technique, but you also need to spend a lot of time to comprehend the various magic skills in it. Practicing this technique is not as efficient as practicing the 7 stars. Second, practicing this technique requires a lot of time to cultivate monsters. Not to mention that he doesn't have the leisure time. As for the current spiritual veins at home, Zumi can't get any growth. So using the Zumi Tree King to practice is probably beneficial now, but it will become a burden later. Third, this technique is obviously more cost-effective for children at home to practice. Fourth, Lu Changsheng still has some expectations for the advanced lottery techniques in the system. He can get authentic techniques in ordinary draws. The techniques in the advanced draws are obviously higher than the authentic level and will not be weaker than this beast technique. This technique is good. Are there any restrictions on practicing it? Lu Changsheng retracted his consciousness and asked Honglian. Young master, as long as you have enough understanding, it will be better if you have a good talent in controlling beasts. Honglian said. Okay, in this case, let's do it for now. You and I will take down the Taoist soldiers. Lu Changsheng said without asking more questions. Yes, sir. Honglian replied, and then her faint figure dissipated, turning into a red light spot and returning to the beast-controlling ancient talisman. The ancient talisman fell quietly in front of Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng stretched out his hand and took the ancient talisman. It was unknown what material this ancient talisman was made of. It was not like gold or jade, nor like stone or wood. It felt strangely soft and very comfortable in the hand. Holding the ancient talisman, Lu Changsheng walked out of the Zumi cave heaven and came to his own fish farm. Su Ruian felt empty when she saw Lu Changsheng take the ancient talisman away. But thinking of Senior Honglian's attitude in front of Lu Changsheng, she felt an indescribable sense of grievance and discomfort. It was as if her beloved was taken away by someone, and she was powerless, and she had to watch her beloved sacrifice herself to please others for her, and even in the process, she had to. It was heartbreaking. Chapter 279 Improving Family Foundation and Returning to the Top. Honglian, these Dao soldiers of mine are water creatures. Can they be put into the beast-controlling ancient talisman? Lu Changsheng pointed at the black water dragon fish and black water dragon snake in the fish farm and said, Sir, no problem. Honglian said to Lu Changsheng through her divine sense. Then the ancient talisman flew out, and colorful clouds filled the air, taking in all the 21 black water dragon fish and 18 black water dragon snakes in the fish farm. Sir, the ancient talisman space can roughly increase the growth rate of Dao soldiers by 30%. If the energy is sufficient and we cultivate them with all our strength, we can double it. Honglian's voice continued to sound. 30%, double. Lu Changsheng nodded. This speed sounds ordinary, but it is actually very exaggerated. For monsters like these that have been refined into Dao soldiers, there are methods of cultivation, and their growth rate is faster than that of ordinary monsters. On this basis, they can still have this growth rate increase, which is very exaggerated. In other words, with full cultivation, it is estimated that in 30 or 40 years, many Dao soldiers can be promoted to the second level. By then, Bailing will have broken through the foundation building stage and command these Taoist soldiers. I'm afraid that their combat power can fight against the dam formation. However, thinking of Bailing's character, Lu Changsheng felt that there must be a few of his children who can practice the Black Dragon Code, otherwise it would be a pity for these Taoist soldiers. Honglian, besides the spiritual stones, what other natural materials and treasures do you need? Lu Changsheng took back the ancient talisman and asked. He didn't care whether Honglian wanted to restore his soul and strength in this way. As long as the other party can raise his own spiritual beasts and Taoist soldiers well, and the spiritual stones are not too much, everything will be fine. After all, as long as they are within the range of Qingzhu Mountain and Zumi Tree King, the other party should not be able to play any tricks. Sir, in terms of natural materials and treasures, they are mainly monster cores and spiritual medicines. Honglian said, indicating that the beast control ancient talisman can absorb monster cores and spiritual medicines and turn them into some kind of spiritual liquid, which is helpful for the growth of monsters. Monster cores, spiritual medicines, good. Lu Changsheng nodded and turned into a beam of light to return to Bian Peak and the alchemy room. Seeing his daughter still sleeping on the bench, he showed some tenderness in his eyes. Then he took out 10,000 spirit stones, several demon cores and a bunch of spiritual medicines from 2 storage bags. He had not yet processed the spoils from the 6 robbers who caused trouble in the Red Leaf Valley market and exchanged them for spirit stones. Because processing is not only troublesome, but also has a lot of discounts. He is not short of money now, he has a family, he can slowly digest it, or he can slowly sell it through other channels. You keep these spirit stones and spiritual medicines first, and you need to tell me when the time comes. Lu Changsheng said to Honglian. Yes, young master. Honglian responded softly. Looking at the alchemy furnace in the center of the alchemy room, she felt a little surprised and surprised. She didn't expect Lu Changsheng to know how to make alchemy. Before, she chatted with Su Ruiyan, and she had never heard that Lu Changsheng knew the art of alchemy. Then, she saw Lu Changsheng holding Lu Wangshu in his arms with gentle and careful movements and a face full of doting. It is said that the Dragon Emperor Dao body is not only the easiest to raise children, but also the offspring born are likely to be gifted. Honglian thought of the rumors about the Dragon Emperor Dao body, and her heart moved. She had seen Lu Wangshu before when she was with Su Ruiyan. But at that time, she only sensed from a distance and did not look at her carefully. Seeing that Lu Changsheng doted on this daughter so much, she could not help but observe her carefully. This little girl should have some kind of hidden spirit body. After observing for a long time, Honglian was surprised and found something wrong with Lu Wangshu. Although she could not tell what kind of spirit body Lu Wangshu was, she could roughly see that she should have some kind of spirit body. This surprised her. Spirit bodies are rare, and there is only 1 in 10,000. And through chatting with Su Ruiyan, she knew that the talents of Lu Changsheng's wives and concubines were not very good. In this case, any of his daughters actually had a rare spirit body. Is this the Dragon Emperor Dao body? It's terrible. Honglian murmured in her heart, no longer doubting Lu Changsheng's Dragon Emperor Dao body. But she couldn't help but wonder how many of Lu Changsheng's more than 100 children were gifted. In the alchemy room, Lu Changsheng held his daughter Lu Wangshu in one hand and drew talismans with the other. Honglian was surprised again when she saw Lu Changsheng making talismans smoothly. Because she could clearly see that Lu Changsheng's talisman-making skills were close to the Tao and perfect. Even though her talisman-making skills were at the 3rd level, she couldn't say that she was as smooth as Lu Changsheng in drawing 2nd-level talismans. What kind of existence was he in his previous life? His spiritual root talent was only of the lower grade, but his skills were so terrifying. Honglian couldn't help but be surprised. As a Yuanying's engine, there were very few things that could move her on weekdays. But today, Lu Changsheng's various actions made her constantly surprised and moved. She felt that Lu Changsheng in front of her was like a cloud of fog, and the more she looked at it, the more unfathomable it became, so that she, a Yuanying's engine, couldn't see through it. Time passed little by little, and the sky turned pale. Lu Wangshu woke up, sleepy and stretched. Seeing Lu Changsheng still holding her, she immediately smiled and said, "Daddy, good morning." "Haha, you're awake." Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter and his mood improved involuntarily. He gently pinched her chubby white face. "Hey, Daddy, you're refining the elixir, why didn't you wake me up?" Lu Wangshu looked around and thought of the elixir. She thought Lu Changsheng had finished refining the elixir, and pouted and said aggrievedly, "The elixir is not ready yet, you see, it will be ready soon." Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter like this and smiled dotingly. Then he put her down and cast a series of spells on the alchemy furnace to restart the sealed elixir furnace. As the fire burned again, the elixir furnace surged with inspiration, and Lu Changsheng shouted softly, "Open!" Boom! Rolling heat waves spread and rolled from the elixir furnace, and then a burst of spiritual light flew out and fell into Lu Changsheng's hands. "Wow, Daddy, that's amazing! I want to see, I want to see!" Seeing this, Lu Wangshu, who was standing next to him, immediately clapped his hands happily and wanted to see the pills in Lu Changsheng's hand. Lu Changsheng smiled, squatted down, and handed the crystal clear and plump Yangling pills in his hand to his daughter. "It smells so good, Daddy, can I have one?" Lu Wangshu looked at the pills and couldn't help biting a finger and said, Lu Changsheng glanced at his daughter. He immediately said, "This candy pill is called Yangling pill. We can't eat it. It's for turtles. If you want to eat it, you can only eat this candy bean." While speaking, Lu Changsheng took out a peon pill and fed it to his daughter. But Lu Wangshu kept looking at the Yangling pill in his hand and wanted to taste one. In the end, Lu Changsheng held his daughter and left the alchemy room to feed a Yangling pill to the handy black turtle, telling her that this candy bean was really not for her to eat, and Lu Wangshu gave up the idea of tasting it. Looking at the cold green-black turtle in front of him, Lu Changsheng wondered whether to put it in the beast-taming ancient talisman for cultivation. But thinking that his daughter still had to be fed and taken out for fun every day, he decided to forget it for the time being. He planned to go to Ruai County later to bring back the 9 nether mastiff and put it in the beast-taming ancient talisman for cultivation. Otherwise, more than 20 years have passed, and the 9 nether mastiff is still in the late stage of the first level. It is unknown how long it will take to break through the second level. Honglian, in your current state, can you still make pills or cast spells? After Lu Changsheng handed his daughter to choose Henzhen, he asked Honglian. If Honglian can make pills, refine weapons, set up formations, and make talismans in her current state, then it will be of great help to him and the entire Qingzhu Mountain. Young master, in my current state, my soul is weak and I can't leave the beast-taming ancient talisman for a long time, so I can only make some simple pills. If the young master's demand is not high, I can do some of the aspects of making pills, refining weapons, making talismans, and setting up formations. Honglian spoke out and said so. Okay, I'll give you the method of cultivating Dao soldiers later. I'll trouble you in this regard in the future. Lu Changsheng heard this and said so, intending to hand over the cultivation of the Blackwater Dragon Dao soldiers to Honglian. Yes, young master. Honglian responded. Back to Zumi Cave Heaven. Lu Changsheng looked at Su Ruian, who was still imprisoned in the air. Her face was delicate and cold, her hair was crystal clear and soft, her skin was white and radiant, and she was only wearing a fiery red golden phoenix embroidered underwear. With a playful look on his face, he said, Miss Su, have you thought about it? Su Ruian trembled when she heard the words, and after a long while, she whispered, I have thought about it. What have you thought about? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Alice. Honglian and the ancient beast talisman sighed faintly. Knowing this level, it depends on Su Ruian herself. If you can get through it, you can turn the predicament into an opportunity. If you can't get through it, then she can't help much. I am willing to be a slave to Master Lu. Su Ruian gritted her teeth and said with difficulty. The time when Lu Changsheng took Honglian away just now was like a year for her, and she was constantly struggling in her heart. She knew that Lu Changsheng and Senior Honglian were right. She was a captive. It was impossible to expect to leave here with a clean conscience. If he wanted her, he would be at his fingertips. What was the point of struggling? Therefore, she just hoped that the other party would keep his promise, which would be a blessing in disguise. Zumaru. Lu Changsheng looked at Su Ruian lowering her proud head and chuckled. In an instant, the imprisoned Su Ruian fell from the air, her pair of snow-white and slender legs softened slightly, and she staggered and landed in front of Lu Changsheng, causing her chest to tremble. I really pity you. I remember that when I was at the Zhang family, I still had a cold and noble attitude when I saw Miss Su. Lu Changsheng stood in front of Su Ruian, and their bodies were very close, almost touching her delicate nose. He reached out his hand and gently stroked her delicate head, twisting a few strands of fiery red crystal hair in his hand and said, turning the originally high and mighty pearl of the Su family into a well-behaved and obedient maid is indeed a different kind of temptation for Lu. Su Ruian felt a sharp pain in her heart when she heard this. Her proud self-esteem seemed to be trampled by Lu Changsheng. She used to be the pearl of the Su family. Everyone was polite to her, whether in the family or outside, not to mention touching her like this. At this moment, she was being toyed with by Lu Changsheng at will. She wanted to slap Lu Changsheng's palm away and scold him. But she knew that Lu Changsheng did it on purpose to make her submit obediently, so she could only bear it. Miss Su, do you know the attitude a maid should have? Lu Changsheng looked at Su Ruian, who was tall and graceful, with messy hair and strong and stubborn eyes, and raised her delicate chin and said playfully. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was indeed the dark desire of every man to drag the high and mighty fairy into hell and play with her at will. Although Su Ruian in front of him was not a high and mighty fairy who could not be desecrated. But as the pearl of the Su family, she was also of noble status. Especially when they first met, she left a good impression on him. So it was really a different feeling to stand in front of him with a stubborn and humiliated face and let him play with her. But he knew that Su Ruian in front of him still needed to be trained well. Su Ruian's stubborn and beautiful eyes were confused and at a loss. As a lady at home, how could she know the attitude of the maid? But thinking of the attitude of the maid at home when she served herself, she clenched her slender jade hands tightly and bit her lips. Finally, she knelt down in front of Lu Changsheng with a trembling figure and leaned down. Ruian. Meet the young master. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. He didn't expect Su Ruian to adapt so quickly. He touched his chin and chuckled, take off your clothes. Su Ruian didn't say anything, but raised her soft and fair arms and trembled as she untied her underwear. As the underwear slid to the ground and hung on her beautiful feet, her naked and graceful body was completely exposed. Tisk, 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 this adaptability and change of mentality are indeed extraordinary. But is it also fiery red here? Lu Changsheng looked at the graceful and seductive Su Ruian in front of him and said in his heart. However, even though Su Ruian seemed to surrender and knelt in front of him, there was still a bit of awe between her eyebrows, which was high and mighty and inviolable. It was completely different from the maids in the White Jade Tower who had been trained and had dull eyes. But there's still light in this kind of eyes. It seems more interesting to train it slowly by myself. Lu Changsheng said while touching his chin. For someone like Su Ruian, although she can't take the initiative to serve others with charm, and even clumsy and unfamiliar when serving others. But if she surrenders completely under her own training, it seems to be a different kind of fun and sense of accomplishment. Okay, clean up by yourself and just wait by the side. I will call you if there's anything. Lu Changsheng looked at the attractive body in front of him, his heart was a little hot, and he said to Su Ruian. He did not pick the tempting fruit in front of him directly. After all, this kind of thing needs to be done slowly to be interesting. And he didn't want Su Ruian to change so obviously. After saying that, he returned the ancient beast talisman in his hand to Su Ruian. He didn't want to do too much at once, and he also gave Honglian some face. The ancient beast talisman returned to Su Ruian's eyebrow sea of consciousness. Honglian didn't say anything, knowing that at this time, Su Ruian needed to be alone. Su Ruian herself didn't say anything, her expression was wooden. She knew that the moment she called Lu Changsheng, she could only obey and cooperate. In fact, deep in her heart, she didn't have the courage to resist Lu Changsheng. After all, Senior Honglian had surrendered to Lu Changsheng, and resisting by herself would only be asking for trouble. Oh my dear, in the bedroom of the main hall, Ling Zixiao was suddenly hugged by Lu Changsheng, and he hummed softly through his nose. 3 days later, Lu Changsheng returned to Ruiyi County and brought the 9 other mastiff back to Qingzhu Mountain. This is another heaven-level bloodline monster beast. Honglian was shocked when she saw Lu Changsheng bringing back a heaven-level bloodline monster beast. Although for her, a Yuanying's engine, heaven-level monster beasts are not rare, they are not common. Su Ruian also saw the 9 other mastiff. This shocked her heart, and at the same time, she was more convinced of Lu Changsheng's words. After all, Lu Changsheng now showed 3 heaven-level bloodline monster beasts and a true spirit-level monster beast. Who knows if there are any heaven-level monster beasts? As long as she is obedient and behaves well, it doesn't seem to be a big deal to give her one. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng briefly explained Honglian's affairs to Lu Mian. She said that she would directly ask Honglian for advice on the child's cultivation. On the first day of every month, He would bring the ancient beast-controlling talisman to his children to help them solve their doubts and give them guidance. At the same time, Lu Changsheng gave Honglian the training method of the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers, in addition to all the system's skills. After all, if he wanted Honglian to guide his practice, he must give the skills to others. Faced with this situation, Honglian immediately revealed the inheritance of his Vermilion Bird Palace. Among them, there were 2 authentic level skills, 7 side level skills, more than 10 exquisite level skills, and 5 third level skills. It can be said that through Honglian's wave, Lu Changsheng's family skills foundation directly ranked first in Jiang country. Will this not be too good? Lu Changsheng was a little embarrassed when he saw Honglian reveal so many inheritances. Honglian is already the young master's person, and these skills inheritances naturally belong to the young master. Honglian said, "It's the most difficult to accept the favor of a beauty." Lu Changsheng was a little confused by Honglian's operation. After all, he promised to restore her body and return to the peak. But now that he hadn't done anything yet, Honglian began to train demon beasts and Taoist soldiers for him and teach his children. And he felt a little embarrassed that he had contributed so many skills and inheritances at once. Honglian, you only have your soul now. If you want to restore your body and return to the peak, only the soul fusion pill should not be enough, right? Lu Changsheng asked Honglian. Young master, with the soul fusion pill, as long as I have a body, I can merge my body and soul and revive again. But in this state, it is almost hopeless for me to return to the peak. If I want to return to the peak, I must have a good body that can fit my soul. And my soul is weak at present, and I can only rely on the ancient beast talisman to cultivate. If I want to return to the peak and perfectly merge my body, my soul must also return to the peak. Honglian said with a bitter voice. With the soul fusion pill, resurrection is very simple for her. The difficult part is how to return to the peak. If I just find a body and take the soul fusion pill, let alone return to the peak, I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the nascent soul. The best body? Restoring the soul. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and asked, what is the specific description of this best body? Sir, for example, the bones of a Yuanying cultivator can be used to refine the spiritual objects of heaven and earth for the incarnation, or the body can be shaped by some natural treasures. Honglian knew that Lu Changsheng didn't understand these things, so he explained. The bones of a Yuanying cultivator can be used to refine the spiritual objects of heaven and earth for the incarnation, or the body can be shaped by some natural treasures. Lu Changsheng heard the words, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He felt that except for relying on the system, it was impossible for him to obtain these items at present. He said, okay, I will pay more attention to this aspect for you. Although he would not be resurrected immediately, even if he had such a treasure now, and could revive Honglian. But since others expressed their feelings in this way, he naturally couldn't be worse verbally. Thank you, sir. Honglian said in a light and pleasant voice. In addition to teaching his children, Lu Changsheng saw Ling Zixiao still setting up the Shenmu formation by himself, and immediately asked Honglian to assist Ling Zixiao in setting up the formation, and the two of them exchanged formations from time to time. After all, Honglian was a third-level formation master, and some guidance would also benefit Ling Zixiao a lot. Chapter 280 The auction begins and the method of longevity between heaven and earth is mastered. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. With Honglian, Lu Maoyan's cultivation teaching for her children has become much simpler. However, with Honglian, not all of her children practice top-level techniques. Most of them still practiced exquisite techniques, or even advanced techniques. Because for most people, if they are not gifted and very compatible, forcing them to practice the side door level or the top-level techniques of the authentic level, even if they get started, is very reluctant, inefficient, and not worth a loss. During this time, Lu Changsheng did not make any arrangements for Suru Ayan. He just let her serve tea and water like a maid, rub shoulders and bathe, tease her when she has nothing to do, and make the boring days more fun. Because the auction of Hongai Valley Market is about to start. On this day, Lu Changsheng brought his wife Lu Maiahun and Chu Zhenzhen, his children Lu Pinggan, Lu Xianzi, Lu Quansun, Lu Qingsong, Lu Wangshu and others to Hongai Valley Market to participate in the auction. Because of the reputation of Lu Changsheng and Lu Maioj, and the preheating of the market for more than half a year, there are many more cultivators in the Red Leaf Valley Market during this period, and it is much more lively. You guys go shopping by yourselves. Lu Changsheng said to his daughter Lu Wangshu, and to Lu Pinggan and others. For more than 3 years, Qingzhu Mountain has been in a semi-closed state, and the children have never left the house. Now it is rare to go out, so naturally let them move freely. Moreover, for more than 3 years, Xiahao Wu, who has been vigilant and worried, has not made any movement, and Lu Changsheng also plans to unlock the closed state and let some of his children go out. After all, if Xiahao Wu does not appear, he can't just keep his children in the family like this. Many family businesses also gradually need to be taken care of by children going out. Moreover, in the past few years, through the materials for making talismans collected, he has also nurtured more than 10 rare third-level spiritual talismans by the method of nurturing talismans. At that time, he can plant life-saving talismans for some of his children who are out. Yes, father. Thank you, father. The brothers responded to Lu Changsheng. Lu Xianxi and Lu Ruai lived in Honghai Valley Market for a short time in their early years, and introduced the market to their elder brother and younger brother and sister. Lu Changsheng took his wife and concubines to stroll in the market and check his own business shops. At this moment, he was walking in the market, and countless cultivators on the road showed respect, admiration, envy and admiration to him. Like many girls and female cultivators, seeing Lu Changsheng's eyes looking around, they were almost dripping with tears. If he was willing now, I'm afraid that if he waved his hand, many female cultivators would be willing to come to his house as concubines. This is not that his charm has increased again. He has always restrained his charm that he exudes all the time. But with the improvement of his reputation and status, his overall charm has also been raised to a higher level. Lu Changsheng came to Pinggan Fudang. Under Gao He's management and his reputation, Pinggan Fudang is now the #1 spiritual talisman store in Honghai Valley Market. Old Gao, you have worked hard all these years. If you are ready to retire in the future, you can come to my Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng saw his former friend Gao He and said aloud. The two have known each other for more than 20 years. Gao He is now over 60 years old, with gray hair and many wrinkles on his face. His originally round face has become much thinner, but he can still vaguely see his former plumpness. Thank you for your kindness, boss. Gao. He looked at the youthful and handsome man in the green robe in front of him and said respectfully. He has rarely seen Lu Changsheng in recent years. But as he continues to age, every time he sees Lu Changsheng and learns about his situation, he is full of emotion. Who would have thought that the son-in-law of the Lu family, who used to brag and chat with him and exchange talismans, has now become an old ancestor? After a brief chat about the store situation, Lu Changsheng left with his wives and concubines. After seeing Lu Mayaoj, Lu Changsheng asked, Sister Mayaoj, how is your collection of materials for the Rushu Aquarius and Taiyi talisman? Now the materials for the Rushu Aquarius have been gathered, and the materials for the Taiyi talisman are still missing too. Lu Mayaoj said softly. However, if she wants to create her own spiritual weapon, she still needs to hire a weapon refiner. I'll make it for you after the auction is over. Lu Changsheng said. Because of the skills inherited by the system, he also has a good understanding of the creation of the life spirit weapon of the Changsheng Rushuju. He can help Lu Mayaoj create the spirit weapon embryo. Okay, Lu Mayaoj was a little surprised when she heard it, but she still chose to believe Lu Changsheng and nodded in response. 5 days later, the auction officially began. Lu Yuanzhang, Bai Yunang, and the ancestor of the Su family and many other family forces around, many foundation-building casual cultivators came to the Red Leaf Valley Market to participate in this auction. Because the auction has been warmed up for so long, several major families have brought out many good things. Lu Changsheng also took out some second-level talismans as the finale. Meetings, Master Lu, Madam Lu, Friend Zhao, Friend Lin, Friend Li, Friend Xiao. Lu Changsheng brought his wife and daughter Lu Wangshu to greet the foundation-building ancestors of other family forces and chat politely. During the process, he saw Su Ringguang. There was a bit of sadness between the other party's eyebrows. Through chatting, Lu Changsheng felt strange when he learned that the other party ran away because of his granddaughter Su Ruiyan. After all, his granddaughter Su Ruiyan is now a maid in his family. Thank you all seniors and fellow Taoists for coming to support us. I, Lu Quanzhen, Bai Yujin, have the honor to host this auction. I wish you all can buy your favorite things. After the auction was almost full, a man and a woman walked onto the auction stage. The man was in his 20s, wearing a green brocade robe, with an elegant and handsome face and narrow and deep eyes. The woman was 18 or 19 years old, wearing a gorgeous white dress, with a slender figure and a beautiful and sweet appearance. Now the four major families are almost headed by the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, so this auction was also hosted by Lu Changsheng. So Lu Changsheng picked one from his children and asked his son Lu Quanzhen to host it. As for Bai Yujin, she is the daughter of the Bai family of Bainao Lake. It was also because Lu Changsheng felt that it was not good for his family to be fully responsible for the whole process. Let the Bai family arrange someone to show up, just a man and a woman. Husband, this little girl looks like a good match for Quanzhen. Chu Zhenzhen, who was standing next to him, saw her son and the girl from the Bai family on the stage, and her face showed excitement. She has been urging her son Lu Quanzhen to get married. But her son avoids her every day, so when she sees her son approaching a woman, she wants to match them up. Lu Changsheng didn't want to get involved in this topic. Because if he agreed to it, Chu Zhenzhen would definitely act like a spoiled child and ask him to do ideological work for Lu Quanzhen. He was in the middle as both a husband and a father, and he was also in a dilemma. Mom, my brother doesn't want to get married. If you say a few words, he will avoid you again. Besides, it's still early. Lu Kazin, who was standing next to him, put her arm around her mother's arm and spoke for her brother. After all, Lu Quanzhen was a little serious on weekdays, but he was very caring for her brothers and sisters. What do you mean it's too early? Your brother Yun is 1 year younger than Quanzhen, and he already has 3 children. And you're not young anymore, you can't be like your brother. Chu Zhenzhen said a little aggrieved. Hearing this, Lu Kazhen's little heart shrank, and she stopped talking immediately, fearing that the anger would get to her. Seeing this scene, Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaohun smiled. Looking at Lu Quanzhen, who was hosting the auction on the stage, Lu Miaohun couldn't help but think of her eldest son Lu Qingshan. Compared to her younger son Lu Qingsong, who is a little more honest, she still doted on the mischievous Lu Qingshan. After all, this son was naughty, but he was happy every day and often made her happy. Besides, she hadn't seen this son for almost 5 years. Well, Huanhun, what's wrong? Lu Changsheng keenly noticed that his wife Lu Miaohun was suddenly a little depressed. Nothing. Lu Miaohun came back to her senses and said softly. Although she wanted to visit her son at the Qingyun Sect of Yu State, she also knew that Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj could not leave at all given the family's current situation. Lu Changsheng held her slender and white hand without saying anything. He knew that Lu Miaohun missed her son Lu Qingshan. Over the years, Lu Miaohun often missed her son. The first auction item of this auction, the War Beast puppet, was researched and created by the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. It is a first-class top-grade product that can attack and defend, has excellent speed, and is engraved with several kinds of magic. At this time, Lu Quanzhen has begun to introduce the first auction item. This is exactly the puppet created by the Qingzhu Mountain Puppet Workshop. However, it is not yet possible to mass-produce it on a large scale, and it can be used for publicity and reputation. Quanzhen is very good. It performed well in its first auction. Lu Miaoj praised. Quanzhen is really good in this regard. I originally planned to let Xianzi come, but his personality makes him too restrained and nervous in such occasions. Lu Changsheng leaned back in the soft chair and nodded. As a mother, Chu Zhenzhen, who was standing next to her, was very happy when she heard her son being praised. This son, apart from not listening to her mother's preaching, was indeed very worry-free in other aspects, which made her proud. Especially in terms of treating his younger brothers and sisters on weekdays, he often reminded her of her brother Chu Changsheng. Time passed little by little. This auction was divided into 3 sessions and lasted for a total of 3 days. The scale was not small. But the Red Leaf Valley market was, after all, just an auction held by a few foundation-building families, and the grade of the auction items was limited. Lu Changsheng couldn't take out 2 rare items. For example, the treasure map that was prepared for auction before, after thinking about it, also gave up the auction. Otherwise, as long as he took out a foundation-building pill and promoted this treasure map, I'm afraid the auction would be 10 times more lively. After the auction, Lu Changsheng and the other 3 families had already discussed and opened some welfare regulations to the market, trying to keep some of this wave of traffic. At the same time, after the auction, Lu Changsheng and the ancestors of other family forces, foundation-building casual cultivators, held a trade fair. Although he didn't have what he wanted, he gathered the 2 materials for Lu Miaoj to refine the natal spiritual weapon Taifu. Father-in-law, how is the foundation building at home going? Lu Changsheng saw Lu Yuanding and asked about the foundation building at Qingzhu Mountain. Not long ago, my family spent a lot of money to buy a earth fire evil key. Mu Ping has a fire spiritual root, and he switched to practicing Qingmu Yanai Gong, so this earth fire evil key is more suitable for him. And Maya Feng has also thought about giving in because of the previous things, and plans to go out and fight on his own. Lu Yuanding sighed slightly. He was also very entangled about the foundation building of these two people. Lu Maya Feng has a 4th grade spiritual root and has had a foundation building experience. The probability of breaking through the foundation is obviously a few points higher. But because of the previous failure of the foundation building, Lu Maya Feng may have a demon in his heart. The pressure is too great, and he is afraid that he will fail again and disappoint the family's expectations. And compared to Lu Maya Feng, Lu Muping is only 40 years old, younger. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded, and did not interfere. After all, the chances of the two of them breaking through the foundation building are about the same, and Qingzhu Mountain is more concerned than him. With the auction completely over, Lu Changsheng is also ready to take his wife and children back to Bihu Mountain. Father. At this time, Lu Quanzhen told Lu Changsheng that he wanted to go out for training and adventure. Go out for training. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly when he heard this. He had long known that his son had a heart to go out for training. If it weren't for the matter of building Bihu Mountain, he would have run away long ago if he was called back home. Wait until you break through the 6th level of key refining. Lu Changsheng looked at his son in front of him and pondered slightly. He could understand that his children wanted to go out for training and were unwilling to settle for the family. After all, most family members knew that if they were content with the family and did not go out for training and adventure, unless they were gifted, they would probably have no hope of building a foundation in this life. Even if the current conditions of Bihu Mountain are far better than those of Qingzhu Mountain, Beineo Lake, Centipede Ridge, and even Yashusu family, they cannot train many children to build a foundation. At most, they can be trained to the late stage of key refining, and they still have to rely on themselves to build a foundation. Lu Quanzhen obviously saw this. He knew that his spiritual roots were not good, only the 8th grade spiritual roots, so he had already planned his life. However, in Lu Changsheng's opinion, the cultivation level of the 5th level of key refining was still a bit low. After the 6th level of key refining, his son would have to go out, so he planted a life-saving talisman for him. Thank you, Father. Lu Quanzhen heard this and immediately responded respectfully. He knew that if his father agreed, then the matter would be settled. Prepare your mother mentally during this time, and don't run away without saying a word. Lu Changsheng patted his son on the shoulder and said, the young eagle will always fly. If it weren't for the son having his own ideas and wanting to go out and make a living, he would actually prefer to give the head of the family to the son. At present, the personalities of Lu Pinggan, Lu Xianzi, and Lu Yun are not suitable for the position of the head of the Bihu Mountain family. Father, you also know that if I tell my mother, she will definitely not agree, so I can only trouble you. Lu Quanzhen's handsome face showed a helpless smile. Alice, you should coax your mother more, don't hide from her all the time. The more you hide, the more she will miss you. If it doesn't work, just say that you are going out for training and see if you can meet the woman you love. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said. He was also troubled by Chu Hansen's urging Lu Quanzhen to get married. Yes, I know. Lu Quanzhen smiled, and his eyes looked narrow and long. His facial features were 7 points similar to Lu Changsheng, but his eyebrows and eyes were inherited from his mother, especially when he smiled. After returning to Bihu Mountain with his wife, concubines and children, Lu Changsheng briefly explained and arranged some family affairs and the situation of his children, and then returned to Zumi Cave Heaven. Young Master. Su Ruian, wearing a fiery red dress and a delicate and beautiful face, saw Lu Changsheng and immediately said respectfully, well, I met your grandfather at the auction this time. She is very worried about your situation. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Grandpa. Su Ruian's body trembled violently when she heard this. After being in Zumi Cave Heaven for so long, what she was most worried about was the situation at home. She lowered her eyebrows and said, thank you for telling me, sir. When you left home, did you say when you would be back? Lu Changsheng asked in a gentle voice, holding her slender waist like a snake in his arms. This behavior and caring tone made Su Ruian's heart tremble. If she didn't know the other side of Lu Changsheng, She couldn't help but fall in love with Lu Changsheng if they continued to get along like this. Sometimes she even wondered if she would choose to marry Lu Changsheng instead of stealing, would the result be different? No. Su Rui's body was a little tense, and she leaned on Lu Changsheng's chest with a well-behaved face, letting his strong and powerful arms hold her. She knew that if she wanted to please Lu Changsheng, she had to behave well and obediently in front of him. You should have a lifeguard, a soul lamp or something like that at home, right? Lu Changsheng sat down on a bamboo chair nearby, holding her graceful body, and entwining her dangling fiery red crystal hair with 2 fingers. Su Rui's crystal and soft hair felt very comfortable to touch, and he often played with it. After more than a month of training, she gradually raised her head and took the initiative to rub his palm, like a docile kitten, which made him feel very accomplished. It can only be said that bullying women is also a man's nature. Yes, Su Rui said softly. Although the actions were humiliating now, she sadly found that she was gradually adapting to it. Since there are lifeguards and soul lamps, there will be no worries at home. Lu Changsheng chuckled. After teasing Su Rui for a while, he entered the cave of Changsheng Palace and began to create a spiritual tool embryo for Lu Miaoj. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. On this day, Lu Miaoj came to the back mountain of Lingxiu Cliff as usual. She took out the formation order Ling Zixiao gave her, walked into the formation, and looked at the Lingming treasure tree in front of her. Heaven and Earth Longevity Method, Refine. Lu Miaoj sat cross-legged in front of the Lingming treasure tree, pinched her hands, and refined the Lingming treasure tree in front of her with her spiritual power. It's better to say it's fusion than refining. Because after more than a year of refinement, she has established a connection with the Lingming treasure tree, and the two are almost one. She can even sense the emotions of this Lingming treasure tree in the dark. Now she has to completely refine this Lingming treasure tree into her own life root, and the two are completely one. As she refined the Lingming treasure tree, the Lingming treasure tree also poured into Lu Miaoj's body. Well, what's going on? Lu Miaoj suddenly felt that her spiritual power was pouring out uncontrollably and was swallowed by the Lingming treasure tree. In the past, she used her spiritual power to nourish and refine the Lingming treasure tree. But at this time, the Lingming treasure tree took the initiative to devour her spiritual power, making her face pale. As if she realized something, Lu Miaoj immediately took out a number of spiritual stones from her storage bag to restore her spiritual power. At the same time, she took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and poured it into the Lingming treasure tree. Just when Lu Miaoj's spiritual power was almost sucked dry by the Lingming treasure tree, a mysterious throbbing surged into her heart, making her whole body become light and clear. Hoo. A surging spiritual power spread from the Lingming treasure tree to Lu Miaoj, covering her whole body, and letting countless spiritual energy from the surrounding heaven and earth roll in and enter her body. Boom. In an instant, Lu Miaoj's whole body shook violently, and a breeze swept around her. The bottleneck of her years of key refining from the 6th level to the 7th level was directly broken at this moment. But it has not stopped yet, and the Lingming treasure tree still has a strong source of plant and wood essence pouring into her body. Chapter 281 The Effect of the Heaven and Earth Longevity Method. Go to the White J Tower. At the top of Biayan Peak, Ling Zixiao was setting up the Shenmu Great Array with Su Ruian. Sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on Linka Cliff and the movement of the array, her expression was slightly condensed. She immediately stopped arranging the array and flew to Linka Cliff to check the situation. Is this the method of longevity of heaven and earth? Is it done? Ling Zixiao came to the back mountain of Linka Cliff and saw Lu Miaoj and Lingming Baoshu. Each of them was filled with spiritual energy, as if they were one. Although she had read the method of longevity of heaven and earth, she didn't know the specific effect of refining it. Moreover, this method would refine different spiritual plants of heaven and earth into the spiritual roots of one's own life, and the situation would also be different. She immediately took out the yin-yang sensing talisman and asked Lu Changsheng to come and see the situation. Changsheng Hall, in the retreat cave. The method of longevity of heaven and earth is done. Lu Changsheng was refining the embryo of the spiritual tool. After receiving the message from Ling Zixiao, he immediately got up, walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven, and came to Linka Cliff. But Lu Miaoj was sitting cross-legged, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him. At this moment, she and the spirit tree were blended together, as if they were one and the same. Zixiao, gather the spirit. Lu Changsheng said directly to Ling Xiao, asking her to gather the spirit energy around Linky Cliff. He also took out a number of medium-grade spirit stones from his storage bag, crushed them, and let the rich spirit energy in the spirit stones overflow. He could see that Lu Maoyan's current state should be to refine the spirit tree into her life spirit root. But because the grade of this spirit plant grew higher and Lu Maoyan's cultivation was too low, she received the spirit tree's feedback and her cultivation broke through. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded, took out a formation plate, pinched the magic formula with his hands, and mobilized the spirit energy of heaven and earth on Linky Cliff to gather here. Hu. As the spirit energy of heaven and earth entered her body, Lu Maoyan's cultivation broke through the 7th level of key refining, and her breath rose steadily. After about half a day, her cultivation broke through from the 7th level of key refining to the 8th level of key refining. Is Maoyan going to break through the foundation building directly? Ling Xiao looked at the situation in front of him and said with a faint smile. It shouldn't be possible. It can't break through the foundation building with this movement. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said. Although the movement in front of him was not small, it was still far from breaking through the foundation building. It was not at the same level at all. Another day passed, and Lu Maoyan's cultivation level broke through from the 8th level of key refining to the 9th level of key refining. After breaking through to the 9th level of key refining, the spiritual energy and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the Lingming treasure tree continued, but the movement was obviously getting smaller and smaller. Husband, Sister Ling. A day later, Lu Maoyan opened her eyes and looked at Lu Changsheng and Ling Xiao in front of her, full of joy. Her face was much younger at this time, and her whole body also had a bit more thriving breath, giving her vitality. Congratulations to Mayuner for practicing the heaven and earth longevity method. The future of immortality is promising. Lu Changsheng smiled and congratulated his wife. In the past, Lu Maoyan and others congratulated her, but now it is rare to congratulate his wife. Congratulations, Maoyan. Ling Xiao also smiled and congratulated Lu Maoyan. Her beautiful eyes kept looking at Lu Maoyan's situation. When Lu Maoyan broke through the foundation, her appearance and temperament changed dramatically, as if she had been reborn. Lu Maoyan at this time was no less impressive. Not only did she look much younger, but she was like a spiritual and green treasure tree, making the air around her seem a little fresher. Thank you, my husband. Thank you, Sister Ling. If it weren't for my husband and Sister Ling, I wouldn't have been able to practice this technique. Lu Maoyan said so, looking at Lu Changsheng with tenderness in her eyes. If it weren't for Lu Changsheng, she would have found it difficult to practice to the 9th level of key refining in her life. But now, under Lu Changsheng's arrangement, she practiced the heaven and earth longevity method, refined the Lingming treasure tree into her lifelong spiritual root, and her cultivation level directly broke through the 9th level of key refining. Moreover, she could clearly feel that she and this Lingming treasure tree were one. As time goes by, the seasons change, and the Lingming treasure tree grows. The essence of plants and trees will continue to enter her body, which is equivalent to her own cultivation. Now, for her, building the foundation is just a matter of time. Yuner, after you practice this technique, do you feel any changes? Lu Changsheng asked Lu Maoyan. The heaven and earth longevity method can be said to be the only top-level technique in the family that is currently practiced from outside, so he doesn't know much about it. I feel that I have formed a mysterious connection with the Lingming treasure tree, integrated into one, and can slightly control the Lingming treasure tree. But once I am away from the treasure tree, the connection between the two will gradually weaken and eventually break, causing the technique to fail. And the spiritual power in my body has also changed from the original Qingmu to the power of plants and trees of the heaven and earth longevity method. Lu Maoyan opened her mouth and told her current situation. She said that now that she has cultivated the heaven and earth longevity method, her lifespan has increased a lot. But because all her spiritual power has been transformed into the power of plants and trees of the heaven and earth longevity method, her spiritual power is much weaker than before, and she basically tends to keep in good health. It is also difficult to improve the realm of cultivation by elixirs, and it can only be improved slowly by the growth of the Lingming treasure tree. However, the advantage is that this spiritual power has the effect of maintaining beauty and nourishing the body and soul. Even if she is old, her body is full of vitality and her condition will not decline seriously. At the same time, she has a better understanding of the Lingming treasure tree and knows how to cultivate it so that it can grow at the fastest speed. and she can spend her essence to accelerate the condensation of the Lingming alcohol of the Lingming treasure tree without waiting for the 30-year cycle of growth. It's good if there are no side effects. As for the Lingming alcohol, if you have time, Yuner, you can stimulate it to produce a little and see the effect. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. His only worry is the heaven and earth longevity method. In addition to the above-mentioned problems, there are other side effects. Okay, Lu Maiyue nodded gently in response. Let's go. To congratulate Yuner for practicing the heaven and earth longevity method, we should celebrate it. Lu Changsheng stepped forward and held his wife's hand, laughing out loud. Then he returned to Baiyan Peak and ordered a family banquet to celebrate for Lu Maiyue. Although the wives, concubines, and children at home didn't know what was going on, many of them sensed the situation at Linky Cliff. Seeing the changes in Lu Maiyue's appearance and temperament, they all had guesses and congratulated. Lu Maiyue and Chu Xiansun knew about the heaven and earth longevity method. Seeing the changes in Lu Maiyue's appearance and temperament, they couldn't help but show a bit of envy in the depths of their eyes. Although they didn't have too many ideas about pursuing foundation building, as women, they all had a love of beauty. Moreover, the effect described by the heaven and earth longevity method, automatic cultivation, it was impossible for them not to be moved. This scene was keenly noticed by Lu Changsheng, and he sighed slightly in his heart. Now if the family wants to continue to practice the heaven and earth longevity method, not only must there be new heaven and earth spiritual plans, but they must also wait for the spiritual veins under the Bishu Lake to be promoted to the second level, otherwise they can't afford it. The companion spiritual plants nurtured by Zumi should be able to grow directly on Zumi, right? Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. However, to nurture a companion spiritual plant, it would consume a lot of Zumi's vitality, and he didn't want to do that for the time being. Late at night. Afterwards. Lu Changsheng embraced Lu Maiyue, whose skin was plump, white and tender, and full of sweat, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. He found that after he and Lu Maiyue finished the dual cultivation, he seemed to be clear-headed and clear-eyed. Although this feeling was so weak that it was difficult to detect, it was not the first time for him and Lu Maiyue to practice dual cultivation, so he was very sensitive. This reminded him of the effect of the Lingming alcohol liquid condensed by the Lingming treasure tree. Wiping the eyes with its Lingming alcohol liquid can clear the eyes and enhance the magic power of the spiritual eye. Husband, what's wrong? Lu Maiyue lazily leaned in Lu Changsheng's arms. Her eyes were charming, her cheeks were flushed, and she asked softly. Just now, I seem to have a bit of a clear-headed effect, Lu Changsheng said softly. Immediately, he pressed his wife under him again, ready to do it a few more times to confirm whether it was an illusion. Home accompanied by a soft moan, after several struggles, Lu Changsheng was able to confirm that this was not an illusion. After completing the dual cultivation with Lu Maiyue, there was indeed a vague effect of clearing his mind and eyes. However, this gain was negligible for him, and it would take many years to see some effect. Lu Changsheng did not care about this, and just regarded it as a little unexpected interest. Half a month later. Sister Maiyue, this is your Ruishu bottle. Next, you can use your magic power to warm and carve it. That day, Lu Maiyue came back and used Taiyi True Water to nourish Lingxiao's meridians and Danshan. Lu Changsheng took out a jade bottle that looked like white jade. It was the embryo of Ruishu bottle. Thank you, husband. Seeing this, Lu Maiyue took the Ruishu bottle, and her beautiful eyes showed joy. Although this Ruishu bottle has no offensive means, it has the effect of resisting the law, breaking the law, protecting the body, and storing Taiyi True Water. Ordinary utensils cannot store the Taiyi True Water that she condensed. But with a Ruishu bottle, it can be stored and even condensed. This is also the reason why she chose to refine the Ruishu bottle first, instead of the Taiyi talisman. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Maiyue, who had a slender figure, a beautiful face, a white dress that was whiter than snow, and a temperament that was extraordinary and otherworldly, and touched his chin. Changsheng, what's wrong? Lu Maiyue was a little surprised to see Lu Changsheng suddenly looking at her like this. Sister Maiyue, don't move here, wait for me. After Lu Changsheng finished speaking, he walked out of the Zumi space, leaving Lu Maiyue and Lingxiao looking at each other in confusion. After a while, Lu Changsheng returned to the Changsheng hall, holding a branch that looked like gold and jade in his hand. There were leaves on the branch that were as green as jade and full of vitality. Under the surprised eyes of the two women, Lu Changsheng put the branch picked from the Zumi Tree King into Lu Miaoji's Rushu bottle, and then nodded with satisfaction. Changsheng, what are you doing? Lu Miaoj didn't know why Lu Changsheng picked a branch and put it in the Rushu bottle. Sister Miaoj, this is a branch of Zumi, it has the effect of calming the mind and cleansing the mind. It will be good for you to keep it by your side for a long time. And you put Tei true water in the Rushu bottle, which just nourishes this branch, which will be helpful to you. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. The reason why he wanted to pick a branch for Lu Miaoj was simply because he saw his wife in white clothes, with a holy temperament, holding a jade bottle, and thought of the characters in his previous life. He thought it would be more pleasing to put something in the bottle. However, the fact proved that with the embellishment of such a branch, the jade bottle in Lu Miaoj's heart had become more sacred. If there is anything missing, it is indeed a cinnabar mole. Adding a cinnabar mole on Lu Miaoj's forehead, combined with her holy temperament that seemed to embrace everything, was even more stimulating. Okay, Lu Miaoj didn't think much about it, just thinking that Lu Changsheng was doing it for her own good, smiling and responding with a bit of pampering. But Ling Zixiao next to her saw something strange, but she didn't say anything. After all, with this branch embellishment, the Ruishu bottle has a bit more color, and it really looks much better. In a blink of an eye, another month passed. In this month, Lu Changsheng had a concubine who got pregnant, bringing his total number of children to 170. Thinking of his efficiency in giving birth in recent years, Lu Changsheng let out a sigh of relief and prepared to go to Beiyu Tower. A few years ago, when the family was first established, Ling Zixiao was seriously injured, and Xiao Zai was at home, so he was really embarrassed to go to Beiyu Tower. In addition, the ordinary maids sold in Beiyu Tower all had low-grade spiritual roots, which he no longer liked. If you want a maid with medium-grade spiritual roots or high-grade spiritual roots, there are only members only in auctions. And now, it happened to be the day of the Beiyu Building's auction held every 3 years. So Lu Changsheng was going to broaden his horizons. See what the auction of the Beiyu Building was like and whether it could meet his needs. 3 days later, Lu Changsheng said something to Ling Zixiao, and then secretly left Qingzhu Mountain and went to Jinlong Market. Considering the identity of his family's ancestor, Lu Changsheng slightly concealed his identity. After arriving at the Beiyu Building, he learned that the list of auction items would not arrive for another half a month. And the auction was not an open auction, but a secret auction. Because the Beiyu Building was too widespread. This auction was not just in Jinlong Market, but in the entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world. Therefore, the Beiyu Building could not hold such a large auction, and could only be held in secret. And most cultivators were unwilling to show up at such an auction. In this regard, Lu Changsheng did not care, and simply wandered around in Jinlong Market. There are also many industries of Qingzhu Mountain in Jinlong Market, but the business here can only be considered average, and it has not yet become hot. During the process, Lu Changsheng saw the Yushan pavilion of his former friend Yu Maocheng. But because of his affair with the Yu family, the Yushan pavilion has now been transferred, and Yu Maocheng and his wife Yu Ningguang have also left. Alice. Lu Changsheng sighed. The couple worked hard in Kowloon Market for many years, and they had a good life. But because of his affair with the Yu family was destroyed, and they finally chose to transfer the shop and leave Kowloon Market, living incognito. Originally, Yun Kaianqian and Yu Ningguang had been exchanging letters, but after the Yu family colluded with a magic sect, the two broke off their relationship and no longer had any correspondence. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng came to the White J Tower and looked at the auction list in front of him. A total of 108 maids were auctioned, each with their appearance, situation information, and auction reserve price. Number 1, 27 years old, key refining level 8, 3rd grade spiritual root, starting price, 10 top grade spiritual stones. Number 2, 32 years old, key refining level 9, 3rd grade spiritual root, starting price, 10 top grade spiritual stones. Number 3, 41 years old, key refining level 9, 3rd grade spiritual root, starting price, 10 top grade spiritual stones. As expected of Bai Lao, this handicraft actually has 3 top grade spiritual roots. Lu Changsheng looked at the general information on the auction list and said with a sigh. You can quickly check their appearance by name. He took a quick look at the 3 people. Although their appearance is not as beautiful as a country, they are all of top grade talent. After all, Most of them will not be too ugly after cultivating immortals. In addition, these have been trained by Bai Lao. Even if they originally have average looks, they will practice beauty and beauty techniques. Although he was very tempted by this, he really had no intention of bidding. It's too expensive. The starting price is 10 top-grade spiritual stones, which is 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. This price is far beyond his current consumption. Even though he made huge profits from selling talismans and refining pills, he still had limited financial resources to deal with this. Moreover, this was only the starting price. Compared with the top-grade spiritual roots, the price of the 4th-grade spiritual roots was suddenly cheaper. The cheapest one only starts at 30,000 spiritual stones. The most expensive starting price was only 50,000 spiritual stones, which was half cheaper than the 3rd-grade spiritual roots. Then, the 5th-grade spiritual roots were half cheaper, with a starting price of 10,000 or 20,000. The starting price of the 6th-grade spiritual roots was between 5,000 and 10,000. There were also many mages with low-grade spiritual roots. The low-grade spiritual roots who could enter here were all of the best appearance and figure, or had outstanding talents. Therefore, even the cheapest 9th-grade spiritual roots had a starting price of 1,000 spiritual stones. After Lu Changsheng had a rough look, he asked the steward how much the transaction price of this kind of thing was usually at the starting price in previous years. The other party told him that the competition for low-grade spiritual roots was not very fierce. Basically, if it was 20% higher than the reserve price, there was a high probability that it would be obtained. Competition for several top-grade spiritual roots is relatively fierce. Because this is the gimmick of every auction in the Baiyu building, there are many people competing. As for why it is so fierce, this manager Xiao did not elaborate. But Lu Changsheng knows it roughly in his heart. Geniuses with top-grade spiritual roots like this have many uses. In addition to the most common furnaces and breeding, there are some more brutal methods. For example, after training a person's corpse, or cultivating him, through some magic methods, take away his spiritual roots, or even cultivate him to the foundation, take away his foundation. After all, if you have top-grade spiritual roots, as long as you are willing to spend time and cultivate a little, you will most likely be able to build a foundation. Alice, if you can save one, it's one. Lu Changsheng sighed. The light in the eyes of these women is dim, and you know what they have experienced. Most of them are miserable people. Even after so many years in the world of immortal cultivation, his soft-hearted problem has not changed. Counting the spiritual stones currently available on his body, Lu Changsheng finally gave himself a budget of 50,000 spiritual stones. Because if there are more, he will have too many spiritual stones and pills to sell. Immediately, Lu Changsheng offered 3 5th-grade spiritual roots and 1 6th-grade spiritual root. The prices were low, but the premium was about 40%. It was guaranteed that there was a high probability of getting it, and it cost exactly 50,000 spiritual stones. At present, the auction requires a deposit to be paid first, and there will be a notification after a month when the secret auction is over. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng did not wait in Jiulongfang Market. After paying the deposit, he returned to Qingzhu Mountain. Because this year is the annual meeting of the Lu family. And this year, he also plans to decide the position of the head of the family at the meeting, and send some of his children out to manage the business. Chapter 282, Heavenly Level Demon Planned, The Mysterious Demon Flower. Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Family Mansion, Meeting Hall. Currently, there are 316 family members, 3 foundation building cultivators, 4 in the late key refining stage, 34 in the middle key refining stage, and 16 in the early key refining stage. Lu Changsheng sat in the main seat, listening to his wife Lu Maiyuan's summary with a calm expression. Unknowingly, his Lu family has exceeded 300 members. Moreover, there are 316 family members, but there are 57 immortal cultivators. This ratio is very amazing. The reason why there are so many immortal cultivators in the middle key refining stage is entirely because his 21 wives and concubines are all in this realm of cultivation. As for children, 13 have broken through to the middle key refining stage, and 16 are in the early key refining stage. This year's income is a total of 31,143 coins, and the expenditure is 35,665 coins. The family salary accounts for 70% of the expenditure. Lu Maiyuan continued to speak. In the hall, everyone heard that there was another negative expenditure and loss, and their expressions were a little heavy. After all, For more than 4 years, Qingzhu Mountain has been in a state of loss and has not turned losses into profits. As for the reason for the loss, the main expenses were clear to everyone in the field. Changsheng himself did not feel much about it, and thought that it was not bad to be able to do so in 4 years. After all, in his opinion, the expenses for starting a family and having children were necessities. In the long run, it was profitable anyway. However, the expenses of the family did not include the expenses of the Shenmu array, Qanghe array, training Taoist soldiers, etc. Otherwise, the expenses would be even more exaggerated. The income has improved compared to last year, and we will strive to break even next year. Changsheng chuckled, knocked on the table and said, "Next, I will say 2 things. Our family has been in a semi-closed state for many years, and many industries are not convenient to manage. So, starting from this year, family members who are over 18 years old and break through the 4th level of key refining can apply to go out to manage business and industry." Changsheng looked at his wives, concubines, and children and said aloud, "Apply to go out to manage business and industry." Some Lu family members looked at each other with joy in their eyes. Although no one mentioned the 4-year mountain closure, some Lu family members still had complaints in their hearts. After all, at this age, they are in the prime and full of yearning for the outside world. Naturally, they want to go out and see more. Not to mention traveling and training. Growing up in Qingzhu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain, there are a lot of rules and constraints in the family, so it is boring and yearning for the outside world. Moreover, many wives, concubines and children heard this and knew that this was another opportunity to show off. As for going out for training, you need to break through the 6th level of key refining before you can apply. Changsheng continued. Before, Lu Quanzhen proposed to go out for training, and he must be more than one who had this idea. So he also directly set the rules and set the cultivation level at the 6th level of key refining. For the current children in the family, this cultivation level is not high or low, and they are about 25 years old and have a certain amount of experience. Finally, it's about the head of the family. Changsheng looked at the children below and said aloud, "At present, the affairs of the family are divided into more detailed categories, each doing their own job, and the trivial matters are basically coordinated and handled by Lu Mian. Some major matters are decided by him in Lingzixio. But now the family has decided to open up the mountain gate. Whether it is family trivia or business, dealing with other families, there needs to be one person, that is, the head of the Lu family." Head of the family. Hearing this, many concubines and children looked at each other in surprise, and looked at Lu Pingyan, Lu Quanzhen, and Lu Yun. Although the Lu family does not pay too much attention to the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. But in the eyes of most concubines and children, there is still a distinction in this regard. After all, although Lu Changsheng treats all his children equally in terms of welfare benefits, he still has obvious preferences in daily life. Like Lu Pingyan, Lu Quanzhen, and Lu Yun are all born to the main wife, and are relatively older and favored by Lu Changsheng. Most people guess that the head of the family will choose from them. At present, the first head of our Lu family is Lu Yun. Changsheng did not do any voting, and directly looked at his son Lu Yun and said, "The reason for choosing Lu Yun is that his sons Lu Pingyan and Lu Quanzhen have no idea of being the head of the family. On the other hand, it is also in terms of ability. Although Lu Yun lacks opinions and courage, he is not bad at doing things under the guidance of Lu Mian. As the head of the family, with the help of his mother Lu Mian in the early stage, at least there will be no problems. Besides, this son is not without advantages. At least he is diligent and obedient, and he has set an example in marrying and having children. Now he has a wife, 3 concubines, and 3 children. Although he can't compare with him as a father. But among these children with spiritual roots, it is already very good. Thank you, father. The child will live up to your high expectations and live up to everyone's expectations." Lu Yun heard this, took a deep breath, stood up and bowed with some joy and nervousness. Although the head of a family of immortal cultivation is different from the head of a family in the secular world. Being the head of a family is equivalent to half giving up the immortal path, and spending a lot of time on daily trivial matters, and basically no hope of building a foundation. But the identity, status, and power of the head of the family are still unquestionable. Congratulations, Brother Yun. Congratulations, Brother Yun. Meet the head of the family. Someone immediately congratulated Lu Yun. Well, do well. The position of the head of the family is for a 5-year term, and you can serve for a maximum of 4 terms. I will judge based on your performance during your term. If you do well, you will be rewarded and continue to serve. If you don't do well, I will replace you. Do you understand? Lu Changsheng said. He chose Lu Yun as the head of the family, in addition to Lu Maiyuan, because there are not many children to choose from in the family. If Lu Yun's ability is really not good and he is not suitable, he will still replace him and choose from other children. After all, in his eyes, there is really no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children in this regard. Being the head of the family mainly depends on ability. Yes, father. Lu Yun took a deep breath and nodded in response. He had known these things in advance from his mother Lu Maiyuan, and was mentally prepared. This family meeting ends here. If you have anything else, you can come to me directly. Lu Changsheng looked at his wives, concubines, and children and said, "Yes, husband, father." Everyone in the hall stood up and responded respectfully. Immediately, Lu Changsheng took several wives and left the hall directly. As the family meeting ended, Qingzhu Mountain was bustling. During this time, Lu Changsheng also accompanied his wife, concubines and children to discuss the arrangement of his children's exile. After all, when his children were exiled, they would give priority to the exiles near the Green Lake Mountain, such as the Red Leaf Valley Market and the Nine Dragons Market. In addition, he also asked Huanglian to refine identity tokens for the family. All the Lu family members could use the jade tokens to sense each other's location, send messages to each other, ask for help, verify their identities, etc. Moreover, during this time, he also spent more time on the third-level treasure talismans prepared for his children. "Sir, what do you think of this style?" That day, Su Ruan handed the refined identity token to Lu Changsheng. The token was about 3 fingers wide, like a gold and jade, with green embellishments on the edge. On one side was a mountain and sea pattern, and on the other side was a Lu character, which was gorgeous and simple. This token could sense each other's existence within 100 miles, and simple messages could be sent within 1,000 miles. If Lu Changsheng wanted, he could use the Red Lotus X infinite tracking technique to find the location of the token. Yes, you can mark each token and distinguish them simply. After taking a few glances, Lu Changsheng asked Huanglian to mark the Lu side with a simple mark, and then decided on it. There are a total of 13 children in the family who are eligible to apply for going out. But only 6 of them have applied for going out, so he is not in a hurry to refine the token. According to Huanglian's speed of refining one every 3 to 5 days, it is enough. After roughly arranging and handling family affairs, Lu Changsheng remembered that the auction of Beiyu Tower was almost out. He went out and came to Beiyu Tower in Jiulongfang City. "Mr. Yi, please come in. The 4 maids you auctioned in our Beiyu Tower before, except for number 66, which failed in the auction, number 69, number 77, and number 98 were all successful. I don't know if you are sure, Mr. Yi." The manager of Beiyu Tower saw Lu Changsheng and immediately said enthusiastically, "In Jiulongfang City, those who can spend nearly 50,000 spirit stones to buy maids are definitely big customers, so they are very enthusiastic." Number 66 failed. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this, but he didn't care too much. Then he paid the balance of the remaining 3 maids. Since the 3 maids also needed to be transported from other places by Beiyu, they would have to wait for more than a month. In response, Lu Changsheng said goodbye and left after confirming the matter, saying that he would come to pick them up at that time and there was no need to send them home. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. "This is a life-saving talisman refined for your father. You will apply a drop of blood from your eyebrow and blood essence on it. If you encounter a life and death crisis, you can activate the talisman to escape. About this talisman, it must not be disclosed to the outside world, understand?" Lu Changsheng looked at his children in front of him, his expression serious, and said in a deep voice. His talisman is called Substitute Talisman, which is ranked as the 3rd level lower grade. The effect is somewhat similar to his life substitute talisman. It can be connected through the essence, blood, body and soul. When encountering danger, it will form a substitute puppet to block the disaster and then move thousands of miles away. However, the effect is far inferior to the life substitute talisman, and it can only resist a Dan attack at best. And unlike the life replacement talisman, it cannot take the place of evil spirits and guard against some difficult means. But for these children, it is enough. They all went to the market to take care of business. Unless they encountered some powerful robber cultivators, they would not use these talismans. Yes, father. It was the first time they saw their father's expression so majestic. Knowing that it was of great importance, they did not dare to be disrespectful and made a vow to their inner demons. Then, looking at the talismans in their hands that were light purple dragon scales and outlined mysterious tadpole characters, they all looked happy. After all, they all knew that their father was a top talisman master with a great reputation. Such a life-saving talisman must be not simple. Seeing his children use the substitute talisman one by one, Changsheng left after giving a few instructions. Dawn broke in the east, and the morning light was dim. At the top of Qingyun Peak, Qingzhu Mountain was at the highest point. An ancient tree dozens of feet high, covered with gold and jade, and flowing with crystal light stood. This place is the restricted area of Qingzhu Mountain, where the old ancestor and the queen practice, and can easily overlook the entire Qingzhu Mountain scenery. At this moment, on the ancient tree, a man and a woman are doing shameful and happy things. Changsheng asked Su Ruian to hold the branches, and he supported her from behind. Su Ruian was wearing a red gauze dress, and her two even legs were like jade pillars. She was forced to tiptoe and raise her heels from time to time, making her white jade toes red. "Miss Su, do you like this?" Changsheng teased. After spending so much time together, he naturally couldn't help but pick Su Ruian's fruit. Maybe under his daily training, or under Ling Xiao's brainwashing, Su Ruian gradually accepted her fate, and took the initiative to offer herself when he and Ling Xiao were warm after drinking. Faced with this situation, Changsheng naturally would not pretend to be a gentleman. In the following days, Su Ruian became like Ling Xiao's maid, helping to serve and making Changsheng happy and comfortable. On weekdays, Changsheng could also let Su Ruian cooperate with some of the games that were not easy to play with his wife. "Wow, I like it." Su Ruian was forced to hold the branches of Zumi, her beautiful eyes closed, her fiery red hair dancing in disorder, and she made a hesitant sound. At this height, the two could also see the fishermen fishing in the Bishu Lake and some casual practitioners who were practicing on the island in the middle of the lake. "Do you think they will see us? Or think about what we are doing here?" Changsheng looked at the vast Bishu Lake, his palm wandering on the smooth skin, and said softly. Although Su Ruian knew that she would definitely not be able to see here from below with the inverted five elements formation, she was still tense when she looked at the scenery below with her blurred eyes, and an indescribable excitement surged in her heart. Finally, under the crisp sound, Su Ruian moaned and groaned, her whole body limp with a hint of crying, and her hands fell down powerlessly. Seeing this, Changsheng thought that Su Ruian was at least at the 9th level of ki refining, and her body was still a little weak. He patted her buttocks, embraced her delicate body, and changed the posture to continue. At this time, a system prompt sounded. "Congratulations to the host for completing the 30 offspring to draw ki into the body, stepping into the immortal path, and obtaining the blood effect. The probability of the offspring's spiritual roots increased by 5%, and a chance to win a lottery. 30. Changsheng heard the system prompt sound and paused. There was no prompt in the previous 25 times, so he had this guess. Hearing that the system gave money, Changsheng was also in a good mood. He held the graceful waist, drove straight in, and huang long, venting his joy. The beautiful woman's jade body trembled, shivered, threw away her armor, was in a mess, and the sweet spring flowed. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that Changsheng put Su Ruian back to rest. He went to the talisman room and started to draw. "System, draw," Changsheng said silently in his heart. Suddenly, the light red turntable appeared with a golden light, and began to rotate and draw, and then stopped at the pet column. Ling. "Congratulations to the host for winning the spiritual pet, Weird Prison Demon Flower. The reward has been issued in the system space, and the host can check it at any time." A dark black flower pattern with blood all over its body emerged from the turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. "Weird Prison Demon Flower, Demon Plant." Changsheng's eyes lit up when he saw this reward. Although he didn't have any idea about pets, spiritual plant pets were definitely an exception. After all, through the Zumi Tree King, he knew that this kind of demon plant could also be used to practice the heaven and earth longevity method. Immediately, Changsheng looked at the system space. Monster, Weird Prison Demon Flower, rank, Heavenly rank top rank, description, transformed from a 5th rank demon soul in the netherworld, It was born with the help of countless living beings' blood, feeds on flesh, blood, and souls, has a prison in its belly, and imprisons living beings, and currently has the strength of the second rank, heavenly rank top rank? Has the strength of the second rank. Lu Changsheng looked at the rank and description of the weird prison demon flower in front of him, and his face showed joy. Whether it was this rank or this strength, he felt that this weird prison demon flower was very good. If there was really a problem, it just looked a bit weird. Born with the help of living beings' blood, it feeds on flesh, blood, and souls. Does this mean that this demon flower doesn't need much spiritual energy from the spirit veins, as long as it has enough flesh and blood? If so, planting this weird prison demon flower will not add too much pressure to the current situation of Qingzhu Mountain. I wonder if this demon flower can be used to practice the heaven and earth longevity method. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself when he saw the demon plant in the system space. He planned to give this demon plant to Lu Miaohan, or choose Hansun to practice the heaven and earth immortality method. Through Lu Miaohan's practice of the heaven and earth immortality method, he knew that after refining the heaven and earth spirit plant into his own spiritual root, there would not be any other major problems except that it would affect the growth of the spiritual plant to a certain extent. As a demon plant with heavenly blood, the weird prison demon flower must have met the requirements for practicing the heaven and earth immortality method. If it is used to practice the heaven and earth immortality method, the effect may be much better than the Lingming treasure tree. But this weird prison demon flower should be more suitable for Huanghuan. Lu Changsheng touched his chin. This weird prison demon flower looks a bit like a demon in terms of appearance and description. According to Chu Zhansun's personality, he would be afraid of it just by looking at it, so how could he dare to feed it with flesh and blood? Although Lu Miaohan may not like it, it is obviously much better than Chu Zhansun, so she should not mind it too much. If Zumi can give birth to a companion spiritual plant, then Huanghuan and Zhansun's spiritual plants will be solved. Lu Changsheng let out a long breath. I plan to plant this strange prison flower at a certain time and let Lu Miaohan and Chu Zhansun see it. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng came to Jiulongfang market. Almost 3 months later, his 3 maids had already arrived. Lu Changsheng looked at the 3 maids in front of him. They were similar to Xiao Yuiao, Zhao Yuru and others at the beginning. The 3 of them had excellent looks and figures, but their eyes were dull and full of numbness. The only difference was that 2 of the 3 women had 5th grade spiritual roots and 1 had 6th grade spiritual roots. 5 grade spiritual roots. Lu Changsheng was quite emotional. I still remember that when I first came to Beiyu Tower, I could only afford a maid with 9th grade spiritual roots. At that time, middle grade spiritual roots were simply unattainable for me. But after years of hard work, women with middle grade spiritual roots were just a similar expense for me. There were even female cultivators with middle grade spiritual roots who took the initiative to come to my house and pay for it. Wealth, companions, law and land. No wonder wealth is ranked first. Tut tut tut, money makes the world go round. After Lu Changsheng sighed slightly, he said that there was no problem and took the 3 people back to Qingzhu Mountain. During this period, the steward Xiao also upgraded Lu Changsheng's membership. He said that with a higher membership level, the number of maids in future auctions will be seen, and the quality will also be improved. This surprised Lu Changsheng. He didn't expect that the auction was also divided into levels. Immediately, he asked the steward Xiao what the previous prices of several high-quality spiritual roots were. The other party did not hide it, saying that number 1 was sold at a price of 150,000, and number 2 was sold at a price of 160,000 spirit stones, which made Lu Changsheng stunned. It feels that there are still more rich people than he imagined, but with this financial resources, it is definitely not a foundation-building cultivator, but a giant in Zenrun. Chapter 283 Top-Grade Spiritual Roots, Spiritual Source Beads. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During these 3 months, although Lu Changsheng took care of the 3 newly bought maids, only one of them became pregnant. It was not because of any problems, but simply because of time. In addition, there were only so many concubines in the family, and Lu Changsheng was not in a hurry for them to get pregnant immediately. On this day, Lu Changsheng sensed a surge of magic power into his body out of thin air. He knew that one of his children had improved his cultivation level. Now that his children have gradually started to practice, he can sense this bonus almost every few months or half a year. But whether it is key refining or martial arts realm, it is too low for his current strength bonus. Unless there is a quantitative change, Otherwise, only when his children break through the foundation building, he will have a significant improvement and be able to break through the realm directly. Further. 3 days later, his son Lu Quanzhen saw Lu Changsheng and immediately said that he had broken through the 6th level of key refining. 6th level of key refining. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he knew that Lu Quanzhen wanted to talk about going out for training. Although this kind of thing can be reported directly to Lu Yun and Lu Maiyan. But he obviously couldn't get past his mother Chu Zhenzhen, who asked him to be her lobbyist. Well, let's go. Lu Changsheng also had a headache. He would not regret having promised his son such a thing. Besides, in his heart, he also hoped that his children could go out more often. In the world of cultivating immortals, if one is not gifted and has not experienced hardships, it will not be so easy to break through the foundation, even if there is a foundation building pill in the future. The two came to Chu Zhenzhen's courtyard. Experience, it's so dangerous outside. After hearing the reason, the smile on Chu Zhenzhen's face immediately turned into worry. She looked at Lu Quanzhen and muttered, Quanzhen, if you want to go out, you can go to the Red Leaf Valley Market, and your mother won't stop you, but it's so chaotic and dangerous outside. Husband. Chu Zhenzhen looked at Lu Changsheng again, knowing that he must be here to lobby. After all, she had talked to Lu Changsheng about Lu Quanzhen several times, but this father obviously favored his son. Zhenzhen, I understand your thoughts. I hope Quanzhen is safe and sound. Lu Changsheng held his wife's wrist, sat down and said, I also hope that they can all be safe and sound, but Quanzhen is not young anymore and has his own ideas. He will not be happy staying at home all the time. Besides, the young eagle always has to fly alone. Only by experiencing storms and waves can it grow up. Although Quanzhen doesn't have to go through all this with me as his father, it's a good thing that he is willing to go out and make a living, Lu Changsheng said slowly to his wife. Chu Zhenzhen never makes trouble unreasonably in the face of such things. She only looks aggrieved and sad alone. He has always been soft-hearted and not hard-hearted, and he is afraid of his wife looking aggrieved. Lu Quanzhen is similar. He may be in awe of his father, but he respects his mother and is afraid that his mother will be sad and look at him with a wrong face. And if Quanzhen wants to go out, I, as a father, have also prepared. This talisman is called the substitute talisman. When facing cultivators below the Giant's Henren, you can use the talisman to escape. And this puppet, you should have seen it. It is a second-level puppet. Its combat power can delay a foundation establishment cultivator for several rounds. With ease, Quanzhen will not be in any danger when traveling outside. While Lu Changsheng was speaking, he took out a talisman that looked like purple dragon scales and a beast-shaped puppet that was dark gold and emitting a cold luster. Originally, he didn't want to give a second-level puppet. But looking at Chu Zhenzhen's expression, he thought about taking out more. Second-level puppet. Lu Quanzhen, who was bowing his head, was a little confused when he heard his father's words and saw the second-level puppet in front of him. The substitute talisman can escape by using the talisman when facing cultivators below the Giant's Henren. He could barely understand this. After all, his father was a top-level talisman master. He also gave himself a second-level puppet. Question mark. Is his father so generous and rich? Question mark. He knew that his father was asking his mother not to worry for his mother's sake, and he was touched. He thought that he would just go through the motions and return the puppet to his father later. After all, such a puppet is worth 10,000 or 20,000 spirit stones. For his father, it is probably not a small amount of money. Alice Chu Zhenzhen pursed her lips and sighed faintly. She knew that Lu Changsheng had said so, and basically agreed to Lu Quanzhen's going out. In this case, she naturally couldn't say anything else. And she never refuted Lu Changsheng's words. Quanzhen, you must be careful when you go out. Don't go out for several years at a time. Remember to come back every year. Also, keep the talismans and puppets that Daddy gave you. Don't take risks with these. Chu Zhenzhen pulled her son aside and sat him down sadly, whispering softly, with red eyes. A mother worries when her son is thousands of miles away. Especially since the world of cultivation has always given Chu Zhenzhen a feeling of chaos and danger, she is very worried about her son going out alone. Don't worry, mother, I know. Lu Quanzhen said with a firm and serious face. Then he smeared the blood and blood essence from his brow on the substitute talisman. But the talisman turned into a spiritual light and entered his brow. Chu Zhenzhen was relieved to see this scene. Although she didn't understand so much, she knew that her husband was very powerful and would not treat her children badly. After letting Lu Quanzhen accept the second-level puppet, Lu Changsheng chatted with his wife and children for a while and left. However, when he walked out of the courtyard, Lu Quanzhen immediately sent a message to say that he didn't need the second-level puppet and didn't need his father to spend so much money. You keep it. There are 10 medium-grade spirit stones embedded in it. It can last for about 10 rounds against the early stage of foundation building. So if you encounter foundation building, you can't fight it head-on. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said to his son, not paying much attention to this puppet. He had made 3 second-level puppets before. One for Ling Zixio, one for Lu Miaoyan, and one for Lu Miaoj. A long time ago, he also gave one to Lu Miaohan. But because of Chu Hansen's personality, she didn't like to go out and was not good at fighting, so he didn't give it to her. Now this puppet is the one for Chu Hansen. Thank you, father. Lu Quanzhen took a deep breath and bowed. He felt that his father's background might be beyond the imagination of his brothers and sisters. 2 months later, in the Changsheng palace, Lu Changsheng was refining the Taiyi talisman. Suddenly, a mysterious throbbing came. Lu Changsheng was naturally familiar with this throbbing. With his spiritual roots promoted to the 2nd grade, the quality of his wives and concubines' spiritual roots was relatively improved, and he had good eugenics and good upbringing, as well as the bloodline bonus of the system. He had 6 children before, 4 of whom had spiritual roots, and 2 of them were 5th grade spiritual roots and 2 were 6th grade spiritual roots. But the spiritual roots of these 4 children were far less intense than this child's. This is a top grade spiritual root. A 3rd grade spiritual root. Lu Changsheng's eyes showed joy. Now, except for his daughter Nangguan Yao, whom he has not met yet, there is no top grade spiritual root in his family. In the world of cultivating immortals, a top grade spiritual root can increase the probability of foundation building by 30% to 50% when breaking through the foundation building. If there is a foundation building pill, or a foundation building spiritual object, it will definitely be possible to break through the foundation building process and hopefully form a pill in the future. System. Lu Changsheng muttered silently, and opened his system panel. Name, Lu Changsheng. Identity, Lord of Qingzhu Mountain. Cultivation, 5th level of foundation building. Lifespan, 45/286. Talents, 2nd grade spiritual roots. Zhengjin body, medium spiritual body. Blood talisman spiritual body. Superior spiritual body. Pure heavenly fragrance body. Top spiritual body. Skills, 100 refining treasure body art. 7 stars great freedom sword sutra. Yin and yang harmony art. 9 mysterious talisman sutra. Immortal posture art. Taiyi Shangshu art. 12 capitals of heavenly demon arts. Spells, sword shadow spectroscopy. 7 stars sword key. Soul dispersion needle. Items, magic seed. Soul melting and returning life pill. Wujian weird head. Lu family tree. Soul melting pill. Spirit eye spring. Zuanin pearl. Demonic curse book. Lingming treasure tree. Golden armor bean mother. Life substitution talisman. Crystal condensing pill. Magic weapon. 7 stars heart lamp. 100 horses pagoda lock. Skills, alchemy. 2nd order. Talisman making. 3rd order. Puppet. 2nd order. Spirit slaughter. 2nd order. Wine making. 2nd order. Spiritual pets. Weird hell flower. Zumi tree king. 9 nether mastiff. 6 winged golden silkworm. Cold green black turtle. Peach blossom goo. Blood effect. Probability of offspring spiritual root plus 30%. Reproduction of offspring plus 20%. Family. 321. Lu Changsheng looked at the family column and found the child who had just been born. Immediately, an interface column appeared. Name, unnamed. Lifespan, 1/80. Talent, 3rd grade spiritual root. Cultivation, none. Talent, alchemy, 39%. It is indeed a 3rd grade spiritual root, and it has 39% alchemy talent just after birth. If it is well cultivated in the future, it will not be a problem to become a 2nd level alchemist. Lu Changsheng looked at the interface column, his eyes full of joy. Immediately, he put down the semi-finished Taiyi talisman in his hand and came to the Lu family mansion. He immediately learned that the child in Xiaoziayu's belly was born. No wonder, I didn't expect to give birth to a 3rd grade spiritual root. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. Xiaoziayu gave birth to 3 children for him in total. The first 2 children, daughter Lu Xingyu, had a 6th grade spiritual root. Son Lu Xingyang had a 5th grade spiritual root. Now the third child has a third-grade spiritual root. Meet the master. The servant immediately shouted respectfully when he arrived at Xia Ziyu's courtyard. Well, I heard that Ziyu gave birth. Lu Changsheng nodded, went straight to the backyard wing, and saw Xia Ziyu holding a baby. Husband. Xia Ziyu saw Lu Changsheng coming, and her pale face immediately showed surprise. Now Lu Changsheng usually practices in the Changsheng palace. So the birth of a baby at home basically depends on whether Lu Changsheng remembers it. Although it doesn't matter whether Lu Changsheng is there or not. But no matter what, they still hope that Lu Changsheng can come and see. Ziyu, you have worked hard. Lu Changsheng sat beside the bed with some shame and said in a gentle voice. With more and more children, plus doing some random things on weekdays, it takes at least 10 days and half a month. His concern for the birth of the child has gradually decreased. Husband, it's not hard. Xia Ziyu said softly, showing the baby in her arms to Lu Changsheng. Haha, let's call this child Xingchen. Lu Changsheng took the child in his arms, looked at his clear eyes with distinct black and white, and said with a smile. With a third-grade spiritual root, this son will also be one of the pillars of his Lu family in the future. Xingchen, Lu Xingchen. Xia Ziyu heard this and shouted to the baby with a gentle smile on her face. Ziyu, you have a good rest. After chatting with Xia Ziyu for a while, Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice. Although she has the 7th level of key refining, because of the spiritual body, every time she gives birth to a child, it will hurt her vitality. It takes longer to cultivate than ordinary immortals. After comforting Xia Ziyu, Lu Changsheng came to the mansion to chat with his wives and concubines and asked about the situation at home. Daddy, are you busy? At this time, his daughter Lu Wangshu ran over and shouted to Lu Changsheng with a smile on her face. What's wrong? Lu Changsheng rubbed his daughter's bun and laughed out loud. Now his daughter Lu Wangshu is 9 years old. He plans to awaken his daughter's blood talisman spirit body in another year. Daddy, can you make me some sugar beans? Lu Wangshu took out an empty small bottle, poured it on the ground twice, and said in a soft voice. Don't we have these sugar beans at home? Lu Changsheng smiled warmly. In order to lay a foundation for the child, the family has been purchasing elixirs for a long time. These days, Honglian often uses suruian to make elixirs for the family, so Lu Changsheng rarely makes these ordinary elixirs. But Daddy, the sugar beans you make are sweeter, Lu Wangshu said with his hands on his cheeks, with a cute face. What? I put too much salt in the sugar pills I made. Lu Changsheng pretended not to hear clearly. Daddy, Lu Wangshu held Lu Changsheng's wrist and said coquettishly, Daddy, if you don't give me the refined sugar pills, you will accompany me to go fishing. Okay, I'll go with you later. Lu Changsheng rubbed his daughter's head lovingly, knowing that she wanted him to play with her. Seeing this scene, several wives and concubines nearby showed some envy in their eyes towards Lu Wangshu. Now if we talk about the children in the family who are most favored by Lu Changsheng, it is Lu Wangshu. Half a year later. Red Leaf Valley Market. Friend G, this is the talisman you want, take a look. Lu Changsheng looked at the middle-aged man with a heroic face in front of him, took out 10 second-level top-level talismans, and said aloud. Second-level top-grade relocation talisman, second-level top-grade band-breaking talisman. The heroic man took the talisman and looked at it, and his face immediately showed joy. Then he bowed and said, I have heard of Master Lu's name for a long time. Today I see that he is indeed worthy of his reputation. This is the Spirit Source Pearl. Master Lu only needs to give me another 10,000 spirit stones. You can take this Spirit Source Pearl. He took out a fist-sized spirit pearl that glowed with 5-colored light from the storage bag. As this spirit pearl appeared, the concentration of the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth began to increase slowly. Okay, this is 10,000 spirit stones. Fellow Taoist G can take a look. Lu Changsheng was delighted to see this, and took out a storage bag that had been prepared long ago and said aloud. Okay, the goods are settled, thank you Master Lu. The heroic man took the storage bag, scanned it with his spiritual sense, handed the Spirit Source Pearl to Lu Changsheng, and then bowed and said goodbye. Goodbye. Lu Changsheng sent the other party out, exhaled lightly, looked at the Spirit Source Pearl in his hand, and showed a happy face. With the Spirit Source Pearl, the spiritual veins of my family should be able to improve a lot. Since the establishment of Qingzhu Mountain, he has asked Lu Maoyan to buy Spirit Source Pearls from outside. But the Spirit Source Pearl is rare, and there has been no movement for so many years. 3 months ago, the man surnamed Ji just now found the Lu family and said that he had a spirit source pearl. But he was unwilling to trade through spirit stones, and wanted to ask Lu Changsheng to draw 10 second-level top-grade talismans, and then pay 10,000 spirit stones. Faced with such a request, Lu Changsheng naturally agreed, so there was this deal. But this fellow Taoist Ji, I'm afraid he doesn't look like a good person. Lu Changsheng thought about the effects of these talismans and thought to himself. The effects of the 10 talismans are suitable for exploring the secret realm of the cave, but they are also suitable for killing and robbing. But he didn't care. He checked the spirit source pearl and made sure there was no problem, so he put it in the storage bag. Changsheng, my family is preparing to arrange for Mu Ping to build his foundation. But whether it is Qingzhu Mountain or Hongai Valley Market, the movement is too loud and will be noticed, so I plan to send Mu Ping to Qingyun Market or Xiancheng to build his foundation. That day, Lu Yuanzhong came to Hongai Valley Market and said to Lu Changsheng, Qingyun Market, I know Fairy Xiaoyu from Qingyun Sect, and I can rent a nice cave through her in Qingyun Market. And I'll just take Mu Ping there this time, uncle, you stay at home. Lu Changsheng said after a moment of hesitation after hearing this. It is said that good people should do their best to the end, and send the Buddha to the west. Let Lu Yuanzhong send Lu Muping out to build the foundation, maybe he will encounter dangerous accidents on the way. After all, Lu Muping's foundation is not only related to Qingzhu Mountain, but also to Lu Miaoj. He didn't want to have any accidents at this point. Anyway, Ling Zixio and Zumi are now in charge of Bihu Mountain, and others can go out. So I thought about going there myself, so there would be no problem. In that case, Changsheng, I'll trouble you with this matter. Lu Yuanzhong's face immediately showed joy when he heard this. Having a good cave is also helpful for breaking through the foundation. And Lu Changsheng will send him off in person, so there is no need to worry about any accidents on the way. Uncle, you are too polite. In a month, you can ask Mu Ping to come to Bihu Mountain to find me. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. After that, he said something to Lu Miaoj, and returned to Bihu Mountain, handing the spirit source pearl to Ling Zixio. He asked her to use this spirit source pearl to set up an array to upgrade the spirit vein on Bian Peak. The spirit vein on Bian Peak is a second-level middle grade 1, and it is only one step away from being promoted to a second-level upper grade 1. As long as there are 2 or 3 spirit source pearls, the spirit vein can be promoted. After finishing the work, he also wrote a letter to Xiao Xiaoyu, telling her about the foundation building in Qingyun Feng City. Half a month later, a girl with a delicate and pure face, a charming figure, a white dress, and a peerless grace saw Lu Changsheng and shouted. Her voice was sweet and sticky, like the sound of nature, and her beautiful eyes were full of affection and joy. Little Linger. Seeing the girl with a happy face, Lu Changsheng hugged her very naturally. He turned around like coaxing a child and kissed her on her white and brilliant forehead. Hey, my little Linger has broken through the 9th level of key refining. The next moment, Lu Changsheng sensed the changes in Bai Ling's cultivation. He saw that her cultivation realm had already risen from the 8th level to the 9th level. Although the Black Dragon Code did not show what Ling Zixio said, which made her bloodline show obviously. But this method is still very suitable for her, and the speed of cultivation has increased. It only took 3 years to go from the 8th level to the 9th level. It is estimated that in another 2 or 3 years, she will be ready to impact the foundation. Bai Ling snuggled up to Lu Changsheng's strong chest and raised her head slightly. A pair of peach blossom eyes were like a dream, with a moist luster, enchanting and charming, and an expectant look appeared on her face, waiting for Lu Changsheng to praise her. Little Linger is great. Lu Changsheng naturally knew what the girl was thinking. He lifted her beautiful cheeks, leaned closer to her, and held her soft pink lips, which were as soft and sweet as the scent of white plum blossoms in the cold snow. After a while, Bai Ling's face became bright red, her eyes were as charming as silk, and her eyes seemed to be dripping with water. Her breath was messy, and her body was soft. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng smiled and returned to the room with the girl's delicate body. Although Bai Ling was extremely difficult to get pregnant due to her bloodline, and now she was practicing the Black Dragon Code. But Lu Changsheng was confident in himself and believed that he was a person with great fertility. He could only work harder and he would definitely succeed. Moreover, among so many wives and concubines, Bai Ling was indeed a beauty, and he loved her very much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284: A Trip to Qingyun Market, Fairykin. 1.5 months later. Bihu Mountain, Lu Family Mansion. Zixio, you have been working hard to look after the family these days. Lu Changsheng said to Ling Zixio. He was going to Qingyun Market this time, originally planning to send people there and come back. But because he wrote to Xiao Xiao and learned that there was a 10-year auction in Qingyun Market, she would also go there. So he set off a month later, preparing to participate in this auction to see if he could gain anything. By the way, let Xiao Xiao come to Bihu Mountain at that time. After all, he felt it was necessary to let Xiao Xiao, the mother, participate in the awakening of his daughter's blood talisman spirit body. Don't worry, my dear, I'm at home. Ling Zixio, wearing a blue dress, with a beautiful face, said softly. Her meridians and Danshan have recovered a lot now, and she can barely use the foundation building magic power. Besides, the Zumi Tree King is in charge at home, so even if the Danji attacks, there's nothing to fear. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded in response. He was still very relieved to have Ling Zixio at home. Soon they came to the Lu family mansion. Meet Uncle. In the hall, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s, with a heroic face, dressed in green brocade and sharp eyes, bowed to Lu Changsheng. He was Lu Muping, the foundation-building seed of this generation of the Lu family. Since you are ready, let's go. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly to Lu Muping in front of him. Although he had been in Qingzhu Mountain for many years, he was not very familiar with Lu Muping, and they were just nodding acquaintances. Yes, Uncle. Although the two were not much different in age, Lu Muping was very respectful to Lu Changsheng. After all, as the master of Bihu Mountain, Lu Changsheng now has a great reputation in Qingyun, especially in the surrounding area. This reputation was all earned by Lu Changsheng's 2 battles. And he knew that his own foundation-building pill also came from Lu Changsheng, so he was in awe and gratitude to him. Soon, Lu Changsheng and Lu Muping concealed their appearance and whereabouts, left Bihu Mountain, and went to Qingyun Market. This trip to Qingyun Market to build the foundation is to not let others know that someone in Qingzhu Mountain has built the foundation. 2.5 years ago, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj suppressed the robbers in Hongai Valley Market, and although they became famous, many surrounding family forces were afraid of the two families and were unwilling to watch them continue to grow and rise. After all, no one wants to have another top family force, a family of immortal cultivators, in the surrounding area. 20 days later, a spiritual boat stopped outside Qingyun Market. 2 middle-aged men in black robes walked down from the boat. The two were Lu Changsheng and Lu Muping, who came to Qingyun Market to build the foundation. Qingyun Market. Lu Muping looked at the first market in Qingyun territory in front of him. Although he had been out for many years, he had never been to this Qingyun Market. Go in. Lu Changsheng came here twice and seemed to be familiar with it. He took Lu Muping to queue up for registration and entered the market. Then he took out a yin-yang sensing talisman and sent a message to Xiao Xiao. About half an hour later, a fairy in white clothes and skirt, tall, beautiful, graceful, like the bright moon in the sky, came over. Xiao. Lu Changsheng looked at the figure and transmitted his voice. Changsheng. Xiao Xiao's cold and awe-inspiring eyes immediately showed a bit of tenderness. Boy, meet the fairy Xiao. Lu Muping saw Xiao Xiao, his eyes could not hide the surprise. But he didn't dare to look at her for too long, for fear of blaspheming the fairy in front of him, so he bowed his head and saluted. Xiao Xiao's expression was cold, and she nodded slightly. She knew that Lu Muping in front of her was the person who had broken through the foundation building mentioned by Lu Changsheng. Let's go. Without saying much, she took Lu Changsheng and Lu Muping to the A-shaped cave that had been arranged long ago. For key refining cultivators, this is the best cave to break through the foundation building. Muping, have you prepared everything? If you need anything, you can buy it in Qingyun Market. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Muping and said, Uncle, I'm ready. Thank you for your hard work along the way. Lu Muping replied respectfully. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still a little nervous now that the foundation building was imminent. After all, for most cultivators, The foundation building is the biggest goal in this life. Okay, in that case, you can just build the foundation in the cave with peace of mind. Don't be nervous or anxious. Adjust your state before you impact the foundation building. Lu Changsheng patted him on the shoulder and said, "The other party has a top-grade foundation building pill, 3 foundation building spiritual objects, and foundation building experience. As long as there is no problem during the period, there is a high probability that the foundation building will succeed." "Yes." Lu Muping nodded and replied, entered the cave, and began to prepare for the foundation building. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu came to another inn and expressed their thoughts to each other. Afterwards, "Xiao, do you have time after this auction?" Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice. "Changsheng, is there something going on?" Xiao Ziyu's face was no longer cold, and she looked lazy, delicate and charming, and her demeanor was moving. "If you are free, come back to Qingzhu Mountain with me to talk about Wangshu." Lu Changsheng held the fairy's body and said softly, "What happened to Wangshu?" When Xiao Ziyu heard about her daughter's matter, she immediately showed a worried and nervous look on her face. "Of course it's a great thing." Lu Changsheng smiled at Xiao Ziyu's nervous look. Then he pinched her fair face and said in a gentle voice, "As for what it is, let me keep it a secret, and you will know when the time comes." She thought that only her daughter Lu Wangshu could make Xiao Ziyu so nervous and worried. "Great thing? Okay, I will go back with you when the time comes." Xiao Ziyu immediately let go of her heart that had suddenly been hanging just now, and was curious about what the great thing Lu Changsheng was talking about. A month and a half later, the auction was held in Qingyun City. The auction was very lively. Even though Lu Changsheng had a relationship with Xiao Ziyu, he was only arranged to sit in an ordinary seat. The VIP seats were all from Qingyun Sect or other well-known and famous people in the surrounding areas. Lu Changsheng didn't care about this. He only came to join in the fun and see if he could gain something. As the auction was about to start, cultivators entered the venue one after another, including some fake Danxianren. Huanan Sect. The leader is Qin Fairy from Huanan Sect. At this time, 4 female cultivators dressed in neon-colored luxurious skirts, wrapped in white ribbons, with dignified and elegant manners and fairy-like aura walked into the auction. Someone exclaimed, causing a small sensation. Lu Changsheng also tilted his head to look. These women had flying fairy hair and veils on their faces, so their faces could not be seen clearly, only a pair of beautiful eyes were exposed. But the more so, the more it gives people a kind of ethereal and hazy beauty, and they want to see the peerless face behind the veil. Is this the cultivator of Huanan Sect? Lu Changsheng looked calm, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he was calm and composed. In the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world, in addition to the Qingyun Sect, Qingyun Sect, Luoxia Sect, and Yuling Sect, there are 2 sects, 3 cities, 3 families, and 8 giant forces. Huanan Sect is one of the 2 sects. This sect is very distinctive, with female cultivators as the main force. The disciples practice music and rhythm skills, are good at singing and dancing, and supplement with illusion and charm. Like many big cities, there are industries under its name, such as Huanan Pavilion and Miaoan Pavilion. The music, singing and dancing of the disciples in the sect have the effect of cultivating sentiment, cleansing the soul, and even helping to break through the realm. Because many people need to adjust their state to break through the bottleneck. And the music and rhythm skills of Huanan Sect have the ability to mobilize people's emotions, calm their minds, and eliminate distracting thoughts. As for the name of this Qin Fairy, Lu Changsheng has only heard of it. It seems to be a disciple of a master of Huanan Sect. Because of her high attainments in music, she is called Qin Fairy. The 4 women appeared for only a moment, and then walked straight into a VIP box on the 2nd floor, restoring the calm of the venue. A moment later, the auction began. Although it was a grand auction held once every 10 years, the items in the early stage were still at the level of key refining stage. But relatively speaking, they were all relatively rare and scarce materials. Lu Changsheng looked down on these and did not bid. When it came to the middle of the auction, foundation building items began to appear. During the process, Lu Changsheng bid for a water-type turtle demon collar. Through exchanging experiences with Honglian about taming beasts, he knew that for animals like the 9-nether mastiff, the 6-winged golden silkworm, and the cold green-black turtle, it would be helpful for their growth to take some demon collars. However, this demon core must be of the same attribute. If the monster species is the same, the effect will be better. This water-type turtle demon core is of some help to the cold green-black turtle, so he took the bid. The auction continued. When it came to the second half of the auction, all the items were rare items in the foundation building stage, and even third-level natural treasures. Spirit Source Pearl, starting price, 20,000 spirit stones. This pearl is created by heaven and earth. Although it is only a spiritual eye object of low quality, it can make the spiritual energy richer whether it is carried with you or placed in a cave. If it is used in conjunction with a formation, it can also be used to upgrade the spiritual vein. Each bid must not be less than 1,000 spirit stones. Just then, an auction item appeared, causing a wave of enthusiasm. Spirit Source Pearl. Lu Changsheng was surprised. Based on the Spirit Source Pearl he had obtained before, Lingzhi Xiao made a judgment. It means that with any Spirit Source Pearl, or through the cultivation of a large number of spirit stones, the spiritual vein of Bian Peak can be promoted to the second level upper quality. He was thinking about how to get a Spirit Source Pearl before, and he also wanted to try his luck at the auction this time, but he didn't expect it to be true. 25,000 spirit stones. 30,000 spirit stones. 32,000 spirit stones. For a spiritual object like the Spirit Source Pearl, both individuals and forces have a demand for it, and it was immediately competed for by many people and forces. 40,000 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng made a bid. After a lot of competition, he finally spent 43,000 spirit stones to get the Spirit Source Pearl. This price is a bit expensive, but for Lu Changsheng, it is within an acceptable range. Fortunately, when he was strolling around the market a few days ago, he dealt with the magic tools and spiritual tools that the Red Leaf Valley market had stolen. Otherwise, he really didn't have so many spirit stones on him now, and he would have to rely on selling talisman materials. In the next auction, several good things came on stage, including third-level spirit wood, Dan-forming spirit objects, and low-grade magic weapons. But because the price was too high, Lu Changsheng gave up the competition because he had just spent a lot of money to bid for the Spirit Source Pearl. After all, if he, a foundation-building cultivator, was too wealthy, it would be easy to attract attention. And he really didn't have many spirit stones in his hands now. As the auction ended, Lu Changsheng walked out of the venue with satisfaction. Although he only bought 2 items this time, he thought it was worth the trip because he had the Spirit Source Pearl. 7 days later, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Zhi returned to Qingzhu Mountain to prepare to awaken the blood talisman spirit body for their daughter Lu Wangshu. As for Lu Muping, there was no movement in the cave at present. This situation is very normal. All cultivators who want to break through the foundation building need to prepare and adjust their state. There are very few cultivators like Lu Miaoj who have heavenly foundation building. Even Lu Changsheng and Xiao Zhi spent more than a month to adjust their own spirit and state. It has only been more than a month, and Lu Muping is likely still adjusting his state and has not started to break through the foundation building. So Lu Changsheng and Xiao Zhi can't waste time waiting for him here. Considering that he bought 50,000 spiritual stones at the auction, Lu Changsheng seemed very careful along the way. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any danger and returned to Qingzhu Mountain smoothly half a month later. Mom. Lu Wangshu is very happy to see his mother Xiao Zhi come back. In the past 2.5 years, Xiao Zhi had come to see her once. But she only stayed with her for 3 days before leaving, which made her miss her very much. Wangshu. Xiao Zhi immediately went forward and hugged her daughter tightly. After that, the mother and daughter met, and Lu Wangshu looked happy, chattering to her mother about her daily happiness. Lu Changsheng chatted with his wife and daughter. But when he saw his daughter was going fishing again, he shook his head and left, and handed the Qingyun pearl obtained from the auction to Lingzhi Xiao. Another Qingyun pearl. Lingzhi Xiao's beautiful eyes showed surprise and joy when he saw this Qingyun pearl. You know, Qingyun pearl is a rare item. Lu Changsheng just got one a few months ago, and now there is another one. With this Qingyun pearl, the Bian Peak spiritual vein can be immediately promoted to the second level upper grade. By then, not only will the spiritual energy be improved, but it will also help the Shenmu formation she is still setting up. I'm lucky this time. There happened to be a Qingyun pearl at the auction in Qingyun City, so I took it. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. I will go and integrate this Spirit Source Pearl into the spiritual vein. With the Spirit Source Pearl, the spiritual vein of Bian Peak can be upgraded to the second level upper grade in 3 months at most. Lingzhi Xiao said with joy in her beautiful eyes. She has put a lot of effort into Qingzhu Mountain and regards it as her home. Seeing this home improve and become better little by little, she is also full of a sense of accomplishment. Okay. Lu Changsheng smiled. He rarely saw Ling Zixiao with such an expression. Changsheng, what did you say about Wangshu before? The next day, Xiao Ziyu asked Lu Changsheng about his daughter's good news. Do you remember that I asked you about the blood talisman spirit body? Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Of course I remember. Xiao Ziyu nodded. As soon as she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes showed some doubt, surprise, and joy, and she hurriedly asked Lu Changsheng, Changsheng, are you talking about Wangshu? Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, Wangshu is the blood talisman spirit body. Lu Changsheng held Xiao Ziyu's hand and said softly. Blood talisman spirit body, Wangshu actually has a spirit body. Xiao Ziyu heard the news, her beautiful eyes were full of excitement and joy. Although the blood talisman spirit body has no benefit for cultivation, it is at least a superior spirit body, and it is naturally compatible with the avenue of talismans. With such a spirit body, she will be gifted in the future on the path of talismans. As long as she doesn't die young, she can at least grow into a third-level talisman master. Moreover, with Lu Changsheng, a top talisman master father, her daughter has a bright future in the way of talismans. Changsheng, why didn't you tell me earlier that Wangshu was a blood talisman spirit body, so that I could collect the spiritual blood materials needed by Wangshu in the sect and the market? Xiao Ziyu knew that the blood talisman spirit body was a hidden physique, and it was necessary to consume spiritual blood to stimulate the spirit body through the blood refining method, so as to activate awakening. Haha, I have naturally prepared for this kind of thing a long time ago. I asked you to come here this time to let you awaken the blood talisman spirit body for Wangshu. Lu Changsheng smiled. He thought that he was really worried and confused, otherwise, with Xiao Ziyu's cleverness, how could he not guess that he had already prepared? He took out the spiritual blood he had spent many years collecting from his storage bag. These kinds of spiritual blood are not only mild in nature, but also will not cause damage to the body. Even after soaking, it is good for the muscles, bones and meridians of the flesh. I didn't expect that Changsheng you were so well prepared. Xiao Ziyu heard Lu Changsheng's introduction of several kinds of spiritual blood, and his face showed a happy look. Then he said with some annoyance, it seems that Changsheng, you already knew about Wangshu's spirit. Thinking that as a mother, she had never known about her daughter's spirit and was kept in the dark, the usually cold and aloof fairy Ziyu showed a little temper like a girl. I can't confirm this. I only confirmed it after chatting with Honglian not long ago. Lu Changsheng immediately said that he didn't know before. Speaking of Honglian, Lu Changsheng suddenly paused. He couldn't help but want to ask if Honglian knew about the blood talisman spirit. Xiao Ziyu said before that there are two ways to awaken the blood talisman spirit. But she didn't know the first blood sacrifice ceremony, and there was no record in the Qingyun Sect's notes. So at this moment, I want to ask Honglian about the first awakening method. Are there any differences between the two awakening methods? Immediately, Lu Changsheng came to the top of the Iron Peak and asked Honglian if she knew about the blood talisman spirit. Chapter 285 Lu Wangshu Awakens. Golden Silkworm Goo. Blood talisman spirit body. Honglian heard Lu Changsheng's words and guessed that he was asking about his daughter Lu Wangshu. In the past 2 years in Qingzhu Mountain, when she taught the children of the Lu family to practice, she also made a rough observation. Except for Lu Wangshu, Lu Changsheng's current children can't be said to have any special talents. To be honest, it is the probability of spiritual roots of his offspring that is relatively higher than the average level. However, she clearly noticed that with the passage of age, Lu Changsheng's children not only have better spiritual roots, but also have a higher probability of spiritual roots. This made her surprised at the effect of the Dragon Emperor Dao body. Lu Changsheng has only established his foundation, and the Dragon Emperor Dao body has such an effect. What if he breaks through the Jinden stage, Yuanying stage, or even the Huishan stage? The offspring born are probably all amazing and gifted. Sir, in addition to the two ways you mentioned, as far as I know, there is a third way to awaken the blood talisman spirit. That is to continuously improve in the way of talismans, tap into potential, and thus awaken the spirit. As for the first sacrificial ceremony, I heard that it is performed by monks for blood sacrifice, but I don't know the specific blood sacrifice ceremony. It should be similar to the second method of blood refining of monsters. Honglian's voice was soft and pleasant, and she slowly explained the situation of the blood talisman spirit. Use monks for blood sacrifice. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows, thinking that it was no wonder that there was no record of it in the ancient books of Qingyun Sect. As a righteous immortal sect, generally, even if they knew about this kind of thing, they would not release it. He continued to ask, are there any differences between these three methods? There are certain differences in the degree of awakening of the spirit in the early stage, but there will not be much difference overall. Honglian opened his mouth and said softly, if you want to maximize the effect of awakening the spirit, you can put some of the blood of the true spirit when awakening the spirit through the blood refining method. The blood of the true spirit. Lu Changsheng heard this and immediately thought of his own Zumi tree king. He asked aloud, will this kind of true spirit blood be too overbearing? Wangshu is the blood symbol spirit body. I am going to awaken her spirit body, but she has not yet practiced. If the spirit blood is too overbearing, it may hurt her body. Young master, I know a method of medicinal bathing that can dilute the blood of the true spirit and use it to prepare medicinal baths. This will not only maximize the awakening of the young lady's blood symbol spirit body, but also baptize her body and consolidate her foundation. At that time, Miss Wangshu can start practicing directly, and she will make rapid progress before building the foundation. Honglian was wearing a gorgeous palace dress, with a delicate and perfect face. She always kept a faint smile on her face while talking. Not only did she look sacred and noble, but she also gave people of egg and hazy beauty. Okay, what spiritual materials are needed for this medicinal bath? You list it for me. Lu Changsheng said immediately after hearing this. Young master, this kind of medicinal bath is not immutable. It still needs to be prepared according to the situation of the spirit blood. I also know a little about medicine. Honglian said so, indicating that she needed to confirm the situation of several kinds of spirit blood first. Because in addition to Zumi's true spirit blood, she said that the blood of Jiu Iao Mastiff and Hanbi Black Turtle was also extraordinary and could be added. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded and asked about the approximate amount of the spirit blood. After making sure that it would not cause damage to his pet, he went to Zumi Tree King to ask for a portion of spirit blood. Zumi Tree King's true spirit blood, although called blood, is actually a kind of original liquid. The whole is like liquid amber, with a golden luster, filled with rich vitality and sacred breath. Then he asked Honglian to take a portion of essence blood from Jiu Iao Mastiff and Hanbi Black Turtle, making the two pets a little weak and need to recuperate for several months. 10 days later. In the alchemy room, the fire of the earth veins burned fiercely. But above the fire, there was no alchemy furnace. It was a large bronze tripod. At this time, the crystal clear spirit liquid in the tripod was boiling, and Suruang put a bunch of valuable herbs, spirit fruits, monster cores, or monster bones into it. As time went by, the clear spiritual liquid in the cauldron gradually turned black, a little sticky and turbid. SHH. Suruang raised her hand lightly, and the gourds on the table next to her flew up, and the spiritual blood inside poured into the cauldron. Gurgle, as the green, red, and blue liquids poured into the cauldron, the black water boiled even more, and an unpleasant smell filled the air. Daddy. Lu Wangshu was excited to hear that he was a legendary spirit body and could awaken his spirit body by taking a medicinal bath, and he came here excitedly. But now, looking at the boiling bronze cauldron, his little face was tense, his lips were pursed, and his expression was a little timid. It's okay, don't be afraid. Lu Changsheng touched her head and said, Mom. Lu Wangshu looked at his mother Xiao Ziyu pitifully again, saying that he didn't want to take a medicinal bath. It's okay, after the medicinal bath, Xiao Wangshu can start practicing. Xiao Ziyu squatted down and said gently. She knew that Lu Changsheng had spent tens of thousands of spirit stones to prepare this medicinal bath for his daughter and awaken the blood talisman spirit body. He also bought a second-level medicine cauldron. The blood of the true spirit in it could not be measured by price. Suruang poured the last bottle of golden liquid in her hand into the medicine cauldron. Then, like refining an elixir, she cast a series of spells on the bronze cauldron. The cauldron hummed and vibrated, and the liquid inside continued to boil and roar, splashing up, and the rays of light were crystal clear. The originally black liquid gradually turned into light gold, and a strong fragrance came out. Sir, the precious medicine has been boiled and can be put into the cauldron. At this time, Suruang looked at Lu Changsheng and said, Daddy, I will be cooked, Lu Wangshu said with a face full of fear. Honglian, are you sure you'll be okay? Lu Changsheng looked at the boiling medicinal bath and was also a little worried, and confirmed it out loud. Please rest assured, young master. This medicinal bath method will refine all the essence into precious medicine. There will be no harm except for some pain during the baptism process. Honglian, who possessed Su Ruian, said. Because of her weak soul, she could not leave the beast-taming talisman for a long time and do too many things through her soul. Therefore, she would do things such as refining pills, refining weapons, setting up formations, etc. on weekdays through Su Ruian's body. It is also for this reason that Lu Changsheng has never let Su Ruian get pregnant. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded after hearing this. Then he looked at Lu Wangshu, who looked timid and hugged his mother Xiao Ziyu tightly, and said in a gentle voice, Wangshu, it's okay, it will be fine in a while. Daddy, I will be cooked. Lu Wangshu's face was full of fear. Wangshu, be good. Xiao Ziyu knew that this could not be delayed, otherwise it would affect the efficacy of the medicine. She gritted her teeth slightly, then raised her hand, and her daughter flew up, and then entered the cauldron with a plop. Daddy, Mommy, it's so hot, I don't want to be boiled. Lu Wangshu screamed immediately, with a look of pain on her face. Wangshu, don't be afraid, after you finish soaking, Daddy will teach you to practice, and after you finish soaking, you will grow up quickly and be able to hold the turtle. Lu Changsheng looked at this scene, feeling a little distressed for his daughter, worried that she could not bear it, and comforted her. SHH. Su Ruian cast a series of spells at the bronze tripod, landing on Lu Wangshu. When the medicine liquid boiled, the clouds were bright, the fragrance was diffused, and even the roar of monsters could be heard. Daddy, Mommy, Lu Wangshu's body was red under the baptism, the surface of the body was filled with clouds, and there was a divine glow flowing. But the pain on her little face was not false at all. She had been spoiled by Lu Changsheng since she was a child, and had never been beaten or suffered such pain. It's okay, don't be afraid, just bear with it for a while. Daddy and Mommy will go fishing with you later and make sugar pills for you. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu could see that this medicinal bath would not harm Lu Wangshu. The essence in the medicinal bath constantly cleansed and tempered her blood, meridians, bones, and danshan, making her tougher and more in line with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Dad, keep your word. Lu Wangshu also understood that she couldn't escape this medicinal bath today, and she had to be boiled once. Her eyes were red and she said aggrievedly. When did Daddy lie to you? Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice with a look of heartache. Yet, Lu Wangshu soaked in the bronze tripod with a look of grievance and pain, gritting her teeth and no longer crying out in pain. She knew that her parents were doing it for her own good, and she had to go through this method to awaken her spirit. As time passed, the essence of the medicinal bath continued to cleanse Lu Wangshu, making her pink skin red, as if dripping with blood, and constantly removing filth and impurities. Suddenly, a mysterious breath spread from Lu Wangshu's body. Blood talisman spirit body. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu both sensed this breath, looked at each other, and showed joy on their faces. They knew that Lu Wangshu's blood talisman spirit body began to awaken. But at this time, Lu Wangshu was already a little confused after the medicinal bath. She only felt an inexplicable feeling all over her body, and the whole person was a little floating and comfortable. She opened her eyes in a daze and saw that her father and mother were still beside her, looking at her with concern. She immediately felt relieved and fell asleep directly in the medicine cauldron. This scene made Lu Changsheng and others smile. The medicinal bath lasted for a day and a night, and only a quarter of the medicinal bath was left. Young master, it's done. At this time, Honglian cast a spell and said to Lu Changsheng, Honglian, thank you for your hard work this time. Lu Changsheng let out more breath and said, Honglian was busy all the time today, and he and Xiao Ziyu just watched. He could clearly see that his daughter Lu Wangshu is crystal clear, glowing, and rich spiritual energy was flowing in her meridians and danshan. As long as she started practicing, she could directly complete the process of drawing qi into her body without having to practice slowly. You are too polite, young master. Honglian said with a chuckle. We will take Wangshu to rest, you should go back and rest too. Lu Changsheng said so. He knew that this day was very exhausting for Honglian. Then he signaled Xiao Ziyu to take Lu Wangshu back from the cauldron to have a good night's rest. Mom. Lu Wangshu was picked up by her mother, opened her sleepy eyes, murmured softly, rubbed her little head in Xiao Ziyu's arms, and fell asleep again. She experienced a baptism of medicinal bath and awakened the blood talisman spirit body, which consumed a lot of energy and needed to recover through sleep to complete the transformation. Okay. Honglian nodded in response, then looked at the remaining liquid in the medicine cauldron and said, "Young master, the medicinal power in the cauldron has not been fully absorbed. You can add some more medicinal liquid at that time and continue to use it to temper the flesh and bones of the young masters and young ladies in your family." Temper the flesh? Lu Changsheng frowned slightly when he heard this, and couldn't help asking, "Honglian, can everyone take this medicinal bath?" "Of course they can." Honglian said, "I learned this method of medicinal bathing from a barbarian witch tribe. After the spiritual roots of the young children in their tribe are tested, they will all take a medicinal bath to temper their flesh and bones. This method is actually similar to the Gubanpian pill that you give to the young masters and young ladies in your family. It's just that relatively speaking, this method is simpler and more crude. If you want to use medicinal baths to build a foundation for all the young masters and young ladies in your family, of course you can, but this is best done when they are between 6 and 10 years old. If they are too old, it will be difficult to absorb the medicinal effects, and it will be easy to waste, and the effect will not be great." Honglian said in an elegant and gentle voice. "Okay, we'll think about it later. This kind of medicinal bath is still a bit expensive at the moment." Lu Changsheng nodded, although he wanted to give it to all his children. But this time, preparing this medicinal bath for Lu Wangshu, not to mention the spiritual blood of his 3 pets. Just purchasing several other spiritual blood, spiritual medicine, demon cores, and demon beast materials, it cost almost 20,000 spiritual stones. If this is done for all the children in the family, he can't afford it even if he is rich. Besides, the blood of the 3 pets at home can't keep up. "Sir, this time is to awaken the blood talisman spirit body, and use the blood of the true spirit to maximize the effect of the medicinal bath, so the cost is too high. The blood, bones, and demon cores of 1st and 2nd level demon beasts can also be used to prepare a medicinal bath. But this kind of medicine will be much more overbearing, and the process is very painful. If you can't bear it, you may get injured. Like some small barbarian tribes, the conditions are relatively poor, and this is how they lay the foundation for young children." Honglian said aloud. "It means that Lu Wangshu's medicinal bath is of high standard. For ordinary children, there is no need to do this, and the cost is less than 1/10. Okay." Lu Changsheng nodded. He planned to consider adding a medicinal bath baptism step when the family conditions were better. System. Lu Changsheng said silently in his heart as he walked out of the alchemy room with Xiao Xiao. He wanted to see what changes his daughter's talents had after awakening the blood talisman spirit body. Immediately, a system panel appeared. Name, Lu Wangshu, lifespan, 10/93, talent, 4th grade spiritual root, blood talisman spirit body, superior spirit body, cultivation, none, talent, Fudeo fit, 89%, 89%. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter's talent on the panel, his heart paused, and his eyes showed surprise. Unexpectedly, after awakening the blood talisman spirit body, his daughter's talent improved so exaggeratedly. The person with the highest talent in his family is Ling Zixio. His talent in the formation is 81%. And his daughter Lu Wangshu, who has only been exposed to the enlightenment of the talisman, has 89% because of the awakening of the blood talisman spirit body. In the future, with my own cultivation, through the blood rune spirit pattern in my body, I am afraid that I can easily break through 90%, or even reach 100%. Blood rune spirit body, naturally fits the way of runes. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly and murmured in his heart. Although he also awakened the blood rune spirit body and knew the effect of this spirit body. However, due to the inheritance of the 2nd level rune master of the system and the 9-9 mysterious rune sutra inherited by the system, he could not use this spirit body at all. In addition to the initial familiarity with the spirit pattern of the 9-9 mysterious rune sutra and drawing the 3rd level spirit runes, I felt that I got started a lot faster. In other aspects, such as the comprehension of the way of runes, I really had no feeling. The two came to the Lu family mansion. Xiao Xiaoyu gently put her daughter on the bed and said softly, "Changsheng, Wangshu can practice now. Have you considered the practice method? I can go back to Qingyun Sect later to see if there are any related practices in the way of runes, which will also help Wangshu in the future." She knew that her daughter was a blood rune spirit body, and if she practiced a practice of the Way of Runes, it would be twice the result with half the effort. But the talisman technique is very rare, and the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world has not heard of this kind of technique being passed down. Don't worry about this. When I obtained the talisman array technique, I also had a talisman technique. Lu Changsheng sat beside the bed, took his wife into his arms, and said in a gentle voice. Okay, Xiao Ziyu heard this, her beautiful eyes were like the moon, and she smiled softly and said, in this case, Wang Shu doesn't need to worship the Immortal Sect, and can practice at home. Although she didn't know about Huanglian, she knew from Lu Changsheng's past that in this case, her daughter didn't need to worship the Immortal Sect. Like at the beginning, she still had the idea of her daughter worshipping the Immortal Sect. But as Lu Changsheng's extraordinariness was revealed bit by bit, her thoughts in this regard gradually faded. Xiao, don't worry, with me here, Wang Shu's future will definitely not be bad. Lu Changsheng said with a confident voice. Looking at his daughter smacking her lips on the bed, as if she was dreaming about eating something, Lu Changsheng smiled, pinched her white face and said, maybe in the future, our little Wang Shu can become the #1 talisman cultivator in Jiang State. Although this was a bit of a joke, he believed that under his guidance, his daughter might really achieve such success in the future. The #1 talisman cultivator in Jiang State. Although Xiao Ziyu only wanted her daughter to be happy and did not have too many competitive ideas. But when she heard about the #1 talisman cultivator, her beautiful eyes also showed a little smile and yearning. After all, as a parent, who doesn't want their daughter to achieve something in the future? Just like this, the two talked about their daughter's future. At this moment, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but miss his children outside. The son Lu Qingshan and daughter Lu Qingzhu of the Qingyun Sect of Yu State. And the daughter of Jin State, Nanguang Yao. He was a little relieved about Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu. After all, the Qingyun Sect of Yu State belongs to the orthodox sect of cultivating immortals. His son Lu Qingshan broke through the 6th level of Qi refining last year, and his daughter Lu Qingzhu also broke through the 5th level of Qi refining not long ago. But he couldn't help but worry about Nanguang Yao's situation. After all, the 5 poison sect of Jin State belongs to the demon sect. This daughter grew up in the demon sect since she was a child, and her mother Nanguang Mili is also considered a big boss of the demon sect. Although this situation is not a disadvantage, it feels easy to grow up wrong. This child is almost 5 years old. Lu Changsheng thought that he had never seen this child, and he was afraid that he would not know how to face him when he went to Jin State in the future. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel deeply worried. At the same time, Jin State, 5 poison sect. In a gloomy prison. Under the Shining Goo, the golden silkworm is the king. It seems that you have a good chance. You actually refined a golden silkworm goo. Nanguang Mili was wearing a purple and luxurious gauze skirt, with a charming face. On her slender jade-like fingertips, there was a goo worm with a golden skin and the shape of a silkworm. Looking at the man in front of her, she said softly, Spider Envoy, spare my life, Spider Envoy, spare my life. I am willing to offer the golden silkworm goo, and I only ask the Spider Envoy to spare my life. The man was burly, with a hideous face, bloodshot eyes, and chains piercing his limbs, scapula, waist and thighs, and other vital parts, which prohibited his magic power. He looked at the charming Nanguang Mili in front of him, and kept begging for mercy, with only fear in his eyes. As a disciple of the 5 poison sect, he knew very well that this Spider Envoy was a complete femme fatale, and no one would have a good end if they fell into his hands. Haha, I can spare your life, of course. However, since you can refine the golden silkworm goo, you should know that the golden silkworm recognizes its master, and if others want to refine it, they must use your blood to irrigate and feed it. Nanguang Mili had a moving smile and a charming voice, but her beautiful eyes were only cold and chilly. No, Lord Sky Spider Envoy, please, let me go. The burly man was terrified, trembling all over, and begged for mercy. He was able to refine the golden silkworm goo, so he naturally knew that the golden silkworm goo was extremely domineering and it was difficult for others to refine it. Unless the will of the golden silkworm goo was suppressed by the heavenly spirit goo, it could be refined slowly. But there is another method of magic, which is to use the blood of his master to water and feed, and slowly refine it. Nanguang Mili said this, obviously to use the second method, to treat him as a blood slave, so as to refine the golden silkworm goo. Seeing Nanguang Mili turn around and walk out of the prison, He roared with a ferocious face, "Ah, Nangguang Millie, you bitch, you will not die well. I have refined the golden silkworm goo, and I will definitely be promoted to the true teaching in the sect competition. If you kill me, the master will know that he will not let you off easily." The burly man roared loudly, and his body struggled against the shackles, making the chains clatter. He thought he had got the opportunity to refine the golden silkworm goo and was about to soar into the sky. Unexpectedly, he was arrested by Nangguang Millie for the crime of killing his fellow disciples, and he would become a blood slave in the future. Nangguang Millie turned a deaf ear to such scolding, and just uttered a soul-stirring chuckle. Looking at the golden silkworm goo on her fingertips, her beautiful eyes revealed a doting smile. With this golden silkworm goo, Yao's natal goo worm will be settled. Chapter 286, Yuanquang Ro Benzumi Fantasy Sky Formation. Bihu Mountain. In the backyard of the Lu family mansion. Hey! Lu Wangshu held the cold green-black turtle above her head and ran around in the courtyard with a happy face. Although her health was good before, it was still within the range of ordinary people. But after the medicinal bath baptism, her physical fitness has been significantly improved, almost reborn, comparable to a warrior, a body cultivator. Wangshu, be careful. Xiao Ziyu next to her looked at her daughter like this, fearing that her daughter would fall and smash. Okay, Wangshu, come here, Daddy will teach you to practice. Lu Changsheng looked at his energetic and excited daughter and shouted helplessly. His daughter is usually quiet. But now running around with a cold green-black turtle weighing hundreds of pounds, it really gave him a strong sense of disobedience. Fortunately, after the medicinal bath baptism, she only grew a few centimeters taller. If this is the same as Nezha, Lu Changsheng simply can't bear to watch. But he knew that this was just because the medicinal bath was too strong. As a result, the daughter slept for 3 days and 3 nights without digesting the drug, and she was full of energy. Yet, Lu Wangshu put down her pet, and then jumped to Lu Changsheng's side. Although she was almost cooked a few days ago, she felt very wronged. But now she is full of energy and full of strength, she feels better than ever, and forgets about being cooked. Daddy, what is the name of my cultivation method? How do I practice it? Lu Wangshu's clear eyes are full of expectation and curiosity. She has a lot of knowledge about cultivation in the school. She knows that she needs to choose a method that suits her. After the 3rd level of key refining, she can fly with a sword and control water, fire, thunder and lightning. At that time, she can go fishing alone, without calling daddy and mother, and there are brothers and sisters to accompany her. Your spirit body is a talisman spirit body, so the method that daddy teaches you is called 99 Mysterious Talisman Sutra. Lu Changsheng asked his daughter to sit down next to him, and signaled Xiao Ziyu to listen. Then he began to talk about this technique. After practicing this technique, you can condense your own divine talisman. When facing the enemy, you can draw talismans in the void, refine talismans into formations, and sacrifice talisman soldiers. Dad, drawing talismans in the void means drawing talismans without talisman paper. Lu Wangshu had long understood talisman making under Lu Changsheng's daily teaching. Yes, all kinds of talismans and spells can be performed by drawing talismans in the void. Like ordinary talismans, it takes a lot of time to draw, but after practicing this technique, you can draw a large number of talismans in a very short time. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice. Dad, why didn't you prepare the talismans earlier? In this way, you don't have to draw them when the time comes. Lu Wangshu asked. Lu Changsheng. He suddenly felt that he usually used talismans to coax his daughter to play, which led to her lack of understanding of the value of spiritual talismans. Because drawing talismans usually takes a lot of time, and you have to spend money to buy talisman paper and spiritual ink. If you can draw talismans in the void, you can save the money for these materials and use it to buy delicious food and fun things. And the higher the level of the talisman, the rarer the materials required. There is no such problem with drawing talismans in the void. Lu Changsheng patiently explained to his daughter. Oh, so, Dad, what are refining talismans into formations and offering sacrifices to talisman soldiers? Lu Wangshu nodded thoughtfully and continued to ask. Like we normally use talismans, we use 2 or 3, right? But refining talismans into formations means that hundreds or thousands of talismans can be used together at once to form a formation, making it more powerful. While Lu Changsheng was talking, he took out a golden armor spirit bean. The spirit bean flew out and turned into a tall, golden armored warrior. As for the talisman soldiers, they are the spiritual talismans that are sacrificed and refined into soldiers, just like Daddy's golden armor warrior, which can be used to help with work and do many things. Don't you like puppet toys? The talisman soldiers can be made into the shape of puppet toys. Lu Changsheng pointed at the golden armor warrior and said with a smile, "Help with work, puppet toys." Lu Wangshu heard the words and looked at the 2-meter-tall golden armor warrior in front of her. Her face immediately showed surprise and excitement. Although she was somewhat interested in the way of talismans under Lu Changsheng's training, she was more interested in fishing, alchemy, and puppets. When she heard Lu Changsheng's words, she thought that she could take the talisman soldiers to go fishing, and she immediately became interested in this method. Yes, this method is very powerful. Come, Daddy will teach you now. Lu Changsheng coaxed his daughter and slowly spoke, explaining the first level of this method. Xiao Xiao, who was next to him, supported her side face with her jade arms, and looked at the father and daughter in front of her with a smile in her beautiful eyes. My mind couldn't help but think of the time when Master Yun Wanshang taught me to practice. But his master didn't teach as detailed as Lu Changsheng did. And the master was very majestic and strict at that time, unlike Lu Changsheng, who had a gentle expression and tone, as if coaxing a child. An hour later, Lu Wangshu said crisply, "Dad, I remember it all." "Oh, you remember it? Then you try it, Dad is watching you." Lu Changsheng smiled and took out a cushion for his daughter. He wanted to know how long it would take for his daughter to enter the state and complete the introduction of Qi into the body. Just like when Lu Pinggan practiced the 100 refinements treasure body art, it took 4 days to find the door. Yet, Lu Wangshu came to the side with a cushion and sat cross-legged. Then he pursed his lips and said seriously, "Dad, I'm going to start." "Okay." Lu Changsheng said with a smile on his face. The next moment, Lu Changsheng's smile froze slightly, and his eyes showed doubt. Not only him, but Xiao Xiao next to him also showed doubt and surprise. Because they saw that their daughter Lu Wangshu had just closed her eyes and entered the state. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was attracted around and slowly entered Lu Wangshu's body. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xiao looked at each other, and they saw the look of great joy in each other's eyes. In addition to the main factor of spiritual roots, the speed of cultivation of cultivators also depends on comprehension. If the comprehension is high, many exercises can be learned at once, and they can quickly comprehend and master them, so the speed of cultivation can also make up for a lot. Just like Lu Changsheng relied on the exercises inherited by the system, and there were fewer obstacles on the road of cultivation. The two saw their daughter directly enter the state and comprehend the exercises, and they were naturally very happy. Is it because of the blood talisman spirit body, or is Wangshu himself a good comprehension? It should be both. Wangshu usually gets started very quickly in alchemy, talisman making, fishing and other things, and understands the meaning of them casually. Now the practice is the talisman practice, which fits the blood talisman spirit body, so it can directly comprehend the mystery and enter the state. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, his eyes full of joy. The real difficulty of this 99 mysterious talisman scripture lies in the 9981 spiritual patterns. For example, Lu Miaoj, it took 10 years for her to barely comprehend the first basic spiritual pattern. Now that her daughter Lu Wangshu has such amazing comprehension, it will be much easier for her to comprehend these spiritual patterns in the future. Changsheng, it seems that Wangshu has inherited your comprehension. Xiao Xiaoyu said to Lu Changsheng with joy on her face. Because Lu Changsheng is proficient in various exercises, as well as the art of making talismans, refining pills, talisman formations, etc., she has always believed that Lu Changsheng has excellent comprehension and is gifted. Seeing her daughter's comprehension at this time, she thought that she inherited Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng smiled and said nothing. He knew his own comprehension. Just like this, under the gaze of the two, half a day later. Boom! A burst of energy spread from Lu Wangshu's body, causing her skirt to blow and a layer of dust to form around her. Lu Wangshu opened his eyes and looked at his white and tender palms. He felt that there was a mysterious change just now, but he couldn't tell where the change was. Then he looked at his father and asked, "Dad, did I succeed?" "Yes, my Wangshu is awesome. He has completed the first step of drawing Qi into the body so quickly." Lu Changsheng felt a weak airflow in his body, stood up and stepped forward, touching his daughter's head with a smile on his face. At this moment, he deeply realized what it meant to win at the starting line. His daughter only had a 4th grade spiritual root. But with the Gubanpian pills he had fed her since she was a child, as well as the medicinal bath that consumed the blood of the true spirit in tens of thousands of spiritual stones, her early speed was probably not inferior to that of a top-grade spiritual root. This is drawing Qi into the body. After the little girl got confirmation, she immediately said happily, "Dad, how long will it take me to break through the 3rd level of Qi refining?" The teacher said that at the 3rd level of Qi refining, you can fly with a flying tool. Haha, as long as you practice well, it won't take long. When you break through the 3rd level of Qi refining, Dad will give you a magic weapon. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. With his daughter's current situation, it is estimated that she will be able to break through the 3rd level of Qi refining in about a year. Dad, when can I draw talismans in the void and sacrifice talisman soldiers? Lu Wangshu continued to ask. Well, this will take some time. Seeing his daughter's excited look, Lu Changsheng didn't want to discourage her enthusiasm, so he said, well, as long as you practice well, whatever kind of puppet toy you want, Daddy will give you one. As long as Xiao Wangshu practices well, you can tell Mom what you want. Xiao Ziyu also came over and hugged her daughter and said, okay. Lu Wangshu looked happy. It was rare for her to see both her father and mother so happy. In her heart, there were also some more expectations of her parents for her practice. Half a month later, Xiao Ziyu left. She came here because of her daughter Lu Wangshu's affairs. Now she has been away for more than a month and needs to go back to the sect to report. Although her daughter Lu Wangshu is reluctant, as she grew older, she also knew that her mother had many things to do. On this day, the sun was shining, and Lu Changsheng accompanied his daughter Lu Wangshu to go fishing in the Bishu Lake. Although his daughter was gifted in the way of talismans, but she is not passionate about making talismans, and she still likes fishing on weekdays. Faced with this situation, Lu Changsheng has no choice. Children of this age are just playful, and it is impossible for her to focus on cultivation and study. So she can only combine work and rest, spend 1 hour practicing and 1 hour studying talismans every day. The rest of the time, except for classes, let her play by herself. At this time, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the martial arts innate and obtaining blood effects. The probability of reproducing offspring increases by 5%, and you get a chance to draw a lottery. Well, 50. Lu Changsheng heard this voice and smiled a little. Daddy, there's a fish on the hook. Lu Wangshu, who was sitting cross-legged on the cold green-black tortoise, suddenly had a surprised look on his face and stood up the fishing rod. Due to the medicinal bath baptism, her strength has reached a level. Now that she has caught a fish, she doesn't need help. And she knows how to play the fish without a teacher, and slowly leads the fish to the hook. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng shook his head. His daughter had such a natural talent, why didn't she use it more in the right way? After accompanying his daughter to fish for an hour, Lu Changsheng asked her to go back and practice well, and he returned to the Changsheng palace. System, draw a lottery. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and said to himself. His luck in fishing was so bad, so he should have some better luck in the lottery now, right? A light red turntable appeared, and the golden light began to rotate. After a few breaths, the golden light stopped at the magic weapon column. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic weapon, Unicorn Robe. The reward has been issued to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A black robe emerged from the turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Magic weapon, Unicorn Robe. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he saw this reward. Although he was not interested in most magic weapons, he still thought it was good when he saw the robe. After all, even if the robe cannot be activated, its defense is far better than that of ordinary spiritual weapon robes. Magic weapon, Unicorn Robe, grade, top grade magic weapon. Description: this is a magic weapon made by the old man Yushin. It has the effect of blocking divination and calculation, concealing the body shape and breath. If it is fully activated, it can hide in the void and shuttle through the formation below the 3rd level. It is difficult to detect without the magic power of the spiritual eye. Well, it is not biased towards defense, but divination and calculation, concealing the body shape and breath, and shuttle through the formation. Lu Changsheng looked at the magic weapon in front of him and was a little surprised. Among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, there is a very unpopular and unconventional skill called divination. This divination technique can figure out the secrets of heaven, and calculate one's own fortune and misfortune, or the general situation of others. However, this divination technique is very mysterious, the threshold is extremely high, and it is easy to shorten one's life. Changsheng has not seen it yet, but only read a few in books. In the world of cultivating immortals, since there is such a divination technique, there is naturally a magical power to block the secrets of heaven and isolate the treasures of divination and calculation. This Yuanquang robe is a magic weapon in this regard. Although no one would speculate my situation for no reason, it's not a bad thing to have this robe. Besides, this robe can also conceal the body shape and breath. Changsheng murmured in his heart. He felt that this Yuanquang magic weapon was not bad, and he could keep it for use. His mind moved slightly, and he extracted the magic weapon in the system space. Immediately, a large, exquisite, simple and elegant black robe appeared in front of Changsheng. The robe was very smooth and warm like jade. I don't know what material it was woven with, and it was engraved with spiritual patterns and restrictions. Changsheng began to refine the restrictions in this robe. Although his magic power was difficult to activate this robe, he could still refine the robe with more time, which had the basic effect of concealing the body shape and breath. A month later, Changsheng refined the Yuanquang robe. After putting on the robe, he flicked his finger, and a water mirror appeared in front of him. The water mirror reflected his handsome appearance. Looking at his appearance in the mirror, Changsheng felt that his whole temperament had changed. Originally, he had a handsome face and a cyan robe, like a lily in a jade tree, making people feel like spring breeze. Now he has changed into a black robe, and his posture is more slender and upright, with a bit more of a majestic and solemn aura. After putting on this Yuanquang robe, Changsheng inexplicably felt a strong sense of security in his heart. Although the main effect of this robe is to block divination and calculation, conceal the breath, hide the body, and shuttle through the formation. But a magic weapon is a magic weapon. The defense is very good, far better than a spiritual weapon. Changsheng tested it before, at least his flying sword and magic could not break the robe and cause damage. Although this robe is aura and can conceal the body and breath, it may still be seen as something wrong. Changsheng thought about it, and still put on his cyan robe outside. Then he checked his condition and made sure there was no problem before leaving the room. A month later. That day, Changsheng was teaching his daughter the basic spirit patterns, and suddenly he felt the Bian Peak tremble slightly. Could it be that the Bian Peak spirit vein has been promoted to the second grade upper grade? He frowned slightly, and the first thing he thought of was the promotion of his own spirit vein. Wangshu, look after it yourself. Daddy has something to do and will go out for a while. Changsheng said to his daughter Wangshu, ready to go and see what was going on. Yes, Daddy, you go. Wangshu said with a well-behaved face. Changsheng touched her little head, walked out of the courtyard, and came to the top of Bian Peak. My dear, the Bian Peak spirit vein has been promoted to the second grade upper grade. Ling Zixiao saw Changsheng, guessed why he came, and smiled elegantly. It is indeed the spirit vein that has been promoted. Changsheng was delighted to get the confirmation. Although the spirit vein was at a critical point, the spiritual energy at the spirit eye was comparable to the second grade upper grade. But now, the spirit vein has been promoted from the original second grade middle grade to the second grade upper grade. Not only the spirit eye, but also the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire Bian Peak can be increased by 30%. Not only for Bian Peak, but also for the entire Qingzhu Mountain and the Zumi Tree King, there are obvious benefits. When he came to the spiritual eye position, he could clearly feel that the spiritual energy was much richer than before. There was a constant flow of spiritual energy. As time went by, this spiritual energy would gradually affect the entire Bian Peak. However, for this situation, Changsheng directly let Zumi absorb more spiritual energy. Now Bian Peak doesn't need so much spiritual energy, so it's better to use it for Zumi's growth. Sir, not only has the spiritual vein been promoted to the second level upper grade, but the Shenmu formation is also about to be completed, and the last step is left. At this time, Ling Zixiao smiled and continued to speak. Oh, the Shenmu formation is about to be completed. Changsheng raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. The time spent on this Shenmu formation is not short. It has taken 3 years since Ling Zixiao prepared to start arranging it. Although the progress is slow due to physical reasons. But the workload is indeed very large. In the past 3 years, Ling Xiao has spent most of his time arranging this formation. That's right. If you have time, you can watch it here. Ling Xiao's beautiful eyes were bright and divine. The reason why this sacred tree formation took so long was that under Honglian's guidance, she improved a lot in formation and optimized many aspects of the formation. It can be said that this sacred tree formation is her masterpiece. Now the formation is only one step away, and she naturally hopes that Lu Changsheng will look at her masterpiece and share her joy with him. I'm very happy. It was the first time that Lu Changsheng saw such a look in Ling Xiao's eyes. He knew that she really loved the formation from the bottom of her heart. Now that the formation is about to be completed, she hopes to get his recognition and praise. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded and started the last step of the formation. Although it was the last step, it took Ling Xiao a whole day and night to complete it under Lu Changsheng's watch. At this moment, her elegant face was full of fatigue, but there was no sign of fatigue between her eyebrows, and she even looked energetic. My lord, the divine tree array has been successful and is ranked quasi-3rd level. As long as the Billion Peak spiritual vein is upgraded to 3rd level, the array can be promoted to 3rd level. But even if it's only quasi-3rd level, a Giant's Henren will not be able to break it, and may even be trapped in it and unable to extricate himself. Ling Xiao's face was full of joy as he introduced the situation of the array to Lu Changsheng. The core of the entire formation is the Zumi Tree King, which has the magical power of Zumi's cave heaven and can evolve into a Zumi illusion. The illusion is connected to the cave heaven world of the Zumi Tree King, and can pull people in the illusion into the cave heaven and suppress them at will. What kind of strength can break this Zumi illusion? Lu Changsheng looked at the Zumi Tree King flowing with gold and jade, and the formation flags beside the mountain, and asked aloud. Under the Giant's stage, it is impossible to break it. Only Giant's Henren can break the illusion. But with Senior Zumi here, as long as Giant's Henren fails to break the illusion in the first time, he can suppress it in the cave heaven. Ling Xiao said so. She has seen the Zumi Tree King suppress Honglian. She knows that even giant cultivators have no power to fight back in the Zumi cave heaven. In other words, unless the Yuanying attacks, otherwise, Giant's Henren coming to Qingzhu Mountain will be a dead end. Xiao, you open the formation, I'll go in and take a look. Lu Changsheng touched his chin, curious in his heart, wanting to experience this so-called Zumi illusion. Wait a minute, my dear. Ling Xiao, wearing a blue dress, dignified and elegant, said softly to Lu Changsheng. Then she pinched her hands, moved the formation plate, and shouted, "Open!" In an instant, the crystal luster of the Zumi Tree King flowed, and the wisps of divine light spread, making the formation covering the Qingzhu Mountain diffuse with a light golden luster. The blue luster and the golden luster blended, making the entire Qingzhu Mountain seem to be looming. Then, Lu Changsheng saw hazy gray mist emerge, covering himself. Is this the Zumi illusion? The next moment, Lu Changsheng found that he had left the top of the Billion Peak. Appeared in a place where everything was gray and chaotic. Cut. Lu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and the true Yang 5 element sword appeared in his hand. Countless 7-color spiritual lights flashed, and he slashed at the gray mist in front of him. Puff puff puff, the Qiyao sword energy flashed wildly, sharp and domineering, causing the mist to roll and surge, and constantly dissipate. But there were layers of mist behind the mist. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, looking at the gray mist in front of him, and continued to slash out several sharp sword lights. But behind this, there seemed to be endless gray mist, which made it impossible to break through. My dear, how is it? At this time, Ling Xiao's figure also appeared in this world. She was dignified and elegant, and asked with a smile. Xiao, is this really an illusion? Lu Changsheng asked. Although Ling Xiao told him that this was the Zumi illusion derived from the Zumi ability. But he seemed to be moving in the void, completely in another world. That's right, this Zumi illusion is half real and half fake. All the attacks are evenly distributed on the Bishu Xian King formation of Qingzhu Mountain, and some of them are resolved by Senior Zumi. If the spiritual energy is sufficient, various illusions can be evolved in this illusion. Ling Xiao said, holding the array plate. While speaking, he pulled the array plate and performed a simple demonstration. But the gray world began to change, turning into a wilderness and forest, and even human figures emerged. However, it only lasted for a moment, and Ling Xiao made the scenery dissipate and return to hazy chaos. Because this ability is currently mainly consuming Zumi's mana, it consumes a lot of it. Zoomery. Lu Changsheng nodded, looked at the illusion in front of him, and shouted to the void. Zumi responded immediately, and a golden light gate appeared in front of him. Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao passed through the light gate and entered the Zumi cave heaven. This sacred tree formation is indeed magical. With this formation, even if more people enter the Qingzhu Mountain, they are just like moths to flame, falling into a trap. Lu Changsheng looked at the familiar scene, let out a long breath, and sighed. He knew that the greatest effect of this sacred tree formation was that it was not afraid of group attacks. Even if a large force attacked Qingzhu Mountain and hundreds of cultivators came, as long as he operated a sacred tree formation, he could trap everyone in the Zumi illusion. Then he killed them one by one, or suppressed them in the Zumi cave heaven. My dear, it is no longer appropriate to call this formation the sacred tree formation. Why don't you name it for me? Ling Zixiao looked at Lu Changsheng and said with a smile. Since this formation was arranged by you, Zixiao, it is natural for you to name it. Lu Changsheng said with a casual smile. In that case, why not call it the Zumi Illusion Heaven Formation? Ling Zixiao said after a little thought. Chapter 287 3 Generations and 3 Foundation Building, The Mysterious Evil Zombie. The Zumi Illusionary Heaven Formation. What a good name. Lu Changsheng chuckled and said, perhaps in the future, the name of this formation will be famous throughout the Zheng Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. Looking at Ling Zixiao in front of him, he suddenly thought of something and asked, Zixiao, now your body has recovered a lot. After a while, you can practice again. Do you have any thoughts about switching to other techniques? Now that my family has inherited several top-level techniques, I do have the idea of switching to other techniques. Ling Zixiao said with a smile. Although the technique she practiced was good, it was only a subtle technique. Now there is no shortage of techniques in Qingzhu Mountain. Honglian contributed 2 authentic techniques and 7 side door techniques. Among them, there are 2 techniques that she likes very much, and she plans to switch to them when the time comes. Zixiao, which technique are you going to switch to? Lu Changsheng continued to ask. One is the sect protecting technique of Senior Honglian, the Vermilion Bird Burning Heaven technique, and the other is the 9 techniques of thunder and fire. Ling Zixiao said softly. She has the body of Dragon Roar. If she practices the most yang and strong exercises, it will be twice as effective with half the effort. The exercises of Suzaku Palace are mostly fire-based, which is more suitable for her. I still have a few exercises here, Zixiao, do you want to take a look and see if you like them? Lu Changsheng pondered slightly. He knew that these 2 exercises, one is the authentic level, and the other is the side door level, both are the top exercises of Suzaku Palace. But as a Taoist partner, he naturally has to express his opinion at this time. Whether the exercises are suitable for Ling Zixiao is one thing, and his attitude must be right. After all, Ling Zixiao has made a lot of contributions to his family over the years, and almost lost his life for his family, but he has not done much for her at present. Thank you, my dear. Ling Zixiao smiled lightly, sat down at the table with an elegant manner, took out the wine pot and poured a glass for Lu Changsheng. Since Lu Changsheng acquired the wine-making skills, he would brew some wine that is good for her body. So she also developed the habit of having a drink occasionally. You should know my husband's skills, called the 7-lined sword scripture. This skill is a sword technique. If you are interested, Zixiao, I can teach you. Lu Changsheng picked up the wine glass and took a sip. I am not interested in sword techniques. Ling Zixiao shook her head gently. In her opinion, sword techniques are too sharp and overbearing, too heavy on killing, and not suitable for her. In addition to sword techniques, I have a skill called the 9-9 Mysterious Talisman Scripture. The talisman formation technique I gave you comes from this skill. The skill is mainly. Lu Changsheng smiled and continued to introduce. I haven't fully comprehended the talisman formation technique that my husband taught me. And it involves too much knowledge about the way of talismans. I have limited energy and have no time to practice it at the same time. Ling Zixiao continued to shake her head. She was very interested in this skill. But she knew that she didn't have so much energy to practice the way of talismans. After all, not everyone is as evil as Lu Changsheng. I have a technique called Taiyi Sheng Shuju, but this technique requires 2 people to practice. Sister Maya Oj is practicing this technique, so I can't help you practice it anymore, Zixiao. In addition to these, I also have a technique called Black Dragon Code. Bai Ling is practicing this technique, commanding Taoist soldiers, and when it is fully developed, it can transform into a black dragon, call the wind and rain, and control lightning. One is called the 12 Dushan Demon God skills, which gathers the thoughts of the Dushan Demon God. Lu Changsheng spoke slowly and introduced his current techniques to Ling Zixiao. Ling Zixiao was extremely surprised when he heard Lu Changsheng's words. You know, an authentic technique is enough to suppress the foundation of a sect. For a Yuanying's engine like Honglian, a top force, the entire sect only has 2 authentic techniques. But Lu Changsheng alone has 4 authentic techniques, which is amazing. Even though she knew that Lu Changsheng had a lot of techniques, she was shocked at this moment. But when she heard about the 12 Dushan Demon God skills, her beautiful eyes showed some interest. Gather the thoughts of the demon gods, temper the body, magic power, and spirit, and sacrifice the 12 demon gods in the sky. Ling Zixiao asked, My dear, can you tell me about this book of the 12 demon gods in the sky? Lu Changsheng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Ling Zixiao to be interested in this magic technique. He paused and introduced, this technique is 3-point refining of ki, 3-point refining of the body, and 4-point refining of the spirit. When meditating, gather the thoughts of the demon gods. 12 demon gods in the body, each of which can be as high as the cultivation level of oneself, and can form a formation. My dear, I think this technique is pretty good and quite suitable for me. Ling Zixiao smiled elegantly. She has a dragon body, so it is best to practice the most yang and strong techniques, and also cultivate the body. As a formation master, she has always had requirements for the spiritual consciousness. This book of the 12 demon gods in the sky, in addition to being a magic technique, makes her feel very satisfied with other aspects. Especially the 12 demon gods that have been condensed. When fighting against the enemy, they can even be used to arrange formations and perform the art of talisman formations. Zixiao, if you practice this technique, you should try to avoid taking action when you are outside in the future. Lu Changsheng heard this and pondered for a moment. He didn't mind Ling Zixiao practicing this 12 capitals demonic technique. After all, this kind of magic technique is not a technique that harms the heaven and earth. It's just that the Zhang Kingdom's cultivation world belongs to the righteous forces after all. Once it is known that you practice the magic technique, you will get into trouble. However, practicing the magic technique does not mean that you can be seen by others when you walk on the street. Except for a small number of techniques, or practicing with blood and ki, the magic techniques that are too obvious can't be seen by most people. It needs to be detected through the magical skills of the spiritual eye or treasures. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Blackwater Xiahao family to gain a foothold in the Qingyun territory for so many years and become a great family of immortal cultivation. This technique is indeed easy to cause trouble in Zhang country. Senior Honglian's technique is also suitable for me. I will see how to choose when the time comes. Ling Zixiao also knew that practicing magic in Zhang country would implicate the family if it caused trouble. Haha, there is no need to do that. Zixiao, you don't like to go out on weekdays, so it's okay to practice this technique. After all, this technique is really suitable for you. When the time comes, you can try to practice these techniques and see which one suits you. Lu Changsheng held his Taoist partner's hand and smiled warmly. Since Ling Zixiao was interested in this technique, he didn't care. After all, Ling Zixiao was really a homebody and didn't go out at all on weekdays. When he was in Qingzhu Mountain, he never left Qingzhu Mountain except for investigating the spiritual land. In recent years, he has never left Behu Mountain. He has been reading books at home, comprehending the way of talismans and formations, and arranging formations. In this case, Lu Changsheng felt that Ling Zixiao's practice of magic skills would not be affected. Moreover, this book of the 12 capitals of demonic arts is indeed powerful, and it is also a top-level art among the authentic art, and is even more powerful than his 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. Good. Ling Zixiao smiled sweetly, and a warm current surged in her heart. Although she practiced the Vermilion Bird, Burning Heaven art, and the 9 Thunder and Fire art the same. But Lu Changsheng's attitude gave her an indescribable sense of security. 1.5 months later. Changsheng Hall, in the retreat cave. Boom boom boom, Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged, his body was shining, and there was a mysterious power flowing. The blood in his body was surging and rumbling, accompanied by the sound of iron horses and metal clashing, as if there was a god in his body forging a magic weapon, sonorous and crisp. This movement lasted for a long time before it gradually calmed down. 100 Refining Treasure Body Art, The 7th level. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, and his body was flowing with golden light, full of power and spirit. At this moment, his whole body was like a divine weapon shining with precious light, emitting an indestructible and blazing luster, so gorgeous that no one dared to confront him. He clenched his fists, his heart was beating, and a strong pressure of blood and qi suddenly spread throughout his body, making the air a little more dull. My physical body now should be enough to suppress that red-robed man. Lu Changsheng quietly felt the power that filled his body, thinking of the 6 robbers in the Red Leaf Valley market. At that time, the red-robed man, who practiced both magic and body, punched him and was on par with him. Now that he has broken through the 7th level of the 100 refining treasure body art, his physical body is comparable to a top-grade spiritual weapon, and he is confident that his physical body is not afraid of the other party. Lu Changsheng exhaled a breath of turbid air, without thinking too much, and continued to sit cross-legged, calming the blood and qi in his body and consolidating his cultivation. Qingzhu Mountain. Muping, you have broken through the foundation. Lu Yuanzhang looked at Lu Muping in front of him, and the whole person was extremely surprised, his eyes full of disbelief. Even though he knew that with the top-grade foundation building pills, foundation building spiritual objects, and top-grade caves, Lu Muping would most likely be able to successfully build his foundation. But at this moment, seeing his grandson successfully break through the foundation building still made him overjoyed. Because the entire Qingzhu Mountain has never had such a grand occasion. 3 generations and 3 foundation building. And all 3 are in the prime, with a lifespan of 100 years. Grandson dare not live up to the family's high expectations and successfully break through the foundation. Lu Muping looked at the ancestor in front of him, bowed his hands and said in a deep voice. He knew that the family had paid a lot for him to break through the foundation building. Good, good, good. Lu Yuanzhang patted his shoulder heavily, laughed loudly, and cried with joy. Recalling that the previous ancestor sat in meditation and handed over the precarious Lu family to himself. Now, in less than 20 years, the family has such a grand occasion and reached a peak. As long as his family goes on safely and steadily, the family may even go one step further and cultivate a fake Danzhenren to become a great family of immortal cultivation. But he knew that his family was able to grow so much over the years because of Lu Changsheng. If it weren't for Lu Changsheng, he would have died soon under the poison of the corpse, and Lu Maioji and Lu Muping's foundation building would be out of the question. They could only rely on their lives to fight for that 1% chance. Muping, your foundation building is a family secret and cannot be leaked to the outside world for the time being, Lu Yuanzhang said solemnly, and reminded him again about what he had already told him. Don't worry, ancestor, your grandson knows. Lu Muping said respectfully. Now follow me to Bihu Mountain to pay homage to your uncle Changsheng. Remember, you must thank him and be respectful. Don't be proud of yourself just because you have broken through the foundation building. Lu Yuanzhang instructed. He knew that Lu Changsheng had an easygoing personality and might not care too much about these. But the closer the 2 families were, the more he had to pay attention to these details so that there would be no gap between the 2 families. Moreover, he knew that Lu Changsheng might take care of Qingzhu Mountain for the sake of Lu Maioji, Lu Maohan, Lu Maoyan, Lu Yuanding, the 4 elders, and the children of the family. But Lu Muping and Lu Changsheng had no friendship. Therefore, he had to make a good impression on Lu Muping and Lu Changsheng's heart. In this way, even if their older generation gradually died and sat in meditation in the future, the 2 families could continue to maintain their relationship. Grandson knows. Lu Muping nodded in response. He broke through the foundation, and naturally he was a little more arrogant in his heart. After all, breaking through the foundation through qi refining is equivalent to leaping over the dragon gate, from an ordinary cultivator to an ancestor. But thinking of Lu Changsheng's record and the changes of his 2 aunts, he did not dare to be arrogant at all, knowing that his uncle's strength and means were unfathomable. Well, uncle's here. Lu Changsheng was in retreat and received a message from Lu Maoyan, and learned that Lu Yuanzhang was visiting. He got up and walked out of the Changsheng hall, came to the reception room of the Lu family mansion, and immediately saw Lu Yuanzhang in the hall. Next to him, there was a middle-aged man in his 30s with a heroic face. It was Lu Muping from the Lu family. Muping, congratulations on your breakthrough to the foundation building stage. Lu Changsheng immediately smiled and congratulated him. He could tell at a glance that Lu Muping had successfully broken through to the foundation building stage. Calculating the time, It had been more than half a year since he sent Lu Muping to Qingyun Market. It was almost time for the other party to break through the foundation building stage and return. Changsheng. Greetings, uncle. Lu Yuanzhong and Lu Muping saw Lu Changsheng and hurriedly stood up and said, "If it weren't for my uncle, how could I have such a foundation building opportunity? Please accept my greetings, uncle." Lu Muping said, and bowed respectfully to Lu Changsheng again. "Haha, we are all family, you are welcome." Lu Changsheng smiled, and then helped him up. Then he sat down in the main seat and asked Lu Yuanzhong if there was anything he wanted to do this time. "The main reason for coming here this time is that Muping has broken through the foundation building. I came to tell you so that Muping can thank you, Changsheng." Lu Yuanzhong opened his mouth and continued, "The family will not announce the news about Muping's foundation building for the time being. We will wait until the time is right to announce this matter and hold a ceremony. Haha, for this kind of thing, uncle can just send a message. Why bother so much?" Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Then he drank tea and chatted with the three people, talking about some foundation building experience. During the process, Lu Yuanzhong said that after some time, he would go to the Red Leaf Valley Market to take charge, and Lu Muping would take charge of Qingzhu Mountain. As for Lu Miaoj, she could practice in Qingzhu Mountain with peace of mind. "Thank you for your hard work, uncle." Lu Changsheng heard this and didn't say anything polite. He spent so much effort to help Qingzhu Mountain build the foundation, although it was to repay Qingzhu Mountain's friendship. But it was more for his wife Lu Miaoj. "I hope Lu Miaoj can practice in Qingzhu Mountain with peace of mind." After chatting, the two had dinner in Qingzhu Mountain, and then left with their bodies and faces covered. This time, except for Lu Miaoyan, who guessed that Lu Muping had broken through the foundation building, no one else knew about it. "Thank you, husband." Lu Miaoyan came to thank Lu Changsheng. Although she had a very ordinary relationship with Lu Muping and was not very familiar with him. But she grew up in Qingzhu Mountain since she was a child, and naturally hoped that Qingzhu Mountain would get better and better. "Haha, why do you and I need to talk about this as husband and wife?" Lu Changsheng held his wife's hand and chuckled. Then he and his wife went to the attic to enjoy the moon and talk at night. Half a month later, Lu Yuanzhong went to Hongai Valley Market to take charge and replaced Lu Miaoj. This incident did not have any impact on the market. Naturally, the Bai family and the Zhang family would not have any objections. Lu Miaoj nominally claimed to the outside world that she had returned to Qingzhu Mountain for retreat and cultivation, but in fact she returned to Qingzhu Mountain. "Sister Miaoj, you can practice well next time. When Zixiao's injury is healed, we will go to Qingyun Sect with Huan Huan," Lu Changsheng said to his wife in a gentle voice. Now that the Zumi Tree King is in charge at home, when Ling Zixiao's injury recovers, he can go out with confidence and visit his children in Yu State. The two children were taken to Qingyun Sect to practice, and as a father, he was not able to see them and say goodbye properly, which made him feel really guilty. "Okay," Lu Miaoj responded softly, with some longing and expectation in her beautiful eyes. It was impossible for her, as a mother, not to miss her daughter who was taken to Qingyun Sect of Yu Kingdom to practice. In particular, she sometimes saw her sister Lu Miaohun's feelings of longing inadvertently, and she felt even more guilty and blamed herself. She thought that if she had not agreed to her children to join Qingyun Sect, they would not have to say goodbye like this, and it would even be better to have Lu Changsheng to teach them at home. Branch of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. A deep valley in a basin filled with a gloomy air, corpses, blood, and poisonous miasma. Hoo, Zia Hawu sat cross-legged, and a gust of cold wind blew around him. In front of him stood a huge corpse with a bull's head and a human body. The corpse was filled with corpse qi, and its dragon-like muscles were covered with countless black earthworm-like and tadpole-like runes, which were mysterious and terrifying, and exuded a strong and terrifying aura. The two lantern-like eyes and the two dark horns were emitting a breathtaking scarlet luster, which was light and dark. Zuanan demons, ghosts and monsters. Zia Wuo's eyes suddenly opened, scarlet as blood, looking at the vast cow corpse in front of him, and uttered intermittent muttering words. Then he pinched his hands together, and wisps of black air spread around his body, like smoke rising up. The surrounding gloomy wind suddenly rushed at this moment, like the howling of ghosts and wolves, humming loudly, weird and evil. SHH. Zia Wuo slapped his chest hard, spit out a drop of scarlet blood, and flew towards the corpse in front of him. In an instant, a fierce, brutal, terrifying, and horrifying aura spread from the ox-headed corpse. A layer of frost appeared on the dark ground. Roar, 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 woo, woo, woo. In this valley, there are many cages, each containing a monster beast. At this moment, these monster beasts seem to sense some kind of terror, roaring in fear, shivering, and trembling. It's so cold, what's going on? What a terrifying aura. It's coming from the direction of the ancestor. Is the ancestor going to practice some magical power? In the valley, there are several thatched huts and caves, where several monks live. At this moment, they all feel the air temperature drop, filled with a terrifying and strange aura, and the whole person is inexplicably frightened and breathless. Deep in the valley, black air is rolling and filing the air. Not only Xiahao Wu, but also the ox-headed corpse in front of him is filled with rolling black air. Come. Xiahao Wu waved his hand, and the monsters that had been prepared long ago were captured. He clenched his hands, and the monsters exploded and died, turning into hot blood mist and rushing towards the ox-headed corpse. The ox-headed corpse's eyes, which were originally bright and dark, were now as red agate and blood red. Boom! A deafening lightning and thunder suddenly sounded outside the valley. A torrential rain fell unexpectedly. Zuansha demon zombie, Zuansha demon zombie, it's finally done. Xiahao Wu looked at the ox-headed corpse in front of him and laughed up to the sky. But on the stiff blue-gray face, a pair of blood-red eyes were full of ferocity and murderous intent, as cold and cruel as a beast. Chapter 288. Both of them broke through. Zhao Qingqing attempted to build the foundation. Half a year later. Changsheng Palace, Retreat Cave. Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj sat opposite each other, their palms facing each other, their bodies were crystal clear, their aura was surging, their appearance was solemn, and countless spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered in their bodies. Tei Sheng Shiju is a Taoist couple's dual cultivation method. The two of them practiced it on weekdays, which naturally had a complementary effect. In the past 6 months since Lu Mayaoj came back, not only has Ling Xiao's physical conditioning progress improved, the cultivation speed of Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj has also been greatly improved. With a gathering of spiritual energy, the aura of the two people flowed and merged into one. Boom! Suddenly, two streams of magic power and spiritual pressure burst out from their bodies, and they all broke through. 47 years old, 6th level of foundation building. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes as bright as stars and exhaled lightly. Although he spent most of his time on making talismans, refining pills, and accompanying his wife, concubines and children, his cultivation was not delayed too much. With the improvement of his spiritual roots, sufficient supply of elixirs, and the dual cultivation effect of his foundation, his cultivation speed even exceeded that of many people who practiced hard. He simply felt a breakthrough change. The total amount of Qiyao mana in his body increased by 20% compared to the 5th level of foundation building. There is not much difference in quality. This improvement is not as much as the increase brought to him by Zuinit and Pearl. However, as long as he takes one more step, breaks through the 7th level of foundation building, and enters the realm of the late stage of foundation building, his mana and strength will assure an equalitative change. Congratulations, husband. At this time, Lu Mayaoj also slowly finished her practice, her beautiful eyes as gentle as water opened, looking around, full of joy and admiration. Haha, congratulations to Sister Mayaoj for breaking through the 3rd level of foundation building. Lu Changsheng looked at his wife and laughed out loud. Lu Mayaoj was still at the 2nd level of foundation building because her practice had been delayed all these years. Otherwise, with his Teiyudeo seeds and the elixirs given by him, she should have broken through the 3rd level of foundation building long ago. Such a great joy, we should celebrate it well. Lu Changsheng embraced his soft and fragrant wife. After a warm and playful time, the two put on their robes, walked out of the Changsheng Palace, and came to the Lu family mansion. Yuner, has anything happened at home these days? Lu Changsheng asked his wife Lu Mayan. Although he didn't worry about the affairs of the family, he would still care about some things. Nothing. Lu Mayan said softly, but under the guidance of Senior Honglian, the breeding and cultivation of the Carp King at home has made progress in breakthroughs. She practiced a method of longevity in heaven and earth, and sacrificed the Lingming treasure tree as her life root. The whole person was always filled with a fresh and vibrant breath, which made people very comfortable. Oh, there has been another breakthrough in the cultivation of carp at home. This is good news. Lu Changsheng smiled a little when he heard it. As a top-level third-level beastmaster, Honglian is very good at cultivating spirit beasts. So over the years, he has made some suggestions and guidance on the cultivation of red blood carp and green blood carp in the Bishu Lake and the fish farm. Like last year, the fishery income of Qingzhu Mountain increased by more than 10%. So Lu Changsheng plans to open another spiritual beast breeding farm in Qingzhu Mountain and cultivate spiritual beasts by the way. After chatting for a while, Lu Changsheng brought Lu Miaoj and Lu Miao into the fish farm for inspection. Greetings to the mountain master. Greetings to the lady. Father, Aunt. Zhang Yu, Lu Xiaoru and several other fishermen came to greet. Haha, I heard that there is a breakthrough in the breeding and cultivation of carp. I came to see it. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and looked at the fish farm. He saw huge carp swimming inside. Report to the mountain master, the time for carp to be promoted to carp king has been reduced by 30%, and in the breeding process. Zhang Yu hurriedly reported. Well, you did a good job on this matter, and there will be rewards from the clan. Lu Changsheng encouraged. Although the cultivation and optimization of carp mainly rely on Honglian to provide advice and guidance, it also requires the implementation of the people below. After a brief inspection of the fish farm and the spiritual field, Lu Changsheng returned to the Lu family mansion and held a family dinner at home, which was very lively. Now that there are so many wives and concubines in the family, it is naturally impossible for him to accompany everyone. So every time he retreats, he will hold a family dinner to make the family lively. During this period, he takes this opportunity to chat with his wives, concubines and children about the family situation. However, most of the topics of conversation between wives and concubines now, in addition to caring about his situation, are about the children at home. For example, Chu Hansun said with a look of grievance that it has been almost 2 years, and his son Lu Quansun has not come back except for writing 2 letters. And daughters Lu Yeshan and Lu Kaishun are not young anymore, and they have to consider recruiting a son-in-law to start a family. Don't worry, Quansun is fine, and it is estimated that she will be home at about the same time. Lu Changsheng said helplessly. He has the Lu family tree and knows the safety of the children at home. His son Lu Quanzin is in good condition now. But he is also a little curious about the situation of his children outside. He wants to know what his children are traveling about. I heard that some treasures can see the scene thousands of miles away, or some magical powers can sense the situation of close people through blood. If I can draw such a magic weapon, I can have more fun at home. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Suddenly, it occurred to him that if he could draw such a magic weapon, it would be quite good. In this way, when the children go out, not only do they not have to worry, but also the wives and concubines will not worry. Blackstone Market. In the market, at the door of a quiet courtyard. Fellow Taoist Shu, please come in and talk in detail. A woman in her 20s, with a peach-like face and wearing a palace dress, looked at the black-robed young man in front of her and said in a delicate voice. She was wearing a bright red gauze skirt with a loquet collar, and her figure was enchanting. Her tall and proud snow-white skin seemed to jump out of the collar. The skirt was split on both sides, and her slender snow-white legs were looming. Fairy Ruan, this is not good, right? We can just talk about it in the restaurant outside. The black-robed young man showed a look of anticipation on his face, and said hesitantly. What are you afraid of? Is Brother True afraid of me and want to eat you? The red-dressed woman's eyes moved, and she chuckled, charming and moving. Then she stretched out a white and tender arm and took the initiative to hold the black-robed young man's hand. Her body was filled with a refreshing fragrance, which made people feel distracted. The black-robed young man was startled, and his palm subconsciously pinched this soft and boneless warm palm. Then the whole person subconsciously followed the woman into the courtyard. You, at such a young age, like to keep a straight face on weekdays. The woman said in a coquettish voice while holding the black-robed young man's hand as if flirting. Fairy Ruan, the black-robed young man seemed a little embarrassed, and looked at the woman in front of him with an obsessive look, and then raised his palm, as if he wanted to stroke her cheek. But the next moment, puff! A cold light flashed. A dagger appeared in the black-robed young man's hand. This dagger does not have any spiritual energy, it is pure martial arts power. It directly cut a bloody mark on the neck of the woman in the red dress, and blood splattered. The woman in the red dress showed astonishment, fear, and disbelief in her eyes. She didn't expect that the young man who was obsessed with her under her charm just a moment ago would actually kill her directly. and the pure martial arts power made her body protection magic weapon unable to automatically protect the master in time. The beauty fell to the ground with a thump, and blood gushed from her neck, turning into a pool of blood. The other two Taoist friends, come out. Lu Quanzhen, who was dressed in a black brocade robe, had an upright posture and narrow eyebrows, said in a deep voice, "It seems that you are hiding quite deeply. When did you find out that something was wrong?" A deep voice sounded in the house. Two men walked out of the house and stared at Lu Quanzhen coldly. "I also want to ask, why are you targeting me so persistently?" Lu Quanzhen looked at the two people, narrowed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Half a year ago, you killed two of my brothers in the Black Cloud Mountains. You are only at the 6th level of key refining, but you were able to kill my two brothers, which means that you must have the chance secret. So whether it is revenge for the brothers or your chance secret, we can't let you go." One of the middle-aged men with dark skin, short and thin, looked at Lu Quanzhen with murderous eyes. "Black Cloud Mountains, two brothers." Lu Quanzhen frowned slightly and immediately had an impression. "I remember that when I was hunting monsters in the Black Cloud Mountains, I encountered two robber cultivators." He continued to ask, "I dealt with these two people cleanly, and there was no one else around at the time. Why did you know?" This was a point that puzzled him. Because he handled the bodies very cleanly at the time, and he did not leave any traces. Because after you killed people, you have the dark fragrance I configured on your body. Another tall and thin man said. Dark fragrance. Lu Quanzhen was thoughtful. He clearly remembered that after killing someone, he cleaned up all traces. You don't have to think about it. This kind of fragrance is specially prepared by me. Only spirit beasts can smell it. Now can you tell me when you found out that we are in trouble with you here? The tall and thin man asked Lu Quanzhen. It's very simple. Your motive for approaching me is too obvious and too deliberate. Lu Quanzhen said calmly, just like now, you are waiting for me to be poisoned. What, you know we are using poison? The two men heard the words and their faces suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, Lu Quanzhen realized that the two of them were using poison. In this situation, he was still chatting with the two of them. No, this kid is also using poison. The short and thin man immediately realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly closed his pores, sacrificed the magic weapon, and wanted to take action. However, at this moment, swish! A dark golden puppet appeared, turned into a residual image, tore the air, set off a wave of air, and came in front of the two. The dazzling dark golden sword in the puppet's hand was like thunder and lightning, fierce and domineering, slashing forward. No. The two men's pupils contracted in front of this scene, reflecting the cold dark gold sword, full of fear, powerlessness, regret, and despair. Puff. Puff. The protective gas shield and magic weapon around the body automatically protected the master. But facing the puppet's knife, the gas shield broke directly like a bubble. With a sharp blade entering the flesh and screaming, blood flew, and two heads rolled down. Who? Lu Quanzhen exhaled lightly. Looking at the two headless corpses, he muttered to himself, with a treasure given by my father, this kind of experience is still lacking in effect for me. If it weren't for the second-level puppet and the life-saving talisman given by my father, even if I was 50% sure and guessed that these people had bad intentions towards me, I would not dare to do such a risky thing. Lu Quanzhen muttered to himself. Although he acted decisively just now, he was not completely sure about the situation of the other party, whether there were only 3 people. But there is always a thief who can do thieves for 1,000 days, but there is no thief who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Since he realized that he was being treated with ill intentions and had a 30% to 50% chance of success, he naturally chose to take the initiative and kill the hidden danger. Without thinking any more, Lu Quanzhen collected the storage bags of the 3 people, burned the bodies to ashes, and then entered the room to search, then changed his appearance and left the market. Although the courtyard was covered by a formation, the outside world could not see what was going on inside. But he was not sure whether these people had accomplices, so he left as soon as possible. Qingzhu Mountain. Bian Villa. Dao Ialu, I am going to go back to the sect to retreat and impact the foundation, so I may not be able to come this year. That day, Zhao Qingqing came to Qingzhu Mountain, inspected the situation of the spiritual medicine, and said to Lu Changsheng. She was wearing a green long skirt, with an elegant and beautiful face, a graceful and slender figure, and a temperament that was somewhat similar to Lu Maiyuan, who had practiced a method of longevity in heaven and earth. She had a fresh breath of thriving plants all over her body. Strike at foundation building. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and asked, has fellow Taoist Zhao prepared the foundation building pill? He knew that the other party had been preparing for the foundation building long ago. Foundation building pills are hard to come by. With my current contribution to the sect, I can't exchange for foundation building pills at all, and I can't afford to exchange them. Zhao Qing's face showed a bit of bitterness. 9 years ago, she broke through the 9th level of key refining and began to plan for foundation building. But after so many years of busy work, she only managed to collect a pulse protection pill and 2 foundation building spiritual objects. As for the foundation building pill, it was too difficult for her. Even if she was expected to earn enough spirit stones and make contributions before the age of 60, she was not qualified to exchange for foundation building pills. Because in Qingyun Sect, exchanging foundation building pills requires qualifications. And she had offended her master in her early years. Not only was the master unwilling to help, but even the important spiritual medicines in the medicine garden were never allocated to her. As a result, her spiritual planting skills were difficult to improve, and she could not make enough money to contribute in the sect. I just happen to have a foundation building pill in my hand. If you need it, I can sell it to you. Lu Changsheng pondered slightly. He had refined 3 foundation building pills before. He gave 1 to Qingzhu, and there were 2 left. In addition to 1 for Bai Ling, there is another 1 that cannot be used for the time being. After all, Lu Mian is the only one in the family who has reached the 9th level of key refining. But she is practicing the heaven and earth longevity method, and pills are of no help to her practice, and she can't use the foundation building pill. In this case, it is better to sell this foundation building pill to Zhao Qingqing. The other party has a 6th grade spiritual root and a plant body. If there is a foundation building pill, there is a high probability that he can break through the foundation. In this way, the 2 of them can also be regarded as a good relationship. Foundation building pill. Zhao Qingqing heard the words, her delicate body trembled, thinking that she had heard it wrong. As a cultivator, she naturally wanted to break through the foundation. Countless times, she thought that she could get a foundation building pill, so that she could break through the foundation without having to look at the master's face. But she knew very well, it was too difficult to get a foundation building pill relying on her own ability. So after saving up a pulse protecting pill and 2 foundation building spiritual objects, she was ready to attack the foundation building stage. Even if she failed, her age could barely support her to fight again. But she never expected that at this moment, Lu Changsheng actually said that he could sell her a foundation building pill. Thank you for your kindness, Dao Lu. Qingqing has already spent all her savings on this preparation, so the matter of the foundation building pill can only be forgotten. Zhao Qingqing sighed, with a bitter look on her face, and shook her head. Although she was tempted, she had already spent all her savings on the purchase of the pulse protecting pill, 2 foundation building spiritual objects, and the previous Sanyang pill. If she wants to buy a foundation building pill now, she must continue to work hard for more than 10 years before she has hope. It doesn't matter. Dao Zhao doesn't have spiritual stones now, so you can owe them first and repay them slowly in installments. Lu Changsheng laughed and took out the foundation building pill. Although he has been practicing smoothly so far, he still knows the difficulty of ordinary cultivators to break through the foundation building stage. For ordinary cultivators, if they have good talents and practice with all their heart, it is not difficult to break through to the 9th level of key refining. But at the 9th level of key refining, it is extremely difficult to seize the foundation building pills and foundation building spiritual objects. For someone like Zhao Qingqing, who has a skill and is backed by a sect, she can get many conveniences, which is already very good. Most casual cultivators, if they don't have the opportunity, can basically not get the opportunity to build a foundation except to do robbery cultivation, hunt monsters, and explore cave ruins to earn spirit stones. In the end, they can only choose 1 or 2 foundation building spiritual objects to risk their lives and fight for a future with little hope. I owe you and pay it back in installments. Hearing this, Zhao Qingqing's beautiful eyes trembled, and her expression was slightly dazed. Why did Brother Lu help me like this? She looked at the handsome Lu Changsheng in front of her, and an idea came to her mind. 3 years ago, the cultivation of spiritual plants and spiritual medicines in Qingzhu Mountain had been stable, and she, as second-level spiritual plant master, didn't need to do too much. At that time, She resigned from Changsheng and no longer served as a guest worshipper of Qingzhu Mountain. But Changsheng said that with her as a spiritual plant master, any unexpected situation can be solved. She can also help teach his wives, concubines and children about spiritual plants when she is free. So he continued to invite her to serve as a guest minister in his home. Now, he is preparing to break through the foundation building. Changsheng not only expressed his willingness to sell the foundation building pill to him, but also willing to let her owe him and repay him slowly. It was fine before. But how to explain it now? This is a foundation building pill that is hard to find, and countless key refining cultivators dream of it. One pill is worth 20,000 spirit stones. If he breaks through the foundation building, it will be fine, and he will be able to repay this foundation building pill. What if he fails to break through? Zhao Qingqing is not stupid. Although she has entered the Immortal Sect. But over the years, she has also experienced a lot of things and knows the ups and downs of the world. What is Changsheng's intention to help him like this? Is he attracted by his ability or his appearance? Although she knows that she has a good appearance, she is not stunning. She is not even as good as some of Changsheng's wives and concubines. Given Changsheng's current status and position, if he was willing to offer a foundation building pill, there would be countless beauties willing to take the initiative. But apart from this possibility, she really couldn't think of any other reason. After all, Changsheng had so many beautiful wives and concubines, and it seemed that he had never stopped taking concubines and maids. Thank you for your kindness, Dao, but forget it. Qingqing really doesn't know how to repay such a favor. Although Zhao Qingqing was very tempted by the foundation building pill, she still shook her head and refused. She had her own persistence. If she had given up her principles for this foundation building pill, she wouldn't have had to wait until now. If she had agreed to the matchmaking of the master, she might have already broken through the foundation building stage. As long as Dao Zhao breaks through the foundation building stage, as a disciple of the Immortal Sect, it won't be easy to repay these in the future. Does Dao Zhao think that this foundation building pill is too easy to come by and there is no sense of accomplishment? Or is he worried that he will fail to break through and can't pay it back then? Changsheng raised his eyebrows and said with a bit of teasing in his tone. He was not surprised by Zhao Qingqing's reply. After all, although the relationship between the two was good, it was indeed not to the point where they could owe 20,000 spirit stones. Dao Zhao Qingqing rolled her eyes at Changsheng. What do you mean by no sense of accomplishment? Worrying about not being able to repay if the breakthrough fails. But it was true. She did think that the foundation building pill was too simple to obtain, and she owed too much favor. If the breakthrough fails, it will be too difficult to repay. Dao Zhao, we have known each other for many years. Since I am willing to give you this foundation building pill, it means I trust you. If you need it, just accept this foundation building pill, and don't worry too much. If you are really worried that you can't pay it back, then deduct it from the offering fee and work for me at Qingzhu Mountain for 20 years. Changsheng saw that Zhao Qingqing was struggling, and smiled calmly. Although he gave this foundation building pill with some other ideas, he did have some ideas of helping friends. Zhao Qingqing's expression changed. She knew that if she missed this time, she might not have such an opportunity in the future. In the end, she still couldn't resist the temptation of foundation building, and said softly, in this case, thank you, fellow Taoist Lu. Please rest assured, fellow Taoist Lu, Qingqing will definitely repay this amount of spiritual stones and this favor as soon as possible. Zhao Qingqing took the porcelain bottle and said solemnly, haha, I naturally trust fellow Taoist Zhao. Changsheng smiled. This is a fine foundation building pill. Zhao Qingqing opened the porcelain bottle and took a look, and her face immediately showed doubt, surprise, and surprise. You know, her psychological expectation was a genuine foundation building pill. But at this time, Changsheng actually took out a fine foundation building pill, which really gave her another surprise. After all, this is almost related to the probability of half building the foundation. Haha, that's right. Changsheng nodded. Qingqing really doesn't know how to repay this favor from Taoist brother Lu. Zhao Qingqing looked at Changsheng with some complicated feelings, feeling that she really owed him a big favor. Chapter 289 The result of 30 years of hard work. Zia Hao Wu is coming. Qingyun Sect, outside the mountain gate. Dao Lu, why are you helping me like this? Zhao Qingqing looked at Changsheng, with mixed feelings, and asked blankly. Don't ask, I'm just asking because I want your body. Lu Changsheng saw that Zhao Qingqing was twisted in his heart, and chuckled. Zhao Qingqing's mind buzzed when she heard it, and she was a little confused. Although she had such a guess in her heart, she never expected Lu Changsheng to answer like this. Her heart suddenly beat bang bang bang. Thank you Dao Yao Lu for seeing me off, Qingqing will go back first. She immediately bowed and said, and then quickly entered the mountain gate. If someone else was so frivolous, she would naturally scold him coldly. But Lu Changsheng's words really made her a little confused, dizzy, and her heartbeat accelerated inexplicably. After all, after so many years of contact, she had a good impression of Lu Changsheng. Except for being a little promiscuous, there was nothing wrong with him in other aspects. In particular, the other party's daily leisurely, relaxed and casual attitude towards life made her very yearning. Although she has a certain pursuit of cultivating immortals, she is not determined in the path. Deep in her heart, she actually longs for a leisurely life of cultivating spiritual plants and spiritual medicines every day and curing people's illnesses and relieving their worries. Zhao Qingqing let out a long breath, calmed her heart, and murmured to herself, Dao Yao Lu must have seen that I was entangled in my heart, so he made such a joke, asking me to calm down, not think too much, and focus on the foundation building. However, she said that, but she was keenly aware that she was not very repulsive to Lu Changsheng. It was not like facing the grandson of her master. Outside the mountain gate, Lu Changsheng saw Zhao Qingqing leaving in a hurry and chuckled. Although he said this as a joke, it did have some truth in it. Although Zhao Qingqing only had a 6th grade spiritual root, she was a plant body after all. He had seen in ancient books that if both parents were spiritual bodies, the probability of their children having spiritual bodies would be relatively higher. It's just that the probability of giving birth to a spiritual body is too low, and no one can explain it for sure, there is only such a saying. In addition, the other party is a plant body. If he can break through the foundation, the spiritual plan can be greatly improved. At that time, it may be helpful to his own golden armor bean mother, Lingming treasure tree, or weird prison demon flower, and Zumi tree king. But the other party is not his own. He is not confident that he will let the other party know about these things and study and cultivate them. But as long as the woman begins to be moved, it should not be difficult. Lu Changsheng shook his head, without thinking too much, and drove the shuttle back to Qingzhu Mountain. For such things, he just did it casually, without forcing it, and let it go. A day and a half later. Well, Quanzhen. Lu Changsheng drove the purple shuttle back to the territory of Qingzhu Mountain. Seeing a black-robed young man riding a spiritual horse below, he recognized his son Lu Quanzhen and flew down immediately. Lu Quanzhen subconsciously tensed up, and when he saw that the person coming was Lu Changsheng, he smiled and shouted, "Father." He was dressed in a black brocade robe, with a stern face, and his appearance had not changed much from 2 years ago. But Lu Changsheng was keenly aware that his son had a bit more murderous aura than 2 years ago. It was obvious that he had experienced a lot of killing in the past 2 years. Haha, you finally came back. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. I'm sorry that I've been away for so long. Lu Quanzhen said. Your mother has been nagging you all day long. Lu Changsheng shook his head and asked his son to put away the spirit horse. Then he carried his son, formed a magic barrier around his body, and took Lu Quanzhen like a meteor through the void, directly into the Qingzhu Mountain and returned to the Bian Peak. Is this the foundation building, flying in the air? Lu Quanzhen landed on the Bian Peak, muttering to himself, with a bit of yearning in his eyes for this flying experience. Quanzhen. Chu Hanson heard the voice transmission and learned that her son was back, and immediately hurried over. She was wearing a pink and white dress, with her hair tied up and a white jade hairpin inserted diagonally. She walked forward with a worried look on her face, pinched her son's arm, and said on her cheek, "Why did you come back so long? It must be very hard outside. Mother sees that you have lost weight." Lu Changsheng. Lu Kazhen. The father and daughter next to him were both speechless at Chu Hanson's words. I don't know how she saw that Lu Quanzhen had lost weight. Lu Changsheng not only saw that his son had a bit more murderous aura, but also had obvious improvement in his cultivation. As for his sister Lu Kazhen, although she couldn't see much, she also felt that her brother had changed a bit from before, and seemed to be a bit fiercer. Then Chu Hanson asked her son how he had lived outside in the past 2 years and whether he had been bullied. Lu Quanzhen said that he was very safe when traveling and had never encountered any danger on the road. Then he told where he had been and what interesting things he encountered on the road. He gained a lot of knowledge and coaxed Chu's Hanxian into days. He also thought that this kind of travel was quite interesting. Lu Changsheng next to him shook his head after hearing this. His son's words were just to deceive Chu's Hanxian. If it were Lu Miaoyan or Lu Miaohan, no one would believe his son's nonsense. After the mother and son finished reminiscing about the past, the father and son walked out of the hall, and Lu Changsheng took out a high-level rank-breaking pill from his storage bag and gave it to his son. He said, "This is a high-level rank-breaking pill. You can take it if you need it. But if you can break through by yourself, it's better to break through by yourself, don't take pills." His son Lu Quanxian is only an 8th grade spiritual root. If there is no rank-breaking pill to help, it is still difficult to break through the late stage of key refining, and it is estimated that it will take a long time. Thinking of his son doing fighting and killing outside, he directly gave him a pill, thinking that he could practice at home as much as possible. "Thank you for your kindness, father, but I have a chance to get a high-level rank-breaking pill this time." Lu Quanxian was slightly startled, and said with a smile on his face. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that with such a father, he really didn't need to work so hard. This time he went out, he had a deeper understanding of the lower-level cultivation world. He knew that most of the independent cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation were completely struggling for survival and were full of calculations. Apart from anything else, just such a high-level breakthrough pill could attract countless independent cultivators to work hard for it. Immediately, he took the initiative to tell Lu Changsheng about some of his travels and what he saw and learned. "It's a good thing that you are willing to work hard on your own. Your father is very pleased. But the family will always be your backing. You can tell your father anything." Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly and patted his son on the shoulder. It's a good thing for children to have their own opinions and be independent. But he also doesn't like his children to be too independent and rely on themselves for everything. They can still rely on their parents. After all, it's too tiring to rely on oneself for everything in the world of immortal cultivation. "Father, I know." Lu Quanxian nodded. He immediately said that he wanted to run a shop in Jiulongfang City next to experience a different life. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng naturally agreed and asked him to go directly to Lu Yun and let his family arrange it. Wanqiao Mountain Range. A stronghold of Qingyun Sect. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a terrifying attack bombarded the formation of the stronghold, causing a huge commotion. "How dare you? Who dares to offend my Qingyun Sect?" The fake Dan Zhenren who was sitting in the stronghold suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. He had white hair and a childlike face, and was wearing a purple robe. The thick purple mist was all over his body, exuding a terrifying aura, making everyone in the stronghold ready. Boom boom boom. But outside the stronghold formation, a figure wearing a black cloak was seen holding a long stick spiritual weapon, bombarding the stronghold formation crazily, causing bursts of noise and movement. Looking for death? The fake Dan Zhenren of Qingyun Sect was furious when he saw this. A mere fake Dan, who didn't even have a magic weapon, dared to cause trouble in his own stronghold. He immediately soared into the sky and manipulated the formation, causing purple lightning to fill the surrounding void, red sparks to splash, and killed the black-robed figure. "Ha!" The black-robed figure shouted, threw the long stick in his hand, and the spiritual light flashed. Then 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, and 4 turned into 8. In a blink of an eye, it covered the whole formation and continued to bombard the formation. Heavenly thunder art. The purple-robed fake Dan snorted coldly, and a magic bead filled with purple lightning appeared in his hand. The thunder around the formation was filled, and it turned into a terrifying thunder dragon several feet in size, roaring and killing the black-robed figure. Boom boom boom. In the mountains, there were earth-shaking sounds, and when the two fought, a purple thunder and black spiritual light intertwined. After several rounds of fighting, the black-robed figure seemed to be a little exhausted. A black giant axe appeared in his hand. Countless dark runes emerged when he swung it, breaking the thunder offensive and trying to escape. "You are Xiahao Wuo." The purple-robed old man saw the giant axe magic weapon and immediately recognized the identity of the black-robed figure. It was Xiahao Wuo, the evil Xiahao wanted by his own sect and the entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world. Seeing Xiahao Wuo trying to escape, he immediately soared into the sky and shouted angrily, "Where are you going, you evil thief?" Although he didn't know why Xiahao Wuo suddenly attacked his own stronghold. But now that he was encountered, he naturally couldn't let him go. Moreover, His cultivation method was thunder magic, which just restrained Xiahou Wu, and he was confident that he could suppress him. He held the sky thunder magic pearl in his hand, and the lightning arcs around his body were like little snakes, turning into a divine rainbow, chasing Xiahou Wu like lightning. However, it didn't take long. Endless gloomy winds accompanied by dark clouds and mist swept towards him, filled with a fierce, brutal, and terrifying aura, which made him immediately secretly feel that it was not good. He pinched his hands together, and a purple light of thunder armor appeared around his body. Boom! In the dark smoke, a huge figure like a hill with a bull's head and a human body emerged. Its dragon-like muscles were covered with countless terrifying dark runes, and the two horns and two huge eyes on its head were scarlet as blood. As soon as this huge figure appeared, it stared at the purple-robed old man, with fierce light in his pupils, which was breathtaking. The huge arms rose up like dragons and snakes, and the corpse key was surging, bombarding out, setting off endless huge waves, squeezing the air layer by layer to explode. Third-level Corpse King? Not good. The purple-robed old man saw the Corpse King rushing towards him, his pupils shrank, and his heart was suddenly not good, realizing that he had fallen into a trap. The other party deliberately lured him out to kill him. How could Xiahou Wu have a third-level Corpse King? This is the Earth-level bloodline monster Kang Mang Niu, could it be? The purple-robed old man had a guess in his mind. But he didn't dare to think too much, and hesitated too much. He quickly made a hand gesture, and the sky thunder pearl in his hand was horizontally above his head, bursting out endless surging and violent purple thunder, like a vast ocean, turning into a huge thunder net. Boom boom boom, the giant fist filled with dim light fell, and a series of deafening explosions sounded in the mountains. The thunder was directly impacted and scattered, setting off endless aftermath, turning the surrounding trees and rocks into powder, and a charred black. The corpse gas was filled, and the giant fist with endless power continued to bombard the purple-robed old man. Damn, this is the Xuanxia demon zombie of the Sky Corpse sect. The purple-robed old man looked extremely ugly, and he poured his magic power into the sky thunder pearl frantically, and took out several talismans from his arms, trying to kill a way out of this place. However, Xiahou Wu was prepared. He suddenly appeared behind the purple-robed old man, with a cold look, holding a black giant axe, and the dark spiritual light surged, slashing towards him, blocking his way. Boom! Under the attack from both sides, the black light engulfed the purple lightning, and a huge explosion broke out in the air. After a moment, the figure of the purple-robed old man was looming in the black light. At this time, his hair and beard were messy, his face was pale and black, and his thunder armor was tattered, and he was in a very embarrassed state. Kill! Xiahou Wu's face was gray and stiff, and his voice was as sonorous as the friction of metal. Without giving the purple-robed old man a break, he continued to attack him with his Xuanxia demon general. Facing such an attack of one person and one corpse, the purple-robed old man was unable to resist and block it. After several rounds, he was smashed into pulp under the fist of the Xuanxia demon zombie. Qingyun Sect. Xiahou Wu looked cold, his eyes glowed with scarlet luster, and he put away the corpse in front of him. Then he took the Xuanxia demon zombie and flew directly towards the stronghold. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During this time, Lu Changsheng's 2 wives and concubines became pregnant, and a child with a 4th-grade spiritual root was born. Unconsciously, my old Lu family has also produced many geniuses now. Lu Changsheng held the newborn baby inside in his heart. It has been exactly 30 years since he awakened his past life memories and activated the system in Qingyun Sect. After 30 years of hard work, he has a total of 178 children. 49 of them have spiritual roots. Among these 49 children, there is 1 2nd-grade spiritual root, 1 3rd-grade spiritual root, 3 4th-grade spiritual roots, 5 5th-grade spiritual roots, and 5 6th-grade spiritual roots. And there are 3 spiritual bodies. Such talented descendants are enough to be proud of any surrounding immortal cultivation family. What's more, these children all come from him. When these children grow up, such deeds are estimated to be enough to be recorded in the history of Jianghua's immortal cultivation world. 30 years of glory, it can be regarded as a small achievement. Lu Changsheng is quite satisfied with the results of his 30 years of hard work. The only thing to say that he is not satisfied is that the daughter with the best talent is not at home, and he, as a father, has not seen his daughter yet. But there are only 49 of them. I guess the system will ask for money soon. I don't know if the system can give me some surprises. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, and he had figured out some rules about the system's money. After a simple visit to the children and spending some time with his wife and concubines, Lu Changsheng returned to Zumi Cave Heaven. At this time, Lu Mayaoj was treating Ling Xiao and warming up his meridians and danshan. Thank you, Mayaoj. After a moment, the treatment was over. Ling Xiao sat up and thanked him softly. Then he looked at Lu Changsheng and said, My dear, my meridians and danshan are now fine, and I can try to practice. Haha, congratulations, Xiao. Lu Changsheng laughed when he heard it. Over the past year, he and Lu Mayaoj have tried their best to treat Ling Xiao, and the other party's condition has also improved significantly. Xiu Ya's jade face is no longer as pale and bloodless as before, but much more rosy. Congratulations, Sister Ling. Lu Mayaoj also congratulated. She knew that Ling Xiao had been unable to practice because of his dragon body and his meridians and danshan were withered. Otherwise, with his spiritual roots and talents, his cultivation level would have reached the middle or even late stage of foundation building. This is the 12 capitals of heavenly demons. Xiao, you can take a look at which one is suitable for you. If you have any questions during the process, just ask me directly. Lu Changsheng took out the exercises that he had prepared long ago and handed them to Ling Xiao. Thank you, my lord. Ling Xiao took the exercises slowly and said with a smile. He had been looking forward to the day when his meridians and danshan would recover. But I don't know if it was because she saw her meridians and danshan getting better day by day, and now that they are almost recovered, she felt calm instead. Xiao, if you start practicing, the problem of the dragon roar body is likely to reappear, so you have to be more careful and pay attention. If you have any problems, remember to tell me as soon as possible. Lu Changsheng continued to speak, saying seriously. Although Ling Xiao's dragon roar body's origin was plundered by him with a dragon-inducing art, thus entering a sleeping state. But once she starts practicing, this spiritual body problem will reappear, causing the yang energy to burn the meridians and danshan. Don't worry, my lord. I know. Ling Xiao smiled sweetly, with a warm current in her heart. In the following time, Ling Xiao tried to change her cultivation method to see which of the vermilion bird burning heaven art, thunder fire 9 art, and 12 capitals demonic art was more suitable for her. But if she had time during the day, she would still go to the Bishu Lake to set up the Qinghe formation. After all, this Qinghe formation mainly uses 36 Qinghe relics pearls to nourish the spiritual veins. Once the spiritual veins under the Bishu Lake are promoted to the second level, not only can the water veins and the Bihan Peak spiritual veins be connected, but the overall spiritual energy of Qingzhu Mountain can also be improved. Lu Changsheng's plan for the spiritual beast breeding farm can also be started, and an area in the Bishu Lake will be divided to cultivate water monsters. The stars and the moon are dim, and the night is as dark as ink. Outside Qingzhu Mountain, a figure wearing a black cloak appeared. His face was gray and stiff, and his eyes in the hood were glowing with scarlet luster, which looked very intimidating in the night. Qingzhu Mountain Zia Hao Wu Wo looked at Qingzhu Mountain, which was shrouded in blue hazy water waves in the night ahead, with a terrifying luster in his eyes. A second-level top-level formation, a second-level formation master, really has something. No wonder Wu Xiu died here that year. But even if you have a third-level formation, you can't escape tonight. Zia Hao Wu Wo's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he turned into a divine rainbow and appeared directly on the top of Qingzhu Mountain. He slapped his storage bag, and bronze ancient tablets appeared one after another. A total of 18 ancient tablets flew down in all directions of Qingzhu Mountain. These ancient tablets fell, and under Zia Hao Wu Wo's urging, they immediately burst out with the gray light pillars, lingering outside Qingzhu Mountain, and the key was connected, like a layer of gray chaos, covering the entire Qingzhu Mountain. What's going on? Qingzhu Mountain now not only has Lu family children stationed at the mountain gate, but also guards patrolling, always paying attention to the surrounding situation. Seeing this scene, they immediately realized that something was wrong, and started the formation, took out the communication talisman, and sent a message to Bihan Peak. At the same time, a black long stick appeared in Zia Hao Wu Wo's hand above Qingzhu Mountain. He threw the long stick, and it continued to split in the air, turning into hundreds of long sticks. But the gray chaos generated by the ancient monument in the air was like fog, permeating these long sticks and bombarding the formation. Boom boom, in an instant, The Qingzhu Mountain formation burst into violent sound, and the light and darkness were uncertain in the night. Many monks who were meditating in their dreams suddenly woke up, and their hearts trembled. Huh? What's going on? In Zumi Cave Heaven, in the Changsheng Hall, Lu Changsheng, Ling Zixio, Lu Maioji and others immediately woke up and realized that something was wrong. They quickly walked out of the cave and came to Bian Peak, looking at Xiahao Wuwo, who was wearing a black cloak outside the formation. Who are you? Lu Changsheng looked at Xiahao Wuwo, his expression slightly condensed, and said in a deep voice. He didn't see Xiahao Wuwo's cultivation level, but combined with the situation before him, he immediately realized that the other party was not simple. He directly sent a voice transmission to the Zumi Tree King and asked, Zumaru, Master, this person's cultivation should be a fake pill. The ethereal and pure voice of the Zumi Tree King sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Zixio, Zumi Fantasy Heaven Array. Lu Changsheng heard this and immediately sent a voice message to Ling Zixio. Prepare to directly operate the array to fight the enemy and suppress the opponent into the Zumi Cave Heaven. Who am I? You rely on the power of the array to kill my clan brother. Who do you think I am? Tonight, I will make your entire Qingzhu Mountain be buried with my clan brother. Xiahao Wuwo's voice was sonorous and hoarse, very harsh. While speaking, hundreds of long sticks attacked the Qingzhu Mountain array. These long sticks were all wrapped in a layer of gray aura, bombarding the array, raising layers of ripples, causing the blue mist of the Bishu Xianqing array to dissipate, revealing a bit of the Qingzhu Mountain scene. Obviously, this gray aura is a treasure specially used to break the array. Xiahao Wuwo, Lu Changsheng, Ling Zixio, and Lu Maioji guessed who this person was when they heard this. With this kind of strength, there is no one else who can avenge his brother except Xiahao Wuwo, who is currently hiding outside. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you throw yourself in. Now that you are here, you don't have to leave. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and a bit of coldness appeared. The other party has been hiding outside, and he was still thinking about making trouble for the other party and avenging Ling Zixio. But for so many years, there has been no news from the other party. Unexpectedly, he finally waited for the other party to come to the door. Hoo-hoo-hoo. At this time, Ling Zixio moved the array plate, and the crystal luster of the Zumi Tree King flowed around, and the wisps of divine light overflowed, making the flickering green water sky blue array glow with a bit of golden luster. The golden luster and the blue luster blended together, making the whole array's aura unpredictable. There was a hazy, imperceptible hazy black fog that gradually enveloped Xiahao Wuwo. Haha, I want to see what you can do to take revenge. Lu Changsheng, dressed in a green robe, soared into the sky, stood with his hands behind his back, and said coldly to Xiahao Wuwo under the night sky. Arrogant boy, you are looking for death. Xiahao Wuwo saw that Lu Changsheng knew his identity and dared to be so arrogant and did not take him seriously, so he scolded him coldly. As he spoke, a black giant axe appeared in his hand, and he was about to chop it towards Qingzhu Mountain. But the next moment, he saw hazy black fog emerging. The surrounding scene suddenly changed from the original Qingzhu Mountain to a hazy and chaotic place in all directions. He chopped out with his axe, breaking through the endless hazy gray mist, but it did not cause any impact on this world. What's going on? Xiahao Wuwo's eyes showed a look of doubt. He realized that he was trapped in the formation. But he did not realize the flaw of the formation at the first time. I have clearly laid down the Forbidden Spirit Tablet, which has the effect of weakening the operation of the formation. This Qingzhu Mountain is only a second-level top-level formation, how can it have such a formation effect? Xiahao Wuwo's face was blue-gray, and his eyes were a little red. Without thinking too much, he slapped the yin corpse bag on his waist and released his greatest reliance. Suddenly, whoosh whoosh, a gust of cold wind roared, and endless dark fog rolled, filling the space with a terrifying and frightening aura. However, at this moment, suddenly, he felt dizzy. The scene in front of him changed again like a mirage. The surroundings were still gray. But in front of him, he saw a palace, a pond, tables and chairs, and a woman in red clothes and red hair. Boom. Before he could understand what was going on, he instantly felt a terrifying force of heaven and earth falling on him, making his whole body sink. The whole person seemed to be suppressed by a mountain, trapped in a quagmire, unable to move at all. The fake pill and the danchan also fell silent, unable to use any mana. How is this possible? Xiahao Wuwo was immediately shocked, his eyes full of fear. Although he was only a fake pill real person. But the fake pill real person was also a real person, enough for the foundation building to look up to. But now, he didn't even understand what was going on, and was suppressed without any ability to fight back. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, he heard a series of terrifying roars and roars, accompanied by terrifying and terrifying aura. He knew that it was his greatest reliance, the black evil demon zombie. But in just a moment, he saw that his black evil demon zombie was imprisoned in the void like himself. The corpse key was restrained all over the body, and the dark runes on the muscles of the dragon gradually dimmed. The two scarlet eyes and horns were bright and dark, as if they fell into deep sleep. This Xiahao Wu showed fear in his eyes, not knowing what was going on. The whole person felt like he was dreaming. He was just here to destroy a small foundation building family. But what the hell is this? Question mark. Not only was he suppressed in an instant, his own Zuansha demon zombie, the third level corpse king, was also suppressed in an instant. This. If he hadn't been clear-headed, he would have thought that he had broken into the Qingyun Sect. Xiahao Wu was terrified and confused, not knowing what was going on. The next moment, he saw a ripple in front of him. A man and two women, three figures appeared. It was Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj, and Ling Xiao that he had seen before. Chapter 290, The Methods of the Mysterious Flower, Unprecedented Harvest. Lu Changsheng, Ling Xiao. Xiahao Wu looked a little dazed when he saw Lu Changsheng, Ling Xiao, and Lu Miaoj. If before, he thought he was trapped in some kind of illusion and his spiritual perception was blinded. Now, with the appearance of Lu Changsheng and the other two, he clearly realized that this was not an illusion. He was in another space. Is this a cave magic weapon? The hazy black fog at that time was someone activating the cave magic weapon. But the cave magic weapon has no such power. Xiahao Wu had a guess in his mind, but it was still unbelievable. He didn't know what was going on. After all, even if the Giant's Henren came in person, he couldn't suppress himself and the Zuansha demon zombie so easily. Xiahao Wu. Lu Changsheng, wearing a green robe, had a handsome face and a calm expression. He looked at Xiahao Wu, whose face was gray and stiff and terrified. Although he knew the power of his own formation and the strength of Zumi before, but at this moment, he had a clear understanding. After all, the Xiahao Wu in front of him was a fake Danzhenren, whose strength was terrifying. At the beginning, he took the Qingyun spirit ship to Juxiao Immortal City and witnessed the other party chasing and killing Qingyun's henchman Chu Qingyi and fighting with Qian's Henren. Qian's Henren, who was also a fake Dan, was not a match for Xiahao Wu in front of him. But at this moment, this existence was easily suppressed by his own formation, Zumi Tree King, and became a prisoner. However, his attention was immediately attracted by the Zuansha demon zombie next to him, which was like a small mountain. Although this corpse king was suppressed by Zumi and could not move, but he could still feel a breathtaking and terrifying aura from it. Xiahao Wu, Lu has been waiting for a long time. I wonder if you have thought about how to die. Lu Changsheng looked at Xiahao Wu, stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, and said lightly, Lu Changsheng, who are you? Xiahao Wu's voice was hoarse and harsh. Although his mana was suppressed and imprisoned, he could still see that Lu Miaoj and Ling Xiao were at the foundation building stage. As for Lu Changsheng, although his cultivation aura was obscured like a mist, but before coming, he had a brief understanding of Qingzhu Mountain. He knew that Lu Changsheng, the master of Qingzhu Mountain, had the strength of the initial stage of foundation building. Because he was proficient in the art of talisman formation, he practiced a certain joint cultivation method with his wife Lu Miaoj, and his combat power was almost comparable to the peak of foundation building. But at this moment, he realized that Lu Changsheng in front of him was definitely not that simple. This person had a big secret, unfathomable. The information he learned was just the information Lu Changsheng released to the outside world. If this is the only last words, then you can die. Lu Changsheng said softly. As a righteous cultivator, Lu, is naturally incompatible with the devil. If he still has good intentions, he is willing to give him a chance to redeem himself. But a devil thief like Xiahao Wu is extremely evil, so naturally there is nothing to say. Strange prison demon flower. Lu Changsheng said. But see. Next to the eye of the spiritual spring, an extremely beautiful and enchanting dark red flower swayed gently, budding and blooming with a charming luster. As it swayed, roots covered with dark red thorns appeared from the ground and spread towards Xiaowu, making the air smell a bit bloody. This enchanting and beautiful flower was the weird prison demon flower that Lu Changsheng won from the system lottery. Because he was not sure whether this weird prison demon flower needed a spiritual vein. So when he learned that the Zumi Tree King could transplant the spiritual plants in the cave, Lu Changsheng temporarily planted this weird prison demon flower in the Zumi Cave heaven. After planting it, Lu Changsheng also had a detailed understanding of this weird prison demon flower. Weird prison demon flower can indeed grow without spiritual veins, only by feeding on flesh and blood, and soul. But this requires a lot of flesh and blood, and soul. If it is always fed by monsters, it is also a considerable consumption. So if possible, it is better to plant it on the spiritual vein, so that it grows faster. In addition, after planting this weird prison demon flower, Lu Changsheng also had a detailed understanding of its abilities. There is a prison in the belly, which can imprison living beings. The strength of this prison cannot be much higher than that of the body, and there is an upper limit on the number. But this cage can refine living beings, and some memory fragments can be obtained through their souls. It is a bit similar to the soul-searching technique in the magic method. Therefore, now that Xiaowu has come to the door, Lu Changsheng will naturally not be polite and use the other party to feed the flower to see the effect of the weird prison demon flower. What are you going to do? You actually have such a magic method. The roots of the weird prison demon flower spread out, took root and pierced into Xiaowu's flesh and blood, and then dragged it to the front of the flower bud. At this time, the flower bud is no longer beautiful and charming, but weird and creepy. It is like a huge mouth of the abyss, and the stamens inside are like tentacles, revealing the desire for flesh and blood, slowly wrapping it and swallowing it. No. Xiaowu can feel a force penetrating his flesh and blood, corroding and corrupting his flesh and blood, bones, and mana. But at this time, his mana was suppressed and sealed by the Zumi Tree King, and he was powerless to resist. No, I am not willing to give up. I still have family feuds and clan hatreds. I want to take revenge on Qingyun Sect and repeat the glory of Xiahou family. Xiaowu's gray face was ferocious, his eyes were full of unwillingness, and he roared. In order to achieve his goal, he would do anything, even surrendering to the demon clan and becoming a running dog of the demon clan. But now, he just saw some hope, but he died inexplicably in the hands of a small foundation-building family. He didn't even know how he died or how he fell. He wanted to roar and struggle, but he couldn't move at all. His consciousness became more and more blurred, and the whole person seemed to fall into darkness. As Xiaowu was completely swallowed, the roots of the weird prison demon flower disappeared, and it returned to its original appearance, beautiful and flawless. No one could see the horrible scene just now. The Zuansha demon zombie next to it, which was like a small mountain, also had much dimmer runes all over its body. The horns and eyes that were uncertain in light and dark also seemed to be extinguished, showing a gray and black color. This. Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio, and Suruyan, who was not far away, all looked surprised and suspicious when they saw this scene, and their emotions were surging. On the one hand, they felt that the method of the weird prison demon flower was a bit devilish. On the other hand, it was a bit unbelievable to see a fake Danzhenren being suppressed and devoured like this. After all, for them, on weekdays, the fake Danzhenren was a high and mighty existence that they could look up to. This method is a bit devilish. Lu Changsheng saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he muttered to himself. If the weird prison demon flower's method was seen by people in the outside world, it would definitely be regarded as devilish. But Xiaowu is dead, and I can go to the Qingyun Sect of Yu Kingdom with peace of mind. Lu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had the Zumi Tree King at home, he was not afraid of the other party's attack. But if the other party didn't die, he would still feel a little uneasy. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, magic tools, spiritual tools, storage bags, and storage rings were spit out by the weird prison demon flower. The weird prison demon flower not only feeds on flesh, blood, and souls. It can also feed on the bones of dead creatures, and even spiritual plants and materials. It can even corrode these magic tools and spiritual tools and turn them into energy. But Lu Changsheng naturally couldn't let it refine them. Zixio, Sister Miaoj, clean up the harvest. Lu Changsheng chuckled and said to Lu Miaoj and Ling Zixio in a gentle voice. Okay, the two women heard the words and responded softly, without saying much about the weird prison demon flower. Ling Xiao, for example, is now comprehending the 12 capitals of the demonic divine art, and doesn't care about this kind of demonic means at all. Although Lu Miaoj felt that it looked a bit weird and demonic, she wouldn't say anything. But Su Ruian, who was not far away, couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She didn't expect this demon plant to be so terrifying. She practiced a beast art and was very sensitive to the breath of demon beasts. The breath of the strange flower just now made her feel a palpitation. Well, so many spirit stones? And 2 magic weapons. Lu Changsheng took a storage ring, broke the restriction, looked at the situation inside, and was immediately surprised and surprised. He found that there were not only a pile of spirit stones and natural treasures inside, but also 2 magic weapons. One was a fist-sized purple thunder bead. The other was a sharp little sword that was as red as jade. He took out the 2 magic weapons and looked at them. They should be other people's life magic weapons. Spirit source beads, foundation building pills, and pill-forming spiritual objects. A lot of spiritual ores and monster materials. Lu Miaoj and Ling Xiao looked at several storage bags and exclaimed in surprise. Because Zai Hao Wu was really too rich, it didn't look like the wealth of a fake pill master. My dear, Zai Hao Wu just set up a magic weapon to interfere with the operation of the formation outside Qingzhu Mountain. I have to go and take a look. At this time, Ling Xiao felt something and said aloud. I'll go with you. We need to calm down the situation just now. Lu Changsheng nodded and said. Just now, Zai Hao Wu attacked Qingzhu Mountain. Although it was only for a moment, it caused quite a stir. As the mountain master, he naturally had to calm down the situation. Soon, the 2 walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven. Husband. Mountain master. Father. Daddy. At the foot of Bian Peak, Lu Miaoyan, Lu Yun, Lu Pinggan and others saw Lu Changsheng and Ling Xiao and immediately stepped forward to ask what was going on. It's just a robbery cultivator who came to cause trouble. It's been resolved. Lu Changsheng didn't say much, although the news of killing Zai Hao Wu could shock people a little. He even went to Qingyun Sect to receive a generous reward. But once this news got out, there was really no way to explain it to the outside world, and he couldn't survive. So he didn't even think about it and directly fed the corpse to the Qingyu demon flower. After a simple reassurance, indicating that the robbery cultivator had been killed by the family formation and lifting the alert, Lu Changsheng and Ling Xiao came to the outside of Qingzhu Mountain. This should be some kind of formation magic weapon. Ling Xiao looked at the ancient forbidden spirit tablet in front of him and said softly. Then he and Lu Changsheng tried to put away the 18 ancient tablets. Now that Zai Hao Wu is dead, it is easy for the 2 to put away these ancient tablets. After finishing the work, the 2 returned to Zumi Cave Heaven and continued to clean up the spoils. Such rich spoils made the 3 of them sigh. Huh? At this time, Lu Changsheng received a wave from the weird prison demon flower. It means that the memory fragments of Zai Hao Wu have been extracted. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows, came to the side of the weird prison demon flower, and placed his palm on the enchanting and beautiful flower. Immediately, a movie like a discontinuous movie appeared in front of him. These memories are very messy, and it is very troublesome to sort out useful information, and it consumes a lot of mind. It is rumored that the Zai Hao family is a hidden pawn of the Qingyun Sect of Jin State. It turns out that the ancestor of the Zai Hao family used to be a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. At that time, the Zai Hao family realized that the Qingyun Sect was targeting them, and sent some of their core disciples to the Yu State. Zai Hao wasn't tisk. Zai Hao Wu really participated in the beast tide in the territory of the Yuling sect and became a traitor. 3rd level corpse king, Zuacha demon zombie. No wonder Zai Hao Wu is so rich. It turns out that he killed and robbed several strongholds of the Qingyun sect, Yuling sect, and Luoxia sect. Lu Changsheng obtained a lot of information from Zai Hao Wu's memory fragments through the weird prison demon flower. But these messages are too messy. Even if his consciousness has reached the peak of foundation building, it is a bit exhausted. He stopped browsing the memory. He planned to wait until he had time later and then slowly sort it out. See if he can get more useful information from Zai Hao Wu's memory. At this time, Lu Miaoj and Ling Xiao also roughly cleaned up the spoils. 13 high-quality spirit stones. 948 middle-grade spirit stones. 79,611 lower-grade spirit stones. 3 lower-grade magic weapons, 1 magic weapon embryo, 3 top-grade spiritual tools, 2 upper-grade spiritual tools, 5 middle-grade spiritual tools, 9 lower-grade spiritual tools, and a pile of magic tools. In addition to spirit stones and magic weapons, there is also a dana-forming spiritual object, a genuine foundation-building pill, a spiritual source bead, 4 foundation-building spiritual objects, and a 3rd-level spiritual wood. As for other spiritual objects, spiritual ores, spiritual medicines, and monster corpses, there are even more. Faced with such a rich harvest, Changsheng was a little difficult to estimate. Because it is difficult to measure the value of magic weapons and some 3rd-level material spiritual objects with spirit stones. Things of this level are mostly bartered, and will not be sold simply with spirit stones. Before Changsheng participated in an auction in Qingyun City, there was a magic weapon auctioned at a high price of 330,000 spirit stones. But this price does not have much reference significance. In any case, this wave of harvest tonight is an unprecedented harvest for Changsheng, with a value of more than 1 million spirit stones. Relying on this wave of harvest tonight, it is enough for him to live off the land of Qingzhu Mountain for nearly decades. Sure enough, to make money, you still have to rely on the sponsorship of kind-hearted people. If I rely on myself to make talismans and refine pills, even if I work from morning to night every day, I don't know how long I will be busy. Changsheng sighed. Even though he has a system and is used to big scenes, he is also excited by this wave of rich harvests. Especially 3 magic weapons and a magic weapon embryo. Although these magic weapons and embryos are all other people's life magic weapons, it is not convenient to sell them, and the power effect will be seriously reduced when used. But it is perfect for practicing the 100 refining treasure body technique. Now Qingyun has entered the 100 refining treasure body art and has broken through the 1st level. With these 3 magic weapons and a magic weapon embryo, you can give him one and try to condense it into his body for cultivation. Then select 2 people with body refining talent from the family and teach them the 100 refining treasure body art. Changsheng thought to himself, planning to give these 3 magic weapons and embryos to his children for cultivation. After all, it is cost-effective to let his children practice this technique, and use 1 magic weapon as 2. He himself, as a father, is almost enough. Lu Mioj and Ling Xiao were also shocked by this amazing harvest and felt a little dizzy, as if they were dreaming. After all, the number of spirit stones and spiritual materials of heaven and earth is too much, too amazing. This night will be a sleepless night for the 3 of them. Not only them, but for most people in Qingzhu Mountain, tonight is a sleepless night. After all, from Xiahao Wuo's previous posture and formation, it is obvious that he is not an ordinary cultivator. It is estimated that he is a great cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. But such an existence was suppressed by Qingzhu Mountain in just a moment, which is amazing. Yu Kingdom. Nanfangling Xia family. This is a small foundation building family. A few years ago, someone in the family broke through the foundation building stage. Then the ancestor of the family brought people here to open up wasteland and establish a family. The location is very remote. Not only is it close to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, but there are also many poisonous miasma around it. A middle-aged man in his 40s with gray hair and wearing a white brocade robe was combing the family's veins through the formation. At this moment, he suddenly felt something and his body stiffened. Then his face turned pale, and he took out a jade card from the storage bag with a slightly trembling arm. But the jade card was full of cracks. Then it exploded with a bang and turned into jade chips. Brother. Xiahao Wuxian looked at the jade card in his hand, his face changed drastically, and the whole person was like a bolt from the blue, staggering, and shouting in grief. When the Blackwater Xiahao family was destroyed, the 3 brothers fled with their core children. The eldest brother Xiahao Wuo went to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and secretly accumulated strength by hunting monsters. The second brother Xiahao Wuxiu continued to make trouble in Jiang State and earned resources by looting. And he brought the core of the family to Yu State, hiding his identity and developing secretly. But now, only 10 years have passed, and his family has just settled down. First, the second brother Xiahao Wuxiu died, and now the eldest brother Xiahao Wuo has received bad news. Brother. Xiahao Wuxian looked sad and clenched his fists. He didn't grieve for too long, and suddenly raised his head with a firm look. Knowing that now, he must support the family. Now that the eldest brother has died outside, There is no hope for the family to avenge. The Ziyao family's skills can no longer be practiced, otherwise if there is any accident, my Ziyao family will be completely destroyed. This place can't continue, I have to give up, otherwise, it may cause trouble. Ziyao Wuxian murmured to himself. He chose this place as the family's spiritual land. One is that this place is an ownerless land. In addition, this place is suitable for refining corpses and practicing the Ziyao family's skills. But now that his eldest brother Ziyao Wuwo has died, he knows that revenge is almost hopeless. Now what he has to do is to continue the survival of the family. And to continue the family, the Ziyao family's skills must not continue to be practiced, and they must completely hide their identities and change their appearance. It took Lu Changsheng less than half a month to obtain a lot of important information from Ziyao Wuwo's memory fragments. For example, Ziyao Wuwo has a brother in the late stage of foundation building, named Ziyao Wuxian, who is lurking in Yu State. Ziyao Wuwo chose to become a traitor because many demon kings in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains reached some kind of conspiracy. As for what conspiracy, Ziyao Wuwo didn't know. Then, Ziyao Wuwo had a corpse refining base in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. The black evil demon zombie was refined by Ziyao Wuwo using the third-level demon king Kangmang Niu. But this black evil demon zombie has defects, is difficult to control, and is easy to backfire. In order for this demon zombie not to bite the master, it needs to be fed with blood continuously. That's why he attacked many family strongholds, not only to plunder resources, but also to feed this demon zombie. From the other party's memory, Lu Changsheng also obtained the inheritance of the Ziyao family, heavenly corpse refining form. However, this technique can only be practiced to the early stage of Danji. In addition to the technique, there is also a third-level corpse refining inheritance. From sacrificing ordinary zombies to iron corpses, copper corpses, silver corpses, and so on. These corpses have corresponding advanced roots, such as Zuansha demon zombie, golden armor corpse demon, flying yaksha, bone transforming blood corpse, and so on. Lu Changsheng has no interest in this technique and corpse refining inheritance. Because he took a quick look, these corpse refining conditions are too vicious. Like the Zuansha demon zombie, it is very easy to bite the master, and it needs to drink a lot of blood every once in a while. The bone-transforming blood corpse not only needs to drink blood, but also needs to use the corpses of blood relatives to refine the corpse. Only in this way will it not bite back. Sure enough, the more powerful the corpse refining, the more evil it is. I wonder if the Wujian Gui Shou I got from the system will be the same. Lu Changsheng thought of the Wujian Gui Shou he got as a reward from the system. According to the system description, this Wujian Gui Shou is naturally very powerful, and is one of the Corpse Ghost Sect's corpse ghosts. How about taking this thing out and having a look? Anyway, with Zumi here, there won't be any noise. And the system product should recognize the owner and won't devour the owner. Lu Changsheng thought for a moment, thinking about extracting the Wujian Gui Shou he had drawn from the system. Otherwise, if this thing is placed in the system space at home, it will probably be gathering dust forever. Extract. Lu Changsheng looked at the Wujian Gui Shou in the system space, and his mind moved slightly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, The Realm of Dan Formation. The corpse ghost controls the corpse ghost. Who, in an instant, a head with a black and stiff face, eyes as black as ink, no whites of the eyes, messy hair, and a hideous and terrifying head appeared. Fuck. Even though Lu Changsheng had seen many scenes, he was still stunned when he saw this Wujian weird head, and felt a little creepy. This head is not only hideous and terrifying. A black face is like a horse's face, a stretched O, weird and creepy. The two eyes are like a vortex black hole, fascinating and frightening. Wujian weird head. It's really weird. The information of this third-level refined corpse appeared in Lu Changsheng's mind. Wujian weird head, the strength of the initial stage of the third level. The magical power is weird and unpredictable, mainly based on illusions, and can form a ghost domain. In the ghost domain, only the Jinden's Henrin can compete. Like the cultivators and monsters of key refining and foundation building, Once they enter the ghost domain, there is only one way to die. Moreover, under the long-term erosion of the ghost domain, these creatures will be refined into ghost slaves by the Wujian Weirdhead. The so-called ghost slaves are a kind of puppets, Taoist soldiers. By then, once the ghost domain is spread out, this Wujian Geshao will have many more fearless ghost slaves, and its overall strength will continue to improve. Ghost domain. Lu Changsheng looked at the ghost domain effect of Wujian Geshao, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he muttered to himself. Honglian said that when the mana in the body of a Jiandan's Henren is highly concentrated, a certain field will be vaguely formed around it, which is called the Jidan Feiyu. This kind of Feiyu may not have much effect on cultivators of the same level, but it is absolutely crushing against key refining and foundation building cultivators. The reason why a fake Dan's Henren is far inferior to Jiandan's Henren is that in addition to the inability to improve his cultivation, he cannot form a Feiyu, and can be challenged or even besieged by foundation building cultivators. This ghost domain should be similar to the Feiyu of a Jiandan's Henren. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Since he had never seen a Jiandan's Henren take action, he was always curious in his heart whether he could kill a Jiandan's Henren across levels with his current strength. So he specifically asked Honglian about this question. Honglian told him that once a cultivator breaks through the Jiandan stage, he can form a domain. This domain has no effect on cultivators of the same level. But for low-level cultivators, it can be said to be absolutely crushing. Lu Changsheng can surprise the Jiandan cultivator with the help of the talisman array and the third-level talisman, and even have the hope of killing him. But once they fight head-on, the opponent's Jiandan domain will be spread out, and his magic power will be difficult to operate. At that time, even if he has 100 methods, he will not be able to use them, and he cannot be a match for the Jiandan. So when you meet a Jiandan cultivator, you must not enter the opponent's domain, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Ghost domain, ghost slave. By the way, can this Wujian ghost head turn Zai Hao Wu Wo's black evil demon zombie into a ghost slave? Lu Changsheng paused in his heart and suddenly thought. Since he couldn't control the black evil demon zombie, he was also going to use it to feed the Gyar demon flower. But the Gyar demon flower is still digesting Zai Hao Wu Wo, so the black evil demon zombie is still there for the time being. Seeing the ability of the Wujian Geshao at this time, he suddenly thought, if the Wujian Geshao turned the Zuansha demon zombie into a ghost slave, wouldn't it be a great increase in strength? However, the Wujian Geshao can only refine slaves with weaker strength than itself into ghost slaves. That Zuansha demon zombie is also in the early stage of the third level. It may be a bit difficult to refine it into a ghost slave. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly. Although this Wujian Geshao is powerful, it is not so abnormal as to turn the Zuansha demon zombie into a ghost slave. Now that the Zuansha demon zombie is suppressed by Zumi, you can try it. Lu Changsheng stood up and prepared to try to see if it works. If it works, it would be the best. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter, just continue to feed the Gyar demon flower. Let's go. Lu Changsheng said to the Wujian Geshao. This Wujian Geshao has a simple consciousness. However, it is a product of the system, and it must be a fine product. The other party directly recognizes the master, can communicate like a pet, and will not devour the master. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, controlling this Wujian Geshao will constantly erode the mind, thus affecting the mind. If there is no treasure to suppress the mind, once it is corroded by the Wujian ghost head to a certain extent, it will be possessed by and devour the master. However, although the problem of recognizing the master and devouring the master has been solved, since he is only at the foundation building stage, he cannot stay in the ghost domain of the Wujian ghost head for a long time. Otherwise, he, the master, will also be corroded and affected by the ghost domain effect. Hearing Lu Changsheng's words, this hideous and terrifying ghost head was beside Lu Changsheng's shoulder, following him. Tisk tisk tisk, why am I becoming more and more like a demon? Lu Changsheng looked at the Wujian ghost head beside his shoulder and couldn't help shaking his head. He felt that if he walked in the outside world with this appearance, he would definitely be regarded as a demon cultivator. When he came to the outside of the hall, looking at the black evil demon zombie imprisoned in the air by Zumi, Lu Changsheng said to the Wujian ghost head, "Go. There is another advantage in Zumi Cave Heaven. No matter what you do, Zumi is there, so there is no need to worry about accidents." Hoo. In an instant, the Wujian ghost head soared into the sky, its hair fluttered, and the aura around it became dark and terrifying. A layer of dark light, accompanied by wisps of black mist, spread out from it as the center, instantly covering the huge, dissipating Xuanxia demon zombie. The sky above the entire Zumi cave heaven suddenly became dark and hazy, with a whistling wind, like the netherworld of hell, terrifying and creepy. This ghost domain looks a bit like the array space. Lu Changsheng looked at this ghost domain and touched his chin. Then he shouted to Zumi, Zumaru. But a wisp of golden light fell on Lu Changsheng's body, wrapping him up and turning him into a golden battlesuit. Lu Changsheng, wearing a golden battlesuit and glowing all over, came to the ghost domain of Wujian Gishao to check the situation. As soon as he entered the ghost domain, he felt that his magic power sank and was slightly sluggish. And in here, he could not sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Is this the ghost domain? Lu Changsheng muttered to himself and looked around. All around were gray, and the black wind was howling, as if it turned into a ghost face, whimpering, as if crying. A wave of sadness, pain, panic, fear, loneliness, despair and other negative emotions surged into my heart. What a terrible ghost domain. If ordinary key refining and foundation building cultivators enter this ghost domain, they will slowly lose their minds and be aroused by their inner demons without the help of Wujian Gishao. Lu Changsheng felt the power of this ghost domain a little bit and was secretly shocked. Knowing that in this ghost domain, Wujian Gishao's illusionary magical power can even arouse other people's inner demons. If the two people have a flaw in their minds during the battle, they will die. Then Lu Changsheng looked at the black evil demon zombie filled with black air. This black evil demon zombie seemed to have some instincts. Sensing that it was being refined into a ghost slave, it struggled instinctively. But facing the double suppression of Zumi and Wujian Gishao, it was powerless to resist. At this time, Wujian Gishao also sent a thought, indicating that he could refine the Xuanxia demon zombie into a ghost slave. However, after being refined into a ghost slave, the strength of the Xuanxia demon zombie will decrease, and it will no longer have the original magical power. Moreover, after turning it into a ghost slave, Wujian Gishao will also have a certain pressure on himself, and the total number of ghost slaves enslaved in the future will be limited. How much has this specific combat power decreased? Lu Changsheng asked Wujian Gishao. It no longer has the original magical power, and it mostly fights instinctively. Wujian Gishao sent a thought. It's enough. The main combat power of this Xuanxia demon zombie is in the physical body. And once you enter the ghost domain, with Wujian Gishao interfering with your mind, the Xuanxia demon zombie will face the enemy head-on, and ordinary Jinden's Henren will not be a match at all. Lu Changsheng felt that this price was worth it. The most important thing is that by controlling the Xuanxia demon zombie through Wujian Gishao, this third-level corpse king will not have a backlash, and there is no need to spend time feeding it. After confirming the situation of Wujian Gishao and Xuanxia demon zombie, Lu Changsheng walked out of the ghost domain, and the golden battle clothes around him dissipated. Seeing the beautiful and charming weird prison demon flower beside the Linquan pond, Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, with a bit of weirdness on his face. Why am I going more and more towards the path of magic? Lu Changsheng said with a weird look. He shook his head and said, no, my heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror. Besides, power has no good or bad, good is good, evil is evil. People like me who are full of positive energy have saved countless poor people. Even if there are some magic methods, it is still the right way. Lu Changsheng nodded calmly. Bian Peak, Lu's mansion. Lu Changsheng is accompanying Bailing. Now, Bailing's cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of key refining. It will take some time to polish the spiritual power to perfection, and then he can impact the foundation. Changsheng. At this time, Lu Miaoj sent him a message, saying that something was wrong with Zumi Cave Heaven. Something is wrong. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows, asked Bailing to wait for him for a while, and came to Zumi Cave Heaven. When he arrived at Zumi Cave Heaven, he realized that Lu Miaoj was wrong. She was referring to the ghost domain formed by the Wujian ghost head. Sister Miaoj, don't worry. I saw that Xia Hao Wuo's third-level corpse king was a bit of a waste, so I used another method to refine and control it. Lu Changsheng explained. Changsheng, corpse refining, magic methods are harmful to the harmony of nature. If you can use less, try to use less. Lu Miaoj heard the words, pursed her lips and said softly. Although she did not reject her husband's use of magic methods, she was not very accepting of it. After all, the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world has always been extremely evil in terms of magic propaganda, which is harmful to the harmony of nature. Moreover, whether it is the ghost prison demon flower or the current Wujin ghost head, the scene is a bit weird and evil, and I am worried that Lu Changsheng will be affected. By then, it will not be Lu Changsheng alone who will be affected, but the entire Qingzhu Mountain. Sister Mayaoj, I know. Lu Changsheng knew that the other party was concerned about him, and he held her hand and responded seriously. He said that he had a good idea about this and let Lu Mayaoj rest assured. That night, when Ling Zixio and Su Ruan finished arranging the formation and came back, they saw the ghost domain above Zumi Cave Heaven and were also a little frightened. Especially Su Ruan, she was more and more certain that Lu Changsheng was not a good person. Is this the Jinan domain? No, this is not an ordinary domain. Honglian and the ancient beast talisman also saw this scene and saw something wrong. She observed carefully and immediately saw the Wujin ghost head inside, and saw that this ghost domain was a little more powerful than the ordinary Jinan domain. It can even have some impact on Jinan cultivators. This is some kind of corpse, which turns all the magical powers into a domain, which is extremely powerful and can be used to deal with cultivators of the same level. Young master is only at the foundation building level, how can he control this kind of corpse? Honglian was more and more frightened as she looked at it, wondering why Lu Changsheng could control this kind of corpse. Because corpses are different from beast pets. Spirit beasts are spiritual, and can be slowly cultivated and tamed from childhood, so that they can recognize their masters. But for corpses like this, 99% of them have no spirituality, only instinctive consciousness. They can only be controlled by various prohibitions, and basically do not have loyalty to their master. And the more powerful and weird the corpses are, the more this is the case. It is good enough if they don't backfire. It is too difficult to control the strong with the weak. So when she saw the situation of the Wujin ghost head at this time, she was extremely shocked, and couldn't help but have more speculations about Lu Changsheng's previous life. Originally, according to her contact with him over the years, she felt that Lu Changsheng must be a reincarnation of a righteous great man. But at this moment, she thought that Lu Changsheng's previous life was probably a dual cultivation of righteousness and evil, and a righteous and evil existence. It is definitely not a pure righteous way. Lu Changsheng naturally didn't know about Honglian's speculation. However, Ling Zixio's attitude was similar to Lu Mayaoj's. The magic methods can be used, but you still have to be more careful. In this regard, Lu Changsheng plans to try to hide the magic rewards he draws in the future. Otherwise, it is not good to have a lot of magic rewards at home. Lu's mansion. Ping'an, how is your practice of Bailian Bao Tiju going? That day, Lu Changsheng found his son Lu Ping and came to check his Bailian Bao Tiju. Dad, Lu Ping'an immediately spoke up and told him about his current practice. Well, it's okay. After checking it out, Lu Changsheng roughly knew his son's level. His compatibility with the technique was average, and his practice speed was also average. But the advantage was the word stable. He played steadily throughout the process and there were no major problems. Come, you will sacrifice this magic weapon and then condense it into your body. Lu Changsheng took out Zia Hao Wu Wo's black giant axe from the storage bag. Although the three magic weapons were all inferior, this black giant axe was the best. So Lu Changsheng directly gave it to his eldest son to practice. Magic weapon? Condensed into the body. Lu Ping'an was stunned when he heard the words, as if he was hallucinating. Then he looked at the black giant axe in front of him, confused, and didn't understand what was going on. Is this a magic weapon? Lu Ping'an looked at the magic weapon in front of him and was very confused. Previously, Lu Changsheng gave him a black dragon magic bead that was so damaged that it couldn't be damaged anymore, which shocked him. Now he actually took out a magic weapon that didn't seem to be damaged at all, which really made him speechless. Aren't magic weapons the legendary ones that can only be used by Jindan's Henren? He was just a little key refining cultivator, how could he use magic weapons to cultivate? Besides, it was already amazing that his father could take out a broken magic weapon before, so why did he take out a complete magic weapon now? Yes, this is the magic weapon. Seeing his son's confused and unworldly look, Lu Changsheng explained, Father, I have a little chance and happen to get a few magic weapons. Now that you have entered the Bailian Baodiju, you can try to sacrifice this magic weapon and condense it into your body. Such a Bailian Baodiju will also make rapid progress. Lu Changsheng said. A little chance? Just got a few magic weapons. Lu Ping'an was very confused. He was no longer the boy who didn't know much about the world of cultivation. Clearly know what a magic weapon represents. But now, in his father's mouth, it is actually a little bit of opportunity? So what is the big opportunity? Dad, isn't this too wasteful? Lu Pingyan came back to his senses and scratched his head. He felt that it would be more worthwhile to sell such a magic weapon and exchange it for spiritual stones and spiritual materials. Just practice if I ask you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Don't you always want to go out for experience? When you condense this magic weapon into your body, and then master the treasure bone method, you can nourish the treasure bone, and your father will let you go out. Lu Changsheng said to his son. Although Lu Pingyan has a 5th grade spiritual root, he was sent to the secular world when he was young because he practiced late. He did not have elixirs to lay the foundation, and he practiced both the law and the body, so his practice speed was average. Now his cultivation is still at the 5th level of key refining. But Lu Changsheng knew that this son also had a heart to go out. Or, in other words, his son might still miss the little girl in his heart. Lu Changsheng didn't know how to comment on the fact that his son was devoted to pure love, so he could only let him go. Thank you, Dad. Lu Pingyan grinned, picked up the black giant axe and looked at it, trying to pour spiritual power into it. But the spiritual power in his body entered the magic weapon, just like a bucket of water poured into the sea, without any movement at all. However, through the 100 refining treasure body art, he can be sure that this is indeed a magic weapon. Dad, I feel that it would be better if this magic weapon is sold. It is a bit of a waste to use it for cultivation. Lu Pingyan looked at such a magic weapon and said hesitantly. He felt that his father really favored him. He gave him spiritual roots again, and now he gave him a magic weapon to practice, which made him feel heavy. He thought it would be better to sell the magic weapon in exchange for cultivation resources and distribute it to the family. Pingyan, you have to know that a man is innocent but guilty of holding a treasure. Treasures like magic weapons, once sold to the outside, will cause trouble for our family. So the best way to deal with it is to use it for cultivation and let its value be reflected. Lu Changsheng was helpless and somewhat relieved at his son's words. He continued, besides, you have improved your strength with this magic weapon, and you can give back to the family in the future, so there is no waste. Yes, Dad. Lu Pingyan pursed his lips and said in a deep voice. There was a heavy sense of responsibility in his heart. Okay, you start to sacrifice and refine. Your father is here to watch your situation. Lu Changsheng said. Well. Lu Pingyan nodded, and his spiritual power surged like an invisible fire, and began to sacrifice the black giant axe in front of him. Lu Changsheng watched from the side. He was sure that his son's method of sacrifice and refinement was no problem before letting him sacrifice and refine every day. After the sacrifice and refinement, he would notify himself when it was time to condense into the body. After giving a magic weapon to Lu Pingyan to practice the 100 refining treasure body art, Lu Changsheng thought about the distribution of the remaining 2 magic weapons and magic weapon embryos. Thinking of his daughter Lu Wangshu's innate comprehension, Lu Changsheng planned to let this daughter try to practice the 100 refining treasure body art. After all, as long as one can comprehend the Balian Baodiju, with a magic weapon condensed into the body to assist in cultivation, one does not need to spend time on weekdays and will not delay cultivation. Soon, Lu Changsheng found his daughter Lu Wangshu who was fishing. This daughter had experienced the baptism of medicinal bath and broke through the 2nd level of key refining. Now she can go fishing alone. Although she can't fly yet, she can let the Hanbi Zhuangui carry her to go fishing. This made Lu Changsheng regret why he gave the Hanbi Zhuangui to his daughter. However, when he came to the Bishu Lake, Lu Changsheng was relieved to see that his daughter was practicing making talismans while fishing. Daddy. Lu Wangshu is not making talismans formally, but practicing with ordinary paper and ink. Seeing Lu Changsheng coming, he immediately called out obediently. Wangshu, how long have you been fishing today? Lu Changsheng came to the side and asked gently. Daddy, I've only been here for a while. And I think it feels better to practice making talismans while fishing. Lu Wangshu said with a cute and obedient face. Lu Changsheng was not deceived by her cute and obedient appearance at all. After all, he knew what the little cotton padded jacket he had raised for so many years looked like. He said, Wangshu, Daddy has something good for you, do you want it? Hey, good things, what is Daddy? Hearing this, Lu Wangshu immediately became interested. She looked like her mother, Xiao Xiao, with a delicate oval face, a full and white forehead, curved eyebrows, and a pair of bright big eyes, as if there was a spiritual radiance, bright and lively. Come with Daddy. Lu Changsheng picked up his daughter and took her back to the Lu family mansion. Then he took out a purple thunder bead and said that he had a practice method. Once it is refined, it will be extremely powerful, and the physical body is comparable to a magic weapon or a spiritual weapon. Moreover, as long as you get started with cultivation, you can use this purple bead magic weapon to assist in cultivation without having to practice hard yourself. Dad, I want to practice, I want to practice. Lu Wangshu shouted excitedly when he heard this. After experiencing the baptism of the medicinal bath, she experienced the fun of having a strong physical body and was very interested in this kind of physical cultivation. Especially when she learned that she didn't have to spend time practicing hard and could practice automatically, she was even more interested. Seeing that his daughter was interested, the next step was naturally easy. Lu Changsheng began to teach his daughter the 100 refining treasure body technique. An hour later. Dad, I have memorized it. Lu Wangshu said crisply. Okay, in that case, you start practicing, and Daddy will be watching you. Lu Changsheng smiled gently. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Changsheng saw his daughter Lu Wangshu slowly entering the state. Seeing his daughter's speed, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think of his son Lu Pingyan. He remembered that his son seemed to have taken a day to enter the state. Then it took 3 or 4 days to barely get started, and he practiced with bumps and bumps. Sure enough, the gap between people is sometimes greater than that between people and monsters. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. He had a further understanding of his daughter's talent and understanding. Just like this, he watched his daughter's practice quietly. When she practiced almost, he took out a gold essence stone to try to absorb the essence of the material. This step took Lu Wangshu only half a day. In 3 days, Lu Wangshu completely got started. And he understood the refining treasure into the body and could try to sacrifice magic weapons. But his daughter's current mental power can't sacrifice magic weapons at all, at least after the middle stage of key refining. Faced with this situation, Lu Wangshu suddenly had more motivation for daily practice. Like before, she was a little perfunctory about daily practice. After all, children of this age are playful, and Lu Changsheng couldn't say too much. Seeing that his daughter is now diligent in practice because of this matter, he is also happy and at ease. After teaching his daughter, he tried to teach his sons Lu Yun, Lu Quansun, and Lu Qingzhu to practice the 100 refinements treasure body art. But these 3 sons were not satisfactory, and they practiced bumpy and were not suitable. Faced with this, Lu Changsheng did not force it. Knowing that his daughter Lu Wangshu is a minority after all, he still has to find children with body refining talent. Soon, Lu Changsheng found a daughter Lu Qingyan through the system. This daughter is the daughter of the concubine Zhaoking. 6th grade spiritual roots, with 41% of body refining talent, and now she has just completed the introduction of qi into the body. For this daughter, Lu Changsheng did not teach immediately, but had to observe her temperament. After all, practicing the treasure body art must not be too brave and advanced like most body refining exercises, and she is still young, only 12 years old. In a blink of an eye, more than a month passed. During this time, Lu Changsheng spent most of his time with his wife, concubines and children, paying attention to the cultivation of his children at home. On this day, Lu Changsheng received a letter from Xiao Ziyu. In the letter, Xiao Ziyu said that Qingyun Sect had discovered Xiao Wuo's traces. The other party had killed several forces and was likely to come to Qingyun. If the other party came to Qingyun, it would most likely attack Qingzhu Mountain because of Xiao Wuo's incident that year. Although he knew that Qingzhu Mountain had the Zumi Tree King in charge, Xiao Ziyu still wrote a letter to ask Lu Changsheng to be more careful. Lu Changsheng looked at the letter and felt warm in his heart. Through the fragments of Xiao Wuo's memory, he knew that Xiao Wuo first made trouble in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the territory of the Yuling Sect. The last place he appeared was at the junction of Qingyun Sect and Yuling Sect. But this kind of information has a certain lag in going back and forth, so Xiao Ziyu only received the news now. In fact, this is also one of Xiao Wuo's calculations, and he did it on purpose. After making trouble in these places and making a big noise, he came directly to Qingzhu Mountain. Because Xiao Wuo also knew that Qingzhu Mountain was not far from Qingyun Sect and was deep in the territory of Qingyun. Once discovered by Qingyun Sect, It would be very dangerous to send people to hunt it down. Immediately, Changsheng wrote back to Xiao Zhao, saying that he would be careful. As for the fact that Xiao Huai had died in Qingzhu Mountain, he did not say it. Although this kind of message is very private and will not be leaked, if someone wants to read it, the letter will burn itself. But there are many means in the world of immortal cultivation, and it may be intercepted by some means. Half a month later, Wujian Gishao finally successfully transformed the Zuansha demon zombie into a ghost slave. If there was no suppression by the Zumi Tree King, with the current strength of Wujian Gishao, there would be absolutely no way to refine the Zuansha demon zombie into a ghost slave. After completing the refining, Changsheng put Wujian Gishao into the yin corpse bag specially used to hold the corpse. This is what Changsheng learned from the corpse refining inheritance in Xiao Huai's memory. Like the corpse refining, most of them need to be placed in the yin veins, turbid air, and corpse refining land for nourishment. Only in this way can the corpse be slowly grown and increase its power. If it is outside for a long time and absorbs too much spiritual energy from heaven and earth, it will not only fail to grow the corpse, but even degenerate. Like this yin corpse bag, it was also obtained from Xiao Wu, and it is considered a treasure. Ordinary first-level and second-level corpses can be improved by putting them in it. As for third-level corpses like Zuansha Demon Zombie and Wujian Gishao, it will not have any effect. It can only be said that the corpse will not degenerate. If it is consumed too much or has a certain amount of damage, it can also be slowly restored in the yin corpse bag. But if you want to improve the growth, in addition to burying it in the third-level corpse-raising land for nourishment, it is to feed it with blood and flesh and refine it. Husband, it's a letter from Fairy Zhao. That day, Lu Miaoyan said that Zhao Qingqing had sent a letter. Changsheng opened the letter to check it out. Zhao Qingqing said that she had successfully broken through the foundation building and invited Changsheng to Qingyun Sect to participate in the foundation building celebration. The breakthrough of the foundation building was successful. Changsheng looked at the letter in his hand and chuckled. He was not surprised that Zhao Qingqing broke through the foundation building. After all, the other party's spiritual root talent, preparation, and breakthrough probability are still not small. He immediately planned to go to Qingyun Sect later to participate in this small celebration. Not only can he reminisce with his friends, but he can also meet Xiao Zhao and the children of Qingyun Sect who practice cultivation. Chapter 292, Foundation Building Zhao Qingqing's Initiative. Half a month later, Hong Yi came to Qingzhu Mountain. He also received an invitation letter from Zhao Qingqing. So this time he came to Qingzhu Mountain, preparing to go to Qingyun Sect with Changsheng. He also came to see his son Hong Zuanji. It won't take long to break through the 5th level of key refining. Hong Yi was surprised and happy to hear his son's words. His son is now 23 years old, and he is about to break through the 5th level of key refining. This cultivation speed has surpassed most of his peers. You know, he, as a father, is still at the 6th level of key refining. Well, an Uncle Lu asked my family to teach me the exquisite level of skills. Hong Zuanji looked at his father and whispered. Exquisite level of skills. Hong Yi was shocked when he heard this. Although the father and son had correspondence, the son did not mention this in the letter. Hearing this at this time, he simply didn't know what to say for a while. Brother Lu is so kind, Hong Yi, have no way to repay it. Hong Yi felt heavy-hearted. He didn't expect that the other party was willing to take care of his son like this. Thinking that they had known each other for 30 years, and that he had achieved what he has today with the help of Changsheng, he said in a deep voice, Zuanji, you can practice and work in Qingzhu Mountain with peace of mind. If you have any questions, you can ask your brother Quanzhen and write to your father. Hong Yi said so. Because Lu Quanzhen had been in the secular world for a long time, he had always let his son get along with Lu Quanzhen, and the two had a very good relationship. The child knows. Hong Zuanji replied in a low voice. He looks very similar to his father Hong Yi. But compared to Hong Yi when he was young, he is less arrogant and more calm. When Changsheng learned that Hong Yi was coming, he came to the reception hall. Brother Lu. Uncle Lu. The two immediately said respectfully. Haha, Brother Hong, Zuanji. Changsheng was wearing a green robe, smiling casually. Zuanji has caused trouble to Brother Lu over the years. Hong Yi said politely to Changsheng. He was wearing a purple brocade robe and a purple gold crown on his head. He had been pampered for a long time and was in a high position. He had a sense of majesty without anger. But when facing Lu Changsheng, he subconsciously lowered his attitude. Haha, Brother Hong is too polite. Xuanji has performed very well in recent years. Why bother? Lu Changsheng waved his hand. Since his son Lu Quanzhong went out, Hong Xuanji has also been one of the persons in charge of the winemaking workshop. He is very good in terms of his interpersonal relationship and ability. Moreover, Lu Changsheng learned from his wife Chu Hansen that his daughter Lu Kaizhen and Hong Xuanji are close because of Lu Quanzhen. Soon, the two sat aside and chatted about the past. I didn't expect that among the 6 of us, there would be 3 foundation building masters. This matter is enough for me to brag about for many years, and I have no regrets in this life. Hong Yi smiled and sighed. I really didn't expect that the 6 of them were taken to Qingyun Sect to participate in the Immortal Gate assessment. As a result, 30 years later, 3 of them broke through the foundation. Brother Hong is still young now. If he practices with all his heart, he may also break through the foundation. Lu Changsheng saw that Hong Yi's cultivation level was the 6th level of key refining. If he tries hard, he may be able to break through the foundation building at the age of 60. Although the hope of successfully building the foundation is very slim. Brother Lu, you are joking. I dare not hope for such a thing as building the foundation. Hong Yi shook his head and laughed. Although there are 3 great foundation building cultivators around him. But for him, this kind of thing is still out of reach and he dare not dream about it. At present, a high-level breakthrough pill is not a small amount for him, and he is reluctant to buy it. Moreover, his son Hong Xuanji has such a promising future. If he, as a father, can save a sum of money, maybe his son will have a chance to break through the foundation building in the future. Lu Changsheng smiled and didn't talk much about this topic. He knew that after Hong Yi became Ruai Hao, he gradually lost his pursuit of cultivating immortals. Moreover, the other party's age and spiritual roots, unless there is a great opportunity, there is really no possibility of building the foundation. The 2 of them simply reminisced about the past, stayed in Qingzhu Mountain for 2 days, and then went to Qingyun Sect. 3 days later, a flying boat landed in front of the mountain gate of Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng took out the message talisman. Not long after, a turquoise light flew from the mountain gate, filled with the foundation building spiritual pressure. Hello, Uncle Master. Hello, Uncle Master. Seeing this, the disciples stationed at the mountain gate immediately bowed respectfully. Although they may not know the person who came. But in Qingyun Sect, key refining cultivators always call foundation building cultivators Uncle Master. Dao Lu, Dao Hong. The person who came was Zhao Qingqing. She had fair skin, a tall and slender figure, and wore a turquoise dress. Her long black and beautiful hair was simply tied up, with a plum blossom jade hairpin inserted diagonally, and a faint smile on her beautiful face. After breaking through the foundation building, her temperament was extraordinary, and the fresh air of the flourishing plants and trees on her body became more intense, like a secluded orchid in the valley, refreshing the heart. Dao Zhao, congratulations on your breakthrough to the foundation building stage. Lu Changsheng and Hong Yi bowed. Then they handed over the prepared gifts. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Please come in. Zhao Qingqing accepted the gift and looked at Lu Changsheng with a bit of tenderness in her eyes. When breaking through the foundation, everyone will adjust their state to be full of energy and spirit, and their thoughts will be clear. Before breaking through, she questioned her heart and figured out many things. Soon, the 3 of them entered the mountain gate and came to a mountain with the green pines and cypresses, waterfalls and springs, thousands of feet high, and full of palaces, falling on the mountainside. The spiritual veins of this Qingyun Sect are really big. Lu Changsheng looked at the many mountains of Qingyun Sect, and estimated that each of them had at least a 2nd-level spiritual vein, and he couldn't help but envy. Zhao Qingqing's foundation celebration was held in her own cave. This cave covers a small area of about 7 or 8 acres. But the main courtyard, quiet room, garden, pond, spiritual field, medicine garden, and animal pen are all complete. At this time, many cultivators gathered in the main hall. Most of them were foundation cultivators, and only a few were key refining cultivators. Although the foundation building celebration is a small one, in Qingyun Sect, the foundation building cultivators also have a certain weight and are considered middle level. Therefore, as long as someone breaks through the foundation building, many fellow disciples and friends will come to congratulate and make friends. especially for female cultivators like Zhao Qingqing, who are good at spiritual plant pharmacology and have a plant body, suitable for logistics. Many people come with a purpose. The moment the three of them walked into the hall, many eyes fell directly on them. Hong Yi's face turned pale, his whole body was heavy, and he almost collapsed to the ground. There are more than 10 foundation building cultivators here. Although they did not deliberately emit the foundation building spiritual pressure, they did not completely restrain it. Therefore, with such a gathering of eyes, it is a huge pressure for ordinary key refining cultivators. Lu Changsheng was filled with an invisible spiritual pressure, which made Hong Yi feel relaxed. This is my good friend, Lu Changsheng, the master of Qingzhu Mountain. This is my good friend Hong Yi. Dao Lu, Dao Hong, please take a seat. These are my fellow brothers and sisters, you are welcome. Seeing this, Zhao Qingqing immediately introduced them to ease the embarrassment. Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng. He is the lord of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng, so handsome. It is said that this lord of Qingzhu Mountain is handsome and unparalleled, and it is indeed true. After hearing Zhao Qingqing's introduction, everyone in the field looked at Lu Changsheng. Although they were disciples of Qingyun Sect, but they had heard of the name of the lord of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng. Whether it was killing the 3 foundation builders of the Yu family, or killing the evil Zai Hao, or killing the 6 great calamity cultivators in the Red Leaf Valley market a few years ago, he became famous. I am Liu Ruyan, and I have heard of the name of Lord Lu for a long time. I am fortunate to meet him today, so I should toast to Lord Lu. A plump female cultivator in a yellow dress spoke up, raised the wine glass, and greeted Lu Changsheng with a smile. I am Feng Hong, and I have met fellow Taoist Lu. I am Wu Jiu, and I have met fellow Taoist Lu. I am. Several cultivators in the field immediately greeted Lu Changsheng warmly. Although as disciples of the Immortal Sect, they usually don't look down on independent cultivators and small family forces. But for someone like Lu Changsheng, who has great combat power and is also a second-level top-level talisman master, they are naturally willing to make friends. Fellow Taoist Lu, fellow Taoist Hong. Han Lin also came to participate in this small celebration and greeted Lu Changsheng and Hong Yi. Haha, fellow Taoist Han. Hong Yi arched his hands to Han Lin and sat down next to him. He knew that this kind of gathering was not in the same world as his. Not all foundation building cultivators were like Lu Changsheng, who were willing to make friends with him because of their old friendship. Haha, you are polite. Lu Changsheng quickly integrated into the group under the active and warm greetings of these people. He was a little surprised that Xiao Ziyu didn't come. Although Xiao Ziyu and Zhao Qingqing were not very close, they should come to congratulate at this small celebration of foundation building. After asking, he learned that Xiao Ziyu was out on a mission because of the matter of Zai Haodiman. While drinking and chatting with everyone, Lu Changsheng noticed that a fat white cultivator looked at him from time to time, with a little jealousy in his eyes. After paying a little attention, he knew the identity of this person. It was the grandson of Master Zhao Qingqing, named Lu Gonglian, who failed to break through the foundation 3 years ago. In this regard, Lu Changsheng roughly guessed why the other party was jealous. However, as long as the other party did not provoke him, Lu Changsheng was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. This small celebration lasted for a long time. During the process, some people left temporarily, and some people came to congratulate and join in. Night fell, and they were full of wine and food. Dao Lu, Dao Hong, it's getting late now, why don't you stay here for one night? Zhao Qingqing said to Lu Changsheng and Hong Yi. In this case, I'll trouble Dao Zhao. Lu Changsheng said with a slight hesitation. He came here this time to visit his children. Now it's late, and it's not convenient to go there after drinking so much wine. Zhao Qingqing settled the two people one after another. Dao Lu. Zhao Qingqing did not leave immediately after sending Lu Changsheng to the room. Well, what's wrong? Lu Changsheng looked at Zhao Qingqing, who was tall and fresh in her green silk and green skirt. She had drunk a lot of wine, and her beautiful and elegant face was flushed, which made her look more charming. Although cultivators can use magic power to dispel drunkenness after drinking, most cultivators will not do so. After all, this will not only reduce the fun of drinking, but also dispel the effect of spiritual wine. If it weren't for Dao Lu's exquisite foundation building pill, Qingqing would definitely not be able to break through the foundation this time, so thank you Dao Lu. Zhao Qingqing's beautiful eyes were tender, and her face was grateful, and she bowed. Although she successfully broke through the foundation, it was only after experiencing the foundation building process that she understood the difficulty. Knowing that this time, if there was no foundation building pill from Lu Changsheng, with a meridian protecting pill she originally prepared, she would definitely fail to break through. Fellow Taoist Zhao, you are too polite. It is mainly because of you that I was able to break through the foundation building stage. The foundation building pill is just the icing on the cake. Lu Changsheng smiled and waved his hand gently, indicating that you are welcome. Fellow Taoist Lu is so kind. Qingyu is ashamed. I don't know how to repay you. Zhao Qingyu was very tall and looked at Lu Changsheng with a flushed face. Then, as if she mustered up the courage, she grasped Lu Changsheng's palm, her eyes full of shame. Lu Changsheng was held by Zhao Qingyu's soft and delicate hand, and was slightly startled. Then, a wisp of intoxicating, fragrant fragrance rushed into his nose, and he saw a pair of beautiful eyes with tenderness and shyness looking at him. Fellow Taoist Lu said before. Zhao Qingyu said softly with a shy face. However, before he finished speaking, a warm breath came to his face, and he felt his lips being held. Lu Changsheng held the beauty in front of him tightly in his arms, and grasped the sweetness with ease. Since Zhao Qingyu has taken the initiative, he will not be polite and pretend to be a gentleman. After all, if he is not proactive enough and does not seize the opportunity, he may miss it. Zhao Qingyu's body trembled and tensed in the face of this sudden storm. Then, she felt a big hand in front of the towering peak in front of her chest, which made her body numb, and her straight and slender legs became weak and unstable. Faced with this situation, she could only raise her jade arms and gently climb up Lu Changsheng's neck. Be gentle, I can't breathe. I don't know how long it took. Zhao Qingyu, who had just broken through the foundation, was breathing rapidly. Her beautiful face was flushed, her black and beautiful soft black hair became messy, and her clear and bright eyes were affectionate and timid. The green dress was also full of wrinkles in the hug. Qingyu. Lu Changsheng held Zhao Qingyu's bare hand and looked at her affectionately. Lu Lang, please have mercy. Zhao Qingyu's eyes were blurred with drunkenness, her face was flushed, her head was shy, and she said nervously and timidly. As soon as she finished speaking, her lips were held by the domineering man again. There was no doubt that this was a prelude. The two walked to the bed intimately, accompanied by rustling sounds. The emerald green dress began to slide off, revealing her white and tender skin. After a while, the beauty was left with only a pair of emerald green embroidered shoes and white silk stockings wrapped around her jade feet. Zhao Qingyu has a good figure, evenly proportioned. But the most attractive thing is her round and slender legs, which are not only long, but also plump and tight. Maybe because of the technique, her skin is also very white and smooth, and there is a refreshing fragrance. Qingyu. Lu Changsheng carried the beauty to the bed and wanted to say something. But seeing that the other party was shy, her beautiful eyes were shy and timid, and she looked like she was ready to be picked, he said no more. At this time, silence is better than words. In the dim night, the two figures in the house gradually merged into one. The next day, the morning light passed through the clouds and shone into the attic through the window. Zhao Qingyu woke up, her hair was disheveled, and her skin was as white as white jade, with a rosy glow. She was naked, with only a pair of white silk stockings wrapped around her delicate feet. You're awake. At this time, Lu Changsheng woke up and smiled gently. His expression was calm and natural, just like a couple who had been in love for many years, very natural. Zhao Qingyu looked at the handsome face and strong body in front of her, and her face flushed slightly. Although she was a little tipsy last night, she was generally sober, just using the alcohol to give herself courage. But she didn't expect that just when she had the courage to take a step forward after a long time of brewing, Lu Changsheng took the initiative, and then her brain was like paste. Zhao Qingyu responded softly, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. After all, although she was prepared, she didn't expect it to be so fast. Do you have anything else to do today? If not, take a good rest. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice. I have just broken through the foundation building stage, and there are still some new things in the sect that I need to familiarize myself with. Zhao Qingyu said, her voice a little hoarse and charming. Has your master made things difficult for you? Lu Changsheng asked. He knew that Zhao Qingyu had not been reused in recent years because of her master's affairs, and could only rely on herself. My master just ignored me before, but didn't make things difficult for me. Now that I have broken through the foundation building stage, he took the initiative to come to my house and arranged many things in the medicine garden for me. Zhao Qingqing said softly. This breakthrough in the foundation building stage also allowed her to see more worldly warmth and coldness. For example, during the foundation building celebration, many fellow disciples who had never seen each other on weekdays and were not very familiar with each other came to congratulate her. Even her master congratulated her as soon as she broke through the foundation building stage, and then expressed his goodwill. It was for this reason that she was more touched by Lu Changsheng's timely help and felt that such a kindness could not be repaid. Chapter 293 Emperor Liu Jiang, Bai Ling breaks through the foundation. If you encounter any problems, you can tell me and come to Qingzhu Mountain at any time. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice. He did not ask Zhao Qingqing to go back to Qingzhu Mountain with him. One reason is that the other party is currently in Qingyun Sect, which is obviously better. Anyway, it will be convenient to go to Qingzhu Mountain in the future. Another reason is that as immortal cultivators and foundation building cultivators, there is no need to marry her home. Since they have become fellow Taoists, it is the same to hold a Taoist couple ceremony in the future. In fact, Lu Changsheng also hopes that his wife, concubine, and Taoist couple can have their own career achievements, not necessarily in Qingzhu Mountain. As for having a baby, as long as it is natural, love will naturally crystallize. Okay, Zhao Qingqing responded softly. The two of them chatted for a while, then got up, put on their robes, and walked out of the room. Although Zhao Qingqing was a virgin, she was a great foundation building cultivator after all, so she would not be tossed too hard. Moreover, she was a plant body, practicing wood-attributed exercises, and her physical recovery was different from that of ordinary people. Hong Yi saw Lu Changsheng and Zhao Qingqing walking together, looking intimate, and was a little suspicious. Although he noticed that Zhao Qingqing looked at Lu Changsheng with a little more intimacy than in the past when they first met yesterday, it was not so intimate and natural. He had some guesses in his mind, but did not ask more. He knew that this kind of thing was not something he should pay attention to. Just like he realized in his early years that the relationship between Lu Changsheng and Zhao Ziyu seemed to be extraordinary. Brother Lu, fellow Taoist Zhao. Hong Yi said with a hearty smile on his face. Brother Hong, I'm going to see my children before going back. Do you want to go with me or wait for me here? Lu Changsheng said to Hong Yi. Brother Lu, please do as you please. Just let me know when you leave. Hong Yi said. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded, and then went to visit his children with Zhao Qingqing. Although Zhao Qingqing still had things to do, there was no rush. Besides, as an outsider, it was not convenient for Lu Changsheng to wander around in Qingyun Sect alone. Tisk. Hong Yi looked at Lu Changsheng and Zhao Qingqing, who turned into light and left, and felt quite emotional. He still remembered that when they made the 10-year agreement, Zhao Ziyu invited Lu Changsheng to experience the mortal world, and then the relationship between the two gradually became close. Zhao Qingqing was also like this at this time. But when did the two become worshippers of Qingzhu Mountain? Or, build a foundation? Hong Yi thought for a while, then shook his head to dispel the thought. When he saw Zhao Ziyu looking for Lu Changsheng to travel the mortal world, he still felt a little bitter. But now seeing Lu Changsheng and Zhao Qingqing together, he just felt that Lu Changsheng was awesome. Dad, Aunt Zhao. Father, Aunt Zhao. With Zhao Qingqing leading the way, Lu Changsheng soon saw his children Lu Yanlao and Lu Zengyu. The brother and sister were both wearing Qingyun Sect disciples' uniforms. One had a beautiful face and was graceful, and the other had a handsome face and an upright posture. Looking at the brother and sister in front of him, he couldn't help but think of his children Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu, who had gone to Qingyun Sect. The children in front of him live close to home. They went home 2 years ago. But the children far away in another country have not seen each other for 9 years. Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu are 1 year older than Lu Zengyu in front of him, so they must have grown up. How have you been in the sect these years? Lu Changsheng looked at his children in front of him and asked softly. Dad, we are doing well in the sect. I have broken through the 5th level of key refining, and I was promoted to a middle grade doctor not long ago. Lu Zengyu said with a happy look on her face, chattering about her situation. Lu Yanlao next to him also spoke back. But his personality is relatively dull, he doesn't talk much, his cultivation is at the 5th level of key refining, and he is only a low-grade weapon refiner. While chatting with his children, Lu Changsheng originally wanted to ask Xia Chaoyong to meet him, but he learned that this cheap brother-in-law was out on a mission. He understood this. The affairs of Qingyun Sect can be roughly divided into external affairs and internal affairs. People like Zhao Qingqing and Han Lin are all internal affairs and are not good at fighting. Most of the time, they practice in the sect, take charge of internal affairs, and produce for the sect. People like Xiao Ziyu and Xia Chaoyong, who are devoted to practice and not good at skills, mostly choose to go out for tasks. For example, they sit in the market, or join the law enforcement hall, the war hall, etc. After a simple visit to his children, Lu Changsheng said that if they have something to do and his uncle is not there, they can also look for Zhao Qingqing more. Now that Zhao Qingqing has broken through the foundation and become the manager of the medicine garden, she still has considerable power, and her status is higher than that of Xia Chaoyong, an inner disciple. After visiting his children, Lu Changsheng did not stay for long. He and Hong Yi drove the spirit boat away and returned to Qingzhu Mountain. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During this time, Ling Zixiao determined the practice method and chose to practice the 12 capitals of heavenly demons. On the one hand, she chose this method because she liked it more. On the other hand, compared with the vermilion bird burning heaven art, this method really suits her better. After so much practice, Bai Ling finally polished her spiritual power to be round, and she could impact the foundation. In just 16 years, she is about to break through to the foundation building stage. Lu Changsheng thought about how he had picked up Bai Ling, and now she was about to break through to the foundation building stage. He couldn't help but sigh at the speed of her talent. With so many children like him, none of them had broken through to the 7th level of key refining in terms of cultivation. He couldn't help but sigh. He could only hope that his 2 precious daughters and his son Lu Xingjian, who had a 3rd-grade spiritual root, would grow up and be more powerful by then. He had made arrangements for Bai Ling's foundation building early and prepared the foundation building pill. As for the breakthrough, he would break through in the Zumi cave heaven. There was not only the spirit eye spring in the cave heaven, but also Zumi to provide spiritual energy. So he could directly break through to the foundation building stage in the Zumi cave heaven without being noticed by other people or forces. In order to prepare for Bai Ling's breakthrough in the foundation building stage, Lu Changsheng also deliberately asked Zumi to gather spiritual energy in advance, so that the spiritual energy in his retreat cave reached the top level of the 2nd stage, almost forming a thin mist visible to the naked eye. Xiao Linger, are you ready? In the cave, Lu Changsheng played with the ancient beast talisman in his hand, looked at Bai Ling in front of him, and said in a gentle voice. The reason why he took the beast-controlling ancient talisman was, on the one hand, to see the mutation of Bai Ling's blood through the red lotus. On the other hand, he could use the black water dragon Taoist soldiers he cultivated to help Bai Ling and assist in transforming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to ensure that this breakthrough in foundation building would be foolproof. Brother, I'm ready. Bai Ling's delicate and pure face said seriously. She has been in Qingzhu Mountain for so many years and understands what foundation building means. She knows that as long as she breaks through the foundation building, she may be able to help her brother. Then, under the gaze of Lu Changsheng, she closed her black and white eyes, like peach blossoms, and silently operated a black dragon code. It was unknown how long it took, but she realized that her state was at the peak that her brother said, so she no longer hesitated and swallowed the fine foundation building pill. Let's start. Lu Changsheng watched Bai Ling quietly. The first is the 3 levels of foundation building. The first level, the blood and key level. Countless spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered and attacked Bai Ling's body in unison. Lu Changsheng had no worries about this level. On the one hand, the black dragon code is a dual cultivation of the body and the law, and the body is also tempered during normal cultivation. On the other hand, it should be because of Bai Ling's bloodline and the scales on her body, which makes her body much stronger than ordinary people, soft, tough and flexible. Like Lu Maioyan, Chu's Hansen not only often faces him together, but he even calls other concubines. But Bai Ling looks soft and timid, but she can bear it. Sure enough, under the flushing of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Bai Ling did not have too many abnormalities and let it be washed away. As time passed, the spiritual energy slowly entered the meridians and Danshan, gathered towards the Sea of Qi, and began to pass the mana. Lu Changsheng was also very relieved about the mana pass. Although the family has the conditions to take elixirs, and the 2 of them practice dual cultivation on weekdays, Lu Changsheng has always been careful about the foundation. In addition, the practice of Bai Ling, the Black Dragon Code, can be said to be a top-level side-door level practice, with a very solid foundation. However, in order to be absolutely sure, Lu Changsheng still shouted to the beast control ancient talisman, Honglian. Yes, young master. Honglian's graceful and elegant voice sounded. In an instant, a water-attributed aura spread out and filled the cave. It was the aura of the Black Water Dragon Taoist soldiers in the beast control ancient talisman. These Taoist soldiers were transformed into Black Water Dragon Taoist soldiers by Lu Changsheng through the Black Water Dragon mantra, and their bodies were also practicing the Black Water Dragon mantra imperceptibly. The aura of the whole body was in the same vein as the Black Dragon Code. Therefore, the beast control ancient talisman swallowed and exhaled spiritual energy through them, which was equivalent to helping Bai Ling refine the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. As time passed, Bai Ling began to build the third level of foundation, the spiritual consciousness level. Xiaolinger. Lu Changsheng called softly. Bai Ling immediately opened her eyes and looked at Lu Changsheng in front of her, and then quickly swallowed the jade soul flower prepared next to her. Although Bai Ling might not need the jade soul flower as a foundation-building spiritual object, but since the family has this condition, Lu Changsheng is still willing to play it safe. After swallowing the jade soul flower, Bai Ling quickly closed her eyes again, concentrating on breaking through and practicing the skills. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, Bai Ling's mind roared, her mind transformed, and it seemed as if a third eye had opened between her eyebrows. Through this eye, even with her eyes closed, she could clearly see the surrounding situation, even herself sitting cross-legged. Bai Ling did not get distracted, and according to Lu Changsheng's instructions, her consciousness controlled her body and magic power, pressing the Danshan key C. The spiritual power liquid was transformed into magic power, so that the Dan lake became a real lake, holding up the Dao platform, and shedding her mortal body. The 3 foundation building levels have been passed. Lu Changsheng watched this scene quietly. With the completion of the 3 foundation building levels, the last step began. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy began to sweep wildly, forming a spiritual energy vortex outside the Changsheng Hall. The spiritual energy of the entire Zumi cave heaven gathered here. The 3 foundation building levels have been passed. In the cave heaven, Ling Zixiao and Lu Miaoj sensed this movement and knew that Bai Ling had begun the last step of the foundation building. At this moment, they did not practice, and let Zumi gather all the spiritual energy in the cave to Bai Ling to supply her breakthrough. In the cave, Lu Changsheng was bored and watched Bai Ling break through. At this moment, suddenly, a mysterious throbbing sounded along with a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 50 spiritual root descendants, and you will get a designated lottery opportunity. Lu Changsheng knew that a concubine in the family had given birth to a spiritual root descendant. Through this throbbing, he knew that the spiritual root of this child was average, and should only be a 7th grade spiritual root. This is also normal, after all, both parents have spiritual roots, but they just make their children's spiritual roots better. It is impossible for everyone to have a middle grade spiritual root, or even a high grade spiritual root. Just a designated lottery. Lu Changsheng was slightly disappointed when he saw this lottery. Since he finally reached this integer, he had expected this achievement to give him a high-level lottery or something. Designated, then designated, which type? Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly, thinking about which one to draw. Like the designated draws in the early years, he was inclined to the practice. But now, he has drawn a lot of rewards from the system, and he doesn't know which one to choose for a while. In this case, let's use the elimination method. First, eliminate the practice and magic weapons, then the skills. As for pets, there is no rush for the time being. Lu Changsheng thought secretly in his heart. What he lacks the least now is the practice. Although the system practice is easy to have small fine products, there is really not much demand for it at present. As for magic weapons, there is no shortage for the time being due to Xiahao Wu's sponsorship. As for skills, although he still wants to have a hand in formation and refining to make himself all-round, there is too much randomness. As for pets, Suruan has been obedient and has been a toolman for many years. Honglian uses her to refine pills, refine weapons, and help set up formations. Lu Changsheng also plans to give her a pet. But this kind of thing is not urgent, there is no need to waste a designated draw for this. The randomness of pills is too great. I feel that treasures and other aspects are not bad. After thinking for a while, Lu Changsheng made a decision in his heart. Although these two kinds of lotteries are also full of randomness, the system products must be excellent. In particular, the Peach Blossom Goo, Hope Goo, Golden Armor Bean Mother, Magic Seed, and Wujian Gishao in the other category are all very good in his opinion. In that case, let's do the others. After Lu Changsheng made a decision, he silently said in his heart, System, Lottery, specify other areas. In an instant, the lottery screen appeared in front of him. From the original golden light rotating in the 7 areas, it turned into a variety of dazzling natural treasures. There are natural treasures, as well as wine, spiritual liquid, goo worms, refined corpses, puppets, and other messes, as well as a bunch of things that Lu Changsheng couldn't recognize. It can only be said that the category of others contains too many things. After a while, the lottery wheel stopped. A pool of viscous liquid with a golden hue emerged, accompanied by the system prompt sound. Congratulations to the host for winning, Emperor Liu Jiang. Emperor Liu Jiang, what is this? Lu Changsheng looked at the reward he drew and raised his eyebrows. Immediately, the system space showed information about Emperor Liu Jiang. Emperor Liu Jiang, grade, 3rd grade, description, made of the essence of the moonlight of heaven and earth, flowers, plants and trees can be spiritualized and transformed into demon plants. It is a great tonic for demons and ghosts, and can improve cultivation and increase spirituality. When Lu Changsheng saw this reward, he was a little happy. Although this Emperor Liu Jiang mainly has a buffing effect on demons and ghosts. But his current protective tree is a demon plant. In addition to the Zumi Tree King, he also has the Lingming Treasure Tree, the Weird Prison Demon Flower, a heaven and earth spiritual plant and a demon plant. If Zumi wants to nourish a companion spiritual plant, it needs to consume the original vitality. With this Emperor Liu Jiang, can it make up for its consumption and nourish a companion spiritual plant? Lu Changsheng paused in his heart and thought secretly. He has not yet sacrificed the weird prison demon flower at home to Lu Miaohun. On the one hand, he's going to take Lu Miaohun on a long journey to Qingyun Sect when Ling's Xio is better. On the other hand, he was also thinking about whether he could draw another spiritual plant. This way, Lu Miaohun and Chu Zhansun could choose and practice at the same time, which would make him not be too partial as a husband. After all, Lu Changsheng still had a lot of feelings for the little wife who was the first one he took home. He did not take the things immediately, but continued to look at Bai Ling who was breaking through the foundation. He was ready to wait until Bai Ling broke through the foundation before studying the Emperor's flowing liquid. Time passed little by little, and it was unknown how long it had passed. A breath of foundation building magic power suddenly spread from Bai Ling's body, the Sea of Qi and the Danshan. The foundation was successfully built. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng was refreshed. Young master. At this time, Honglian sent a voice message to Lu Changsheng. Immediately, Lu Changsheng came to Bai Ling's side and placed his palm on her lower abdomen to check her current situation. Honglian also probed with the power of his soul to check what was going on with Bai Ling. Because as a 3rd-level beast master in Yuan Ying's engine, she had only determined that Bai Ling was a variation of the demon bloodline. But she was not sure about the specific situation. Brother Bai Ling felt a little shy when she saw her brother was like this just after she had broken through. At this moment, the Black Dragon Dao Foundation rose in her danshan, bursting with endless rays of light, as if a black dragon roared, washing her marrow and hair, washing every inch of her flesh and blood, every inch of her body. This. Lu Changsheng and Honglian were both surprised and suspicious when they saw the situation in Bai Ling's body. Because as the Black Dragon Dao Foundation shed her mortal body, Bai Ling's blood, meridians, and bones were all glowing with a white luster, just like the color of her body scales. This whiteness combined with her magic power allowed Lu Changsheng to see that the operation of the Black Dragon Code had some inexplicable changes, just like Lu Miaoji's The Water Sutra. Not only that, Lu Changsheng also noticed that Bai Ling's crystal clear and smooth scales had a few more platinum colors that could suddenly resist at this moment. Her white and delicate skin became more and more flawless, no worse than Lu Miaoji's skin. Honglian, what's going on? Lu Changsheng asked Honglian. The more he got to know her, the more he realized that the little girl he picked up was not simple. Young Master Bai Ling must have awakened the blood of the demon race, and her blood has returned to her ancestors and mutated. There is no mistake. But this blood is very extraordinary. I even suspect that this blood is the blood of some kind of true spirit. Honglian said softly. True spirit blood. Lu Changsheng was surprised to hear this. He knew that demon beasts with a trace of true spirit blood were very extraordinary, basically heaven-level demon beasts. And Bai Ling, as a human, actually had true spirit blood. Isn't this too amazing? That's right. Before I met you, I had never seen a true spirit-level monster. But there are still some monsters or humans with rare true spirit blood in the world. I once heard that there are several great families in Zhangzhou continent with true spirit blood flowing in their bodies, and they are called true spirit families. Bai Ling may have rare true spirit blood in his body, but due to blood mutation and atavism, it stimulates some blood power. Honglian spoke up and expressed his guess. True spirit family. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard this. He could understand that some monsters had some true spirit blood, but how could humans still have true spirit blood? He knew that the more powerful and higher grade monsters were, the more difficult it was for them to transform. If the true spirit wanted to transform, it would be extremely difficult. Moreover, it was difficult for humans and monsters to give birth to offspring. It was unimaginable to give birth to offspring without transforming. Are these true spirit families the descendants of humans and true spirits? Lu Changsheng asked curiously. I don't know about this either. I just heard about the existence of such a true spirit family. Honglian said softly. Okay, since it's not a bad thing, it doesn't matter. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng didn't care too much about the true spirit bloodline issue. He checked with Honglian this time because he heard Honglian say that in Bai Ling's case, every time she breaks through a great realm, her bloodline power will awaken a little bit, and there will be certain changes. Maybe he can check something. After Bai Ling completed her transformation, Lu Changsheng saw that Bai Ling's blood had a bit more platinum luster. He couldn't help but secretly wonder, if the power of blood continues to awaken, will Bai Ling's blood, meridians, and bones completely turn white? Brother Bai Ling looked at Lu Changsheng. Her beautiful black and white eyes were hazy, shy, looking at Lu Changsheng with joy and expectation. Her voice was sweet and soft. It stands to reason that after practicing the Black Dragon Code, breaking through the foundation, and being reborn, she should have a more majestic aura. But Bai Ling has become more pure and charming. She obviously gives people a sense of being out of touch with the world, but her every frown and smile is full of charm, enchanting and moving, making people's hearts ripple. Lu Changsheng knew that Bai Ling's blood power was better than the changes brought by the technique. Even the technique has become somewhat adaptive due to her blood power. Seeing the other party's pure and lustful face looking forward to his praise and reward, Lu Changsheng immediately kissed her moist and tender lips. His palms gently stroked the crystal clear, flawless, and delicate skin. Although Bai Ling's scales had a bit more platinum color, the touch did not change at all, and even felt more silky and smooth. Along with a rustling sound, a graceful, exquisite, jade-like body wrapped in a platinum-colored scale armor appeared, full of charm and wildness, making people inexplicably hot. Lu Changsheng did not care about the existence of Honglian in the ancient beast-controlling talisman. When he attacked Su Ruian, he would let Ling Zixio or Lu Maoyan take the ancient beast-controlling talisman away. But later he thought about it and felt that Honglian was not an outsider. Since she is here, then she is here. In front of the grandfather, playing with the daughter of destiny she chose in every possible way, seems to have a different taste. Lu Changsheng embraced Bai Ling's very seductive waist. Only by experiencing it can you know how flexible and thrilling this flatness, slenderness, and tightness are. Home accompanied by a charming and tender moan, the flawless jade body swayed, and the crystal scales with a white and gold luster gradually spread a bit of pink luster, which looked like a dream. Chapter 294 Taoist Companion Ceremony, heading to Qingyun Sect. Bai Ling's breakthrough in foundation building did not have much impact on Qingzhu Mountain. In other words, only Lu Changsheng, Ling Zixio, Lu Maoyan, Lu Maoyan and others knew about this. Others did not know that this timid girl, who was usually timid and weak, mostly focused on cultivation and had no sense of existence, had become a great foundation building cultivator. After Bai Ling's breakthrough in foundation building, Lu Changsheng gave Bai Ling the task of raising the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers. He asked her to find Honglian every 10 days or half a month and use the Black Dragon's magic power to cultivate the Taoist soldiers. Changsheng Hall, inside the cave. Extract. Lu Changsheng looked at the Emperor Liu Jiang in the system space, and his mind moved slightly. Suddenly, a stone trough the size of a wash basin appeared. It contained a pool of viscous liquid with a golden luster. These liquids seem to have life, sometimes like flowing light, overflowing with brilliant clouds, and sometimes like streams, flowing quietly, filled with a strong breath of vitality. Is this the Emperor Liu Jiang? Lu Changsheng looked at the Emperor Liu Jiang in the stone trough. Through the system, he knew that this thing was formed when the moonlight fell from the sky and the earth at night of Changsheng, and the essence of it was just integrated into the 1,000-year-old stalactite. This tank of Emperor flowing slurry in front of him is extremely rare, and it takes at least hundreds of years to form. Speaking of which, does this Emperor flowing slurry have any effect on Zixiao's dragon roar body? Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, thinking of Ling Zixiao's problem. Ling Zixiao's dragon roar body is currently very stable. But as she begins to practice, this problem will definitely reappear. Although it is possible to plunder the origin through the dragon-inducing art and suppress it. But through previous practice, he knew that during the plundering process, once the dragon roar origin backfires, it is very dangerous. It is necessary to rely on some kind of cold thing to suppress its origin, just like Nangguangmi Li's Xuan Yin Jade liquid at the beginning. You can store some in case of accidents. Lu Changsheng thought for a while, took out a purple jade gourd, and put up a small tank of Emperor flowing slurry. Through the system, he knew that people can take Emperor flowing slurry, which is helpful for restoring mana and increasing cultivation. But relatively speaking, the effect is far less than the improvement of demons and ghosts. Xiao is a moon spirit body, maybe this Emperor flowing juice can help her a little bit. Lu Changsheng thought about Xiao's situation and thought to himself. With this calculation, his Emperor flowing juice is really not enough. Huh? He exhaled lightly and shouted, Zumaru. Master. Zumi's ethereal voice sounded. Although Lu Changsheng was in the retreat cave. But as long as it is in Zumi cave heaven, Zumi can be said to be everywhere. As long as Lu Changsheng calls, it can immediately sense and respond. This Emperor flowing juice should be helpful to you, take it. If these Emperor flowing juices are enough for you to nourish a companion spirit plant, you can nourish a third-level companion spirit plant. Lu Changsheng said to Zumi. In any case, he thought to maximize the effect as much as possible and use it to improve Zumi. Thank you, Master. Zumi thanked him out loud, his voice was soft and pure, but lacked the emotional flavor of coquetry. This Emperor's flowing liquid can mainly improve the spirituality of monsters and plants. I wonder if these Emperor's flowing liquids can significantly improve Zumi's spirituality. Lu Changsheng suddenly thought in his heart. As a true spirit-level monster plant, Zumi's spirituality can be said to be very high. But compared to humans, it still lacks emotions. Then, he saw a golden and jade light falling, shining on the Emperor's flowing liquid, and slowly being absorbed by Zumi. After finishing the work, he did not continue to retreat, but went to accompany his wife, concubines and children. Now that Ling Zixiao's injuries have almost recovered, and Bai Ling has been added to the family, he plans to go to the Qingyun Sect of Yu Kingdom with Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaohun in a few days to see his children far away in another country. Yu Kingdom, Qingyun Sect. At this time, Qingyun Sect is holding a sword test conference, and it is very lively under the main peak. Many outer disciples and inner disciples are waiting to participate in the competition, and countless disciples who are not participating in the competition also come to watch. Because even if you don't participate in the competition, coming to join in the fun and watching other cultivators fight and compare methods can also increase your knowledge and gain something. Hoo-hoo-hoo, bang bang bang, clang clang clang, on the 3 magic array arenas, which were dozens of feet wide, there were disciples fighting. Above the arena sat deacons and elders to prevent the competition from suddenly losing its grip and causing death. After all, this kind of sword test is to hone the disciples, and naturally they don't want any casualties. Su Rong is too indecisive and will lose. Lu Qingshan and his sister Lu Qingzhu sat in the position of the contestants of Shianitun Peak, looking at the central arena and commenting out loud. Huh? Lu Qingzhu heard her brother's words, looked at the arena seriously, tilted her head, and didn't know how he came to this conclusion. But after a while, on the central arena, a pretty female cultivator wearing the uniform of a Qingyun Sect disciple flew backwards under the opponent's attack and smashed into the light curtain of the arena magic array. How about it, Xia Azur? I didn't say anything wrong. Lu Qingshan said with a bit of pride on his face. Yes, brother is really amazing. Lu Qingzhu was surprised, and then nodded vigorously, causing Lu Qingshan to laugh. Xianji Peak, Zhao Guang, wins. At this time, The deacon who presided over the competition in the sky announced the result. The young man named Zhao Guang bowed to the sky, bowed to the top of the competition, and walked down the ring. The female cultivator who fell to the ground was sent to the hospital for treatment under the arrangement of the doctor next to the ring. Jinan Peak Yin Yan, Xianyan Peak Lu Qingshan. The presiding deacon held a jade book and said expressionlessly, "Xiao Zuer, see how brother performs." Hearing this, Lu Qingshan stood up and walked towards the ring. "Brother, be careful," Lu Qingzhu said with concern, making a gesture of cheering. "Ha ha ha, don't worry." Lu Qingshan rubbed his sister's hair with a carefree look, rubbing her soft black hair a little messy. The two are only half a month apart in age, but Lu Qingshan seems to be much older. He is Lu Qingshan, the direct disciple of Elder Xianyan. I heard that this junior brother Lu has the body of Changsheng. I wonder if it's true or not. It's a pity that he is only at the 6th level of key refining, while Yin Yan is at the 8th level of key refining, and he comes from the famous Yin family. I'm afraid he has a lot of fine magic tools and even talismans on him. He can make it to this round at the 6th level of key refining, which shows that his strength cannot be underestimated. Lu Qingshan, as a disciple of Elder Xianyan, I think he is not short of these. I have heard that Jinayan Peak and Xianyan Peak have a bad relationship. I wonder if Yin Yan will take heavy measures. Many onlookers looked at Lu Qingshan and Yin Yan, who walked onto the stage and talked about it. At this time, the sword test competition has passed the preliminary round, and those who can get here have certain strength. Moreover, as the only two disciples of Xianyan Peak, Lu Qingshan is also well known in Qingyun Sect. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he caused a commotion among many cultivators. "You are Lu Qingshan. I heard that you dared to draw your sword against my disciples when you were at the 4th level of key refining? You are quite brave. To show my respect, I will take it seriously. I hope you won't let me down." Yin Yan was wearing the uniform of a Qingyun Sect disciple. He was tall and had a jade sword in his hand. The sword light flowed, sometimes shining, sometimes showing its sharp edge. Yet, Lu Qingshan looked indifferent and said hello softly. As the host deacon above the ring announced that the competition had begun, the two began to fight. Hoo, Yin Yan pinched his fingers with one hand, causing the ring to rise without wind, and a thick fog filled his body. Then the flying sword in his hand disappeared in the fog, and with a rolling fog, it rushed towards Lu Qingshan. Clang! A golden magic sword appeared in Lu Qingshan's hand, and the sword energy slashed out, dazzling, blocking the jade flying sword that broke through the air. Clang clang clang, the white mist rolled, and the flying sword burst out invisible sword energy and rushed towards Lu Qingshan, while Lu Qingshan held the magic sword and kept blocking. Ha! At this moment, Lu Qingshan roared, and used the lion roar skill and the sound wave skill of spiritual power together, bursting out and making Yin Yan pause. Chila! Chila! In an instant, the wind was under Lu Qingshan's feet, like a sharp sword light shooting out, tearing through the air waves, coming in front of Yin Yan, and slashing out the sharp sword energy that had been accumulated for a long time. Not good. Faced with Lu Qingshan's attack, Yin Yan was startled, and hurriedly drove the flying sword to block and activate the protective air shield. Then he quickly took out a talisman from his arms and activated it. In an instant, a golden light shield formed around him. Top-grade talismans, golden light shielding talismans. This is too much of an insult. You already have a high level of cultivation, and you still use top-grade talismans. It's great to be rich. If my family had money, they could give me a few talismans, and I wouldn't be eliminated in the preliminary round. But Lu Qingshan just moved. Should he also practice physical cultivation? Not physical cultivation. I saw his movements, swordsmanship. There are some traces of secular martial arts. I guess he has practiced secular martial arts. Many onlookers saw this scene and talked about it. Go. With a golden light shielding talisman to stabilize the situation, Yin Yan pinched his palms and continued to drive the magic sword towards Lu Qingshan. Golden light shielding talisman. You are better off with a golden light protective talisman. Lu Qingshan sneered, and the magic sword in his hand was horizontal, picking up the killing magic sword. Then he roared, "Break it for me." The moment he spoke, the aura of spiritual power in his body rose and spread, breaking through from the 6th level of key refining to the 7th level of key refining. The golden magic sword in his hand was so sharp that it tore a hole in the golden light shield in front of him. This. Yin Yan was shocked and immediately took out 2 talismans from his arms and wanted to activate them. But at this moment, the golden light shield and the protective gas shield around him were shattered. A golden magic sword was across his neck, making him feel a chill and pain. He said in disbelief, "How is this possible? How could you break the golden bell talisman and the protective gas shield so quickly?" "Because I have broken through, there is still a gap between the late stage of key refining. Don't measure me with your own strength. Remember to use the golden light amulet next time," Lu Qingzhu said calmly. Qiangyun Peak, Lu Qingzhu, wins. The expressionless deacon in the sky showed some surprise in his eyes, nodded slightly, and then announced the result. Hiss, a breakthrough on the battlefield? Or a breakthrough from the middle stage of key refining to the late stage of key refining? The 6th level of key refining defeated the 8th level of key refining. He should have been on the verge of a breakthrough a long time ago, but deliberately did not break through. Now that he has used all his strength, he will naturally break through the bottleneck. This situation is very dangerous. If he had not been able to break through Yin Yan's defense just now and was defeated and injured by the opponent, I am afraid it would affect his meridians. I heard that he has a Qingyun body, practices sword techniques, and walks the path of sword cultivation. I think this is the confidence of sword cultivation, sharpening his sword through battle after battle, so that the sword heart is sharp. Tisk tisk tisk, this junior brother Lu is really brave. Many people off the field saw this battle and talked about it. Many people remembered the name Lu Qingzhu. Xiao Zuer, how did brother perform? Lu Qingzhu walked off the ring and said with a smile. Brother is really amazing. He actually broke through the 7th level of key refining and broke through on the battlefield. Lu Qingzhu said with a happy and admiring face. Although she started practicing later than Lu Qingzhu due to her foundation, she was still at the 5th level of key refining and needed a lot of time to break through to the 6th level. Seeing her brother break through to the late stage of key refining, she was happier than her own breakthrough. Haha, as a peerless genius, it is normal to break through during a battle, Lu Qingzhu said with a proud look on his face. Then he looked at the prizes on the stage and said with some regret, "It's a pity that I am only at the 7th level of key refining. It's a bit difficult to win the first place." This sword test conference is a competition among key refining disciples, but even if he is confident that he can fight across levels, he is not sure when facing some peak key refining disciples. Brother is already very powerful. Wait for the next sword test conference, brother will definitely win the first place, Lu Qingzhu said seriously. In her heart, her brother is a genius, very powerful. This time brother will win you a foundation building spiritual object, and wait for the next conference to win you a foundation building pill. When the time comes, we will break through the foundation together and go home. Dad, Mother, Grandpa and others will definitely be surprised, Lu Qingzhu said with a smile on his face. Only when facing his sister, the crane fairy of Qiangyun Peak, would he be so happy. Yet, Lu Qingzhu nodded in response, and couldn't help missing her parents, and grandfather at home. But looking at her brother in front of her, she suppressed her thoughts in her heart and said softly, "Brother, you have just broken through. You should go back to consolidate your cultivation realm." The top of Qiangyun Peak. The tall and straight, golden and jade-like towering ancient trees are brilliant and full of vitality. Zumaru, is this okay? Lu Changsheng planted a branch that was like gold and jade, surrounded by green and surging vitality next to the Zumi tree, and asked. With the Emperor's flowing juice, Zumi can not only get a small improvement in strength growth. It can also nourish a companion spiritual plant without consuming a lot of life essence. It's okay, Master, Zumi's pure and soft voice sounded. It means that as long as he slowly nourishes it, in a few years this branch will be able to become its companion spiritual plant and be promoted to the 3rd level heaven and earth spiritual plant. However, the ability and effect of this companion spiritual plant is limited. It can only cleanse people's hearts, calm their minds, and suppress their inner demons. Okay, a 3rd level spiritual plant is enough, it doesn't matter whether it is capable or not, Lu Changsheng said after hearing this. He now mainly wants to get a spiritual plant for his wife to practice the immortality of heaven and earth. As for the effect and ability of this spiritual plant, it is secondary in his opinion. Moreover, the ability of this companion spiritual plant mainly comes from the Zumi tree king. In the future, as long as Zumi is willing to continue to consume the source of nourishment, the future is promising. At this time, Lu Changsheng suddenly sensed a magical power entering his body out of thin air. He knew that this was a breakthrough for his children. Although these cultivations were still a little weak for him, they were stronger than the previous ones. This is a child who broke through the 7th level of key refining. Who is it? Quanzhen is not so fast. Ping'an just broke through the 6th level, and Lu Yun is still in the 5th level of key refining. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. Then he opened the system panel to check the current relatively older children. After a moment, he knew which child had broken through. Name, Lu Qingshan, lifespan 20/99, talent, 6th grade spiritual root, Zhengjin body, middle grade spiritual body, cultivation, key refining level 7, talent, sword compatibility, 52%, it's Qingshan indeed. Yes, he has a Zhengjin body, practices gold attributed exercises, and his cultivation speed is no worse than that of a top grade spiritual root. It's normal for him to break through the 7th level of key refining now. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself. Although this speed is a few points slower than Bailing, but among his current children, he is probably far ahead. It's time to prepare for a trip to the Qingyun Sect of Yu Kingdom. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled gently. He immediately found Ling's Xio, Lu Maioyan, Lu Maioj, and Lu Maiohun, and told them about going to the Qingyun Sect of Yu Kingdom. My dear, you can go without worry. Maioyan and I will take care of the family. Ling's Xio said so after hearing this. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded, feeling relieved to have two women at home looking at him. Then he said to Lu Maioj and Lu Maiohun, I will write to Xiaoyu first to ask how long it will take for Qingyun Sect to go to Qinglu Fairy City spirit ship. It is very far from Qingzhu Mountain to Yu Kingdom Qingyun Sect. So Lu Changsheng planned to take Qingyun Sect's spirit ship to Qinglu Fairy City. Then through Qinglu Fairy City, Qingyun Sect's spirit ship went to Yu Kingdom Qingyun Sect. Yet, Lu Maiohun's face showed excitement and joy when she heard that she was finally going to Qingyun Sect to see her children. Lu Maioji's eyes also showed longing, and she couldn't wait to go to Qingyun Sect to visit her children. Lu Maiohun was very happy because she was about to go to Qingyun Sect to visit her children. She took the initiative to pull her sister to find Lu Changsheng to go boating on the lake. The three of them did not use oars and let the boat drift on its own. At this moment, a violent storm suddenly broke out in Qingzhu Mountain. Faced with this sudden violent storm, the calm lake surface was stirred up by layers of waves. But the exquisite and gorgeous boat drifting on the lake was never affected, and it cruised steadily in the wind and waves. It was unknown how long it took for the violent storm and the raging waves to calm down. The sun pierced through the clouds. The air after the rain was particularly fresh. The scenery in the lake was also particularly beautiful. A white jade hand lifted the curtain of the boat. The bright and gentle sunlight shone into the small room, the breeze was gentle, and the water was rippling. There is so much water. Lu Changsheng looked at the boat bed that was soaked by rain or lake water, and his magic power stroked it to disperse and dry it. Then he embraced his wife and looked at the beautiful scenery outside, and the whole person felt refreshed. Through this trip to the lake, he could feel his wife's joy about going to Qingyun Sect to visit their children. Husband, what do you think about Qingshan's practice in Qingyun Sect? Will it be? Lu Maiohun was wearing a light black gauze dress, and her black and beautiful long black hair was scattered on her waist and back like silk, looking at the scenery outside the lake. Even though she knew that her son had become a disciple of Ajindan's Henren, she had never seen him before, and because of his mischievous character, she was always worried that he would be wronged and bullied while practicing outside. Don't worry, Qingshan not only has a Zhengjin body, but also became a disciple of Ajindan's Henren. It is natural that his practice in Qingyun Sect will be smooth sailing. Maybe when we arrive at Qingyun Sect, Qingshan's cultivation will be higher than yours. Lu Changsheng held his wife's slender waist and said gently. He also wanted to know how his children lived in Qingyun Sect over the years. Qingshan and Qingzhu would be very surprised if they knew that their husband and sister had broken through the foundation building stage. Lu Maiohun smiled and suddenly thought. Who could have known that in just 10 years, there would be such earth-shaking changes in their family? 10 days later, Zhao Qingqing came to Qingzhu Mountain. She told Lu Changsheng that the spirit ship from Qingyun City to Qinglu Fairy City would be in 4 months. The journey will take about 3 months. If Lu Changsheng needs it, she can buy the boat ticket for him. With Lu Changsheng's current status as the master of Qingzhu Mountain, if he wants to ride this kind of spirit ship, he can buy a ticket by himself. But he needs to go there and make a reservation in Qingyun Market early. Qingqing, thank you for your trouble. Lu Changsheng nodded in response. Now Xiao Ziao is still on a mission outside and has not returned yet. It would be much more convenient to have Zhao Qingqing buy the spirit ship ticket for her. Then he talked to Zhao Qingqing about the Taoist couple ceremony. Although it is not good to be in the limelight now. But now that he and Zhao Qingqing have become fellow Taoists, he is naturally willing to give her a status. Besides, it will take him 2 or 3 years to go back and forth to the Qingyun Sect of Yu Kingdom. If the family has a foundation-building cultivator like Zhao Qingqing, who is also a disciple of the Immortal Sect, it can also have a certain deterrent effect on the surrounding family forces. Okay, Zhao Qingqing responded happily. She is more conservative in character. On that morning, she wanted to have a status. But facing Lu Changsheng, she felt a little inferior. She felt that she was not worthy of a man like Lu Changsheng and could only be a concubine, but she didn't know how to propose it. Now that Lu Changsheng took the initiative to propose to her to become a Taoist couple, she was naturally delighted. Immediately, Lu Changsheng asked his wife Lu Maoyan to arrange a Taoist couple ceremony. When she learned that Zhao Qingqing and her husband had become Taoist couples, Lu Maoyan was only slightly surprised, but not surprised. After all, as a wife who had accompanied Lu Changsheng all the way, when Zhao Qingqing became a guest worshipper of his family, she had expected this day to come. Considering that he would take a spirit ship to Qingyun Fairy City in 4 months, Lu Changsheng scheduled a Taoist couple ceremony in 3 months. This way it would not be too hasty and simple. After explaining the matter, Lu Changsheng began to work hard these days. Among the objects of cultivation, Suruyan was also included. In the early years, because Honglian needed to use her body to refine pills, arrange things, etc., Lu Changsheng had never let her get pregnant. Mainly because she got pregnant and became the child's mother, Lu Changsheng felt that he would be soft-hearted. Suruyan has performed very well in the past few years, and Lu Changsheng felt that it was okay. After this trip, if she is still obedient, I will give her a heavenly monster and give birth to 5, 6, 7 or 8 babies. After all, Suruyan has reached the peak of key refining early and can impact the foundation building stage. But because she has been imprisoned in Qingzhu Mountain for these years, her cultivation has been delayed. Although it is relatively difficult for a foundation-building cultivator to give birth, it is not too difficult for Lu Changsheng with the system bloodline bonus. In this way, with Lu Changsheng's efforts, 3 concubines became pregnant in just 1 month, including Suruyan. Seeing Suruyan pregnant, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. If Honglian possessed Suruyan while he was cultivating, or if Honglian possessed Suruyan during pregnancy to help raise the fetus, would this child be considered Honglian's pregnancy? In this way, would this child have a better talent? However, Lu Changsheng only thought about this kind of thing and didn't mention it. During this time, Lu Changsheng also took good care of Bai Ling. Although it was extremely difficult for the other party to get pregnant because of bloodline problems. But Lu Changsheng believes that God rewards hard work, man can conquer nature, and those who have the will can achieve their goals. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed, and the ceremony for Lu Changsheng and Zhao Qingqing to become Taoist couples was held as scheduled. During these 3 months, Lu Changsheng's 5 concubines, including Suruyan, became pregnant. As for Bai Ling, it can only be said that he tried hard, but it was really difficult. However, Lu Changsheng did not lose the slightest fighting spirit and planned to wait until the time came to fight again. Sooner or later, he would make Bai Ling pregnant. On this day, Qingzhu Mountain was very lively and festive. The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, the Bai family of Bainao Lake, the Zhang family of Centipede Ridge, the Su family of Yushu, the Ji family of Xiajing Mountain, and other family forces all sent people or came in person to congratulate and give gifts. After all, for these surrounding family forces, the marriage of 2 foundation-building monks as Taoist couples is not a trivial matter and deserves great attention. Hongyi and Hanlin also came to participate in the celebration. In addition to them, there were some disciples of Qingyun Sect and Zhao Qingqing's good friends and fellow disciples. I heard that this Lu patriarch has not taken a concubine for a long time. I didn't expect that it would be so shocking now that he has made a move. He actually married a Taoist partner with a foundation-building master of Qingyun Sect. The niece of the grandson of an old friend of mine is a concubine of Lu Patriarch. I heard that Lu Patriarch has been working hard all these years and has children born every year. For this Lu Shenzhu, I admire him very much. He actually has 3 foundation-building Taoist partners in his family. These 3 people are extraordinary. One is a second-level talisman master, one is a second-level formation master, and one is a disciple of the Immortal sect. Compared to Lu Shanzhu's talisman, I admire his way of men and women more. Alice, it's so annoying to compare people. Many people who came to the ceremony sighed to Lu Changsheng, with envy and jealousy. For people like them, even if they break through the foundation and become a foundation-building master, it is very difficult to marry a foundation-building Taoist partner. What's more, like Lu Changsheng, he has 3 high-quality foundation-building Taoist partners. After all, if one becomes a foundation-building cultivator, he will become an ancestor of a region, so how could he be willing to serve together? As expected of Brother Lu, Hong Yi and Han Lin sat at the same table, and were deeply moved when they saw this scene. Even though he had guessed it before, he was still full of emotion when he saw this scene, the 2 of them holding a ceremony and becoming Taoist couples. He thought that if this was how Zhao Qingqing held a Taoist couple ceremony, if Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xiao, the famous fairy Xiao of Qingyun Sect, became Taoist couples, I'm afraid the entire Qingyun world would be a little shocked, right? But Brother Lu wants to become Taoist couple with Taoist Xiao, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to pass the test of Taoist Xiao's master, Master Qin. Hong Yi thought to himself. Zhao Qingqing is just an ordinary disciple of Qingyun Sect, and there will be no restrictions in this regard. But for core disciples like Xiao Xiao, the true seed, the sect attaches great importance to them, and there will be certain restrictions on their behavior, such as Taoist couples. Is this Lu Laozu? He is as handsome as the rumors say. I heard that Lu Laozu is not only the master of a mountain, but also a second-level top-level talisman master, and he is so handsome. I really want to marry him. Yes, I am willing even if I am a slave. Nowadays, if you want to be Lu Laozu's maid, you must have at least a middle-grade spiritual root. If only I were born 10 or 20 years earlier. I heard that when Lu Laozu was still in Qingzhu Mountain in his early years, he often took concubines from outside. Once you see Lu Shanzhu, you will be ruined for life. During the ceremony, many girls who came to the ceremony with their elders for some purpose saw Lu Changsheng's handsome appearance, and their hearts were moved and fell. After all, who doesn't love a rich, beautiful and powerful monk? But Lu Changsheng mostly looked down on such girls. The ceremony lasted for 3 days. After the ceremony, Lu Changsheng accompanied Zhao Qingqing for 3 days. Afterwards, he took Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaahun and left Bihu Mountain and went to Qingyun Market, preparing to take a spirit ship to the Qingyun Sect of Yu State to visit his children. Chapter 295, The Heavenly Demon Phoenix arrives at Qingyun Fairy City. 1 month later. Qingyun Market. Early in the morning, Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj, and Lu Miaahun checked out and came to the north gate of the market, waiting for the arrival of the spirit ship. Just like the last time Lu Changsheng took the spirit ship, many monks came early to wait, and several Qingyun Sect law enforcement monks maintained order. Before waiting too long, a blue spirit ship more than 10 feet high and 50 or 60 feet long slowly descended from the high-altitude clouds, surrounded by the spiritual light of the formation. This spirit ship looks the same as the spirit ship that Lu Changsheng took to Juxiao Fairy City before. It is thought that they were all built by Qingyun Sect and specially used for long-distance transportation. Is this a spirit ship? Lu Miaahun and Lu Miaahun looked at this spirit ship with surprise and curiosity. They had only heard of such large spirit ships, but had never seen or ridden them. Yes, this is a large spirit ship. Not only is the defense amazing, but the turrets on it are enough to launch an offensive comparable to that of a giant. Lu Changsheng said softly. When he was riding on the spirit ship, he happened to meet Xiahao Wu and saw the power of this spirit ship. He knew that both the defense and the offense had reached the 3rd level, and ordinary giant and cultivators did not dare to confront it. This made him want to get such a spirit ship very much. If the 2 clans go to war in the future, such a spirit ship will be in the sky, which is really oppressive. After a while, the spirit ship hovered in the air. 2 foundation-building cultivators walked out and said loudly, "Everyone, with a token ship ticket, line up in turn to enter the spirit ship. If you disrupt the order, you will be disqualified from boarding the ship." As the voice fell, a rainbow light flew down from the spirit ship and turned into layers of stairs. The law enforcement cultivators of the Qingyun Sect next to him maintained order and let everyone line up to board the ship in turn. Lu Changsheng's spirit ship ticket this time was still the second level, an ordinary guest room. But it was a little bigger than the previous single room. It was a multi-person room, about 30 square meters. Although it was still a bit small for 3 people, the conditions were limited, so it could only be so. After all, he had stayed in the luxury upper room before. The main reason was that there was more spiritual energy supply, and it was not much bigger than the ordinary guest room. I wonder what Qingzhu and Qingzhu will think when they see us. Lu Maihun said with a happy face, and came to the window to look at the sea of clouds outside. This kind of scenery was naturally not very beautiful for her. But it was the first time to ride a spiritual ship, and it was similar to Lu Changsheng's previous experience, and it was a bit novel. Haha, of course I am very surprised. Lu Changsheng was in a very good mood seeing his wife so happy. Since preparing to go to Qingyun Sect, Lu Maihoj and Lu Maihun have been in a very happy mood these days. It's just that Lu Maihun's expression is reflected on his face. He took out the tea set, spiritual tea, and spiritual spring from the storage ring and started to make tea. Then he took out the spiritual source bead obtained from Xiahao Wuwo. Because the spiritual veins at home have been promoted to the second level upper grade. So he didn't give this spiritual source bead to Lingzik Xiao for the time being, and used it to nourish the spiritual veins. It can come in handy at this time, allowing the 3 of them to practice simply in the room and restore spiritual energy after making talismans. If you want to go to Jin state, you must at least break through the Jinden stage. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of his other daughter who was far away in the 5 poison sect of Jin state and whom he had never seen. According to his expectation, if he wanted to visit his daughter in the 5 poison sect, he would have to have the strength of Jinden to be safe. According to his current cultivation speed, even if he did not need to worry about the crystal condensation pill and the Jinden spirit, it would take at least 20 years to break through the Jinden stage. 20 years, they will all grow up. Lu Changsheng thought that his daughter was already 7 years old. In another 20 years, they would all grow up. And by then, if his daughter grew up crooked, it would be a headache. After all, with Nangong Mili around, he really didn't worry about his daughter being bullied. The only worry was that the child would grow up crooked under the 3 views of the demon sect. Jin state, 5 poison sect. In a palace. A tall, but skinny middle-aged man with a hideous face and bloodshot eyes screamed and struggled desperately. But his limbs, collarbones, waist and thighs and other vital parts were all pierced by chains, and his magic power was forbidden, only the chains made a clattering sound. Mother, is he in pain? A little girl wearing a purple star-shaped gauze dress, who looked 7 or 8 years old, was very cute and looked like a delicate jade. Looking at this scene, she said with some reluctance. Although she was young, she already had a graceful figure, with snow-white skin, crystal eyes, a straight nose, and pink lips. Her long black and beautiful hair was like the stars at night, soft and swaying on her waist, with a crystal luster. After a while, the golden silkworm goo will be healed, and he won't feel any pain. The beautiful woman next to her rubbed her daughter's little head lovingly, with a faint smile on her lips, and said softly. She was wearing a purple palace dress, with graceful curves, and was breathtakingly beautiful. Her beautiful and charming face was hard to describe with the word overwhelming beauty. A pair of beautiful eyes like peach blossoms are hazy, and the smoke waves are flowing, which contains the magic that makes people lose their souls. The red lips are bright and tempting, making people want to kiss them. It can be said that her whole body exudes a charming temptation that is fascinating. The little girl's appearance is 70% similar to her. Through her peerless face, we can know how beautiful she will be when she grows up. This way he won't feel pain. Nangguang Mili seemed to see some reluctance in his daughter's eyes, and raised her snow-white jade hand stained with impatience juice. Suddenly, the man in front of him couldn't scream, and the pain on his face turned into numbness, and his face was expressionless. Don't you feel pain? Nangguang Yao held her mother's slender jade arm, and her eyes as pure as stars showed some doubts. She always felt that the other party should still feel pain. After all, when she was bitten by an insect, it hurt for so long, and her mother was still worried. Now that the other party has been drilled by the insect, how can it not hurt? But of course she believed her mother's words. After a long time, a golden-skinned, silkworm-shaped goo worm emerged from the middle-aged man's mouth and flew into the little girl's hands. This scene seemed a little scary. But the little girl was too cute, holding her mother's hand with a well-behaved face, like a finely carved white jade doll, dispelling the scary atmosphere. "Let's go, Yao." Seeing that the golden silkworm Gu had finished eating, Nangguang Li whispered to his daughter and led her away. "Master." As soon as the two returned to the main hall, a girl in a purple dress, with delicate looks, dreamy temperament, and ethereal spirit shouted, "Sister Xiaojun." When Nangguang Yao saw the girl in the purple dress, a happy smile immediately appeared on her delicate face. She let go of her mother's hand, and ran to hug her. In Xianzhu Peak, apart from her mother and personal maid, Meng Xiaojun took care of her most of the time, so the two were very close. But Meng Xiaojun was getting busy, and she hadn't seen him for a long time. "Yao." Meng Xiaojun showed a charming smile on her face, and picked up the little girl. Then she kissed her pink and snowy face, and smelled the fragrance of her body. She has been taking care of Nangguang Yao, and she likes her body fragrance very much. Every time she gets along with her and smells this smell, she feels close and comfortable like a spring breeze, which reminds her of Lu Changsheng. "Xiaojun, what's the matter with you coming here?" Nangguang Li looked at his disciple and daughter, and said with a faint smile on his face, "Master, I got the news that Similiozu of Qingyun Mountain has passed away." Meng Xiaojun let go of Nangguang Yao and said, "Since Simida has passed away, there is no need for Qingyun Mountain to exist. You can take people to deal with this matter." Nangguang Li heard this and said casually, "Master, how to deal with the 5 major clans in Qingyun Mountain?" Meng Xiaojun asked. "Yao, what should we do to deal with the bad guys who don't listen?" Nangguang Li squatted down gracefully and asked his daughter with a smile. "Well, of course, kill them." Nangguang Yao blinked, raised her little head, and said innocently. 3 months later. This Wanshao mountain range is still majestic and vast. But judging from this, it shouldn't be long before we reach Qinglong Fairy City. Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj, and Lu Miaohun stood on the deck of the spirit ship, overlooking the sea of clouds, looking at the mountains, forests, peaks, and buildings below. You can see a majestic mountain range with overlapping peaks and continuous extensions, and you know that this is the famous Wanshao mountain range. Wanshao mountain range. Lu Miaohun looked at the sea of clouds in a daze. As foundation building cultivators like Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, they can barely see the scene below. She is only in the late stage of key refining, and can only see the surrounding sea of clouds, and can't see the situation below clearly. Lu Changsheng saw his wife's appearance and raised his palm lightly. The magic power formed a water mirror, showing Lu Miaohun some general scenes below. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. "Congratulations to the host's offspring for giving birth to 100 offspring, and get a chance to draw a lottery." "Huh? 100? I've been waiting for this share of money." Lu Changsheng was slightly startled when he heard the system prompt, and a smile appeared in his eyes. "Like when I gave birth to a child, I would increase it gradually from 10 to 10, and I would get a share of money. But for my grandchildren, it's increasing by 50 to 50. For the next share of money, he suspected that he would have to wait for 200 grandchildren to get a share of money. I'm a bit lazy. I remember that it only took more than 4 years to get 50 before, but this time it took 5 years." Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, remembering that it had been almost 5 years since the last time the system paid for the grandchildren. But 5 years is not bad, it's okay. I don't know how many grandchildren have spiritual roots, so that the system can pay for the share of money again. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Although the number of his grandchildren in the Lu family has reached 100, only 5 of them have spiritual roots. Although this ratio is not bad, these 5 grandchildren are all low-grade spiritual roots, which really makes Lu Changsheng sigh. He knows that if a genius is to appear in the family, he has to rely on the efforts of the ancestor himself. After accompanying his wife on the deck to take a breath and look at the scenery, Lu Changsheng returned to the room and started a lottery. After so many lottery draws, he can now remain calm and not feel anything strange when drawing. As for why he didn't put the lottery draw aside for the time being, it was mainly because he couldn't help but use it when he had it. "System, draw the lottery." Lu Changsheng muttered in his heart. A light red turntable emerged, and a golden light appeared and spun quickly. After a while, the golden light slowed down and stayed on the pet. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spiritual pet, Tian Yao Wang. The reward has been issued in the system space. and the host can check it at any time. A golden divine bird pattern with a red flame burning on it emerged from the turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Pet, Heavenly Demon Phoenix. Last time on the spirit ship to Qingzhu Immortal City, I drew the Frost Jade Black Turtle. This time on the spirit ship to Qingzhu Immortal City, I drew the Heavenly Demon Phoenix. It's really. Seeing the reward this time, Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and smiled. He had planned to give Suruai a heavenly grade demon beast. However, the pets at home were only the 9-nether mastiff, the Frost Jade Black Turtle, the 6-winged golden silkworm, and the weird prison demon flower. The Frost Jade Black Turtle and the weird prison demon flower already had owners. The 9-nether mastiff was his first pet and his own watchdog in his early years, so he naturally wouldn't give it away. As for the remaining 6-winged golden silkworm, it was promoted to the 2nd level and had good combat power, so he didn't want to give it away. So he planned to give whatever he drew later. But now seeing that it was a flying spirit pet, and it seemed to be related to the true spirit phoenix, Lu Changsheng didn't want to give it away. But it doesn't matter. If I want to cultivate it to the 2nd or 3rd level, it will take at least several decades, or even hundreds of years. Giving Suruai a contract and practicing the beast art can also make this heavenly demon phoenix grow at the fastest speed. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Then his mind moved slightly and he looked at the system space to see the specific situation of this heavenly demon phoenix. Spirit pet, heavenly demon phoenix, grade, heavenly grade top grade, description, heavenly grade top grade bloodline demon beast, with a true spirit heavenly phoenix bloodline. It can grow to its peak in 500 years and is a 4th level demon beast, tisk, heavenly grade top grade, with a true spirit heavenly phoenix bloodline. It is indeed extraordinary. Lu Changsheng looked at the information of this spirit pet and thought it was very good. If it is cultivated, it can be used as a mount for himself. He now travels mainly by relying on spirit boats and flying magic tools. He has not kept up with flying mounts. Although there is a green jade phoenix at home. But at present, it can barely fly and is more of an ornamental spirit pet. Now that this sky demon phoenix is well taken care of, it will have a good flying mount in the future. Since it is not convenient now and there is no time, Lu Changsheng did not extract it from the system space, and planned to arrange it after returning to Qingzhu Mountain. Half a month later. Fellow Taoists, we have arrived at Qingzhu Fairy City. The Qingyun spirit ship slowly landed in front of a majestic, vast, tall and majestic fairy city surrounded by green jade spiritual light. This Qingzhu Fairy City is completely different from Qingzhu Fairy City. Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj, and Lu Miaohu looked at the Qingzhu Fairy City in front of them and the surrounding situation. Compared with Qingzhu Fairy City, Qingzhu Fairy City is larger and more lively. Pedestrians and monks came and went, dressed differently, including Taoists, knights, Confucian scholars, monks, and barbarians. In a trance, Lu Changsheng felt a bit like he had come to a secular city. The 3 of them got off the spirit ship and lined up in front of the city gate. Looking at the bustling crowd, Lu Changsheng saw that almost half of these people had murderous aura, evil spirit, and bloody smell between their eyebrows. It was completely inconsistent with his temperament, as well as the temperament of Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaohuan. The guards patrolling around the city gate in spiritual armor were also full of murderous aura. Is this the so-called Holy Land for casual cultivators? Lu Changsheng murmured to himself, knowing that most of the cultivators who came to Qingzhu Xiancheng were casual cultivators. 90% of these casual cultivators came to Qingzhu Xiancheng for the same purpose, which was to fight for a future. Refining key to fight for foundation building to fight for the middle and late stages, and even fake pills and condensed pills. So most of these people rely on hunting monsters and exploring ruins and caves for a living. They have experienced many battles and many killings. Fei Yu has actually lived here for more than 10 years. Lu Changsheng thought of his good brother Li Fei Yu. He has always known that Qingzhu Xiancheng is dangerous. But now that he has come to Qingzhu Xiancheng, the Holy Land for casual cultivators, and seeing the local customs and appearance here, he has a clear understanding. He realized that this so-called Holy Land for casual cultivators is actually raising goo. Every independent cultivator who can break through the foundation building stage and make a name for himself here is not simple. They all fought their way out with swords and guns, and they are not comparable to family-trained cultivators like Lu Yuanzhuang and Bai Yunlang. I wonder how Fei Yu is doing now. Is he in the fairy city? Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled. He came to Qingyun Fairy City for a transfer and took the Qingyun Sect spirit ship to Qingyun Sect. Naturally, he was ready to see how his good brother Li Fei was doing. Seeing the situation in the fairy city at this time, thinking that the other party had been working hard in such a place for more than 10 years, his mood became a little heavier. Especially in the past few years, Qingyun Fairy City was also facing a rare beast tide in 100 years. At that time, he lost contact with the other party's letters, and thought that the other party had an accident. Because the city gate is divided into a refining channel and a foundation building channel. So it wasn't long before the three of them lined up. Lu Changsheng paid 30 spirit stones, received his identity jade card and entered Qingyun Fairy City with his wife. Chapter 296, Meeting in the Immortal City, the Demonic Body. After Lu Changsheng and his wife entered Qingyun Fairy City, they found a small courtyard in the inner city to stay temporarily. This time, he was going to Qingyun Sect, so he naturally planned it out. He had inquired and confirmed the matter early, knowing that the Qingyun Sect spirit ship would not set off for another 2 months. After settling down, Lu Changsheng said something to Lu Miaoj, and then went to Li Fei's residence in the outer city to see if Li Fei was at home. "Senior, are you looking for fellow Taoist Li?" "Fellow Taoist Li went out a few days ago. It will probably take a long time for him to come back. I don't know exactly when." The old man next door looked at Lu Changsheng, who was handsome and extraordinary, and bowed. I don't know if Li Fei offended the senior in front of him or what happened, but he actually came to the door. "Yes." Lu Changsheng nodded, knowing that cultivators like Li Fei usually don't practice hard, and most of them are away for a long time. Then he took out a medium-grade spirit stone and a communication talisman and said, "If you see Li Daoyao coming back, please inform me." "Yes, senior, I will inform you as soon as Li Daoyao comes back." The old man saw a medium-grade spirit stone, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he bowed and flattered. Although a medium-grade spirit stone is not a huge sum of money for him, it is also a big windfall. Especially in this way, you can get to know a foundation-building cultivator. Even in Qingyun Immortal City, a foundation-building cultivator is considered a top figure. Besides, this outer city area is basically full of key refining casual cultivators. Alice. Lu Changsheng shook his head and exhaled, walking out of the old streets. He stayed in Qingyun Immortal City for 2 months this time, and he didn't know if he could meet Li Fei. At this moment, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s, tall, and wearing a black armor, walking towards him at the entrance of the alley. The man had sharp eyebrows and a bit of evil spirit, but his face was untidy, and he looked vicissitudes and tired, which diluted the evil spirit on his body and looked much calmer. "Huh?" The man paused when he saw Lu Changsheng. His face was slightly startled, his expression was suspicious, and he was a little afraid to confirm, "Changsheng." Lu Changsheng looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of him and recognized his identity. Unexpectedly, he thought he would not see the other party the moment before, but he met him around the corner. He immediately smiled and said, "Fei, how are you?" "Changsheng, why did you come to Qingyun Fairy City?" When Li Fei heard this, he knew that he had not recognized the wrong person, and his face showed surprise. But looking at Lu Changsheng, who had not seen him for nearly 20 years, his face was still the same, like a banished immortal. He was a little dazed for a while. The two of them exchanged letters, and he knew that Lu Changsheng had broken through the foundation in his early years. But he came to Qingyun Fairy City to crawl, but he was still at the 9th level of key refining, and the foundation was quite far away. "Well, I just came here because I have something to do." Lu Changsheng smiled, stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying, "I just came here and heard that you were out. I thought I wouldn't see you this time." After awakening his memory at the Qingyun Sect's platform of questioning heart, Li Fei can be said to be his best friend, his only true friend, and a good brother. Like Hong Yi, in his heart, he can only be considered half a friend. Not only did Li Fei save his life in the past, it was also the friendship they had accumulated when they were sons-in-law in Qingzhu Mountain together. "I didn't gain much from this trip, so I came back early. It's really a coincidence." Li Fei saw that his friend's demeanor was still the same as it was 20 years ago, and a smile appeared on his heroic and sharp face. Even though they haven't seen each other for 18 years, they met today and smiled at each other. "Let's go, find a place to sit and have a drink." This Qingyun fairy city is really quite different from what I imagined, Changsheng said with a smile on his face. The two walked towards the roadside restaurant. It seems that fellow Taoist Li has a special relationship with this senior who has established his foundation. The old man not far away saw the postures of Changsheng and Li Feiyu and thought to himself, Zhuge Xianlao. In a private room, Changsheng and Li Feiyu were drinking and reminiscing about the past. Although the two of them had correspondence, but for more than 10 years, the total number of letters between the two was only about 10, which could only be regarded as keeping in touch. Moreover, neither of them would write too much about their own situation in the letters. For example, Li Feiyu never talked about his own hardships, but always talked about various events, experiences, and happy events in Qingyun Sect. And Changsheng was similar, mostly talking about the children at home, Li Feiyu's children, and the situation of the Red Whale Gang. Because he knew that Li Feiyu was working hard outside, and his situation was definitely not comparable to his own. If he mentioned too much about his own life, as if he was showing off, it would inevitably make people feel uncomfortable. Although he believed that the relationship between the two was not so bad, as a friend, he would still pay a little attention to this aspect. Haha, I didn't expect that Changsheng would become a local ancestor now. Li Feiyu sighed when he heard that Changsheng had established a Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. Thinking back then, in order to embark on the immortal path, he and Changsheng chose to become the son-in-law of Qingzhu Mountain. And now, Changsheng has become a local ancestor from a son-in-law. Feiyu, what are your plans for the future? Do you plan to go back after building your foundation? Changsheng learned about Li Feiyu's experience over the years. At the beginning, he came to Qingyun Immortal City with 3 fellow Taoists. As a result, one of them died tragically halfway, and one chose to quit. In the end, only 2 people came to Qingyun Immortal City. When they arrived in Qingyun Immortal City, they knew the cruel competition of the bottom-level casual cultivators and had been hanging around in the outer city. Fortunately, Li Feiyu knew the skills of spiritual plants and spiritual butchers at the time, so he could barely survive. After getting familiar with it, he stepped into the life of hunting monsters in the mountains. After more than 10 years, the friend who first came to Qingyun Immortal City died in the hands of monsters the second year. In the process, I met many people, but after more than 10 years, some left and some died. I don't know. After so many years, I feel that I have become accustomed to this kind of life. If I go back again, I will not only be unwilling, but also don't know what to do. Li Feiyu shook his head and smiled. Just as Changsheng said at the beginning, you and I are fortunate to have spiritual roots and immortal fate. When we embark on the immortal road, we should be brave and diligent, and move forward bravely, so as not to live up to the generous gift of heaven. If you choose to give up on yourself, give up halfway, and end up living a mediocre life, how can you be willing in your heart? He first came to Qingyun Immortal City with a hope of fighting for a future and a hope of building a foundation. If he could build a foundation, he would be considered successful. But now, after seeing a lot and broadening his horizons, he is no longer satisfied with building a foundation. In his opinion, building a foundation is just to truly enter the world of immortal cultivation and begin to come into contact with the excitement of the world of immortal cultivation. Once he builds a foundation, he will never want to go back. Alice. Changsheng heard this and understood Li Feiyu's thoughts. If he wants to succeed in cultivating immortals, he can only fight here in Qingyun Immortal City. Choosing to go back is equivalent to half giving up cultivation. But after embarking on the road of cultivating immortals and seeing the wonderful world of cultivating immortals, how many people are willing to live a mediocre life? In other words, if Li Feiyu is willing to be ordinary, he would not have chosen to come to Qingyun Immortal City. After seeing all kinds of cruelty, he still persisted. Feiyu, you are now at the 9th level of key refining. You should be preparing to build a foundation, right? Changsheng asked. Although the other party has a method of gathering key, it is all visible in front of his peak foundation consciousness. Well, before the beast tide attacked, I was lucky and had a small harvest. I collected a lot of materials. Now I'm looking for someone to crowdfund for alchemy. If there is no one, I will wait until there are enough spirit stones and bid for a foundation building pill. Li Feiyu said. Crowdfunding for alchemy. Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard this. This is a common way for casual cultivators in Qingyun Immortal City to obtain foundation building pills. Li Feiyu smiled and explained, "It is difficult for casual cultivators to gather all the materials for refining foundation building pills by themselves, so most of them will cooperate with others. For example, some people are lucky and get the heavenly spirit fruit and the special demon core, but lack other auxiliary materials, so they will choose to cooperate with people who have auxiliary materials. This way, after the foundation building pill is out, whoever contributes the most can be selected first. If there's only one pill, only one person can choose, and the others can only admit that they have suffered a loss, but if there are multiple pills, they will make a profit." Li Feiyu said so. "I see." Lu Changsheng nodded when he heard this. He thought that it was worthy of Qingyun Immortal City. He had never heard of this kind of gameplay before. "How are you accumulating now?" Lu Changsheng continued to ask. "The materials for the foundation building pill are currently only the main ingredients and several main auxiliary ingredients. If someone is willing to cooperate, I can pay for these auxiliary ingredients. It's not difficult in the fairy city. If no one cooperates, I will sell these materials in exchange for spirit stones." Li Feiyu said calmly. "Feiyu, I just happen to have a foundation building pill. I can sell it to you if you need it. If you don't have enough spirit stones, I will owe it to you first." Lu Changsheng took out the foundation building pill he had obtained from Xiahao Wu from his storage ring and handed it to Li Feiyu. Since there are conditions, he is naturally willing to help his good brother in this situation. At the beginning, he sold and gave a foundation building pill to Qingzhu Mountain, half for the friendship of the Lu family and Lu Miaoj. In addition to knowing each other, he also had some thoughts when he wrote an IOU for Zhao Qing's foundation building pill. But now he gave Li Feiyu the foundation building pill without any profit intention. It was completely because of the friendship between the two and the other party's life-saving grace. As for why he didn't say he was giving it to Li Feiyu, he knew Li Feiyu's character. If he said he was giving it to him, the other party would never accept it. Foundation building pill. Li Feiyu was stunned when he heard Lu Changsheng handing him a porcelain bottle casually. Although he knew that his good brother had a chance and was now extraordinary, he was an ancestor. But he never expected that Lu Changsheng would actually hand him a foundation building pill, saying that he would sell it to him and owe him if he didn't have enough spirit stones. In Qingyun Immortal City for so many years, he not only saw it, but also experienced his friends secretly killing for profit. But at this time, Lu Changsheng was so generous to sell and give him a foundation building pill, which really made him feel a little speechless and moved. "After so many years, Changsheng, you haven't changed at all." Li Feiyu was slightly dazed and said with a wry smile. He always knew that Lu Changsheng was very generous to the people around him. At the beginning, most of the spirit stones were spent on his wives, concubines and children. When he went out to train, Lu Changsheng not only gave him a stack of talismans, but also a medium-grade puppet and 300 spirit stones. After so many years, Lu Changsheng's actions have become more and more extraordinary. He even took out a rare pill like the foundation building pill. At this moment, Li Feiyu was in a complicated mood. He had been in Qingyun Fairy City for so long, and he had seen countless people fight and die for a foundation building pill and lost their lives. Even he himself did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to bid for the foundation building pill before the age of 60. But Lu Changsheng could take out a foundation building pill at will. Haha, our friendship has not changed. Lu Changsheng put the foundation building pill on the table and said with a smile, "Don't be polite between us. If you really feel embarrassed, you can pay me more when you have spirit stones, as interest. Aren't you afraid that I will fail in building the foundation?" Li Feiyu was very moved, knowing that Lu Changsheng said this because he was afraid that he would refuse. "I have confidence in you." Lu Changsheng half-jokingly said, "If you really fail, you can come to Qingzhu Mountain to work and pay off your debts." "Okay." Li Feiyu said with a smile, "But I still need 2 or 3 years to reach the peak of key refining and impact the foundation building. During this time, I will see if I can get someone to refine the foundation building pill in Changsheng. If not, I will go home to find you. I haven't been back for so many years, and it's really time to go back and take a look." Li Feiyu said aloud, his tone and expression revealed a bit of heaviness. He still has parents, wife, and children at home, but for the sake of cultivating immortals, he has never gone back to see them for so many years. It can be said that he is very irresponsible. "Okay." Lu Changsheng was silent for a moment, without forcing. He knew that Li Fei wanted to fight again in his bones. He could probably understand this feeling. Foundation building is the other party's persistence and purpose in coming to Changsheng for so many years. Now relying on step-by-step efforts, it has reached the final moment. If it is completed with the help of others, there will be some regrets in the heart. Thank you, Changsheng. Li Fei said with a smile. Haha, I've said it before, there's no need to be too polite between us. Lu Changsheng took out a yin-yang communication talisman and gave it to Li Fei, saying, I will be in Qingyun Fairy City for 2 months. If you have any questions, you can always find me. Okay. Li Fei took the yin-yang communication talisman. After saying goodbye to Li Fei, Lu Changsheng returned to the inner city. In the following days, he accompanied his wife Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaohun to stroll around the fairy city. Although this trip was to visit the children, it was also a couple's vacation. During the period, Lu Changsheng called Li Fei out for a small gathering. Li Fei was quite moved when he saw that the former eldest lady of the Lu family, Lu Miaoj, had also broken through the foundation building. After all, from his current perspective, it was still difficult for Lu Miaoj to break through the foundation building. Moreover, through the changes in Lu Miaoj's appearance and temperament, he could roughly guess that the other party should have some opportunities and encounters. Even this opportunity was related to Lu Changsheng. He didn't ask much about this, but paid more attention to it, and served as a tour guide for Lu Changsheng in the fairy city. However, he has been in Qingyun Immortal City for so many years, and he is only familiar with the outer city. He rarely goes to the inner city and is not very familiar with it. He is not even as familiar with the situation in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. After all, he has been in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for most of the past 10 years. Speaking of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, I got a treasure map before, which is suspected to be in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Fei, can you help me take a look? When Lu Changsheng heard Li Fei talking about the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he couldn't help but think of the treasure map he got from Fang Yu. He originally planned to auction this treasure map, but Ling Zixio said that he couldn't get a good price. Now that he has come to Qingyun Immortal City, maybe he can sell it for a good price. Well, treasure map. Li Fei was surprised to hear this. Then he checked the treasure map handed over by Lu Changsheng. After studying it for a while, he pondered, the ruins of this map are most likely in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, but it looks like it should be in the deeper part of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. How much can this treasure map be worth? Lu Changsheng asked. He didn't pay much attention to where the ruins were. After all, he didn't go on an adventure. Ruins like this deep in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range are very dangerous even for foundation building cultivators. If there's only a map, it is estimated that it is not worth much. It must have more information about the ruins to be valuable. After all, most ruins have various restrictions, Li Fei said. He himself did a lot of things to explore the ruins and caves. It means that there are too many fakes in this treasure map. Unless there is relevant information to prove the situation of the ruins, or related tokens, it is difficult to sell at a high price. Treasure map information like Lu Changsheng's, even if it looks not simple, can be sold for thousands of spirit stones, which is not bad, and it is still very difficult to sell. I heard that this ancient ruins had some top-level inheritance, danji, or even yuaning opportunities, and I thought it was worth a lot of money, but I didn't expect it to be so little. Lu Changsheng chuckled and said, not caring. Changsheng, if you have relics related to the ruins, or if you have explored and confirmed them yourself, you can sell them at a high price, more than tens of thousands of spirit stones. Like this Qingyun Immortal City, the City Lord's Mansion has information on purchasing this aspect, Li Fei said with a smile. Relics related to the relics. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment, not remembering any relics when he was cleaning up and harvesting. He didn't think much about it and continued to speak. City Lord's Mansion? I heard that before the beast tide came, the lord of this immortal city, Qingyun's Henren, took action and fought the 3 demon kings alone, killing one and seriously injuring another. Yes, Qingyun's Henren did take action at that time. Li Fei's eyes showed emotion, yearning, and admiration. Although he couldn't see it clearly, Qingyun's Henren fought the 3 demon kings alone that day. But the brief scene when the other party appeared left him with a very deep impression. Especially since the other party was a girl, he admired her even more and felt that life should be like this. It was also because he saw that Qingyun Sect, as a woman and a first-level casual cultivator, had actually reached this point that he was inevitably inspired. Tisk, 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 Qingyun Sect, Qingyun Daobing Lu Changsheng sighed when he heard Li Feiyu describe the scene of the beast tide. He couldn't help but want to see the demeanor of Qingyun Sect, the first casual cultivator of Jiang country. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. On this day, outside Qingyun Fairy City, a spiritual ship surrounded by golden spiritual light slowly landed. Compared with the Qingyun Sect spiritual ship, this spiritual ship looks a little smaller, but there are more turrets on it. Feiyu, let's meet again in the future. If you have anything, you can write to Qingzhu Mountain at any time. Lu Changsheng said to Li Feiyu. Okay, Changsheng, miss, have a safe journey. Li Feiyu nodded and bowed. Immediately, Lu Changsheng and the other two lined up to board the Qingyun Sect spiritual ship. This Qingyun Sect spiritual ship is similar to the Qingyun Sect spiritual ship, and the seats are roughly divided into 3 levels. Because of the token given by Yuan Yuan's Henren, the 3 of them were also arranged to stay in the superior luxury room on the spirit ship. Huh? Li Feiyu looked at Lu Changsheng boarding the spirit ship, and his heart was inevitably a little sentimental for a while. On the one hand, good friends got together, and now they are separated again. I don't know when they will meet again. On the other hand, Lu Changsheng came from Qingzhu Mountain to Qingyun Fairy City and then went to U State Qingyun Sect because his children were accepted as disciples by Qingyun Sect. But he has been away from home for more than 10 years and has never gone back to see him. I have rested for so long this time, and I should continue to work hard. 3 years, whether I have built a foundation or not, I should go back once. Li Feiyu muttered to himself and set a deadline for himself. Then he turned and left. He did not return to Qingyun Fairy City, but walked towards the direction of Wanqiao Mountain Range. Feiyu, I hope you don't need this talisman on the spirit ship. Lu Changsheng seemed to see Li Feiyu heading to Wanqiao Mountain Range, and muttered in his heart. Through these days of contact, he could roughly perceive that he had inevitably had some influence on Li Feiyu's mentality. This might make the other party more eager to break through the foundation. So today he gave Li Feiyu a first-level top-level puppet as a token of his appreciation. But in the puppet's core spiritual hub, he placed a third-level substitute talisman. As long as Li Feiyu installs the spirit stone on the puppet, he can see this talisman. In this way, he can save his life in the future when he encounters danger. Changsheng. Lu Mioj saw that Lu Changsheng was a little sentimental because of the separation, and a gentle look appeared on her face. She held his palm and comforted him silently. I'm fine, but I feel a little emotional when I see Feiyu's situation. Lu Changsheng smiled and said in a warm voice. Not long after, the spirit ship started to set off and flew towards Qingyun Sect. In half a year, we can reach Qingyun Sect and see Qingshan and Qingzhu. Lu Changsheng looked out the window, and his thoughts fell on Qingyun Sect. He wanted to know how his son Lu Qingshan and daughter Lu Qingzhu look now. Xianmo Sect. In an extremely spacious hall made of obsidian. The walls, floors and ceilings of the entire hall are smooth, without any patterns, and there are no doors or windows. At this moment, a young man with a stern face, snow-white hair, and a black robe with dragon patterns appeared out of thin air in the center of the hall. Kiketo Prajna Samaya. The white-haired young man looked stern and indifferent, muttering in his mouth. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, hideous and terrifying demons of various shapes slowly emerged on the 4 walls of the hall. Although these demons were patterns, they were lifelike, as if they were about to walk out of the walls, giving people an indescribable sense of horrible oppression. Boom boom boom, the entire hall began to shrink as the demons emerged. An endless blood-red light rolled in the hall, seemingly accompanied by wailing. Hoo-hoo-hoo, Chu Chang stood still in the face of such movement, with his luxurious black robe with dragon patterns and snow-white hair dancing wildly. The hall continued to shrink and squeeze, and the bloodlight became more and more intense, pressing towards Chu Chang, making him seem to be carrying a mountain on his back, and his body gradually bent. Chu Chang's expression remained unchanged, and he persisted. The bones in his body creaked, and blood began to flow from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Who? At this time, on the wall, the patterns of unknown demons glowed red, and wisps of mist gathered towards Chu Chang. It was like 2 dragon pillars surging between his mouth and nose, so evil. Crack, 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 puff, puff, puff. As the hall became smaller and smaller, Chu Chang's body seemed to become heavier and heavier. His bones cracked and his tendons and blood vessels bulged like earthworms. His dragon-patterned black robe exploded, and blood splashed. Buzz, 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 the demons from all directions glowed brightly, roared, and turned into colorful mists that gathered towards Chu Chang's body. These wounds immediately began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. But this process kept repeating, and Chu Chang was broken and healed, almost turning into a bloody man, standing still. If it weren't for the constant crackling of his bones and the slight bending of his spine, he would have seemed dead. It was unknown how long it had been, but Chu Chang, who looked like a bloody man, seemed unable to bear the pressure and almost fell down. But at this moment, strange and unpredictable magic patterns appeared on Chu Chang's body and face, accompanied by a terrifying breath like an abyss or a prison. Suddenly, he stood up again. Boom boom boom, but at this moment, the entire hall shrank like a coffin, narrow and small, squeezing towards Chu Chang, as if to crush him into a bloody pulp. The demon patterns on the walls, the ground, and the ceiling seemed to come alive, staring at Chu Chang, and even stretched out their claws, tails, and tongues to bite him. Buzz! At this moment, a blood-colored phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms slowly emerged behind Chu Chang. The phantom was very blurry, and it was hard to see its appearance, and it was looming. But as soon as the blood-colored phantom appeared, all the demon patterns stopped moving, returned to the walls, and roared, bursting with rich blood light. Boom boom boom, the hall continued to shrink and squeeze, but was stretched open by the 3 heads and 6 arms of the blood-colored phantom. However, under the endless blood light, Chu Chang's body continued to explode, blood splashed everywhere, and countless colorful mists entered his body. If you look closely, you can see that as more and more mists enter Chu Chang's body, the blood-colored phantom behind him becomes much clearer. Although the 3 faces are still blurry, like smoke and fog, illusory and uncertain, you can barely see the hideous, hateful, and indifferent expressions. Buzz buzz buzz, it is unknown how long it took, and a scarlet and strange half-moon lotus pattern appeared on Chu Chang's brow. The magic pattern on his body seemed to come alive, wandering around his body, and his muscles were throbbing, turning into black and red scales. His eyes gradually turned into dark black, with no white in his eyes, and his hair was full of white, spreading to his heels, with a wisp of blood light. Roar, 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 ah, 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 woo woo. The demon patterns on all sides of the hall roared and screamed at this moment, as if cheering and singing. The whole hall became spacious again from a cramped and narrow coffin. Demon body Chu Chang muttered to himself. He was like a monster at this moment, covered with the black and red scales. His eyes were as black as ink, evil and terrifying, making people feel cold. The next moment, his body scales and blood-colored shadows slowly dissipated, all gathered in front of his chest, and turned into a strange black and red diamond-shaped crystal. A billowing black gas like a dragon snake surged in. It turned into a bald man with gnarled muscles, wearing black armor, black magic patterns all over his body, and his facial features were deeply evil. When he saw the black and red crystal in front of Chu Chang's chest, he immediately knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully, "Congratulations, young master, for completing the trial and condensing the demon body." Chapter 297, Butyondan, 5 Elements Fruit, Reunion. Demonic body. Chu Chang looked at the bald man in front of him, his pupils showing a bit of sarcasm, and he sneered. He put on a black dragon-patterned brocade robe again, and whispered to Heichu, "I am going to Jiang country, prepare some things for me. I wonder what the young master needs to prepare." The bald man in black armor and demonic patterns all over his body raised his head, his face full of flattery. Well, Chu Chang thought for a while and said, "Foundation building pill, longevity pill, heaven repairing pill, dragon scale fruit, 5 element spiritual fruit, soul nourishing jade." After reporting a bunch of pills and natural treasures, he continued to add, "How many heaven repairing pills and 5 element spiritual fruits are there now? I want them all." The bald man froze when he heard this. Then he said hesitantly, "Young master, with your status, foundation building pills and longevity pills are naturally not a problem. We can have as many as you want. But the heaven repairing pills, dragon scale fruits, and 5 element spiritual fruits are very precious. There are not many of them in the sect's treasury. If you need them, you must get the approval of the ancestor." Heichu spoke up and said so. "In that case, you go and inform him." Chu Chang chuckled and said in a low voice. As soon as the voice fell, The whole person disappeared from the empty and spacious hall. Seeing this, Heichu smiled bitterly. Then he turned into a rolling black fog like a dragon and a snake, and came to a very tall, straight into the sky, mysterious and deep city palace. In front of the palace is a wide square. Around the square are poles of black and red magic flags, as if there are demon heads looming, forming a mysterious and terrifying momentum. Master, Heichu wants to see you. Heichu bowed and shouted towards the hall. Boom! The obsidian gate of the palace, which was 10 feet high, slowly opened. Heichu entered the palace. At the top was a black and ferocious throne, and on both sides were statues of demons and patterns of demons. Heichu, what's the matter? At this time, a man in a black robe with a pale face and figure appeared on the throne. His face was hazy, but he had an inexplicable fierce and majestic look. Especially his pair of dark pupils, as if he could see through everything. The young master has condensed the body of the devil and is ready to go to Zheng Kingdom, and he needs. The bald man in black armor, with magic patterns all over his body, deep facial features and a terrifying face scratched his head and continued, but the ancestor is still in seclusion. This matter is serious. I can't make the decision. I can only come to ask you, the sect master. How long has it been since he condensed the body of the devil? The man in the black robe on the throne was moved when he heard this. He can't use these things himself, they are obviously prepared for others. He tapped the armrest of the throne with his white fingers, muttering to himself, it seems that he has understood his future destiny, but this Butyondan and Wu Zinglinguo. Give it to him. At this moment, an old and plain voice sounded. A young man in a black robe appeared out of thin air in the hall. His black hair was simply tied up with a wooden hairpin. He looked handsome and strange, and his whole body revealed the vicissitudes of life that did not belong to this age group. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, ancestor. The black-robed man on the throne and Heichu saw the young man and bowed hurriedly. In 100 years at most, the Blood Sea ancestor will make a final attempt to impact the god transformation by stirring up unrest and sacrificing blood to the common people. My good disciple has condensed the heavenly demon body in just 30 years. When the unrest occurs, it will be the opportunity for him to complete the heavenly demon body, and also the opportunity for our heavenly demon sect. He took the initiative to make such a request, which means he already knows his future destiny. In this case, just satisfy him. The young ancestor's eyes were vicissitudes, his hands were behind his back, and he said leisurely, Yes, ancestor. The man in black robe bowed and responded. Then he asked in a low voice, Ancestor, he knows his future, will he? Haha, don't worry, my disciple is not someone who will succumb to fate so easily. Besides, he has already made his attitude clear by making such a request. The young ancestor said with a chuckle. Then, he looked at the bald man and said, You will go with the young master at that time. You will follow his arrangements throughout the journey and do your best to meet any requirements. Do you understand? Master, rest assured, I understand. The bald man grinned, with a flattering look on his face. Master, since the Blood River Patriarch wants to stir up unrest, should our Qingyun Sect be prepared in advance? The black-robed ancestor continued to look at the young ancestor and asked respectfully. Haha, of course. The young ancestor smiled and said, It won't be long before the Blood River Sect will discuss the alliance. You can do it yourself at that time. After saying that, his figure disappeared in the hall. Farewell, master. The black-robed man responded respectfully, and a bit of joy appeared in his dark eyes. It is very difficult for him to make further progress in his cultivation now. If he wants to continue to break through, he must have a major opportunity. But opportunities are so rare. And chaos, turmoil, and change are accompanied by opportunities and chances. Half a year later, outside Jinyangfang City, a spirit ship slowly hovered and landed. Fellow Daoists, we have arrived at Jinyang Market. The deep and long message spread throughout the spirit ship. Hearing the voice, Lu Changsheng and his wife Lu Maioj and Lu Maiahun stepped off the spirit ship. Although this spirit ship was heading to Jinyang Sect, it was not directly to Jinyang Sect. Instead, it was the largest market under the name of Jinyang Sect. The three entered the market and bought a map of Yu State to check the location of Jinyang Sect. It is not far from Jinyang Market to Jinyang Sect, and it will take about 2 or 3 days to drive the spirit boat. Immediately, Lu Changsheng drove the spirit boat and flew towards Jinyang Sect with his wife Lu Maioj and Lu Maiahun. After all, This trip took so much time, and now that they are about to see their children, the three of them naturally have no intention of resting and playing in the market. 2 days later, Lu Changsheng and the other two arrived at Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect is located in the center of the majestic mountains. The surrounding mountains have more metal ores than trees and spiritual plants, which appear to be shining under the sun, making the clouds above glow with a majestic and dignified light golden color. Is this the Qingyun Sect? The three of them came to the gate of the Qingyun Sect and looked around curiously, wanting to see where their children's immortal gates were. Then, Lu Miaoj took out the token of Xianun's Henren and asked the mountain guarding disciples to report. Husband. Lu Miaoj looked at the Qingyun Sect, bit her lips lightly, and showed an excited, expectant, and nervous expression on her face. After all, she, as a mother, had not seen her son for 10 years. She was about to see her son, and she didn't know how to face him or what to say for a while. Not only her, Lu Miaoj also looked a little erratic at this time, looking at the Qingyun Sect. It's okay. Lu Changsheng held his two wives' hands, squeezed them gently, and comforted them in a gentle voice. He was much calmer than the two women. But thinking of himself as a father, he hadn't seen his children for 12 years. At the beginning, the two children barely reached his chest height, and now 12 years have passed, and they must have grown up. For a while, Lu Changsheng's thoughts were a little erratic, and he was looking forward to meeting his children. About half an hour. Cry. A crane cry sounded. A snow-white, handsome crane flew out from the Qingyun Sect. On it stood a young man wearing a golden and white robe, with a slender figure, a handsome face, red lips and white teeth, and heroic eyebrows. Dad, Mother, and... The young man saw Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj, and Lu Miaoj below, and his face immediately showed excitement and joy, and he jumped directly from the crane. The three were stunned when they saw the young man. From the young man's face, they could see the appearance of their son Lu Qingshan when he was young. But after so many years, their son has grown up from a naughty boy to an adult, with earth-shaking changes. Qingshan. Lu Miaoj looked at her son, her beautiful eyes flushed, and she stepped forward to hug him tightly. After a while, she let go, looked at her son, and pinched his face and arms. Cough, cough, Mother, I am an adult, not a child anymore. Seeing that his mother still treated him as a child, Lu Qingshan coughed slightly. He restrained the excitement on his face, straightened his body, and showed a bit of calmness. He, Lu Qingshan, is now a well-known person in Qingyun Sect. If he is still treated as a child by his mother in public, it will really damage his image. You will always be a child in my heart. These things must be very hard. Lu Miaoj looked at her son, her eyes red and tears in her eyes. Lu Qingshan was slightly startled. He knew his mother's temper. He had been away for so many years, and she must be worried and missing her. He wiped the tears from the corners of his mother's eyes and grinned. What's hard for the child? It's the child who made you worry. Look at the child. How can I look like I'm tired or have suffered? It's you, Mother, who has lost some weight. Did my father bully you? Lu Qingshan comforted his mother, and then looked at Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj next to him, his eyes filled with joy, and said, Dad, and why did you come to Qingyun Sect? He is no longer the child he used to be. Knowing that the journey from Jiang country to Qingyun Sect is very long. Even with the token given by the master, we can take the spirit ship to come, but it is still very troublesome and dangerous. Haha, you and Xiao Zuer came to Qingyun Sect, we are naturally worried. Since we have time, we came to visit you. Lu Changsheng looked at his son's vigorous appearance in front of him, and smiled. Where is Qingzhu? Xiao Zuer is still in the sect. Lu Qingshan grinned happily and said, I just received the news. I couldn't believe that you, my parents, were here, so I rushed here alone, and I haven't told Xiao Zuer yet. Dad, Mom, and let's go in and talk. Xiao Zuer must be very happy to know that you are here. The calm appearance that Lu Qingshan had just put on disappeared completely, and he said with a happy face. Then he shouted to the white crane in the sky, Crane Fairy. But while shouting, he secretly sent a message to the crane, Crane Fairy, this is my parents, please give me some face and take a ride. Lu Changsheng then realized that the white crane his son had just ridden was actually a second-level spiritual crane. This made him secretly think that his son was worthy of being a disciple of the giant and master, and he could ride a second-level spiritual bird as a mount at the key refining stage. However, as a foundation-building cultivator, His spiritual sense was comparable to that of the peak of the foundation building stage. He vaguely caught his son sending a message to the other party. He realized that this white crane was not his son's mount, but should be the mountain pet of the Qingyun master. Don't shout so loudly. The crane responded unhappily, but fell from the sky to give Lu Qingshan a face. Dad, Mother, and you can come up, Lu Qingshan said with a smile on his face, making a gesture of invitation. Lu Changsheng and the other two did not refuse their son's kindness. This white crane was several feet in size, bigger than a cow, and could easily accommodate 4 people. In this way, the 4 people rode on the crane into the Qingyun Sect. The mountains inside were towering, surrounded by clouds and mist, and were very magnificent. On the mountain surrounded by clouds and mist, palaces and pavilions could be vaguely seen. In the center of these mountains, there was a golden mountain, which was golden all over, with no grass growing, and a little bit of luster, like a golden bell. Dad, Mom, Auntie, that is the Qingyun Peak where I am. Lu Qingshan pointed to a lush, green, flower-covered, and waterfall-covered mountain in front of him. It seems that the environment you live in is pretty good. Lu Changsheng laughed. It's not bad. Master has been away for a long time, so there are only me and Xiao Zuer on the entire mountain. Lu Qingshan said with a smile. Well, there are only you and Xiao Zuer on your mountain. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised to hear this. Not only him, but also Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaohun were very surprised. Although the 3 of them had never been to Qingyun Sect, they knew some of the situations of the immortal sects through Qingyun Sect. They knew that if they were in charge of a peak, there would be some disciples, managers, deacons, etc. in the peak. That's right, Master has been away for a long time and doesn't like to manage things, so there are only me and Xiao Zuer in Qingyun Peak. But it's good like this, it's free and easy, Lu Qingshan said. While he was talking, the crane came to the front of the mountain. Lu Qingshan took out a token and entered it after a simple formation. The formation inside is only to isolate the effect of external investigation. Most immortal sects will not arrange and operate too many protective formations except for the internal forbidden areas, and the external formation is enough. Unlike the palaces and towers of other mountains, carved beams and painted buildings, this mountain is indeed simpler. There is only a palace on the top of the mountain, and there are only a few thatched cottages and a few spiritual fields and medicine gardens in other places. Xiao Zuer. Xiao Zuer. Before the crane landed, Lu Qingshan jumped off the crane's back and ran towards the main hall, shouting loudly. Why are you still so reckless? Lu Changsheng looked at his son and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Then he took his wife by the hand, flew through the air, walked down from the crane's back, and came to the main hall. After a while, Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingshan hurriedly ran out of the hall. Now this daughter has grown up to be graceful and beautiful. She is wearing a disciple's uniform of the Qingyun Sect, and her appearance is 7 points similar to her mother Lu Miaoj. But compared to Lu Miaoj, she is less elegant and more graceful. Xiao Zuer. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj shouted to their daughter. Daddy, Mother, and. When Lu Qingzhu saw the 3 people at the door, her eyes immediately turned red, her body trembled, and she shouted with surprise on her face. Then, with a happy face, she cried with joy and threw herself into the arms of her father Lu Changsheng. Little Zuer. Seeing his daughter like this, Lu Changsheng hugged her and gently stroked her hair and back. As for his son Lu Qingshan's independent character, he was naturally happy to see him, but he was not too excited. But seeing his daughter so excited, his mood also surged, and he felt guilty. After all, his daughter Lu Qingzhu is not like Lu Qingshan, and her character was weak. After such a long separation, she was afraid that she would often be alone and sad. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Chu Cheng, is this someone from the evil sect? Qingyun Peak, inside the palace. Lu Changsheng's family reunited. I didn't expect that you and Auntie would break through the foundation building stage. I was thinking that I would bring Xiao Zuer home after a few years of breaking through the foundation building stage. Lu Qingshan said with a smile on his face, his handsome face full of joy and happiness. Then he told about his and his sister's situation and experiences over the years. He deliberately made a calm face and said that he won the top 50 in the Sect Sword Test Conference, and defeated the 9th level of Key Refining with the 7th level of Key Refining. Haha, not bad. Lu Changsheng praised with a smile. Qingzhu, is this kind of competition dangerous? Will you get hurt? Lu Meiahan, who was next to him, was happy and proud when she heard her son's story, and asked with concern. She was always uneasy when she didn't see her son at the beginning, but now she saw that Lu Qingzhu was fine, and she was relieved. Of course there will be no danger, just rest assured, mother. Lu Qingzhu said with vigor and confidence. Lu Qingzhu's eyes were slightly red because she cried excitedly just now. At this time, he was holding his mother's arm with a peaceful face, leaning against her, listening to his brother's story. Only when some topics came up, he would whisper a few words, asking about the situation at home, or taking down his brother's stage. Qingzhu, can you go out normally? Since you are here, I am also going to play around and you stay to see the local customs and customs. Lu Changsheng said. In addition to accompanying his wives and concubines to visit his children, he also came to see his son's situation and decide whether to give him the sword Changniu Dao method. Now that he saw his son's situation, he had a rough idea in his mind. But since he was here, it was impossible for him to leave after seeing him. The family had to have a good gathering. Of course, I can tell Fairy He. Lu Qingzhu said excitedly, I haven't been out to have a good time in these years. Since the master of Xiannian Peak, Xiannian's Hanren, was away for a long time and didn't take care of things, the two brothers and sisters were very free. He immediately ran out of the palace and said something to Fairy He. Then Lu Changsheng drove the spirit boat and the family flew out of Qingyun Sect and went out to play. Whether they are simple and generous or arrogant and spoiled, everyone has a myriad of circumstances. It is hard to say whether they are good or bad based on their personality. Although Qingzhu has a sharp pride in his bones, he is also smart and clever. On the spirit boat, Lu Changsheng looked at his son Lu Qingzhu and said silently in his heart. Sons like Lu Pingan, Lu Xianzi, Lu Quanzhen, and Lu Yun, because of the average family conditions at the beginning, the children were not spoiled. Lu Qingzhu was loved since he was a child in Qingzhu Mountain, and he had the demeanor of a child from a big family. Now that he has a spirit body, he has entered the Immortal Gate and was accepted as a disciple by the real person of Jinden. Naturally, he has a sharp pride. Lu Changsheng didn't think there was anything wrong with his son's personality, but he was a little worried. Because once this kind of personality suffers a loss, it is easy to suffer a big loss. But this temperament is just right for that, sword rush bullfighting, magic seed. Maybe in the future, it will be able to cut through all the thorns and obstacles on the road to cultivation with one sword. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly. Jiang Kingdom, Zhoushan Prefecture City. Chu Changzhu wore a black robe, his snow-white hair turned black, and was simply tied up with a wooden hairpin. He walked on the street like an elegant scholar. After a while, he came to a mansion, looked at the two words Chu Mansion on it, and walked in. The guards at the door seemed not to see him and let him walk around the mansion at will. Chu Changzhu walked in the courtyard of the past, his expression was a little dazed. Then he came to the tombstone and mourning hall in the backyard and burned incense to worship. Zhenzhen should come here on weekdays. I wonder how Zhenzhen is doing now. She had several children back then, and she is not young now. Chu Changzhu murmured in his heart, recalling that when he met his sister that year, he saw that she was already a mother with several children. After sitting alone for a long time looking at the tombstone, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. A few days later, Chu Changzhu came to the outside of Qingzhu Mountain. Well, what's going on? Chu Changzhu's calm face suddenly turned cold, and his eyes became dark and deep, which was breathtaking. He clearly remembered that his sister's family was in this family's spiritual land. But now, he didn't feel any blood throbbing from it, which meant that his sister was not among them. Hate you. He looked at Qingzhu Mountain coldly, and a drop of crystal-clear scarlet blood popped out. Yes, young master. A bald man wearing black armor and with magic patterns on his face immediately appeared and responded respectfully. Then he quickly made a hand gesture, turning the drop of blood into a dark red snake. The little snake looked in two different directions. Young master, there are people related to your blood in these two directions. The blood in this direction is thicker, but the distance is farther, and the blood in this direction is lighter, but the distance is closer. Hu explained. In that case, let's go over here and take a look. The coldness on Chu Changzhu's face disappeared, and his expression returned to calmness. He swept the misty little snake into his sleeves, and then turned into a stream of light and shot towards the direction of Hongai Valley Market. Hongai Valley Market. After several hours, Changsheng looked at the name of the market in front of him. Through the blood in his sleeves to track the snake, he knew that the person he was looking for was here. He paid a spirit stone, gave a false name and walked into the market. After a while, he stopped in front of a shop. This is a 3-story shop. There is a plaque on it that says Bihu Mountain Spirit Wine Shop. Bihu Mountain Spirit Wine Shop. Changsheng looked at the shop and walked straight in. There were all kinds of wines and drinks in the shop, and a maid immediately came forward to greet him and asked Changsheng what he needed. "I'll just take a look," Changsheng said softly and walked inside. "Sir, I am the owner of this spirit wine shop. What do you need?" A young man who was flipping through books in the shop saw Changsheng, put down the book, smiled, stood up and said politely, "Really?" Changsheng was slightly startled when he saw the young man in front of him, who was dressed in a blue brocade robe and had a refined and handsome face. Even without the blood in his sleeves to track the snake, he knew that the other party was his sister's son, his nephew. Because they were too similar. Especially the look between his eyebrows and eyes, and the slightly narrow corners of his eyes when he smiled, which was exactly the same as his sister. Guessed. Seeing that the other party was in a trance, Qingyun shouted out without changing his expression. "Haha, sorry, I was distracted by something just now. I wonder what kind of wine you have here?" Changsheng asked softly with a refined and easygoing face. After a long time, Changsheng walked out of the spirit wine shop with a smile on his face. Just now, he had a simple chat, and he liked his nephew more and more. But thinking of his current situation, he did not reveal his identity. He planned to get in touch with him again, and after getting to know him, he would see what his nephew thought about the future. As an uncle, he would help him if he could. This was also one of the purposes of his return this time. He wanted to see how his sister was doing, and how his nephews and nieces were doing. Qingyun looked at Changsheng's back, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Bihu Mountain. Changsheng looked back at the big words on the shop sign, and prepared to learn about the situation of Bihu Mountain. Because of the conversation just now, he knew that his nephew was not only the shopkeeper, but also the young master. This made him curious about Bihu Mountain. After all, he knew nothing about his brother-in-law, except that his brother-in-law was called Changsheng. After a while, Changsheng found out about a shop that traded intelligence information. After arriving at the shop, someone immediately came forward and asked, "Fellow Taoist, can I ask for information? Do you have any relevant information about Bihu Mountain?" Changsheng, dressed in a black robe, asked softly like a gentle Confucian scholar. "Bihu Mountain? Yes, of course." The shopkeeper was a middle-aged female cultivator in her 40s. After hearing this, she immediately said enthusiastically, "Many people, like you, come to our store to buy relevant information about Bihu Mountain. If you want to go to Bihu Mountain as a guest worshipper or an apprentice, our store has channels in this regard and can introduce you." The female cultivator said so. "Oh? This Bihu Mountain is so famous." Changsheng was slightly surprised when he heard this. "You are joking, in Hongai Valley Market, who doesn't know the name of Bihu Mountain?" The female cultivator smiled and said, "I wonder what kind of information you need." "All information about Bihu Mountain." Changsheng said. Yes, please wait a moment," the female cultivator said with a smile. Then she served tea to Changsheng and went to get the relevant information about Bihu Mountain. After a while, she held a tray with 5 jade slips on it and said, "Dao, this is the information about Bihu Mountain. I will give you 100 spirit stones." "Yes." Changsheng nodded, took out a medium-grade spirit stone, and then took the jade slips and checked them one by one. Bihu Mountain was once the land of the Yu family, and now it is the land of the Lu family. The owner of the mountain, Changsheng, was once the son-in-law of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. Because the ancestor of the Yu family interfered with the foundation building of his wife Lu Miaoj, he immediately killed the 3 foundation builders of the Yu family, obtained Bihu Mountain from the Yu family, and established the Lu family of Bihu Mountain. The owner of the mountain, Changsheng, has a total of 7 wives and 43 concubines. As soon as Changsheng saw the information about his wives and concubines, his face suddenly turned cold, and the teacup in his right hand exploded into powder with a bang. He had originally had a good impression of his brother-in-law. One was that the other party renovated his own house and erected a monument for his parents. The other was that he met this brother-in-law once 20 years ago. At that time, the other party was with his sister, and the two loved each other. But now, he saw in the jade slip that his so-called brother-in-law actually had 7 wives, more than 40 concubines, several maids, and 2 Taoist companions. The number of children was even more outrageous. It only said that the latest statistics were 180, and the details were unknown. This reminded him of the time when he entered Qingzhu Mountain and saw his sister and the other party with 10 children. Due to blood induction, he thought that only 3 were his sisters, and the others should be other children. Now it seems that these 10 children are all the children of his cheat brother-in-law. Damn it! Chu Cheng's eyes were cold. Even if the other party had 3 wives and 4 concubines, he could accept and understand it. But through the various information in the jade slip, he not only found it difficult to accept, but even suspected that his brother-in-law was a demon, and practiced some kind of dual cultivation and replenishment technique. Apart from this situation, he really couldn't figure out why a normal cultivator would marry so many wives and concubines. Moreover, the number of children made him think of various demon methods. In the Qingyun Sect, there are many demon methods that use their own blood children to practice and improve. Seeing Lu Changsheng's legendary rise from a low-grade spiritual root cultivator to his current status, he seriously suspected that his brother-in-law was a demon. In this case, his sister would definitely be persecuted by him. Dao, what's wrong with you? The female cultivator in the shop heard a bang and felt that the temperature in the shop seemed to drop a few degrees. She shuddered instantly and asked Chu Cheng. Nothing, I was just a little surprised to see the deeds of Lu Changsheng, the master of Qingzhu Mountain. Is the information here true? Chu Cheng looked indifferent and tried to keep his tone flat. Of course, this Lu Shansu is famous, how could these deeds be false? The female cultivator immediately said, Dao, you should have just come to this Hongai Valley market, right? If you don't believe it, just find someone in this Hongai Valley market to ask about the deeds of this Lu Shansu, and the other party can tell you 1 or 2. Okay. Chu Cheng heard the words and nodded with a gloomy face. Then he dropped a spirit stone, walked out of the shop, and disappeared in the crowd. What a weirdo. Seeing this, the female cultivator muttered, but still happily accepted the spirit stone. For her, today was a big income. Not only did the other party not bargain, but he also dropped a medium-grade spirit stone. Yu State, Jinjiang Market. Lu Changsheng brought his wife and children to the market to play. Yu State and Jiang State are adjacent countries, and there is not much difference in customs. If you really want to say, there are some differences in living habits and architecture. If you want to talk about differences, the countries adjacent to Yu State, in addition to Jiang State, there is another country called Wu State and another called Liang State. There are quite a few differences between these 2 countries. Among them, Wu State has more physical cultivation, and almost all mortals practice martial arts, which is very prosperous in martial arts. Liang State belongs to the magic power, and there is a widely circulated practice method, which takes the blood of beasts and monsters, and integrates the soul into the flesh, and devours blood and evil spirits through killing. The 3 kingdoms of Yu, Wu, and Liang often had wars and frictions. In addition, there was a desert oasis on the northern border of Yu. A black desert fairy city was built in the oasis. This fairy city was different from the Qingyun Fairy City, Jiuxiao Fairy City, and Damen Fairy City of Jiang. It belonged to a special chaotic zone. The entire fairy city was very mysterious. It was only known that there was a mysterious master cultivator in charge, radiating to many surrounding immortal cultivation countries, causing many wanted immortal cultivators, casual cultivators, and evil cultivators to flee and fall into trouble here. If the Qingyun Fairy City relied on the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to attract countless casual cultivators, then this black desert fairy city was formed by the jungle law of the survival of the fittest and chaos. Tisk tisk tisk. Lu Changsheng had a general understanding of the southern wilderness immortal cultivation world through reading books on weekdays. But he didn't know much about some specific situations between several countries like this. Because Jiang State rarely had access to information about other countries except for some information about its neighboring countries Yu and Jin. In this way, Lu Changsheng took his wife and children from Qingyun Sect to Jinjiang Market, and then to other markets, traveling all the way, walking around, and experiencing the customs of Yu State. Qingshan, come with me. That day, after dinner, Lu Changsheng said to his son Lu Qingxun. Now that he and his children have been traveling outside for a month, he's going to give his son the magic seed to see the effect. And he is going to go back after being away for so long. Dad, what's wrong? Lu Qingxun had just finished eating and was about to drink 2 more bowls. Hearing his father's words, he looked up and asked, I have something to tell you. Lu Changsheng waved his hand. Hearing this, Lu Qingxun didn't ask much, and got up and walked with Lu Changsheng. Seeing this, Lu Miaoj, Lu Maahun, and Lu Qingzhu next to him didn't care. It was guessed that Lu Changsheng should be ready to go back, and there were some things to tell his son before leaving. Chapter 299 Lu Quanzhen greets uncle. Inside the room. Dad, what's up? Lu Qingxun closed the door and looked at his father and asked. Qingxun, what do you think about the future? Lu Changsheng looked at his son calmly and asked. The future. Lu Qingxun rarely saw a serious look on his father's face. He immediately stopped laughing, thought for a moment, and said seriously, the future is too far away and unpredictable. In my opinion, life is nothing more than revenge. Do whatever you want. My previous goal was to break through the foundation as soon as possible, take Xiaozhuo home, visit my parents and grandpa. Now that you and my aunt have broken through the foundation, I don't need to worry about the family. As long as the family is fine and Xiaozhuo is happy, I can be free and easy, eat, drink and have fun, and get revenge. If I really have any ideas, I will practice well, break through the giant in one day, achieve the Yuanying, and be famous in the southern wilderness, so that our family will become a Yuanying family. By then, I think my name will be listed in the family tree, set up a monument of great achievements, and become the pride of the family. Lu Qingxun was serious at first, but as he spoke, he showed a bit of ostentatious smile on his face, and said carelessly, Haha, you have a free and easy idea. Lu Changsheng couldn't help laughing when he heard his son's words. Then he picked up the tea on the table, poured a cup for his son, and said softly, Do you know that cultivating immortals is not as you see it in your sect, where you can be carefree, fly freely with a sword, and be happy and free? If you want to succeed in the immortal path, you have to cut through thorns and brambles, thousands of troops and horses cross a single plank bridge, and one general's success will cost thousands of lives. The child naturally knows, but I firmly believe that only if you are fearless in your heart, brave and diligent, and kill everything, you can climb to the top. Lu Qingxun smiled casually, with a bit of unruly and confident face. Qingxun, the sword is sharp, but in my father's opinion, the sword is not just about seeking sharpness. There is a saying that it is easy to break if it is too hard. Sometimes you can hide the edge in the sheath, show it to others with dullness, and use it to guide yourself. Lu Changsheng paused and continued. Through these times together, he knew that his son was not only sharp and arrogant, but also had a flamboyant temperament and had a heart to show off in front of others. He understood this very well, but he still hoped that his son would restrain himself when he should. Dad, I understand what you mean and the reason behind it. Lu Qingxun picked up the tea, drank it all, and grinned, but life is short, and 8 out of 10 things are not satisfactory. In this case, you should enjoy yourself in time, and enjoy yourself as soon as possible when you are proud. Only in this way can you live happily and freely. Otherwise, if you die one day, it will be too bad and too aggrieved. And you know my temper, I can't be as calm as you, Dad. Lu Qingxun said to the end, thinking for a moment and saying a word. Although he is only at the 7th level of key refining, he has a certain amount of experience in Qingyun Sect for so many years. Knowing that his father must have a lot of opportunities and secrets. Otherwise, relying solely on the talent of Fu Dao, how could his father go from the original son-in-law of Qingzhu Mountain to where he is now step by step? Obviously, he has always been hiding his shortcomings and keeping them secret. As a son, he understands and even admires his father. But he can't do it himself. His philosophy is that in life, one should strive to achieve great things, but he also seeks to be happy and free, to take revenge when there is a grudge, and to take grudges when there is a grudge. If you consider the pros and cons of everything, look ahead and behind, and endure and wait, you will be too self-defeating. Lu Changsheng heard this and shook his head and chuckled. He understood what a sword cultivator is. His son is such a stubborn person. Only with such a mentality can he be fearless, walk with a sword, and maximize the power of the sword tactics. Okay, in this case, your father will give you something that will help you in the future. While Lu Changsheng was speaking, He flipped his palm, and a thumb-sized, light ball of sword-shaped light surrounded by light gold appeared in his palm. "Well, Dad, what is this?" Lu Qingzhu looked at the magic seed on his father's palm with some doubt, and felt that this thing had an inexplicable attraction to him. The next moment, he saw the light ball sink into his brow. In an instant, 4 golden characters with iron paintings and silver hooks, as agile as a startled dragon, and a majestic pen stroke appeared in his mind. Swords charged to the bullfight. Lu Qingzhu looked at the 4 big words in his mind, not knowing what was going on. He saw the light ball in his mind burst into strands of golden sword energy that was as bright as stars, which made him feel a mysterious throbbing all over his body, and he felt ethereal. At this time, the spiritual power in his qi and danshan began to surge slowly, accompanied by strands of golden light in danshan and meridians. In this process, his already strong spiritual power was being consolidated, and his meridians and danshan were expanded. After a while, boom! Lu Qingzhu calmed down. His cultivation level broke through from the 7th level of qi refining to the peak of the 8th level of qi refining. And there seemed to be an eye open between his eyebrows. Through this eye, he could clearly see the surrounding scene. Not only that, he clearly realized that the improvement of his cultivation level was only incidental, and the truly amazing thing was that his qi and danshan had almost doubled. Only half of the spiritual power that was originally stored was left. This half of the spiritual power was much more powerful than the original. The effect is quite obvious. Lu Changsheng looked at the changes in his son and raised his eyebrows. The Dharma seed has the effect of improving talent, growing 6 senses, changing the mind, improving the appearance, and making up for deficiencies. But this effect is not immediate. Instead, it gradually takes effect over time, with the improvement of cultivation and the harmony of mind. So Lu Changsheng was slightly surprised to see that his son had just obtained the Dharma seed, and his cultivation had broken through, his foundation had improved, and his consciousness was born. You know, this improvement may not seem much, but apart from anything else, for Lu Qingzhu, building a foundation in the future can be broken with a snap of a finger. This also makes Lu Changsheng look forward to the future of his son. After all, the biggest effect of this Dharma seed is to improve the talent of Kendo. Through the talent of Kendo, you can improve your understanding, foundation, combat power, speed of cultivation, and so on, so as to achieve rapid progress in the way of Kendo. Dad, what is this? Lu Qingzhu opened his eyes, with a look of surprise and confusion on his face, and he hadn't figured out what was going on. This is a sword seed that I got outside. After using it, you can improve your sword talent. But this sword seed is not compatible with my character. Only those who are proud, brave, diligent, and fearless can have an effect. So I thought about it and decided to give you this sword seed. I hope your future immortal path will be more open. Lu Changsheng said with a chuckle. Dad, you are so good to me. You are worthy of being my real dad. Do you have anything else that suits me? Lu Qingzhu immediately came to the side and said flatteringly. Lu Changsheng, go away. He pushed his son away with a look of disgust, then took out a jade slip and said, the great Qingyun sword art you are practicing now is very suitable for you, but I just happen to have a sword art method. Take a look now and you can learn from each other. He has always been concerned about his son's practice method. Through these days, he knew that the sword art his son practiced was called the great Qingyun sword art. This sword art is very suitable for the Qingyun body. That's why Yuan Yuan's Henren was determined to accept Lu Qingzhu as his disciple. It was to pass on this sword art. Although this technique is only a side-level technique, not as good as his own 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. But at this stage, this sword art is indeed more suitable for Lu Qingzhu than the 7 Lights Sword Sutra. Because the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra emphasizes the balance of the 7 attributes of yin and yang and the 5 elements. If Lu Qingzhu practices the 7 Lights Sword Sutra now, it will even affect the effect of his Qingyun body. So Lu Changsheng didn't think of letting him change his practice, and show the 7 Lights Sword Sutra to his son, hoping that it would be helpful to him. Technique. Hearing this, Lu Qingzhu took the technique jade slip from his father's hand with some doubt. After a long time, he finished reading the content of the technique, took a breath, looked at Lu Changsheng and said, Dad, you are the son of destiny in the story, right? Oh, no, I am the real son of destiny. Dad, you have good fortune, but the opportunity is not suitable for you. In the end, all of them fell on my head and made wedding clothes for me. Ha ha ha. I am really a person with great luck. Dad, don't worry, when I become rich in the future, I will never forget you. I will definitely be filial to you and capture all the fairies and witches for you. Lu Qingshan put his hands on his hips and laughed at the sky. Smelly boy, you are so old, but you are still not in shape. Lu Changsheng looked at his son with a middle school look and knocked him on the head. Lu Qingshan immediately hugged his head in pain. Immediately, he asked his son to comprehend this technique carefully in the next few days. Regarding the technique and the seed of the sword, it must not be known to others. Dad, don't worry, I'm not stupid, I won't let anyone know about this. Lu Qingshan pouted and touched his head, which was still a little painful. He thought to himself whether his father had practiced his body again, and his strength was so great. Okay, stop playing tricks, go over. Lu Changsheng said to his son, got up and opened the door. Dad, later Mom will definitely ask me secretly what you want from me. If I say that you gave me some treasures, but you didn't give them to Xiao Zuer, wouldn't it seem biased? Lu Qingshan hurriedly followed and said with a smile. You don't have to worry about this, your father has already prepared it. Lu Changsheng chuckled, thinking that the other party also knew how to ask for benefits for his sister. Dad, you still have treasures, can you show them to me? Lu Qingshan made a flattering face again. Get out of the way. Lu Changsheng waved his hand with a look of disgust, thinking that his son was simply shameless. There was no cold attitude of a sword cultivator who was ruthless and didn't talk much. But he was much more relieved with his temperament. If his son was the kind of sword cultivator who is arrogant and conceited, he would not feel comfortable giving him the seeds of magic. Red Leaf Valley Market. Lu Quanzhen looked at the gradually darkening sky outside, walked out of the shop, and came to the law enforcement hall of the market. Cousin Quanzhen, what are you doing here? A Lu family member from Qingzhu Mountain in the law enforcement hall saw Lu Quanzhen and asked. Due to the relationship between the two families of Bihu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain, the children of the same generation on both sides call each other cousins. Cousin Mujun, I came here to check the registration information for entering the market today. Lu Quanzhen said. Registration information for entering the city, is there any robber cultivator or evil cultivator mixed into the market? The Lu family member heard the words and immediately said seriously. That's not the case. I have a business today and I want to check the other party's information. Lu Quanzhen said. This requires Uncle Maya Feng's consent. I will report to Uncle Maya Feng. The Lu family member said after a moment of hesitation. He knew that Lu Quanzhen in front of him was born to Lu Changsheng's wife Chu Zhenzhen, and had a high status in Bihu Mountain, so he was willing to help with such a small matter. Thank you, Cousin Mujun. Lu Quanzhen nodded. After a while, the other party took out a jade book, on which the registration information of Hongai Valley Market could be viewed. Through the jade book and according to the time information, Lu Quanzhen immediately locked the name Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang, 9th level of key refining. Lu Quanzhen looked at the name and muttered to himself. Then he used the jade book and the other party's identity jade card to check the itinerary in the market. After seeing the other party enter the market, he went directly to his spirit wine shop, and after leaving, he went to Dianzhuan Shuwu. His eyes were slightly fixed. Thank you, Cousin Mujun. Lu Quanzhen's expression returned to normal, and he bowed his hands to thank him. Haha, Cousin Quanzhen is polite. The Lu family member said with a smile. After the two of them exchanged a few polite words, Lu Quanzhen said goodbye and went to Dianzhuan Shuwu. After asking, he immediately learned that a young man in a black robe came here today to buy information about Bihu Mountain, and behaved a little strangely. Mr. Lu. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged female cultivator, looked at Lu Quanzhen in a panic. She didn't expect that she would attract the young master of Bihu Mountain by just selling a piece of intelligence today. Just treat this as nothing happened. Lu Quanzhen said calmly, walked out of the shop, thought for a moment, and came to a restaurant. He came to the door of a room on the 6th floor of the restaurant, knocked on the door gently and said, Dao Zhao. Chu Changji in the room immediately knew that Lu Quanzhen was outside. He didn't know why Lu Quanzhen came here to find him. And he didn't remember giving Lu Quanzhen the address here. Come in. He raised his palm lightly and opened the door. Dao Lu, I wonder what you are here to see Zhao for. Chu Changji looked at Lu Quanzhen and said calmly. Quanzhen greets his uncle. Lu Quanzhen bowed and said. What did you call me? Chu Changji was startled, his palms in the black robe trembled slightly. and his voice was a little deeper. "Uncle." Lu Quanzhen continued to shout. "How do you know me?" Chu Changzhu did not deny it, and asked out loud. I didn't know that he had only met this nephew once and chatted for a while, and the other party knew his identity. Because my uncle came to see me today, his words and deeds were not quite right, so I guessed it. Lu Quanzhen saw that the other party did not deny it, and knew that he guessed it right. This made him pause in his heart, not knowing what the other party was doing. After all, he was handling affairs in the secular Ruai Marcus mansion that year and learned a piece of news. His uncle Chu Changzhu did not die, but practiced a magic Wao. Chu Changzhu still didn't know where he had revealed his flaws, and a smile appeared on his face. He said with interest, "Tell me, how did you guess it?" He made a gesture of invitation, asked Lu Quanzhen to sit aside, and then took out the tea set to start making tea. "Today, my uncle came over." His words and actions did not seem like he was talking about business, but rather he wanted to chat with me, which made me feel a little puzzled. Lu Quanzhen gently pinched the talisman in his sleeve, then sat down at the table and said respectfully, "I was more careful during the chat. Through your accent and surname, I made this guess." Accent, surname. Chu Changzhu seemed not to notice the talisman in his nephew's sleeve, with a smile on his face, motioning him to continue. "Yes, I once lived in Zhoushan Prefecture City for a long time, and noticed that your accent was somewhat similar. And your surname was Zhao, and my grandmother's surname happened to be Zhao. Plus, my mother often talked about you, uncle, and told us brothers and sisters about your story, so I guessed your identity." Lu Quanzhen said so. "It should be more than that, right?" Chu Changzhu looked at his nephew and said with a smile. "I felt that these few conditions were not enough. After I had my suspicion today, I didn't dare to confirm it, so I checked the city entry registration today through the market. I saw your pseudonym Zhao Chang, and then I saw that you came straight to me, and then you brought information about Qingzhu Mountain, so I was a little sure." Lu Quanzhen remained calm and continued. "There should be other reasons, right?" Chu Changzhu still had a smile on his face. He was very pleased to see that his nephew had obtained so much information through his simple conversation today. He is worthy of being a child of the Chu family, that is, smart. I dare not confirm this matter completely, but I just think it is possible, so I came to ask, but I didn't expect you to admit it directly. Lu Quanzhen said so. "But if so, why do you hold the talisman in your sleeve?" Chu Changzhu smiled and said elegantly and easygoingly. Seeing Lu Quanzhen's face change, he immediately raised his hand and said, "Quanzhen, don't be nervous, uncle is just asking casually." At this moment, he directly confessed his identity. Since his nephew has recognized him, what else can he hide? I didn't expect my uncle to notice it. Lu Quanzhen's heart shuddered. He didn't expect that his uncle actually knew that he had a talisman hidden in his sleeve. This means that the other party is definitely not a 9th level key refining, but has broken through the foundation. Only the foundation building consciousness has such a keen insight. This shocked him. He didn't expect that his uncle, whom he had never met, was actually a great cultivator of the foundation. Faced with this situation, he knew that he couldn't play any tricks in front of the other party. He immediately took out the talisman hidden in his sleeve, put it aside, and said with a wry smile, "Because my mother often talks about you, my uncle, our family has always sent people to look for you, but there has been no news. Thinking that I want to see you alive and dead, I want to see the body, so when I was dealing with affairs in the secular world in my early years, I investigated my uncle's information and learned that 30 years ago, a man who practiced magic appeared in Zhoushan Mansion. And this magic cultivator is very likely to be you, uncle, so I came here this time. I was a little cautious, please don't blame me, uncle." Lu Quanzhen no longer concealed it and said frankly. He knew that he had played no tricks in front of the other party, and could only bet that the other party had no ill intentions. A man who cultivates demons. Chu Changzhu knew immediately that it was probably because he went home that year and found out that his family had been wiped out, which caused the blood of the demon lord in his body to burst out. He smiled and said, "Haha, what's so strange about this? In the world of cultivating immortals, you just need to be more vigilant. Yes, in my early years, for some reasons, I entered the path of demons and became a demon cultivator." Chu Changzhu admitted frankly. Then his face changed vaguely, the disguise disappeared, and his true appearance was restored. Although he restored his original appearance, the appearance in front of him was completely different from the temperament of the uncle in the portrait of Lu Quanzhen's mother Chu Zhenzhen. His face was cold, and there was a bit of inexplicable weirdness between his eyebrows. Zhen, how is your mother these years? Chu Chang continued to speak, his voice a bit hoarse and trembling. He saw the information about Lu Changsheng today, and originally wanted to go directly to Qingzhu Mountain to see how his sister was doing and teach this brother-in-law a lesson. But after reading the information and making some inquiries, he learned that Lu Changsheng had a pretty good reputation. He was not the evil cultivator who collected essences as he had imagined. In particular, he was famous for treating his wives and concubines well. His sister Chu Zhensong was one of his wives, not a concubine. He then thought about continuing to get in touch with his nephew and then go to Qingzhu Mountain to see him. Unexpectedly, his nephew actually came to him on his own initiative. My mother has been pretty good these years, but she still often talks about my uncle, grandpa and grandma. And I've made my mother a little worried these years. Lu Quanxian spoke up and slowly told about his mother's situation. He roughly guessed that his uncle should have achieved success in cultivation, so he came back to visit his mother. Because through his mother's narration, he knew that the brother and sister had a good relationship, and his uncle usually loved her the most. Faced with this situation, he also tried his best to use the family card to stabilize his uncle. Chapter 300, The Wealthy Uncle. Phoenix Gu. In a restaurant room in Hongai Valley Market, Chu Chang listened to his nephew telling about his life, family situation, and sister Chu Zhenson's situation. Knowing that his sister was still carefree and innocent after so many years, his cold face showed a smile, and the evil spirit between his eyebrows became much warmer and calmer. Especially when he heard his nephew helplessly saying that his brothers and sisters were urged to get married by their mother Chu Zhenzhen, and he had no choice but to run here to take care of the business, he couldn't help laughing. Quanzhen, Yuzhen, Kaizhen, Huizhen. Chu Chang murmured the names of his 4 nephews and nieces. Knowing that among the 4 nephews, Lu Quanzhen and Lu Kaizhen have spiritual roots, Lu Yuzhen and Lu Huizhen have no spiritual roots, and are just mortals. But Lu Quanzhen and the others have poor spiritual roots, only 8th grade spiritual roots and 9th grade spiritual roots. Quanzhen, what are your plans for the future? Do you want anything? Chu Chang said in a gentle voice. Plan? Want. Lu Quanzhen paused when he heard his uncle's words. He didn't know whether the other party was testing him or was sincere. After thinking for a moment, he said, I am quite satisfied with my current life. The only hope is that I can break through the foundation in the future, so that I can also protect my family, my mother, and my brothers and sisters. If it is in the long run, I may hope to break through the foundation in the future and go out to see the world. Lu Quanzhen said so. Although this is not all, it is indeed what he really thinks. Break through the foundation and go out to see the world. Chu Chang nodded slightly. Through the conversation just now, he can see that his nephew is a very smart and opinionated person. This may not be the truth, but it is also about 70% true. He understands this very well. How could the other party completely trust him when they have only met for a short time? Maybe this nephew is chatting with him because he is afraid of him and doesn't understand his situation. He said softly, you have an 8th grade spiritual root. If you want to break through the foundation, it may not be easy. Yes, but I believe that everything depends on human effort. Lu Quanzhen looked firm and said seriously, my father only has a 9th grade spiritual root, but he still became a foundation-building cultivator. Now I have the support of my family. As long as I work hard, I may break through the foundation. Lu Changsheng Chu Chang was slightly startled when he heard this and looked at his nephew's firm expression. Through the news, he naturally knew the situation of his cheat brother-in-law, so he suspected that the other party had taken the devil's way and the evil way. Otherwise, it would be difficult for a cultivator with a low-grade spiritual root to break through the foundation, let alone a 9th grade spiritual root. He asked aloud, do you respect your father very much? Well, my father may not do well in some places, but he is very good to my mother and us brothers and sisters. Lu Quanzhen told some family situations and things about his father Lu Changsheng. For example, he saved money and used the cultivation resources to lay a foundation for his mother, and himself. The establishment of the family was mostly for them. Even if the family has been in a state of loss, they must ensure the cultivation resources and welfare benefits of these people. As for his father's marriage and concubines, as a son, he couldn't say much. These words made Chu Chang look thoughtful, and he wanted to meet his cheat brother-in-law. Intuition told him that his brother-in-law must have a big secret. Quanzhen, you have an 8th grade spiritual root. It may not be easy to break through the foundation in the future. This pill is called Buyuan, which has the effect of pure spiritual roots of cultivators. If you take this pill, your spiritual roots can be improved, which will help you. Chu Chang's hand appeared a black jade porcelain bottle and handed it to Lu Quanzhen. He knew that his nephew didn't trust him yet. So he planned to let the other party down by giving benefits. Besides, the biggest obstacle to his nephew's breakthrough in the foundation is the spiritual root. In this case, if he improves his spiritual root for him, then the problem will be solved. Buyuan, the effect of pure spiritual roots. Lu Quanzhen heard the words and looked at the porcelain bottle. He was shocked and didn't know whether it was true or not. Even though he had never heard of the name of the Buyuan, he knew that this kind of elixir that can improve spiritual roots is so precious. Once it spreads out, I don't know how many waves it will cause, bloody storms, and even make the Jindans Henrin covet it. He couldn't help but be suspicious that his uncle could actually take out such a rare elixir. But I got this elixir by accident. I am not sure about the specific efficacy and medicinal properties. Do you dare to try it? Chu Chang said with a smile. Since my uncle is willing, I am naturally willing to give it a try. Lu Quanzhen thought for a moment and said respectfully. He felt that the other party had no need to harm him. If he really wanted to kill him, he could just do it directly. Unless the other party wanted to control himself through the elixir and do something to Qingzhu Mountain. But this possibility is not great. Besides, he dared to come here this time, and he also had some backup plans. It was the substitute talisman given by his father Lu Changsheng, which could immediately activate the talisman to escape when in danger. He took the porcelain bottle, opened it, and poured out a pill the size of a longan, which was filled with crystal luster. This pill seemed to have life, with a flickering luster, and strands of light flowing on their own. Heaven-repairing pill. Lu Quanzhen stared at the pill in his hand, his pupils shrinking slightly. Just from the appearance, it can be seen that this pill is extraordinary and extraordinary. He swallowed the pill immediately. Boom! The moment Lu Quanzhen took the pill, a mysterious feeling immediately surged through his body. Spiritual roots. His spiritual roots are throbbing. There is a mysterious power that makes his spiritual roots throbbing. Faced with this situation, Lu Quanzhen hurriedly sat cross-legged and began to digest the effects of the pill. Haha. Chu Chang looked at his nephew, who was so resolute and decisive, without any hesitation, and a smile appeared on his face. He said that the efficacy and medicinal properties of this pill were problems, and he was deliberately deceiving him to see how he would perform. Seeing his nephew's behavior at this time, he was very satisfied. On the one hand, he was satisfied with his nephew's trust in him. On the other hand, he was satisfied that his nephew acted decisively. After all, in the world of cultivating immortals, indecisiveness is taboo. His nephew is not only careful and intelligent, but also recognized his uncle through a simple conversation. He is also calm and steady. When he was found out of the hidden talisman, he only changed his color slightly and then returned to normal. Now that he gave the elixir to him, he was so decisive and did not hesitate, which made him very relieved. He believed that it would not be difficult for his nephew to build a foundation in the future. As for forming the elixir, it would depend on his luck. However, at that point, he, as an uncle, could help, so he naturally did not mind helping a little more. Time passed little by little. After a long time, Lu Quanzhen opened his eyes and could clearly feel that his spiritual roots had improved. But he himself did not know how much his spiritual roots had improved. Chu Chang stepped forward, put his palm on his nephew's shoulder, and checked his spiritual roots. At this time, Chu Chang noticed that there was a spiritual talisman in the sea of consciousness between his nephew's eyebrows. This spiritual talisman was extraordinary and estimated to be at the 3rd level. He did not touch the talisman. He realized that this should be his nephew's life-saving talisman. As for how it came from, he knew that his cheat brother-in-law was a 2nd-level top-level talisman master, and guessed that it should be given by his cheat brother-in-law. He was very pleased that the other party could give such a rare talisman to his nephew. Not bad, 4th-grade spiritual roots. Chu Chang retracted his palm and said with a chuckle. 4th-grade spiritual roots. Lu Quanzhen was shocked when he heard this. You know, 4th-grade spiritual roots are already middle-grade top-level spiritual roots, and only one step away from being promoted to upper-grade spiritual roots. With 8th-grade spiritual roots, he dared not guarantee a breakthrough in the future. But now that he has 4th-grade spiritual roots, he is confident that he will be able to successfully build a foundation. Quanzhen thanks uncle. Lu Quanzhen looked at Chu Changzhu in front of him, took a deep breath, and bowed respectfully. At this moment, he knew very well that his uncle was not simple, and was definitely not a simple foundation-building cultivator. Ordinary foundation-building cultivators could never produce this level of elixir. It is impossible to give such a rare elixir to him so easily. Haha, what are you thanking me for? Take this fruit too. Chu Changzhu took out another fist-sized purple gold fruit. There were dragon scale-like patterns on it, and it was filled with a strong fragrance. Uncle, this is not a reward without merit. I don't know how to thank you for the Butyeondan just now, so how can I accept this spiritual fruit again? Lu Quanzhen said respectfully. He still didn't recognize the fruit in front of him. But he could tell from its appearance that it was not simple. At this moment, he really couldn't understand what was going on with his uncle. Why did he give him something like this as soon as they met? He hasn't recovered from the 4th grade spiritual root yet, and wants to experience the effect of the 4th grade spiritual root through cultivation. This is a gift from uncle, a little thought, you keep it. Chu Changzhu said in a voice with some doubt. Thank you, uncle. Hearing this, Lu Quanzhen took a deep breath, took the spiritual fruit, bowed, and then took a bite. But this dragon scale fruit was very hard, and he couldn't bite it open in one bite. This spiritual fruit is called dragon scale fruit. It has the effect of cleansing the marrow and removing hair, improving cultivation, and consolidating the foundation. If you want to take it, you need to knock it open with a Zhengjin instrument. Chu Changzhu said softly, took out a small golden hammer, and gently knocked on the dragon scale fruit, causing the dragon scales on it to fall off. Dragon scale fruit? Cleansing the marrow and removing hair, improving cultivation, and consolidating the foundation. Hearing this, Lu Quanzhen looked at the dragon scale fruit in his hand with a look of doubt, and asked aloud, Uncle, then do I need to go back to the training room at home to take it in seclusion? It's all right. Chu Changzhu said casually. Hearing his uncle say this, Lu Quanzhen didn't ask any more questions. After a while, after the dragon scale fruit was knocked, it turned into a fruit with a golden luster. Lu Quanzhen did not hesitate, and took the fruit under Chu Changzhu's gaze. The flesh was fragrant and melted in the mouth. Then it turned into a majestic and pure power that poured into his limbs. At this time, Lu Quanzhen only felt warm all over. But when all the dragon scale fruits were eaten, this powerful force swept through his body like a huge wave. Boom boom boom, Lu Quanzhen's body was like a volcanic eruption, rumbling, his body trembling constantly, and blood, sweat and filth seeping out of his pores. Quanzhen, the process will be a little painful. Chu Changzhu said softly, throwing out small flags to form a ban in the room to prevent too much noise. After all, although this room has a ban, it is just a simple sound insulation and has no great effect. Buzz buzz buzz, Lu Quanzhen did not speak, and he could not speak, with a look of pain on his face. He felt that every inch of his skin and every inch of his flesh and blood was undergoing an indescribable transformation, which was extremely painful. However, despite the pain, he could clearly feel that his body was getting stronger and stronger, removing impurities, making his meridians and bones much tougher. At the same time, the bottleneck of his 6th level of ki refining was also broken at this moment. It was easy, as if it was a natural process. After breaking through the 7th level of ki refining, his cultivation level is still rising. The peak of the 7th level of ki refining. The 8th level of ki refining. Boom. After a while, his cultivation level broke through the 8th level of ki refining. And this cultivation level is still continuing, almost reaching the peak of the 8th level of ki refining. At this moment, even Lu Quanzhen himself was shocked. He felt that the effect of this dragon scale fruit was too exaggerated. It actually allowed him to break through from the 6th level of ki refining to the 8th level of ki refining. And he could clearly feel that compared to the improvement of his cultivation level, this dragon scale fruit mainly brought him improvements in his body, meridians, bones, and foundation. He opened his eyes and saw a fishy smell all over his body. Chu Changzhu next to him raised his hand gently, and a breeze dispelled the fishy odor and impurities in Lu Quanzhen's body, turning them into ashes. Quanzhen thanks uncle. At this moment, Lu Quanzhen was speechless. He knelt down and saluted sincerely to his uncle in front of him. If he had some suspicion and doubt about this uncle before. But after getting the Butyeondan and Long Lingo, he no longer had any suspicion. Because there was no need. If the other party really wanted to do something bad to him, why would he spend so much money? Just this pill and fruit are absolutely priceless treasures, and it is difficult to measure them with spirit stones. A small character like me is not worth the other party spending so much money to plot. So the other party is simply because of family affection. Because of my mother, he loves me so much? Quan Zhen, don't be so polite. Chu Chang smiled, and heard the sincerity in his nephew's words. Knowing this nephew, he now has trust in himself. He asked aloud, your mother, as well as Yu Zhen, K Zhen, and Y Zhen, are they usually in Bihu Mountain? Yes, mother is usually in Bihu Mountain and rarely goes out. If uncle wants to see mother, I can ask mother to stay in Hongai Valley Market for a while. If mother knows that uncle is still alive, she will definitely be very happy. Lu Quanzhen said, and he became more intimate when talking to Chu Changsheng. You country. In a courtyard. What's going on? Lu Changsheng was confused. He just felt a mysterious throbbing, and immediately knew that he had a child with a 4th grade spiritual root. But the next moment, he realized that he should not have a child now. After checking the system, he did not see the birth of a newborn. This made him very confused. Then, when he was thinking about what was going on and thought it was an illusion, suddenly another wave of mana surged out of thin air and turned into a drop of liquid mana. This mana was not much, but it was the most mana bonus he had obtained so far. It was more than his son Lu Qingshan's breakthrough from the 7th level of key refining to the 8th level of key refining. This. Lu Changsheng was confused. Changsheng, what's wrong? Lu Mioj next to him noticed that her husband's expression was not right, and immediately asked with concern. It's okay, I just thought of something. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said. But he couldn't suppress his curiosity in his heart, saying that he just had a whim, and a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared on the talisman path, and he had to digest it. Faced with this reason, Lu Mioj, Lu Miahun and others did not ask more. Lu Changsheng came to the room and began to check the status of his children one by one through the system. After a long time. Name, Lu Quanzhen, lifespan. 111-28, talent, 4th grade spiritual root, cultivation, 8th level of key refining, talent, management compatibility, 61%, what's going on? How did Quanzhen's spiritual root become 4th grade, and suddenly broke through from the 6th level of key refining to the 8th level of key refining? Lu Changsheng looked at his son's attribute panel, confused. If it was just a breakthrough from the 6th level of key refining to the 7th level of key refining, he could still understand it. After all, Lu Quanzhen had been stuck in a bottleneck for so many years, it was normal for him to break through. But the problem is that not only did his cultivation break through 2 levels, but his spiritual root was promoted from the 8th level to the 4th level. Did Quanzhen encounter something and have some adventure? But isn't he still running a business in the Red Leaf Valley Market now? And the natural treasures that can promote spiritual roots are at least 3rd grade, extremely rare. With Quanzhen's situation, it should be difficult to get in touch with him. Lu Changsheng was very puzzled and wanted to go home to see what his son was like. But at this moment, he could only temporarily suppress his confusion and curiosity. When he returned to the courtyard, it was already dark. Lu Changsheng called his wife to bed and talked about going back. When the 2 women heard this, they also knew that they had been out for so long. They said that when the journey was almost over, they would send their children back to Qingyun Sect and set off for home. Jin State, 5 Poison Sect. In the gorgeous hall, Nangguang Li was wearing a purple palace dress, with a graceful figure, staring at the dark golden bowl with patterns in her hand. But in the bowl, there was a goo worm shaped like a silkworm, covered in gold and jade, and sparkling. This goo worm has strands of gorgeous luster flowing, like a dream, like a silkworm pupa. But it kept changing its appearance and the luster, sometimes like a purple butterfly breaking out of a cocoon, and sometimes like a divine bird phoenix born from fire, mysterious and magnificent, enchanting and dazzling. Phoenix Gu Nangguang Li looked at the goo worm, and his heart was complicated. After learning about the love laku from her disciple Meng Xiaojun, the first thing she did when she came back was to apply for the Phoenix Goo in the sect, hoping to use the Phoenix Goo to unlock the effect of the love laku. But the Phoenix Goo is rare, and the only Phoenix Goo left in the sect was used by the 5 Poison Sect leader to heal his wounds. For this reason, she waited for 10 years, and today she waited until the new Phoenix Goo was refined. Lu Changsheng. Nangguang Li opened her delicate and beautiful red lips, and a handsome man appeared in her mind. In the past 10 years, She has been trying to forget Lu Changsheng. Because the effect of the love lock goo will make people fall in love with a host uncontrollably. This feeling of love will continue to ferment and become stronger as time goes by. Until you love it so much that you can't extricate yourself, you are devoted to it, and even lose yourself. In the past 10 years, although she has been away from Lu Changsheng, she has tried her best to suppress her longing for him. But the time she spent together, the Mishiansu in her body, the Daoyin of the Golden Pill, and her daughter Nangguang Yaoyao, all made it impossible for her to completely forget the other party. At this moment, she even didn't know whether her feelings for Lu Changsheng came from the love lock or from her heart. When it is true, it is also true. When it is false, it is also true. Who can tell the difference? Even if I, Nangguang Millie, like a man, I can never be sentimental for him. Nangguang Millie had a cold and beautiful face and clear eyes, and she put away all the messy thoughts in her mind. Then she told her disciple Meng Xiachen that she would practice in seclusion and asked her to take good care of her daughter Nangguang Yaoyao during this time. Speaking of her daughter Nangguang Yaoyao, a smile immediately appeared on her cold and charming face, and her maternal brilliance was brilliant. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.